This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
All right, on a warm June morning, we got a heat wave coming, baby. I think we might do the first ever What Did Young Tony Learn Today at 6:00:35 and say, does he know Martha and the Vandellas heat wave? Probably not, but man, oh man, take off. I'm going short sleeves early. It's a warm, beautiful June day, June morning. Everything's great except for the baseball. Marcus Boucher. Good morning, brother.
What's up, Murph? How we doing today?
Well, I'm in short sleeves early.
I know, sun's out, guns out for Brian Murphy today.
Should I start flexing?
Ooh,
Should I
flex on him, Murph.
Did I get the barbed wire tat around there?
Yeah, show off for our YouTube and Twitch audience.
And that I'm getting into that vibe again when you're driving in and it's already the sun's peeking up, man. You know what I mean?
I gotta say, that's probably been one of the benefits, Murph. Of course, I love doing 4 hours of radio with you, but when I was on the leadoff spot, it was pitch black every single day. Now I'm getting some of these morning sunrises, and it does put me in a good mood.
You know, that pitch black every single day reminds me like when you were a kid and they took you to, what was it? I think the tour of San Quentin or whatever. Or no, the tour of Alcatraz, and they talked about solitary confinement.
The tour of San Quentin.
It was Alcatraz. My bad. Okay. And they talk about solitary confinement, and they're like, I remember as a kid being blown away that some guy would just be in a pitch black room for days on end. I was like, 12-year-old me was like, how would I handle that?
Dude, that was me every single day driving up from San Jose on 280 where there's no lights on the freeway. It was just me in the darkness. I felt like Bane. I was born in the darkness.
You were in solitary confinement coming up 280. Well, speaking of darkness, and as Overnight Dave has printed out for us old heads who remember the San Francisco Giants and the famous phrase, you guys ready? June swoon.
Already?
June swoon. So historically, when I was growing up, I just told you this right before we came on the air, my dad would occasionally toss things out at the dinner table. Like he was a big Len Eshmont Award guy. Brad, you won the Len Eshmont Award? I said, no. So I treated the Len Eshmont Award like it was the Heisman Trophy, which it is. It's a great award. It's the Heart and Hustle and Inspiration Award the Niners give out. But he would just say on occasion, because he wasn't a baseball guy, I'd be like, oh, time for the June swoon. I'd be like, huh? So my mom's passing me the meatloaf. I'd be like, what? June swoon? So I was like, okay, I guess there's a June swoon. So I grew up thinking there's a June swoon. And then you find out, whatever. It was in the 60s with Mays and McCovey and Marichal when the Giants would get off to hot starts. They had a few Junes where they cooled off, and a couple of sports writers threw out a June swoon, and it just stuck like freaking Velcro to the point where it's 2024, and Overnight Dave is printing out June swoon history pages for us.
Which is hilarious because just the other day, I was listening to This Day in Giants History. And Murph drops a June boom instead of a June swoon.
I did.
And now here we are, 4 days into June, and the Giants haven't won a game yet.
They are 0-3 in June, and it was so much for, okay, get the Yankees out of town. Go pick on someone your own size like the Arizona Diamondbacks. At least it was closer. But again, they're not hitting, brother. They're not hitting. Two runs in the game.
And now it's back-to-back games, blown ball games in the ninth inning.
Back-to-back ninth inning crutchers. It's kind of more acceptable, as painful as it was, more understandable to give up a tater to Juan Soto in the ninth than it is to frickin' Pavin Smith, guys. Pavin Smith, who I'm guessing was named after the gutty little royalty name, dude. The golfer Corey Pavin has to be named after golfer Corey Pavin, who won the 1994 U.S. Open, 96 Shinnecock.
Well, I don't know any other Pavin, so yeah, I'd say that's a good guess. I do not know.
It'd be pretty obscure. I wouldn't expect you to know him.
I wonder if young Tony would know. That might be two things on the list already.
Although he's a golfer.
He's a golf guy.
Yeah. Let me write down Martha and the Vandellas and Corey Pavin. Ooh. I mean, who else do you name he was born in 90s. I looked him up because I'm like, he was born in 96. It's right around when Corey Pavin was a pretty good golfer. He was like a Ryder top 10 U.S. player. So you name your kid after Corey Pavin.
I was always more of a Pivin guy than a Pavin guy.
Tonight till you die.
Very good, buddy. Very good. Pavin Smith is his name, huh? Is that his name?
Gross.
And he hits a home run off of Randy Rodriguez. So I actually said to my kid, top of the ninth, bottom of the ninth, I said, okay, all right, smart guy. First guess, is Randy Rodriguez the right move? Before the inning started, I said, just give me the Bob Melvin first guess. He goes, no. This is the right move, Dad. And sure enough, Randy Rodriguez coughs up the game.
Yeah, it did not work out.
Yeah.
But I was in camp with Deck. I had no problem putting Randy Rodriguez in that situation. I've said before, probably the three guys I've been most confident coming out of the bullpen this year have been Ryan Walker, Randy Rodriguez, and Camilo Duvall. Now that take looks bad right now because back-to-back days, two of those three guys have blown ninth-inning leads.
Can you add Sean Jelly to that list?
I was going to say Sean Jelly. I guess it's kind of different because Sean Jelly, to me, is kind of the long inning guy, like the guy that's going to come in after a Blake Snell 5 and dive, will get you 2 or 3. But he has been in some high leverage situations. Jelly has been pitching well. I will give you that.
That Phillies game that they won the 1-0 walk-off, he pitched the 9th and 10th. Remember that?
That's
Which
right.
was unusual, obviously. Remember how hyped he was when he got out of it? Because he inherited the Ghost Runner, and he stranded him. Remember when he came off with his 6'11" frame, like, yeah, let's go. And I was like, kind of funny to see a 6'11" guy getting all geeked up when he's already a geek, you know what I mean? But he pitched an inning, a third shutout yesterday.
And he had another good outing. Overall, I'd say in a game where you're going with this bullpen strategy, where you got Eric Miller, where you got Spencer Howard give you a nice little bulk performance.
It wasn't
I would
terrible.
say it was an actually overall pretty good performance by the Giants bullpen. But of course, we're going to sit here today and talk about that meatball that Randy Rodriguez served up to Pavin Smith right down the middle of the plate.
And the fact that they couldn't get the big hit when they needed it. Jorge Soler in the 8th inning, 1st and 3rd.
Let's take a second to dive into Jorge Soler and him not sliding at first base. Yeah. And let's get into it, Murph. I'd like to get your breakdown as a Little League coach because someone who grew up playing baseball, of course, you're not supposed to slide at first base unless you see the first baseman's feet come off the bag. That's the only time you should be sliding headfirst in the first base. You're supposed to watch the feet. If his feet come up, if he jumps, that's the play where you slide headfirst so that you don't get tagged on top of the helmet.
So a couple things on that. Number one, I'd never heard that.
Really?
In all my years in baseball. I don't hate it at all. The only thing I'd say in Little League, you're not allowed to dive head first.
Yeah, okay. I'm
so they
talking
can't.
like
But
more
would you
old school baseball.
take a foot first slide from Soler?
Yeah, I mean, no. See, in Major League, you can slide headfirst in the first
yeah.
base.
So
So that's the difference. Again, Jorge Soler is not known for his great base running or his athleticism or his kind of on-the-spot kind of thinking. But I was always taught the only time you should slide at first base is when the first baseman jumps, leaves his feet. In that same exact situation, Soler should have slid at first.
What did old Murph learn today? About first base's foot leaves the bag, go head 1st. I'd never heard that. It makes sense.
Yeah.
But you're right. Soler's not the kind of nimble cat who's going to do that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
exactly. I wasn't really expecting it as Soler, but I just thought I'd point it out.
Yeah,
this
no, it's
morning.
a cool dude. And it's guys, listen, it's 5 in a row now. It's 5 in a row, and that's the season high. And so we're getting to that point where, and all the texters who last week were cautioning us when we were getting giddy, because it was 1 week ago that they had hit that peak. They beat the Phillies for the second night in a row on the Tuesday night, and it was looking great. And so it's been a bad week since then. They lost the Wednesday day game to the Phillies, got swept by the Yankees, which was pretty loud. But then they go down to Arizona, and they just kind of meekly go down. Again, offensively of late, it hasn't been happening. Elliot Ramos, the only guy.
Elliot Ramos, stay hot. I'm sure we're going to talk a lot about Elliot today. But, Murph, we got to remember this team did win 4 series in a row before the start of the Yankee series. But when you lose 5 straight games, people are going to start pressing the panic button. And now people are forgetting about all the success they had over that East Coast road trip out in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, as Bob Melvin said, game of inches, but game of streaks, too. And so now they're 29 and 32. And I got news for you guys. Falling out of the third wild card.
Oh, no. Not that third wild card
Half
spot.
game back of the Cubs and the Cardinals in the third wild card. Can you believe that? 29 and 32 and square in the mix, man. So, well, they get back at it tonight. Actually, you know what? I didn't even do my proper research as to who's pitching tonight.
I believe Dirty Harry's on the
It
mound.
is Dirty Harry.
Let's
Thank
go.
you very much. Kyle Harrison.
Adela.
All right, let's go, De La. We need you, buddy. And they need the bats, too, for sure. So, all right, we got a heat wave coming our way. They say it's going to be a scorcher for the next couple of days. So everybody, as I've recommended to you, buddy, time to grab that towel and that copper tone and head down to the China Basin Park, or as I call it, McCovey Park.
Dude, I'll be in the cove, maybe laying out on that little Lake Tahoe beach, catching some sun
I'm
rays.
telling you, that thing has a Tahoe vibe because it has those Adirondack chairs out there. You guys know Adirondack chairs?
Yeah,
It's got those chairs out there. It's got that sand. I'm like, I feel like I'm in Tahoe. I do.
It's actually pretty nice. So that's where I hung out when the Giants had the skate ramp out in McCovey Cove. I hung out on that little beach and I watched the skaters.
I'm telling you guys, man. So for the heat waivers, do that. We got, of course, the NBA Finals getting closer and closer. And the 49ers added a new player. In fact, we should probably tell you who that player is. It's actually a fairly significant ad. So that's a little bit of news there. So we'll do all that. We'll get the guest list from young Tony. We'll try to sweat it out together, everybody. I'm going to need Martha and the Vandellas on the other side. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh, no! We suck again!
Hayward, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Hayward's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Chris the Mad Dog Russo
Listen.
stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the Yankees sweeping the Giants and whether or not he sees them as a potential playoff team this season. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, 831 just texted in and said, holy crap, there's an Amici's in Sacramento. So 831, thank you. You put it on a T for me. I'm here to tell you for breaking news for our listeners in Sacramento. Amici's just opened a brand new location in the state capital, offering takeout and delivery to the greater Sacramento area. That's great news. So check out the menu at amicis.com and click on the Sacramento banner at the top of the page to place your takeout or delivery order. And here's the real fun. As a special deal to celebrate the new location, all this week, when you order via amicis.com and enter the promo code SAC50, that's SAC, you know that up in SAC, I'm saying SAC50, at checkout, and they'll give you 50% off any large pizza. That's worth repeating. Enter the promo code SAC50 at checkout, and they'll give you 50% off any large pizza, half price. So, half price large pizzas, family, friends, Sacramento area, amicis.com. Click on the Sacramento banner. Use the promo code SAC50. 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Smith takes the snap. They back out of it. Four-man rush. Smith looking, throws middle of the end zone, and it is caught for the touchdown. Smith put it up high, and Logan Thomas climbs the ladder, pulls it down, and with 20 seconds to go in the first half, Washington is back in front. 16-14 is the score.
First ever Logan Thomas, Martha the Vandellas rejoin in the history of Western civilization. I'm calling it right there. Turn that up, buddy. You need a good old-fashioned Motown, don't you, buddy? Do you know this one, Young Tone? You can come on the mic. Good morning, Young Tone.
Good morning. I do not.
Well, it's a banger.
It sounds like it's a toe tapper, as they say.
Show it, Jim Harbaugh. You know this.
Oh, absolutely. I went into the studio, and Tony's like, what the hell song was Murph asking for? And I told him to put it on. I was like, oh, of course I know this song.
Of course, yeah. Kind of an iconic American early Motown, Martha and the Vandellas. But it's what, guys, it's supposed to be a scorcher out there today. And so, I don't know, if you like heat waves, enjoy it. If not, stay inside, throw on the AC, and ruin the environment.
I mean, Murph's already going suns out, guns out at 6:18 in the morning. Look at you flexing for the camera.
Old man strength. By the way, speaking of old man, we were laughing about that promo. First of all, it's a minute-long promo.
Shout out Creative Tony.
Second of all, you said you found something funny in there.
Well, I thought it was hilarious because I was just sitting back letting someone else take the shots from Murph yesterday as that Yankee fan called into the station, and I love the end of that rant. When Murph goes, you haven't won anything since Buster Posey was in diapers. And in the back of my head, I'm like, damn, the image of Buster Posey in diapers in 2009 as what, like a 20-something-year-old just got me going during that
adult
commercial break.
Diapers,
yeah,
perhaps.
adult diapers for Buster Posey in 2009.
Actually, technically, literally, when Buster was in diapers, they were winning things with Jeter
they
and all
were,
that. Yeah, but so just work with me here, baby. Work with me.
I like it. It's good radio.
Hey, this is actually a pretty big signing here. Logan Thomas comes to the Niners. He's a legit player. He is a legit backup tight end. This guy caught 55 balls last year for the Washington Commanders. I mean, that's a significant total for 496 yards and 4 touchdowns. Yeah. He's the kind of guy, if you play fantasy football, he's frequently trafficking in the free agent tight end market on fantasy football. You know?
Oh, and that's the thing. Whenever there is an injury in fantasy football or a potential injury with a guy like George Kittle, we've seen the need for backup tight ends to step up in this offense before. I think Logan Thomas is that receiving tight end that Kyle Shanahan has been looking for. Again, this is a guy that was a former quarterback in college, came to the NFL, 4.6 speed. He's got great size, 6'6", plays a little bit in the slot too. Not sure how he is in line as a blocker, but as a receiving option, I think this is a good pickup for the 49er offense.
He is 32 years old, and he came out of Virginia Tech in 2013 as a QB, which you mentioned, Aaron, which immediately makes me think, I'm calling right now, there will be a play this year where Logan Thomas throws a pass.
We're going tight end reverse, throwing a back pass across the field to Christian McCaffrey.
So you're a defense now. You got to prepare for 3 guys throwing the ball. You got to prepare for Purdy. You got to prepare for Christian McCaffrey because he'll throw one, and you got to prepare for Logan Thomas. Thomas is in. Defenses are going to be yelling like, alert, alert, alert. Tight end pass, whatever slogan they got for it, hawk, hawk, hawk or something. So anyway, this is what they were looking for because, dude, that tight end room was light.
Yeah.
They lost Charlie Warner, who, let's be honest, I mean, just never really hit his blocking guy.
Yeah, exactly. His job was to block whenever they're in 2 tight end sets.
Special teams.
Yeah, exactly.
They lost Ross Dwelly. The Atlanta Dwelly. No, it was Selleck time, wasn't it? It was Selleck time, right? Was that?
It's hammer time.
So they lost Ross Dwelly and Charlie Warner. And unfortunately, that kid they drafted Cameron Latu out of Alabama. It wasn't happening.
Well, they spent that 3rd-round draft pick on him, and then he was injured for the majority of the season last year. And we're coming into camp this season talking about who is going to be that backup tight end, especially when you find out that George Kittle was dealing with an injury for essentially half the season last year.
And he ain't getting any younger. And they drafted 2 tight ends last year. Remember, Braden Willis was the other one. He didn't get there. So remember, we heard that they signed an undrafted free agent, some former basketball player named Mason Pline.
That's right.
And they was like, keep your eyes on this guy. And I was like, that seems kind of like trying to catch lightning in a bottle or something, And then they signed that veteran Eric Saubert, Saubert. But this guy is legit. So this is a guy, Kittle's coming off the core, as you mentioned, the core muscle surgery. He says he's going to be ready to go for the start of training camp, but, who knows? So this is a guy, 4th-round draft pick, but it seems like a plus signing. Obviously, salary cap doesn't matter. Do you see the Niners got a big boost on their salary cap because of talking about the opposite of the June swoon, the June boom. The Eric Armstead release officially hit the cap. So they now have $25 million in cap room.
Good. Use some of that money to sign Brandon Ayuk.
Well, actually, it's interesting. Eric Branch said that includes already a $14 million hit for Ayuk. And Branch was pointing out, and this is where I need my beat writers to explain it to me, that if they sign him to a long-term deal, his cap number might actually go down.
Exactly. I think that's the
deal.
biggest benefit of restructuring this year. Because we've had that question asked a lot since the end of the season. Why would they try to restructure or re-sign or give a contract extension to Brandon Ayuk at this point when he's still under contract for one season? Well, it's to relieve that $14 million hit so they can backload some of his contract. That's what they do in the NFL these days. They're just moving around money.
Move it. It's like freaking what's the I don't know the game where you're moving the squares around and trying to find the square game.
Minecraft.
Is that Minecraft?
Wow, that was a wild breakdown by you.
It wasn't really what I was thinking of, but hey, I'll take Minecraft.
I was thinking of a little traffic jam game where you have to move the cars around to get the car out.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Minecraft is like that video game where you're mining trees and wood and building cabins and stuff.
My kid played Minecraft for a while, and then I think it got uncool. Ooh. And then there were accusations being thrown of you still play Minecraft. No, I don't. No, I don't.
Oh man, so Minecraft is like the modern day Barney. You still watch Barney.
But then one kid will rediscover it and start playing it, and they're like, well, he's playing, let's go play it again. No, it's not. They're crazy.
There might be professional Minecraft leagues at this point.
Probably.
With all these advanced professional video gamers.
So speaking of the cap, get back to the cap with the Minecraft.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. I love digressions. You kidding me? I live for them. But getting back to the cap story of the $25 million and then lowering Ayuk, and Branch's piece is about this is all stuff they want to carry into next year for your QB. Because they're going to have a huge cap hit when of course, that will also be spread out and backloaded, but they're going to need cap room to sign Purdy.
Absolutely.
By the way, I just keep throwing this out there just on occasion, just to be that guy, and it's kind of a D take, quite frankly, but we're sure Purdy's going to have a great year?
Ooh, sure. That's a hot take, Murph.
I'm just making sure.
808 KNBR. Should the 49ers move on from Brock Purdy?
No. I just want, I want the kid. Listen, arrow up, full off season. Everything should be great. I want to see him become great. I do. I want to see him, the Chris Sims of the world to eat it and all. But he remains very young and very, I wouldn't say unproven. He's been proven at a high level. But, I just like to see the guy make the step so he continues to answer questions to get up from that. People put him in the 10 to 15 range. I'd like to see him get up to the 5 to 10 range.
And that's the thing. So far, throughout the season and a half that he's played in the NFL, he's continued to make those steps. Since the moment he stepped in for Jimmy Garoppolo in that Miami Dolphins game. Look how many straight games he won, of course. You look at the playoff runs. You look at the injury and how he bounced back from an internal brace elbow surgery during the offseason. And then he goes out and he's a finalist to win the MVP. And so that's why I'm excited about the future of Brock Purdy, as watching him develop over the last season and a half, and now he's got the opportunity to have a first full offseason as a starter, to work with that first unit, but to work on himself. We've talked about bulk Purdy this offseason, how he's added size, how he's gotten stronger.
Almost too bulky.
He's a lot bigger this year than he was last year. I hope he
retains that mobility and all that. But, it should be with a full offseason in that playbook and all the creativity. Now, McCaffrey's not at camp. And this camp starts on Tuesday. By the way, they said Tuesday it'll be a big deal. Ayuk should show up on Tuesday. He doesn't want to get fined $101,000 a day.
Well, Murph, I got good news for you. Yeah? Today's Tuesday. Today's the start of mandatory minicamp.
Oh, I thought it was
so we'll get answers today.
Tuesday. My
bad.
Mandatory
minicamp June 4th through June 6th.
How's my reading comprehension, by the way? I kept reading Tuesday. This is what happens to me this time of year, bro.
And today's Tuesday.
Little League playoffs, All-Stars.
Sorry,
my brain's
Murph.
a mess.
Some people would say that your brain is in the June swoon.
Very good. Very good. All right, let's get the guest list going on a Tuesday, June 4, 2024. Hey, listen, my brain's not, this is the math I can do. Because we have this cool clock in here where the time is blue, the day is red, and the date is green. I really like this clock. It's really cool. And I see 6, 4, 24, and my brain goes, 6 times 4 is 24.
Ooh, look at the big brains
smarter?
on Murph.
What's the TV show?
Are you smarter than a fifth grader?
Yeah, that's it. Literally, that's about the cap of my math right there. That's about the cap of my math. You should see when the kid brings home math homework and I just turn it over to check with Candace.
Once they start throwing letters in the math equations, I'm done, Murph.
You should see what Declan's doing this advanced algebra
Come on, dude. Just stick the numbers. Let's stick the numbers.
I shout him out all the time, and he always gets a note. Sandy Murray got me through junior year advanced algebra.
Shout out Sandy.
Yeah, and by the way, he's so good at math. He became a CPA, accountant, certified public accountant. He's now has his own business. And when he heard that I mentioned him about a month ago, he emailed me from, wait for it, Tahiti, where he and his wife Claudine are quote unquote working.
Tahiti.
He goes, well, I have the freedom. He goes, so we're just living in Tahiti for a few months. Claudine is out snorkeling. He goes, I'm looking at the ocean. I heard you mention me. How are things? I said, how are things? I'm waking up at 4:15 in the morning.
Yeah.
That's how are things. You know, you're emailing me from Tahiti.
Yeah, maybe you should hit those math books a little harder, Murph.
Seriously.
I want to be in Tahiti.
How'd you do in math, young Tone?
Decent.
Yeah.
One of my favorite subjects, yeah, actually.
Well, we know how John Joe Curley did, if you have that sound. We know how he did over at Reardon in math class.
He was always crunching the numbers, even back in the day.
Yes.
This is a guy that
should be on the board.
Number.
This nerd loves data.
That should be on your board, because I want that all the time.
Yeah, we're working through some things.
Oh, okay.
I actually like to be able to search it, too. Okay. It might be faster.
Keep searching, Tony.
You need to know that voice is from that young man in that rectangle there, and somehow, some way, Curly's now in the camera.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
But he's not wearing the light-colored quarter zip that pissed off a listener.
You're saying that like it's a bad thing.
So, all right, what do we got, buddy?
All right, coming up at 7:30, we have Dwayne Kuiper, unfortunately, after a loss again.
Here we go again.
Can we get this guy a break?
Come on, Kuip.
I know. It's so bad.
It's insane.
And a walk-off loss at that.
Dude.
You know, back to, I mean, Sunday wasn't a walk-off loss, but it kind of felt like a walk-off loss. So,
He's a pro's pro. He'll handle it well.
Pro, yes,
Big hit is going to be at 7:50 this morning, and then David Lombardi at 8:15 to talk some Niners football to start a training camp.
Explain for us all that stuff. About,
Exactly.
Ayuk.
Yep, and then we got Marcus Thompson at 9:15. Going to talk some NBA.
Let's
And
go.
little finals coming up here on Thursday.
See the Kyrie I've changed Irving
He's
speech?
a changed man.
See that?
Do you believe him?
I've
Wow.
grown. Have you grown at all?
Is
in
the
your life?
earth still flat, Kyrie?
I'm not sure I've grown. Anyway.
All right, and then coming up at 9:30, a great guest, Bob Brenly's going to stop by the show.
All right, good stuff. Well, listen, welcome Logan Thomas and welcome training camp. That'll be fun. But back to the Giants. I got a disturbing stat for you on the other side. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Brock parody.
All right, bright and early on a warm Tuesday, we have Steve Moskowitz. Hey, Steve, you want to talk to us about unfiled tax returns?
Unfiled tax returns. This is a real common situation. And by the way, a lot of people are working remotely. So suppose you're working for a California company from Tahiti. What state do you have to pay taxes? Is it California or is it where you're living? That's one of the things that we have to deal with for you. And all the states are very hungry for tax revenue. But the number one reason people don't file returns is because they don't have the money. And if you don't do that, the government files a punishment return. It's called an SFR, substitute for return. And a lot of times it's way more than you really owe. Second biggest reason after people don't have the money to pay it, they don't have their records. No problem for that either. We get all the records the IRS and the state has on you. The bottom line, no matter what your situation, we want to take care of you. What do you have to lose? We have a free consultation. We'll talk to you. We'll tell you all your options, all your rights. And if you want us to, we can do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, what can you do for me?
That sounds pretty good, Steve. That was tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Runner at second, one out, tie game, bottom 9. Now a swing and a high fly ball, center field deep. Yastrzemski back at the wall. It is gone. Maybe it hit off the balcony and bounced back in, but Smith is rounding the bases, and he's going to come around and score. So whether it was a home run over the wall or stayed in the park, it's a walk-off no matter what. The Diamondbacks beat the Giants 4-2. The pinch hitter, Pavin Smith, after the bloop double. That was no bloop. He blasted that one to right center. And the Diamondbacks take game 1 of this series. They hand the Giants a 5th consecutive loss.
This is incredible. I didn't know somebody sampled Steve Miller's Abracadabra.
Not just somebody. This is Slim Shady. Eminem is back, about to release a new album, and he samples Steve Miller Band's Abracadabra, Murph.
How do you feel about this?
I absolutely love it. And you know I'm a Steve Miller Band head.
This is new, Slim Shady?
This just came out this past weekend, Murph. The track is called Houdini, and I thought it was perfectly played for the Giants offense disappearing like Houdini.
It is a real toe tapper. You know what's so funny about Steve Miller Band? I mean, well, listen, we all, you know, our affection for the Steve Miller Band is well documented on this show, right down to you, but I thoroughly rejected Abracadabra. You and Paulie embraced it, too. I want to Abracadabra. I want to reach out and grab you. Even as a kid, I was like, it's got to be one of the worst lyrics of all time.
How about Eminem going Abracadabra? I'm about to reach in my bag, bruh.
Okay. So that's better than I'm going to reach out and grab you. So thank you for that. Hey, New Music Tuesday here on the Murph and Marcus show here, and it makes me happier than the stat I had for you, which is about the Giants. So that was cool. That was good energy. Now bad energy coming your way. San Francisco Giants baseball. So I've been doing some noodling here on the scratch paper. They call it back of the envelope math here.
Noodling? What are you doing? Searching for catfish? Finger fishing? Noodling?
Oh, yeah. Not catfishing Monte Teo style. Did you guys used to watch that show, Catfish, on MTV?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I did watch that.
That's more your generation there. Did you watch that, Young Tone? Did you see that?
Absolutely.
A little bit, not like a ton.
Who was that guy? His name was like Ari or whatever.
I think it was Nev. Nev was his name.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Shout out the show.
I went
Catfish.
to a brief stretch where I was exercising, and I was on the treadmill, and that thing would be on TV, and I would watch it and be like, "Is this what the kids are doing these days?"
Well, maybe that's the question of the day, Murph. Did this Giants offense catfish you over this 4-game series winning streak?
You stay hot, buddy. Stay hot with your Slim Shady rejoins and this. Yes, and the answer is yes. So going back to last Tuesday's win over the Phillies, here are the numbers: 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 2. And that's the amount of runs they've scored in each game. And that 5 was Sunday's outburst, and it was a loss. Yeah. Okay, so one game, they won 1-0 against the Phillies, lose 6-1 to the Phillies, lose to the Yankees on Friday. They only scored 2 runs in that game. They lose the Yankees on Saturday. They scored 3 runs in that game. And last night they scored 2. So here it is, guys. Last 6 games, 14 runs.
Oof.
Last 6 games, 14 runs. They are back to not hitting. And what is the problem? Is it simply a Lamont Wade Jr. problem? Is he the guy? Is he the catalyst? Is he the one? So I start going through some of the names. In June, Mike Yastrzemski.
Where you see?
0 for 7. 1 for his last 11. In June, Wilmer Flores.
Where you see?
0 for 8. 0 for 8. In June, Trenton Brooks.
Where you see?
0 for 8. 0 for 8. And then there's a guy who I saw him hit a ball real hard last night. Just got speared. Is Patty Bailey. 0 for 8.
Yeah, I'm not going to
So, yeah. So those 5, I'm just giving you those guys just for the heck of it. Yaz, Flores, Brooks, and Bailey. You ready for this, dude? Pardon me. Brooks is 0 for 4. I said 0 for 8. 12, 20, 0 for 27. Is that good? Is that good?
Yeah, the answer is
27,
no.
15. That's
no, that is
unbelievable. How do you go 0 for 20? Those are just 4 guys now. It's funny enough, people are down on Jorge Soler. He's actually 5 for his last 10.
He's actually started to swing it a little bit better. As we talked about in the first segment, I would have preferred to see him slide at first base when Christian Walker's feet came off the bag.
You got to think fast.
But still, Jorge Soler, we were talking during the break. Who would you rather have in the middle of your lineup right now, Jorge Soler or Jock Peterson?
I know.
Who's having a good year with the D-backs.
Jock's numbers are better.
And I think right now, especially, again, this is all in hindsight, but when you look at Lamont Wade Jr. not being that lineup. You look at Jung-Hoo Lee, done for the year. It was nice to see Michael Conforto back in the lineup yesterday, even though he went 0 for 4. But this is a lineup that's desperate for left-handed bats, which is why Trenton Brooks is still in the lineup.
Yeah, and the bats, you can just see the at-bats are not major league quality. He's not a huge... Listen, it's a great story. His family was there. He got his first hit. But, guys, come on, let's be honest now.
Yeah.
By the way, I didn't even mention Luis Matos, he was given a night to rest last night. He in June is 1 for 8, but prior to that was 0 for his last 11. So he's 1 for his last 19 going into last night.
Yeah, he's in a slump now.
They gave him a little rest last night, and they moved Yaz to center and gave Elliot Ramos a start and right, which he has a couple of those this year. So is that the outfield you'd like to see, or would you like to see Yaz begin to get phased out and go Conforto, Matos, Ramos?
That's the lineup I want to see. And I get it. As you just mentioned, Matos has cooled off since winning NL Player of the Week, but that's a guy you want in your lineup. That's a guy that can add some excitement. That's a guy that has the ability to drive in runs, as we saw when he is swinging a hot bat. He's going to be streaky. He's 22 years old, playing at the major league level. Guys are going to get a book on him. Yeah. Look how many times we've seen this before, whether it's Casey Schmidt or even a guy like Corbin Carroll from the Arizona Diamondbacks, who dropped down to the 8th spot last night for the D-backs. Wow. These young guys will struggle, but you've got to let them play. You've got to keep them in the lineup, in my opinion.
Lefty tonight for Arizona, Blake Walston, a 22-year-old first-round draft pick out of Wilmington, North Carolina High School. Sounds like a Bumgarnerian dude, but it sounds like an opportunity for Matos to get back in.
Yeah, we know that Yaz is not going to be in the lineup against a lefty. Hell, he's struggling against righties right now, too, as the numbers you just pointed out. So I would expect to see Matos, Ramos, and you got to keep Conforto in there just to get him some at-bats, get him back into his groove.
669 says, do you guys think Jock looked like he lost some weight as opposed to letting himself go when he was with the Giants?
Ooh, maybe he stopped playing all those card games before the game.
See, you guys hit his first home run as a Cardinal, Brandon Crawford. And I say this out of love and respect. Believe me, we know Mike Crawford, we love the family. I think he's put on a couple pounds. Hey, listen, as a man who battles that kind of stuff constantly, so
as a man that's well into my 30s now, Murphy, even my metabolism's slowing down.
I'd never forget one of my favorite texts of all time when in the 2017, 18, 19 corridor when the Giants were really bad. And everything started to get old really fast, and Buster was getting hurt and all that, and Bumgarner was ineffective, and all that stuff was happening. Brandon Belt was getting hurt, and one guy who wrote in and said, man, guys, let's be honest, it's all getting old and bad. He goes, Brandon Crawford looks like Don Shula. He looks like late career Don Shula leading the Dolphins out of the North Tunnel.
Oh, no.
One of my favorite texts of all time.
Just late career Don Shula.
Don Shula had a little, he had the white Dolphin shirt with the dolphin on the left breast tucked into like the aqua slacks, you know what I mean? And the white belt. But he's leading the Dolphins out of the tunnel. He's got a little paunch kind of jiggling around there. Unbelievable image. Looking like Don Shula, late career Don Shula leading the Dolphins out of the North Tunnel. So anyway, I just wanted to shout out that. So I don't know the answer to the offense. The first base problem, are you going to keep running Trenton Brooks out there? Well, it's a lefty tonight, so you play Flores.
Yes.
Flores has been ice cold, as we noted. Wisely at second, or the Tyro Estrada jam thumb continues to be a problem. I'll tell you what about Brett Wisely. It's both a compliment and a sad statement that I look forward to his at-bats. You know what I mean? No,
Explain.
Well, it's a compliment because I think he's a grinder, and I think he puts together competitive at-bats, and I think he gets a lot of barrels. But also, he shouldn't be the guy in your lineup that you're pointing to.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That makes sense.
He should be like the 8 guy. You know what I mean? On a team like your team that just came through here, he'd be like hiding in the 8-hole.
Again, look at the Giants' success over the 4 straight series that they won. It was production from the bottom of the lineup. The 6, 7, 8, 9 guys were producing. Now, Brett Wisely was down there. Elliot Ramos was down there. Luis Matos was down there. Now they're shifting around, moving around the lineup. They just are looking for a consistency. And we've seen Bob Melvin and company throw out a billion different lineups this year. And yesterday we saw Wisely in the leadoff spot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he got 2 knocks, right? How do you feel about Wisely?
I think he's giving you competitive at-bats. Again, we can go back to his time in Sacramento when he was actually out-producing a guy like Marco Luciano. I was actually impressed defensively and offensively. I like seeing him and Casey Schmidt turn a nice double play up the middle yesterday. The guy's giving you quality at-bats and quality play inside.
And the sample size is getting kind of larger. You know what I mean? And the thing is he's tiny. And so guys like that, you're like, no. But no, he's like, guess what?
That was funny. I was just laughing. I was sitting at the Giants game on Sunday, and there was just a great older couple behind me, Giants fans. Phenomenal. We were talking baseball back and forth, and the older woman goes, Oh, my God. Look how small Brett Wisey looks when he's standing next to Aaron Judge on second base.
God, that must have been something.
Like, it was almost like the Jose Altuve image. Like, he was towering over him. So I just have that image in my head now.
925 says, why is nobody talking about Chapman not giving a hard 90 to home to score before the tag was made on Solari? 100% should score before Solari gets to first. That's an interesting inside baseball move because obviously on a force play it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But that's interesting. On a tag play at first, that runner at third can score. Or is that still considered a force out on Solari because he's advancing from home to first? If he's tagged out, is that still considered a force out that would negate a run? That's actually an inside baseball question that I don't know.
That's super inside baseball. Now, again, I wasn't really even paying too much attention to Matt Chapman and whether or not he was running a hard 90 because I thought Jorge Soler could have gave you a better effort running down first base.
You want him to slide.
I want him to slide. You see those feet come off the bag, you got to go down.
And all my years of baseball, I'd never heard that, but I'm not rebuking it. I'm pondering it. But I am pondering. So I have to explain this sometimes to some of the kids. They're like, oh, why doesn't that run count? Well, because when the inning ends on a force, the run doesn't count. Does that count as a force when a throw draws the first baseman on the bag, but he slap tags Soler? Even though it's a tag out, it's still a force play because he's just going from home to first.
That is true.
I think that still counts as a force play.
I would side with that
guess.
side of the argument also.
The other one was Chapman on the almost got waved home on the double by who hit that ball in the gap?
Oh yeah, where he had to pull the brake going down.
That
around
was
third.
yeah. I mean, he was making good time around the bags. He can run. That was like my kid was like, "Ooh, you got to revisit that son, Dad." I was like, that looked to me like a Alex Gordon, Brandon Crawford situation where the ball was in the infield when he was just rounding third.
Yeah,
or at least in the shallow left.
You don't want Matt Chapman to turn into Tommy Pham and start shadow boxing out in left field after being thrown out.
All right, guys. Well, that's the stat I wanted to give you. 6 runs in 14 games. And so as the late, great Bill Walton, who we still miss, said, where's the offense, Mike? I'm going to need some offense, all right? 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to check in. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is 415-808-5627. And we'll continue to ponder and plumb that Giants offense next on the Sports Leader.
Where is the offense?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think he already has, really. I mean, from the minute he got here, played with a lot of confidence. He's playing left, he's playing right, hit him everywhere in the lineup, from in the middle to lead off, and continues to play with a lot of energy. And he's playing great.
Elliot Ramos, one of the good things. What are we doing? You can't go back to back, abracadabra. You cannot do this. This is against the rules of Western civilization.
I want to reach out and grab you.
How you doing this?
This is a Marcus Boucher request.
Oh, my
damn right.
Back to back.
First of all, if we're going to give...
back?
Because the first song was Eminem, Houdini.
I preferred that
paying homage to Steve Miller Band, and now we're playing the original for everybody, Steve Miller Band. A little abracadabra.
But you're a Steve Miller fan. We could have gone any number of ways.
Yeah, but we had to.
Way.
And I know you don't like this song too much, so I asked Tony to play it for you.
So you're trying to provoke. I see.
You see what I'm doing here.
We had a lot of that provoking yesterday.
Yeah.
Today's a non-provoke Tuesday. All right, we're enjoying the heat wave outside here. I'm in short sleeves. I'm flexing. So anyway, remember, I always laughed when Triple E said that when I wore one of my button-down short sleeves. He goes, "Oh, summer Murph."
Summer Murph. Watch out. It's hot boy summer with Summer Murph.
Very good, man. Hey, we were just joking during the break about betting on games. Did you guys see this story? Padres shortstop Tucupita Marcano, by the way, which is Spanish for "Get me Shohei's interpreter" on the line. All right, this guy was busted for betting on the Pittsburgh Pirates when he was on the Pirates.
Dude,
How about this?
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to ask the same question. Doesn't this guy have an interpreter who can take the fall for him?
I'm telling you, man. And if he's still that David Fletcher story about the clubhouse where he was in the clubhouse using the same guy as Shohei's guy. Man, that Shohei thing, I'm still, and I know everybody comes at me. 3 federal investigators, the Department of Homeland Security, the Internal Revenue Service, what was the other one? Like the FBI. Yeah. They all cleared Shohei. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You know what else? You know what also happened? They cleared O.J. Simpson.
Very good.
Right. I'm just saying.
Hey, if we're going to go there, Marcus, they're also telling you a man walked on the moon.
They're also trying to tell Kyrie Irving that the Earth is round.
Hey, we'll have to get to the Kyrie sound later about the new Kyrie there, too. So anyway, 808
Kyrie,
KNBR.
who it is?
Dude, I tell you what, I'm supposed to read these forward teases for other shows. It's in my sheet here. All right, am I sure I'm going to read this one?
What is it?
Are we gonna start ripping open wounds all over again, dude? Tolbert and Copes at 3:50 this afternoon. 2001 World Series champion Luis Gonzalez. Oh my God!
This is hilarious.
Are they trying to this is like arson?
I think they're trying to
light
provoke.
a fire in here.
And you know what, Murph? It's funny.
I feel like you're trying to provoke.
Because I was sitting here this morning talking to John Joe Curley about poetic justice. And you walked in and you heard some of the conversation and you were like, oh, what is this poetic justice you're talking about? Yeah. And I lied to your face. Said I was just quoting Kendrick Lamar, one of his famous songs, Poetic Justice.
Yeah.
But I was actually talking about the coincidence of you talking S, you going through the box score of the walk-off hit by Luis Gonzalez, and now it leads to a walk-off hit by the Diamondbacks last night.
Wow,
a little bit of karma there, Murph.
Wow,
huh?
Look at that.
I'm blaming you for the Randy Rodriguez meatball down the middle.
Why didn't you say that to my face at the time?
Because I wanted to save it on air.
Oh, man.
I wanted to get this organic reaction.
Now I know we lie to each other.
Oh,
on this
yeah.
show.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Murph,
right.
I'm playing Survivor out here.
I almost had a riff there, but I'm not going to go there. Hey, guys, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Yeah, believe me, don't tell me to believe me. I know the game Survivor has played a role in this station's recent history.
Travis spoken.
Hey, Chris Russo came on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday, and he's so good, we just have to play him. I mean, we think we're fairly entertaining, but he's more entertaining.
Listen.
That's why he's the nationally famous Mad Dog Russo. Plus, he says things that provoke us, and I like hearing from him. And he comes from the East Coast, so we thought we'd play some of that for you just to get you all riled up. Just like I was riled up at that caller, Steve from Fresno, that it turned into a minute-long promo, which is unusual, isn't it?
What's up, Steve?
But anyway, Russo on the ballpark turning into the Bronx. Oh, this is cut L, buddy. Sorry about that. Cut L.
Giant fans should be embarrassed. I mean, the place was full of Yankee fans yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
I thought I was in watching that when Soto hit the ball out in the ninth. It looked like it was in the Bronx. That's embarrassing. That's one thing that happens in Tampa, Miami. But, San Francisco has been having a ball club here for 75 years. They've won 3 championships. That was that was alarming, the amount of Yankee fans. And I know they're Yankees and they travel, but geez. And they were sitting in good seats. I mean, that was pretty bad. I know they buy them, but my God, the Giant fan got embarrassed with that.
Okay, it's something that's worth talking about. We did touch on it yesterday, but we had other things going on. But about that whole concept of fans invading your park, I mean, sometimes you're sort of powerless because the secondary market, the season ticket base is only a certain number. So there's always going to be 20,000 seats available. So you're sort of powerless if 20,000 Yankee fans buy the tickets, right? And if they make a concerted effort to do it. Now, Yankee fans have taken over pretty much every park in America. Like, I don't think this is like a black eye. I think if you go to a Dodger-Yankee game, the mighty Dodgers, you're going to see an S-ton of Yankees fans.
Do you think Dodger fans will invade Yankee Stadium this weekend?
Oh, is that this weekend?
That's this weekend. You got Aaron Judge squaring off against Shohei Ohtani.
I think they will invade. Now, they won't make as big a dent as these guys did this past weekend. So, to Russo's point, that is true. But, yes, there will be a heavy Dodger fan presence. Oh, that's this weekend.
Yeah, that's coming up this weekend.
That's really good.
Get your popcorn ready. But, yeah, we've seen it now with the Yankees. Of course, we see it all the time with the Dodgers, but we've also seen with the Phillies. But then again, what's the common factor of those three teams?
Yeah.
They have superstars.
Yes, exactly right.
They have people who are box office that people want to see.
I would also add that I do those This Date in Giants histories with Mike Holler, and I do another session today. And there are stretches during the glory days when the Giants are on the road, and man, the Giants fans are dominating. Giants fans have taken over many parks across the landscape. Obviously, San Diego for starters. Even Dodger Stadium back in the 2010s, you would hear a lot of Giants fans there too. So it happens when your team is hot and good, you invade. We need to go to the NFL.
Oh, I was going to say.
The 49ers took over Dallas in a playoff game,
Dude. You want to talk about the red wave and the success of the 49ers? Look how many 49er fans travel across the country. We don't even have to bring up SoFi Stadium. That's another home field 2.0, Levi South.
Remember Leonard Floyd said that to us in that interview. Yeah. I mean, they'll go to Philly and make a dent.
I mean, they make other teams use the silent count at home in their own stadiums with the amount of 49er fans that show up on the road.
Do you have that sound that we used to use at the end of the show where he says, "That's the end of the game," and then you hear that cheer? When you find that, play that, because that's in Dallas.
Yeah.
And that's a 49er crowd cheering.
In Jerry's world.
You have it? Yeah.
That's the end of the game.
Those are Niner fans. And that goes on. I mean, so it happens. So I get, and right now, to be honest, as you mentioned, the stars, this is the indictment on Farhan, that he has built a star-less team that has bored Giants fans to being susceptible to being taken over.
Correct.
By Dodgers, Phillies, and Yankees.
And it's not just this season. It's going back to the 107 win season. Since then, the outlier season, this has been a team that's hovered either at 500 or below 500. So, no, there's not a lot of motivation to go out and spend $20 on a beer and $50, $60, $70 for parking and to bring your whole family to the ballpark when they're not putting up a product that fans want to see.
No. In fact, Bruce Jenkins came on with us yesterday and addressed that very topic about the Yankees and the Giants, and he flat out just went after Farhan with the F word. He went failure, cut I here. Bruce Jenkins.
That's exactly right. And he's simply a failure in that regard. 6 years is a long time. It's time. It's enough time to do some things. Enough time to bring in, a couple of real stars off the free agent market. Not maybe this and maybe that, and to get some people coming up from the farm system where they're just no question. All right, we got a guy here now, like a Gunnar Henderson, Adley Rutschman type of guy who, what we saw with Buster Posey and Bumgarner and Lincecum, and they just haven't shown that. I really like Harrison. I think he's going to be good. I like Schmidt a lot at short. I think he's going to be the shortstop. But the bottom line is they haven't put on a show. Is what they haven't done. And you need stars to put on a show, and their star power is sadly lacking in year 6. And guys can leave after 1 year. They sign, but they're gone after a year with the opt-out. So I don't see any big plus to Farhan's tenure here.
Yeah, I mean that's 100% correct. I mean, we were all feeling good last week when they won, 5 out of 6. What was it? How many in a row? 4 comeback wins in a row,
and 4 series in a row,
and all that stuff. And so, of course, because we get excited because they won games. But he's 100% right. And we think about the 49ers taking over stadiums. They're winning, but look at the way they're winning with the stars.
Yes.
I mean, look at Christian McCaffrey, superstar. Debo Samuel, star. Brandon Ayuk, kind of a star. Nick Bosa, star.
Yeah.
Fred Warner for a linebacker, star. George Kittle, star.
Superstar.
Yeah, these are personalities larger than life. People who, when they walk down the street, people go nuts for these people.
Brock Purdy's turning into a star.
Brock Purdy, star, right? And so who's the Giants' biggest star? Who is it?
That's the question.
Who is it?
Well,
who is it?
Patrick Bailey?
Was it Jung-Hoo Lee?
I would say he probably got the most fan interaction, and he only played a couple seasons.
Yeah, Young Tone, you got to vote?
Logan Webb?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
When you talk about the face of the franchise right now, I always lean on Logan Webb. But I don't think nationally he's viewed as a superstar. No doubt he's an all-star pitcher.
We used to have this game as a joke when my buddies and I in college, when like the Expos came to town, my buddy would say, name 5 Expos. That was our big thing. Name 5 Expos. And so do you think nationally, if you were talking to some fan at a bar in New York, because that's a baseball town, by the way. You go to bars in New York, you can talk baseball with the bartender. And if you said names 5 San Francisco Giants, I bet they couldn't.
They'd probably struggle.
I bet they couldn't.
Now, again, Webby.
Matt Chapman.
I was going to say Matt Chapman, maybe because he has been an all-star before in his career.
And listen, Farhan would say, if he was sitting right here saying, guys, what do you want? I tried to get Harper. I tried to get Judge. I tried. I tried for all these guys.
Tried to get Carlos Correa. Tried to get more players. And that goes back to my whole entire argument yesterday about recruiting guys like Aaron Judge. When you don't have the lineup to recruit other guys, when you go down to Anaheim and have A.J. Pollock hit and clean up in front of Shohei Ohtani, it's hard to recruit other superstars to join your team, and that's why we're looking for them to maybe develop a homegrown superstar. But that's what we asked Bruce Jenkins yesterday, and he's like, I don't think there's really a homegrown superstar. Like, to me, I think that guy that has the highest ceiling as becoming an all-star fixture would be like a Kyle Harrison.
Kyle Harrison, yeah. And Pat Bailey, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
He mentioned Adley Rushman and Gunnar Henderson, otherwise known as my guys. Yeah. My guys. You're not even giving me a laugh on that one. Or a 7-2 win over the Blue Jays yesterday. You know, as of yesterday, I am ORIOLES. When I hear the national anthem now from here on out, and I hear when they get to the part where they say say does that, I'm going to yell O's because it's war. Don't think I forgot. I'm going Orioles all the way.
I thought we were going next pitch here. Again, I'm not giving you the Orioles. I'm not just allowing you to jump on the bandwagon. If you're going to switch teams, you got to go back to your Boston Red Sox.
No, I told you. How many times have I told you?
You can keep telling me.
Simmons
You can keep
incident
telling
ruined
me.
everything.
Uh-huh.
By the way, Red Sox are 30-30, and name 5 Red Sox. That's another boring team.
Which, by the way, when me and Murph were chirping each other this week, and I dropped an F the Red Sox
He
on
did
them.
say that, and I was like, now look at him.
Yeah.
I said, and then he also, hey, do you have no, just Jeff?
No.
Jeff Ulbrich, you got Jeff Ulbrich. You got Jeff, just for the sound, and Quinton Williams, I think it is, the tackle for the Jets. You got that one there. Yeah. Okay, stand by. Anyway, Orioles, just to keep you updated, Orioles only one back in the loss column in the East.
Yeah, I don't think
as
anybody's
great as the
looking for those
Yankees
updates.
are, the Yankees must be like, damn, we're 42-19. We're only one up in the loss column on the O's.
Yeah.
Of course, they'll both make the playoffs, so it'll be irrelevant. But winning the East is better than winning the wild card.
Yeah, when do the Giants square off?
No, not the kids. Not the kids' toys. Not the kids. I know. You can on the toys.
As Michael Jordan once said, blank them kids.
Did he really say that?
Yeah, he did.
I didn't know
It's
that.
a quote from Michael Jordan. At least it's a meme that I see all the time.
What's he saying, man? Come on, Jordan. What are you doing here? You're asking when do the Giants play the Baltimore Orioles?
Baltimore Orioles.
I know, I'm gonna have trouble.
Allegedly.
I'm going to have trouble that week.
Who are you going to be rooting for?
You're
going to be rooting for the orange and black or the black and orange?
Are you just switching teams now or
That's
what?
what I'm saying. Murph is out here set tripping.
It's my American League squad. We go to Camden September 17, 18,
You mean
19.
the Giants come to you out in Camden?
Yeah, 17, 18, 19.
Keep the same energy when this series
gonna keep
happens.
this energy.
I want you rooting for the Orioles
It's
the
all
whole time.
orange and black. So when I do that spell out, you guys don't know what I'm doing here, but they used to have in 70, when they were really good in the late 70s, early 80s with Earl Weaver and Eddie Murray and all those guys, Rich and all those guys, they had a cab driver named Wild Bill Hagee. He was a big bearded guy, fat, and he would stand on top of the dugout in whatever inning, maybe the 7th or the 8th, and he would lead spellouts. So he would just do this, and they would do this, R-I-O-L-E, and it was Wild Bill Hagee. Check him out on YouTube. I haven't looked it up. I'm sure there's some Wild Bill Hagee on YouTube. But that's back when they would play in the 7th inning stretch, Thank God I'm a Country Boy by John Denver.
Ooh.
Orioles have their own little flavor and culture.
Thank God I'm a country boy.
Yeah, by
in
John Denver.
Baltimore?
Yeah.
I don't really view that as a country city.
Just a few miles out. You're out in the country of Maryland.
Okay.
All right.
All
So
right.
it's a toe tapper. It's
I'll
a
buy
banger.
it, yeah.
How come a rapper hasn't sampled Thank God I'm a Country Boy? Do you know the song?
I'm sure somebody could find it. If I heard it, maybe, but not
Do you know
off
the
the top
song?
of my head.
Play it right now. You don't need to play as a rejoin. This is how we did it in like the late 70s, early 80s. You guys know John Denver.
This is how we do it. Yeah, I know John
You
Denver.
know John Denver and Annie says Sunshine on My Shoulder and all that good stuff. But this I think they might still play it at Camden Yards to get everybody all riled up. And you need a good 7th inning stretch song. Giants don't really have one, do they?
Not really
No.
when I think about it, no.
But what if they adopted this one? What if they adopted this one here? You got to hear you. Wait till the fiddle kicks in. Imagine being at Camden Yards on a warm summer night. And wait, here comes the fiddle right now. Ready? Boom. Got fiddle. Sun's coming up. I got cakes on the griddle. Life ain't nothing but a funny, funny riddle. Thank God. Wait, here we go. Drop it. Yeah. Doesn't that sound like fun in a 7th inning stretch? Anyway, that's my tune now for the summer.
It sounds like a good tune, but again, when I think of Baltimore, I think of like The Wire. I don't think of Country Boys.
No, they went for they went for it.
All right.
I think they just went for the banger. Just went for the toe tapper.
They went for the banger.
Anyway,
stone.
guys, we were just talking about Russo and his comments on the Giants. Here's another one for you guys on the wild card berth and 82 wins. I think this is cut M. Russo on the wild card berth that I keep touting, by the way.
The Giants can fight all day for those last two spots, but fighting for those last two spots all summer when you're 82-80, nobody's going to get excited. They go to the playoff games, but nobody in August is going to run the oracle to see Giants and Diamondbacks battle out to see who can figure out a way to get into the postseason. That would be my take about those last couple spots. And you're right. You get into the playoffs, and, basketball is different, but you make the playoffs in baseball, anything can happen. But it's one thing to make it when you're really playing well and you're the Orioles who might win 98 games and finish in second place. It's another thing to make it when you're struggling to win 82 to get a last spot in a very bad National League. And that's where the Giants are right now.
Yeah, so much so. And that's what Kapler did for a couple years, and I was bored by it and everything. And now here's my guy Bob Melvin, and they're not different. I mean, Bob, you could see it after the game. He's pissed. Mm-hmm. He does those post-game interviews. I watched the whole thing on NBC Sports Bay Area last night, and he's just sitting there. He does this thing where he looks around with his eyebrows kind of up, and you can tell he's pissed. He's like, how long do I have to do this? It must be hard, to be honest, to have, to lose 5 in a row and just sit there and have these people just peppering you. So why do you suck?
Yeah.
Why you guys keep losing?
Mm-hmm. And Murph, I think a lot of Giants fans would have that same look if they are 80-82 to finish the season.
Yeah. Well, that would be Cap. I mean, like that Cap would be sitting in Miami doing his whistle.
Yeah.
Sneaky good.
What was that whistle, by the way?
He was going with Kendrick Lamar's Like That, a Metro Boomin beat. And yeah, Gabe Kapler did a TikTok yesterday.
Do you think that's worth playing on the because it's more of a visual, isn't it?
Yeah, but we just
teased
it. Yeah, it's just Kapler whistling and kind of gazing at the camera.
Anyway, I tell you, Cap must be sitting there going, "What? I could go 29-32.
Yeah,
I could lose 5 in a row." So anyway, all right. Well, there you go. We'll change the subject. The 49ers made a big ad yesterday. Niner talk next on the Sports Leader.
As long as we win baseball games, we'll be in the playoffs.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
All right, Provident Credit Union has a smarter way to save and give you guaranteed results. Look no further than Provident Credit Union, where you can increase your earnings with a Provident Credit Union pick-a-term certificate. So lock in a 4.75% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, or 9-month term, or earn 4.50% with a 12-month term. Let your money work for you. So earn up to 4.75% and reach your short-term savings goals faster. Enjoy the peace of mind knowing your money will grow securely with guaranteed returns. Do not miss this limited time offer. Open a Provident Pick-a-Term certificate today. Visit providentcu.org or your local branch to get started. This rate is effective as of June 1st, 2024. Minimum balance credit of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit Provident Credit Union at providentcu.org.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Brandon Ayuk.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Yeah, I do expect him to be here, and if he's not, it will be a big story. I think a lot of us have reached out to either McCaffrey or the McCaffrey family or McCaffrey's agent about, what is this about? Is it merely, wedding related? Is it truly a contractual issue? And nobody's gotten any response, which to me suggests that it is very much business.
Okay, that's Matt Barrows on Christian McCaffrey, also set to our heat wave themes today. We can keep this going. We went Martha Vandellas. Now we're going much more modern, Glass Animals. For some reason, the song annoyed me. I don't know why. But it's okay. I don't know. Just whatever. My kids listen to it all the time. Anyway.
Well, credit to you for knowing the name Glass Animals, because I had no idea. I walked into Tony's studio. He was like, yeah, Glass Animals, Heat Waves. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
Do you like this vibe?
And he's like, you know the song. Yeah, it's decent.
Now, one time my kid was playing a video game, and the kid on the other end of the line was singing it. And for some reason, it hit me wrong. I was like, I don't like that kid singing that song.
Late night in the middle of June.
It was so weird. I was walking by.
The Giants went into
they're all
a
on their
June
headphones,
swoon.
yapping at each other,
It's overplayed on the radio, and we're doing it again, but it's still a good song. I don't mind
it's a
it.
heat wave.
Yeah.
We're talking heat wave, although I just had to put on the quarter zip because Marcus cranked up the AC. All of a sudden, it got chilly in here, man.
I like to work in an ice box, especially this early in the morning.
I agree, but I was enjoying showing the guns earlier.
Well, that's because the afternoon boys will crank it up to like 75 degrees, and we start sweating in here.
What's the thinking behind that, by the way?
I don't know. Apparently, they like doing the show in a sauna.
Is there some sort of like creative sweat?
They also don't realize when they set it to 75, it's like 50 degrees when we come in this early in the morning. Yeah. So we step into the studio, and it's like 25 degrees warmer.
Nobody likes this when somebody says the room, my Nani says it's stuffy. The room is stuffy.
Oh, I hate a
stuffy room. You know what I mean?
I also think they're wearing like shorts and a t-shirt in here.
This is all true.
It's different.
I've vowed to never, don't be that guy wearing shorts to work.
Who wears shorts to work, Tony?
Don doesn't wear shorts to a meeting. By the way, people were laughing because I guess on YouTube you guys can't hear the music. Sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry. FCC regulations.
So there we were playing John Denver's Thank God I'm a Country Boy. Laughing along. They're like, that's quite the look when there's no audio to hear. So.
Yeah, we'll put it on a song and dance for you.
But I'm glad that got in my head, though. And he does say the profound words, life ain't nothing but a funny, funny riddle. Think about that. Think about that.
Interesting. That's deep.
That's interesting. 49ers, man, they gathered today, and there's a few storylines percolating, one of whom is Christian McCaffrey, but the other one is the tease I gave you guys, which is a new player. And it's kind of a significant ad. It's tight end Logan Thomas. And this guy's a pretty good player. Guy caught 55 balls last year for 496 yards, 4 touchdowns for the Washington Commanders. He's a productive receiving tight end. And guys, quite frankly, they needed one. The tight end room was getting dangerously thin. George Kittle's coming off a core muscle surgery. He's expected to be ready for training camp. He ain't getting any younger. And, of course, he plays at a quite physical level. And the problem was there's no backup. They drafted last year Braden Willis and Cameron Latu. Neither guy clicked. Now they're still around. Maybe they can take that step, the next step. They added that basketball-playing rookie Mason Pline. There was maybe some buzz around him. But the bottom line is the room was dead thin, and instead they add Logan Thomas, who I just think there's no other way than to say it's a positive ad. He's 32 years old. He was a salary cap casualty from the Washington Commanders.
And that's the thing. He's going to be 33 next month. So, no, this is not the long-term replacement of George Kittle. This doesn't mean that the 49ers are moving on from Kittle. But we've seen throughout the years, Kittle has not only sustained injuries, he's played through injuries, but there have been times where he's not on the field, and this gives Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan a number 2 tight end and a guy that can line up in line in a 2 tight end set, can also play the slot a little bit. So this is just another weapon for Kyle Shanahan's offense.
Yeah, and I want to add, he's a college quarterback at Virginia Tech, so I'm already anticipating he will throw a pass this year. I'm going to put over-under passes by Logan Thomas here at a half. I'm taking the over. Why not? Come on, man. But Kyle gets in his bag a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, I like that value, Murph. I'll give you good odds on that.
McCaffrey threw that touchdown. Wasn't it in the NFC Championship against the Rams?
Well, he threw his first one the first couple weeks of the season. Did he? I don't think he threw one in the NFC Championship
My
game.
brain doesn't work like it used to.
I remember calling for Chris McCaffrey just to run the Wildcat instead of Josh Johnson back there.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy with a torn UCL. Yeah, I think it was one of his first couple games of the season. He threw a touchdown pass because he ran for a touchdown, he threw a touchdown, and he caught a touchdown.
Somebody just hit me on the Golden State Lumber and Builders Materials text line saying Logan Thomas will be hurt, but I just looked, the guy started 15 games last year.
Huh.
In the prior year, he started 13 games. So, I mean, he's got double-digit starts his last 2 years.
And by the way, he's coming in as a backup tight end, so it's not like he's going to be getting a full load anyways.
So they're down there today, buddy, and we get the news on Brandon Ayuk. Yeah. Now, the beat writers expect him to show because he doesn't want to get fined $101,000, and in the past, some guys who are in this situation have showed up, but also in the past, some guys have not showed up.
But we've also gone through the situation where Nick Bosa accumulated some of these fines, and then I believe when he signed his contract, they just waved those fines away.
That's how they do that. When you're Nick Bosa, you know, some animals are more equal than other animals, too.
Yeah, you'll bend the rules for a Nick Bosa.
In terms of Ayuk and this contract yesterday, and we talked about it, looking at Eric Branch, interesting little factoid happened on June 1st when we were too busy watching the Yankees bang baseballs all over China Basin, is that June 1st came and added to the Niners' salary cap space because the Eric Armstead transaction became official. It was a June 1 post date. So they actually have $25 million in cap space now, which sounds pretty good, right? And you're like, oh, use that money to sign Ayuk. But if you're reading the beat writers, and again, my salary cap knowledge, I have to rely on guys smarter than me, is that they wouldn't, that includes already the $14 million for Ayuk for this year. So that's already a $14 million. If you sign him for an annual average of 28, that money would be spread out. It wouldn't necessarily jump. His cap number wouldn't jump from 14 to 28. In fact, they could lower his cap number by signing him to a longer-term deal. And to the point of the beat guys I'm reading, like Eric Branch, this is all money that they literally want to carry into next year for your quarterback.
Yeah, you got to stack up some money for Brock Purdy. But it is interesting hearing that rejoin, not the glass animals, but Matt Barrows talking about Christian McCaffrey and whether or not he's going to be at mandatory minicamp today. Now, last year he was at voluntary OTAs. He skipped that this season, and Matt is suggesting that it might be because of business reasons. Now, Christian McCaffrey is already the highest paid running back in the NFL, making around $18 million per year.
I got 16 here.
Well, Murph, even with that contract, I still think he's underpaid. For his value, when you look at the list of wide receivers who are getting paid more than him, there's no question in my mind that Christian McCaffrey is one of the most impactful players in the entire football league.
Dude,
but
he's the 5th highest paid offensive player on the Niners.
Yeah. You can't name.
Now, according to Branch, he will be there today. According to Branch, he will be there today. But that doesn't mean that he can't, what he's using the words, sweeten the contract. I guess he has no guaranteed money coming right now, so they could add a couple guarantees for him just to, hey, a little something for the effort. Right? No, man, as the great Bill Murray said in Caddyshack. Young Tony, Caddyshack? You know that?
Oh, yeah. Big
All right.
fan.
All right.
Good movie.
In the scene where Bill Murray's talking about caddying for the Dalai Lama.
Oh, 100%.
And at the end, the Lama's going to stiff him, give him no money. He says, the Lama's going to stiff me. And I said, how about a little something, for the effort? It's one of the great Bill Murray ad-libs, right? And that's what McCaffrey's saying right now. How about a little something for the effort?
It's like I was an MVP finalist, too.
Yeah.
We're talking a lot about paying Brock Purdy. What about me?
Yeah, so all these storylines playing out there, but it will be great to have Brock Purdy working full bore with these guys and Ayuk, and hopefully will be there. But again, now the Justin Jefferson deal, the Jalen Waddle deal, make it seem more likely that this Ayuk thing will get done because now you're getting better and better numbers to work with. And so I heard Papa say yesterday, and, G-Pop knows this stuff. He said, Niners going to sign Ayuk. This means too much to the team. So nobody expects this thing to go spiraling into late August.
No, especially when we heard these sources from Mike Silver on draft night that the 49ers changed their approach of trying to trade Brandon Ayuk to trying to trade Deebo Samuel, which pretty much gave us the hint that they're looking at Brandon Ayuk long-term.
Do you agree with Mike when he wrote that column that it, quote-unquote, could get ugly, where Deebo is like, it's my last year. they're probably going to cut me or release me or whatever. And Ayuk got paid. And I mean, Debo got paid 2 years ago.
Absolutely.
But is that going to be a story, you think, going into the summer, that there'd be diva-like tension in the Niners?
I'm sure that story is going to come up. But also, if you're Debo Samuel, if you are going to get released or if you're going to get traded, or regardless of what happens, your contract is going to expire soon. So you want to put the best tape on film. You want to put up stats so that you get paid so you can get another big bag, even if it might be from a different team, not the 49ers. So I don't think Debo is going to have a diva season and take anything off when you're still in this window to go out and win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you would think. But I was just remembering when he wrote that, I was like, I mean, Mike likes to always kind of look for the edge. And I was thinking, well, because the Niners have been turmoil-free for the most part. You know what I mean? Think about what's the biggest locker room controversy they've had, or playing time controversy, or coach-player dispute. I mean, when Ayuk was in Shanahan's doghouse early in his career.
I was going to say, maybe when Jimmy Garoppolo was on the practice field next to Trey Lance.
Or remember the famous lip read in Denver? Yeah. What are these plays he's calling or whatever was that?
Yeah.
What was the lip read again?
Jimmy was staring it up
These
a little
plays
bit.
suck or something like that? What was it?
That's what the interpretation was. That Jimmy was criticizing
Wasn't that when Jimmy was stepping out of the back of the end zone in Denver?
That's when Jimmy was staring down defenders and throwing interceptions.
Forever Raider. Forever. Where is he now? Oh, he's with the Rams,
He's with
right?
the Rams. You'll see him next year in SoFi Stadium. He'll be hitting the silent count when the 49ers come to town.
Because Stafford, no guarantee Stafford starts 17 games.
Oh, dude, with his shoulder, with his thumb, with all the injuries that Stafford will accumulate. You might see Jimmy G.
We're going with Jimmy. Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
There's a
Sean McVay.
There's a possibility of Nick Bosa breathing down the neck of Jimmy Garoppolo, and that's not good news for Jimmy.
Oh, man. Anyway, 49ers excitement. Listen, it's June 4, and their first preseason game is pretty much 2 months away. So we should probably, starting to get a little. We should start getting a little itchy, shouldn't we? I mean, it's starting to get a little exciting. The preseason games will start August 10, I believe, is the first one. Let me get it for you. August 10 at Tennessee. Who's road tripping to that one?
Mike Holler is. I can tell you that.
So 2 months and 6 days from now is the first preseason game. Then they play on the 18th at home against the Saints. And then come on down to the desert, August 23rd.
Welcome to the Death Star.
There it is, man.
Where Jimmy Garoppolo's career came to die.
Maybe go see a Las Vegas Aces. Yeah, very good. Maybe go see a Las Vegas Aces game with Mark Davis, given the amount of buzz the WNBA is getting.
Ooh, a lot of WNBA talk on a national scale.
I told you, my kid, little Rory Murphy, the other day with his phone goes, Daddy, the Indiana Fever are 1-7. I said, bro, that's just an amazing statement on every level. How does he know that?
Yeah.
Looking at that little reel app, I told you.
I was going to say, maybe Rory was listening to our top 6 segments, but we don't talk WNBA in there anymore.
By the way, are you missing your French Open updates? Because it's going on, buddy.
Dude.
What do you want? Nadal, Djokovic? I mean, Djokovic's making a run. He's got a squad situation. Come on.
Where in the world is the top 6?
We could be informing you guys of all this stuff. So, all right. Dwayne Kuiper, we're going to try to have a great conversation with Dwayne. He keeps drawing these losses, these Tuesday losses. Last week, no, he had a win. So, Giants lost. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
If I'm competing, it's for keeps.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Dwayne Kuiper on a Tuesday after a tough loss in Arizona. 4-2 Giants fall to 29-32. 5 straight losses. They were 2 games over a week ago, then have lost 5 in a row, but they're only a half game back in that third wild card of the very mediocre Cubs and Cards, just like the Giants. Hey, Dwayne Kuiper is brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. On the UMA guest line on a warm, beautiful June morning, heat wave gripping the Bay Area. Good morning, Dwayne. How are you?
Hey, morning, Kuip.
Yeah, you want heat? I got heat.
You bringing some heat today?
No, it's supposed to be 110 on Thursday.
Wow. How about that? Did you just say 110 in the East Bay?
No, in Scottsdale. I'm in Scottsdale.
Oh, you're in Scottsdale. Okay. Oh, my gosh. Dwayne.
Ooh, stay inside.
Stay in.
Well, we leave Wednesday. So
okay, all right.
We're going to miss it by probably 12 hours. But it's still, look, we're in June. It's at least 100, 102.
Yeah.
But, it doesn't affect us one way or the other because we're playing in 2 cities that have dome stadiums. So you don't have to worry about the heat. You don't have to worry about the rain. At least you know that you're going to play. So.
Hey, Kuip, just for fun, I remember in the 80s, and you probably were on the team, but do you remember there were renderings to put a dome on Candlestick?
I do.
Yeah, there was.
I do. Wow. I don't remember if that was a one-day story or a one-week story.
I think maybe hung around for about a week or maybe a half a week.
Yeah.
I remember the drawings.
It looked really weird.
A dome on, because it was trying to combat the cold weather that the Giants were playing in.
Yeah, and it just really looked weird.
Candle dome.
I mean, it's amazing when, we do, on the TV side, we do game time temperature before the start of every game, whether it's home or road. And when we're at home, it's pretty consistent, say for night games, between 58 to 63. I'd say 80% of the time we are right in that margin. And then during day games, we're usually around, 67, 68. But a lot of people feel that that's cold.
Yeah.
But it's not as cold as it was at Candlestick. Candlestick, because of the wind, just made it really hard to play, miserable. But that was our park, and if you worried so much about the weather, you really did affect you. I mean, the greatest home field advantage for the Giants in those years were when visiting teams were coming in, and Hank Aaron needed a day off. It was going to be at Candlestick. If Stan Musial needed a day off, it was going to be at Candlestick. So how many games did they win because of that? I have no idea. But I do know that the windiest time at Candlestick was when the visitors took batting practice. And that kind of set the stage for what kind of series you were going to have when you had to battle the other team and you had to battle the weather. But that's really not the case anymore. I mean, there are some parks that should have a dome. The park in Atlanta should have a dome. They're in a spot where there's just a pattern of rain all the time. And we've even had a few of the Atlanta people say, yeah, they should have put a dome here. But overall, nobody can really complain about the weather, especially here, because last night it was 102 outside, 78 inside. So there you go.
Yeah, and Kuip, while we're talking about heat, I think the hottest bat on the roster right now is Elliot Ramos. Home runs in back-to-back games. What do you think about him getting the opportunity to start in right field last night over Luis Matos?
Well, you play the hot hand, and Conforto comes back. Either Yastrzemski sits or Mato sits. And, Yaz's got a little, obviously, more history than Matos. And, look, it was interesting. Yaz is in center field. He can play center field. So, yeah, I mean, none of that's, I mean, you got to keep Ramos in there. If you don't start him last night, then he's going to think, well, what do I have to do? And I don't think Matos can say that. But I think Ramos can. So, there's a lefty today. So you're probably going to see both with Matos back in center field. But Ramos' bats are really good right now. I mean, he went through a swing and a miss period where you started to think that he hadn't figured it out. But he got over that. And now he's starting to show the power that everybody knew he had in the minor leagues. Now the job now is to build on that and to keep going. I was told day one of my career in the major leagues, it's a lot easier to get here than it is to stay here.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to do stuff to stay here, and he's working his way to doing that.
Dwayne Kuiper, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. Giants lose a walk-off last night to Arizona 4-2. Two straight ninth-inning crushing home run losses. Juan Soto on Sunday, Pavin Smith on Monday. So, Dwayne, we were just doing the math. Since last time we talked to you, it's been 6 games. The Giants scored 14 runs. So there it is. Like, the offense has cooled off. And you can look at any number of guys, whether it's Wilmer Flores or Mike Yastrzemski or whoever you want to look at. But the numbers are cool. So, I mean, first base, I guess it's sort of a two-part question. One, is this all because Lamont Wade is out? He's the guy. Or two, how do you get this thing going?
Well, I mean, if there was a great strategy, snap your fingers to get an offense going, I mean, they'd have done that a long time ago. I mean, you really, if this is your personnel and you're not going to make any changes, then you have to grind through it. And, I mean, we had a year, I think it was 1985 or 86, where we were waiting for the team to hit, and we waited the whole year, and it never hit. Well, you don't want that scenario with this group because you got guys that have a track record that they have hit in the past. So I think you kind of have to rely on that and hope that it kind of all comes together. It did come together for about a week. But then it went away, and, a lot of it had to do with Lamont Wade. I mean, he got every big hit that the Giants needed. Conforto's back. That's got to help. Solari's showing signs of starting to figure it out. That's got to help. And, not just Ramos. We're seeing Casey Schmidt look more and more like he's got a chance to hang around for a while. And he's been playing really good defense, too. And then, we also forget that I forgot. Where's Tyro?
Yeah.
I mean, I know that he's dinged up. I get that. But let's not forget how important this guy is to that lineup. And he's been out. So I guess, Murphy, you got to grind it out. Keep working as hard as you can. Don't overthink it too much. And then hope that it clicks. And if it clicks, don't get 1 or 2 guys going. Get 5 or 6 guys going. And then you can rattle off some wins, get back to 500, and hopefully you can take off. But, you want to start pretty soon because, I mean, we're in June. Have they won a game in June?
Mm-mm.
I don't think so.
No.
So let's win a game in June and then go from there.
Yeah, and Kai, I think that perfectly kind of sets up the highs and lows of a baseball season, from the Giants winning 4 straight series to now being on their longest losing streak of the season, 5 straight games. What do you think the message is from Bob Melvin in that clubhouse after the 5 straight losses?
Well, I mean, you have to be careful with your messages. Baseball is a lot different than football or basketball. I mean, mainly because it's an everyday sport. I mean, what a manager has to do is he has to determine, are we getting the very best effort that we can out of this group? And if the answer is yes, we are, then it's just a matter of make sure you're working hard, keep doing what you usually do to have success. We've probably told this story, Mike and I, too many times here with you guys, but many, many years ago, somebody in a major league clubhouse took the legendary coach Bear Bryant into the clubhouse before that team played. And what Bear Bryant saw in that clubhouse, he's reading the newspaper, doing crossword puzzles, probably reading scouting reports, all sitting back in really comfortable chairs. And he said to the person he was with, well, that team's not going to win. Well, what's he used to? He's used to guys gnashing their teeth, right, before they take the field.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't see any of that. Well, why? Because they play 162 games. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
You can't gnash your teeth every day. Because by May 1st, you're done.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of have to stay relaxed and just be positive. You lose 5 straight. That's not fun. But you got to stay positive, and you got to hope that you can get a really good start out of Kyle Harrison.
Yeah.
It never fails. It seems like whenever the Giants need a big win, this seems to be the kid that takes the ball the next day, and they need a win. But you know what? What a great job Sean Jelly's done. And, Spencer Howard, I'm shocked Spencer Howard didn't give up more runs because he was up a lot, and he got hurt right away. But he managed to figure it out and pitched, I think, 3 scoreless innings after that. Jelly's been terrific. Rodriguez comes in, he gives up the home run, but, he's throwing the ball, really well. I mean, the bullpen's been good except for Duvall on Sunday, which really hurt. But, there are some positives, and, let's keep the faith that this is still going to turn out to be a good thing in June.
Yeah, starts tonight with Kyle Harrison, as you said. 6:40 tonight. Tomorrow's a day game with Jordan Hicks on the mound against Jordan Montgomery. Battle of the Jordans. So you stay cool, Kipe. You go get a couple of wins and go off and say hi to Boch, okay? So,
yeah, did you see Boch took the night off last night?
No, I didn't see that. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, he had something scheduled, which is really unusual for him. But
I hope he's okay.
Just so he doesn't take any off this weekend, because we want to see him.
Oh, no, you'll see him. Let's be confident and positive. Yeah, so after you're going to see him after 2 wins in Arizona, too. So
I want him to be as miserable as I've ever seen him.
Got to go beat Boch. How about that? All right, Dwayne, enjoy the 6. Enjoy the game. We'll talk next week.
Yeah, thanks, Kipe.
Stay warm.
Stay warm. No choice. We have no choice. Dwayne Kuiper on the UMA guest line on the Giants. Back at it tonight with Kyle Harrison against Blake Walston, a young lefty for the Arizona Diamondbacks. 6:40, 5:40 pregame on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center. All right, what do you make of this 5-game losing streak? What do you make of it? That's our big hit. 808 KNBR is the phone number. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is the text line on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center.
If you need a beer, grab a beer.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers minicamp officially starts today. That is mandatory minicamp. So to find out whether or not Brandon Ayuk and Christian McCaffrey will show up to camp, stay tuned to The Sports Leader and stay tuned for our 8:15 interview with David Lombardi. All of those podcasts and information can be found right here on KNBR, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. What's up, everybody? Happy Tuesday morning. It's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, here to talk about Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app with more than 5 million members. It's the most fun and exciting way to get in on the action while you watch your favorite sports and your favorite players. You just pick more or less on 2 or more player stat options for a shot to win up 100 times your money. And the NBA Finals mean more on Prize Picks, and so do the star players, where you get boosted payouts on selected basketball stars that you won't find anywhere else. And I told you guys yesterday, it's a promo that they're running all week long. You can take Jason Tatum in Game 1 on Thursday night to score a single point. That's it. So join me, take that prop, and download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. That's promo code LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Now, this is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Runner at second, 1 out, tie game, bottom 9. Now a swing and a high fly ball. Center field deep. Yastrzemski back at the wall. It is gone! Maybe it hit off the balcony and bounced back in, but Smith is rounding the bases, and he's going to come around and score. So whether it was a home run over the wall or stayed in the park, it's a walk-off no matter what. The Diamondbacks beat the Giants 4-2. The pinch hitter, Pavin Smith, after the bloop double. That was no bloop. He blasted that one to right center. And the Diamondbacks take game 1 of this series. They hand the Giants a 5th consecutive loss.
Darn it. The big hit is frustration today because quietly the Giants needed that one last night. They were 29-31. You kind of want to stay within shouting distance of 500 because Flag Day is 10 days from now.
Uh-oh.
And they've now slipped to 3 games under 500. It's starting to look uglier and exactly like the last 2 years, which were uninspiring. By the way, before we go any further, I want to remind everybody that Dwayne Kuiper hit from Arizona was brought to you by NorCal Honda, who is sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. So I want to get that out of the way and let you guys know that, I quietly needed that one last night. And, of course, did you see this note? This is in the Giants' notes here that, with the Yankees gone and the Phillies gone, the schedule, quote-unquote, lightens up. Now, I know, it's Major League Baseball, so nothing's light. It's a crazy game. It's a wacky business. What are you going to do? But the Giants literally are going to play a stretch until June 28th where they don't face a team that's currently over 500. And that includes Arizona, who has not recreated their magic from last year. You pointed out Corbin Carroll, who was, National League Rookie of the Year last year, right?
Mm-hmm. And now he's batting in the 8th spot. Now it sounds like the Diamondbacks...
And he's on the interstate.
...have moved him down, batting 192 this season. Now they said on the broadcast last night that they're moving him down against lefties, so expect to see Corbin Carroll at the bottom of the lineup again today versus Kyle Harrison.
Yeah, because the Giants started Eric Miller last night, then went with Spencer Howard. But man, oh man, it's just a frustrating turn of events, and it gets... A week ago, we were so excited, and this is what a 500 team does. And I kind of feel like doing the last 2 years of shows with this Gabe Kapler Farhan Zaidi team, this now Bob Melvin Farhan Zaidi team, who's the common denominator in all this, right? Farhan Zaidi. And that is they just seem to tread around 500, game under, 500, 2 under 500. Well, you know what I mean?
Really? Is that what you imagine?
Yeah, and it's just happening. I thought, obviously, the Bob Melvin, Matt Williams thing was going around. We had Matt Williams on last week, and I'm like, you guys, though, comeback wins turned your season around. And then the Yankees put a stop to that. The Yankees definitely put a bruise. Now, the one thing I will say about last night is it felt more like a fair fight when they're playing the Diamondbacks. I mean, the Diamondbacks and Giants, that's a fair fight. Giants and Yankees, that's not a fair fight.
I mean, that's the thing. We're talking about the Giants being on a 5-game losing streak, their longest losing streak of the season. 4 of those games came against 2 of the best teams in baseball. Yeah. 1 loss against the Phillies in the final game of that series, and then 3 straight to the Yankees, who do have the best record in baseball. So, yes, it is a measuring stick, and I think we'd both agree that those teams are in a separate tier above the San Francisco Giants. But now you look at this Diamondbacks roster that has not been very productive this year. These are games that they can win, and last night was an opportunity for them to win. Jorge Soler does not slide at first base. Next thing you know, Randy Rodriguez is serving up meatballs right down the middle, and the D-backs walk you off. Back-to-back losses in the 9th inning.
And why are the Giants, not taking charge of this game? The offense. It's simply the offense. The last 6 games, they've scored 14 runs, and you can point a finger to any one of them. Mike Yastrzemski's ice cold. They're playing a guy named Trenton Brooks out at first base who, to be honest, there was a point last night Casey Schmidt was on first and Brooks just had a non-competitive at-bat, hit into a double play.
Well, that's the thing, too. When you're the 9-hitter, when you've got 1 major league hit, when it's a tie ball game, you ever think about laying down a bunt?
Yeah.
Move the guy over, put him in runner's scoring position so that the top of your lineup can maybe knock him in. Instead, he grounds into a double play.
The data, they just won't do it anymore. Don't give up an out. Don't give up an out.
That's the thing with the data. I think the data is telling you that Trenton Brooks should be in the lineup just so it's the lefty-righty matchup, which, again, to me is more Farhan Zaidi front office influence. Because, let's be honest, it's a good story. He's a 28-year-old rookie. Congratulations. As bad as Wilmer Flores has been this year, I'd rather see Wilmer in a righty-righty matchup than Trenton Brooks still get these at-bats.
Right, and that said, though, Wilmer Flores, ice cold.
He's been bad. He's been bad, but at least we've seen Wilmer be productive at the major league level.
I would
agree.
This
guy, Trenton Brooks, is making his debut at 28. He's got 1 major league hit.
Yeah, and Yastrzemski's cold. Yastrzemski's numbers are bad. Pat Bailey, for whatever reason, is over his last 8, although he's good at bats. Now, some guys are contributing. Jorge Soler, 5 for his last 10. And I think Brett Wisely is giving you competitive at-bats. But here's the bottom line is, Well, last Tuesday, 1 run. Last Wednesday, 1 run. Last Friday, 2 runs. Last Saturday, 3 runs. Now, they explode for 5 on Sunday. You're supposed to win that one. And Camilo Duvall blows the save. Now, that was very damaging because the Giants are finally like, whew, we're going to end the losing streak. We're going to beat the Yankees once, and that one stings. Because then you go into last night, and I picked up the game when the Giants were down 2-0 because I had some stuff going on yesterday. Shout out the Tam Boosters coaches dinner we had last night. That was fun. But they're down 2-0. I was like, I hate getting in my car and they're down 2-0. But the bullpen did their job the rest of the way. Spencer Howard calmed down. Sean Jelly did his thing. And then they scraped together those 2 runs and a home run by Ramos, who continues to be one of the brights. So Ramos, Wisely, and then Soler the last 3 games. But still, you need more from Soler and you need more from the rest of the lineup. So these guys aren't going to hit. We're going to continue down this road. And now I don't want to get into must win on June 4. But you lose and you go to 4 games under 500. Now, the counter to all that is the freaking 6th place spot in the National League is a sea of mediocrity. Because there's 3 great teams. There's the Phillies, the Dodgers, and the Braves. And then there's an NL Central champ. And then, guys, it's kind of like the Padres are right now the 5 seed. And, yeah, you can play with the Padres, no problem. And then the 6 seed. Bro, you're talking Cubs, Cardinals, Giants, D-backs. These are all mediocre teams.
Well, it's funny. You say those are the teams that the Giants are currently competing with for a wild card, and then you hit us with the stat that they don't play a team with a winning record over the next month, and that includes the D-backs, the Cubs, and the Cardinals.
Pennant race fever, baby. Pennant fever. Grab it. 808 KNBR.
Like, there's a real possibility we see a team with a losing record get into the postseason.
Oh, yeah. This is it. This is what happens when you expand it to 6th place.
It's so dumb.
I know, but, quote-unquote, getting more markets into it, you know, and the Giants will stay in. I mean, listen, they were in it last year until the final 2 weeks with hovering around a game under.
Yeah,
and all
but
that.
were they really in it when they ended up firing their manager? Like, they kept on telling us that they were in it. They kept on hovering around that 500 record, and next thing you know, Kai Correa is coaching the squad.
Yeah, I like those days, by the way, when Kai was coaching the squad. I don't know, but he's, was he the fall guy for sure? Was Farhan? And then, dude, don't forget the gang doesn't get talked about enough. That's how gangster the move was. That doesn't get talked about enough. He lops off Gabe's head and gets an extension. Dude, that was straight Mike Corleone move. It really was. And nobody talks about that enough. Like, wait a minute, Farhan, wait, what? You just had 3 mediocre years in a row except for 1 season buoyed by your veterans, Crawford, Posey, and Belt, and Kevin Gausman, right? And then you put out a boring product that turned off the fans. The fans are staying away from the ballpark. So you lop off your manager's head and get yourself an extension. Yeah. Dude, listen, at some point you got to almost admire the game.
Yeah, and let's not forget that Farhan's number 1 choice was Gabe Kapler. With all the options he had, his first coach, his first manager he hired is Gabe Kapler, which maybe tells you a lot about Farhan's idea because we're talking about the difference of teams like the Yankees and Phillies and Dodgers coming in and taking over the ballpark with all the superstars that they have. And again, Farhan's inability to sign one of these big free agents. Instead, he's going to give you platoon guys. He's going to give you 4th outfielders. He's going to give you the outer edges of the roster, which, hey, those are pieces you need also, but those can't be the pieces that are hitting in the middle of your lineup.
No. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 510 says, Farhan is a gangster. He has the Giants wrapped around his fingers. I don't know what that means. 510 says, stop saying wild card, Murph. It's June. Hey, man, I'm just trying to get through the morning. Can I check out a wild card standings? Was there a rule against that? By the way, this same guy yesterday sent us the New York Post. I did not see this until now. He sent this text yesterday. It's Soto jumping up, pound his chest, and it says the Say-Bay Kid. Wow. Had you seen that?
Wow, I'm looking at it now. Oh, it's a photo of Soto. I thought it was going to be a photo of Judge.
The Say-Bay
don't trigger
Kid.
Me again. Uh-oh, here we go.
4 and 5 salty. Bob Melvin makes the lineup, not Farhan Waterboy. It's a stupid take.
All right. Well, hell, who was making the lineups when Gabe Kapler was in town? A lot of people were sitting there saying, oh, it's Kapler's lineup. And then we found out after he was fired that Farhan was sending down binders to him with the projected lineup for the day.
I am curious to know.
All I'm saying is the Trenton Brooks guy in the lineup is definitely a Farhan-anxiety.
Let's be honest, dude. What are we doing here? What are we doing with Trenton Brooks? What are we doing? I mean, God bless him. I saw his family. They look like nice people. But that doesn't mean it's like I think my family are nice people too. Should I be playing first base for the Giants?
Absolutely not.
You know what I mean? So
shout out Shawshank Redemption. Brooks was here, but Murph, now he's been here for too long.
707 says Yaz has been ice cold for 3 years.
Ooh.
For 3 years. 707 says nobody should be surprised. In 4 of the 5 losses, it was basically a spring training Giants split squad against the 2 best teams in baseball. What did you expect?
Wow, he's going full Nate Diaz on me.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
I mean, first base Trenton Brooks, second base Brett Wisely, shortstop Casey Schmidt, outfielders Ramos and
Conforto.
Conforto. But if it's Matos, I mean, it's true. Now, you hope these guys are the future, but it is true that they do look River Cat-ish.
I mean, and we talk about the struggles of young players. Perfect example is Corbin Carroll, who's now batting 192 and on the bottom of the D-backs order. We were all praising Luis Matos for coming up, hitting, 15, 16 RBIs in 2 games, was NL Player of the Week. But you look at his numbers. What is he? 1 for his last 16, 1 for his last 19.
Yeah.
Now he's gone into a slump, and we see now with Conforto returning to the lineup that a guy like Elliot Ramos is getting that playing time. But again, when we were talking about the excitement that Luis Matos brings to the plate, I would like to still see him get everyday at-bats. Now, it's hard to do that when you have a crowded outfield, but also you got to get creative with that hole at first base, not having Lamont Wade Jr.
209 says you got to give Wilmer a week and see what happens. It can't get any worse. It's just kind of true. It is kind of true. Let's go out to the phones. 808 KNBR. Rick in Hayward is checking in on the big hit. What do you make of this 5-game losing streak? Where's your head, Rick? Good morning. You're on KNBR.
What's up, Rick?
It doesn't bother me as much as a lot of people because I was looking at it going, well, if they go 3-3 against teams that basically are above 500, which they are 8-18, playing a minor league team. I mean, the roster right now is a minor league team. Don't even say it's a major league roster. But to get to your guys' point about Farhan, when he came in, name me one guy on that roster that was worthy of playing on that team.
Buster Posey. Brandon Crawford, Brandon Bill.
Logan Webb.
They were done.
There's 3. What are you talking about?
No, they were.
Brandon Crawford was a top 5 MVP finalist.
They won 107 games in 2021.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But they didn't they didn't have anybody to bring up is what I'm trying to say. He had to go out and get Yastrzemski. He had to go out and get Estrada. Then he had to fill the minor league system. That team was at the end of their run. Now they're at this build-up point, and they have nobody in the minor league system ready to go.
I understand what you're saying. I'll grant you that you're saying that the Sabian-Evans farm system was dry, and there's an argument to be made there for sure. But we're at the point now where we say 6 years is a long time. 6 years is a long time. And the one thing I kept saying this for years, I wanted creative, bold trades when trading value to recreate the team, to shake up the status quo. The little marginal moves weren't going to do it. And if it meant trading a big pitcher, you had to do it. If it meant trading Madison Bumgarner in 2019, you had to do it. So Rick, I would say that, yes, the farm system was dry for sure, but it's been a while now is what we're saying. So we got to get on to the next call, Rick. Thanks for the call, man. Scarecrow in San Luis Obispo. That's young Tony's town. Scarecrow, good morning. How are you?
Morning, guys. I think they're telling us what they are. They're 500, maybe a little bit above, maybe a little bit below. They're going to scratch and claw. They're going to get maybe the last couple of spots in the playoffs, and that's going to be pretty much about it. Okay? You've got a whole bunch of guys coming up from AAA, and none of them have shown an ability to stick, with the exception of Elliot Ramos.
You know what's funny, Scarecrow? I'm going to jump in just a second. I'm not cutting you off just yet.
Yeah.
But you know what's funny? In fairness, we all said the youth and energy has inspired this club. And now a week later, we're saying they look like the River Cats. So it kind of on all of us that we got excited. Matos won Player of the Week and all that, So Scarecrow, we were excited about the youth.
And there's no reason not to be, but give them about a couple of weeks when the league catches up to them, and then tell me what you got.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, right now, I mean, it's an okay team. It's a good team. It has potential for being exciting. It's a hell of a lot better than what Kapler was putting out there.
Yeah.
But they're maybe a year or two away from really being what we would call a serious contender.
Well,
my question to you guys is it good for baseball to have two really big dominant teams on opposite sides of the coast, unless you're looking to get your TV ratings for World Series and stuff?
The sad part is it probably is good for baseball, to tell you the truth. I mean, because like when October comes, people will be like, ooh, the Yankees, ooh, the Dodgers, ooh, the Phillies. So, Scarecrow, good call. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. It is true. I remember sending out the tweet that got a lot of traction. I said, how can you turn back now from the youth and athleticism and swagger of the Matos Ramos movement? Matos getting ice cold has been an unfortunate development. And as he points out, the league catches up to you.
Yeah.
And you got to make adjustments. Like Casey Schmidt is constantly having to fight those adjustments and all those guys. Brett Wise is a guy who seems to be handling it. But again, guys, 14 runs in 6 games. That goes up and down the lineup. You can't just point to one guy. I mean, Trenton Brooks at first base is one of the things. Matos going ice cold is one of the things. Yaz not hitting all year is one of the things. Wilmer Flores falling off a cliff is one of the things.
Missing Lamont Wade Jr.
Missing Lamont Wade
Might
Jr.
be the biggest thing right now.
Yeah. So I don't know how they turn it around. I mean, you just got to keep showing up and chopping wood and beat, can I say it, 500 on Flag Day?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And to Scarecrow's point, that's kind of the ball club they are. Now, me and you both projected this team to be a playoff team, correct?
Yes.
But we looked at them as wild card teams. And I guess that's the conversation that we should have over the next couple weeks before the trade deadline.
You did. I think I threw out an NL West title.
Oh, okay. Well, you threw that out there.
I had 90 wins, like the Dodgers were going to win 89.
But to me, it's clear that there's a tier in Major League Baseball right now. When you're talking about the Phillies, Dodgers, and Yankees, again, I know no one wants to hear this, but look at the company that the Giants are in. So that's the question you got to ask yourself. Are you comfortable just maybe sneaking in as a wild card team and giving yourself a chance? Or this summer, do you start selling? Michael Conforto, he's in the last year of his contract. That's a guy you can trade away. Blake Snell, I don't know what his trade value be right now. He's always injured. But that's another guy with an opt-in. Matt Chapman is a guy who's swinging it well. That could be a trade option. Again, you got to choose whether or not you want to try to sneak in as a wild card team or whether you sell some of these pieces for the future.
408 says, hey, Marco Luciano, bring your ass to first base.
Bring
He
your
went Anthony Edwards on him. And Luciano being out of the offense has been a thing, right? All right, guys, there's the big hit. I wish we had better news for you. We have no positive messages. So
Bring your ass.
We'll give you it's 2 negative messages to bring you a positive message. Hey, stay tuned. Our 8:30 giveaway. We always give away tickets now in the, well, not always, but we like to give away tickets in the 8:30 corridor for that big 3 on Father's Day weekend. So stay tuned for that. But we got Niner talk. David Lombardi, the camp is there. And oh, by the way, give me a little Fox News chime, my friend. Christian McCaffrey is in Santa Clara at camp. So there you go. Can he play for the Giants tonight?
Can he play first base?
David Lombardi, Niner talk next on the Sports Leader.
The Bears are who we thought they were.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. St. Helena's Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Chris the Mad Dog Russo stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about Farhan Zaidi's era in San Francisco and what he has and hasn't accomplished in the past 6 seasons. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Yeah, Tony. That's it. You're hitting me in the sweet spot there. Billy Idol. Hot in the city. We're going hot. Heat wave gripping the Bay Area for the next couple days. So everybody enjoy your summer. Hopefully you got access to a pool or something like that. Or Waterboy out to McCovey Park with his copper tone and towel and transistor radio. Listen to the ball game. Santa Clara gets hot, as we know. We know it gets hot because the ball games, you can't sit there.
No,
you can't sit there for the games.
No shade in Santa Clara.
All right, but they will be practicing in the Santa Clara Sun starting today. We see Christian McCaffrey has arrived, per the news reports. Will Brandon Ayuk arrive? How does the contract to Justin Jefferson affect everything? All stuff to discuss with David Lombardi of The Athletic. Good morning, David. How are you?
Hey, morning, David.
Good morning. I'm doing great. How are you?
We're good, man. We're good. A little excited for some Niner football. We already looked up August 10 preseason opener, so we're 2 months away, and obviously mandatory training camp today. So let's start with the immediate sort of micro. McCaffrey arrives, right? And that's, to you, not a surprise at all. What was your sort of interpretation of him sitting out the voluntary stuff?
Well, this part is mandatory, so I don't remember anybody not arriving while I've been covering the team. That's even Deebo Samuel in 2022 when they were still working on his contract, and Nick Bosa last year. So neither of those two guys showed up to the voluntary portion of OTAs, but they showed up to this part. This is the mandatory mini camp. So I think now the league actually has to fine players who don't show up. The team can't even forgive it. I think that's definitely the case for training camp, and I think it's the case for mandatory mini camp as well. So I would expect to see Ayuk as well, but obviously that hasn't been confirmed yet. But yes, McCaffrey is around, and we don't have any word officially from McCaffrey as to why he wasn't around. I know that he's getting married this offseason. I know there's been some events in the lead up to that, so could be that he was just working out on his own personal time, as he has every right to, since these are the OTAs. That part was voluntary. That being said, I think it's obvious. You look at Christian McCaffrey's contract, and it's not exactly fair to him. It's not the 49ers' fault. This is how the NFL works. The running backs are underpaid, especially the ones who can also impact the pass game. And he impacts the pass game more than most receivers in the NFL, yet he's only paid about $12 million a year by the 49ers. Carolina's still subsidizing the contract, or they did subsidize the contract because they paid the signing bonus before he was traded. But you see these receivers now going for, $30 million a year around there, and Christian McCaffrey's the top paid running back, making half that at best, right? And he definitely has a massive impact on the game that is greater than what he's paid. So he hasn't formally complained about that, but everybody that knows contracts and knows how the league works sees that, and they do see that it's not quite right, but just the kind of the way that it is in the NFL.
Yeah, now you're looking at some of these new wide receiver contracts, and these guys are making twice as much as Christian McCaffrey. And the latest guy to get paid is Justin Jefferson, $35 million per year. David, what does this mean for a future Brandon Ayuk contract?
Well, it's the staggering part is the fully guaranteed money, and that's what really matters to the agents and to the teams. And the previous high water mark at the wide receiver position had been Tyreek Hill at $52.5 million fully guaranteed. Everybody was talking about Justin Jefferson setting the new standard at the receiver position, and we had seen A.J. Brown sign a deal that got close to Tyreek Hill's number at $51 million fully guaranteed. So we were all talking about 55. Oh, maybe he'll push $60 million fully guaranteed. Maybe this will be a huge deal in that right. He goes out there and he signs a deal for $88.7 million fully guaranteed. What happened here is that Justin Jefferson did not take aim at Tyreek Hill to set the receiver market. He took aim at Nick Bosa to become the highest paid non-quarterback of all time. Nick Bosa had $88 million fully guaranteed in the deal that he signed with the 49ers last year. He had $34 million per year. So we saw Jefferson go $35 million per year and $88.7. It was very clear that that's the player that he wanted to edge out. That's a 70% increase in fully guaranteed money from the previous high water mark of Tyreek Hill, just to help wrap your head around what kind of contract we saw. We've never seen this kind of a gap at any position. The teams around the league definitely aren't happy with the Minnesota Vikings right now, because it seems like they're just bidding against themselves to give out this astronomical deal. And so it makes you wonder, is this just going to be treated as an outlier by teams like the 49ers, who have to negotiate with Brandon Ayuk, teams like the Dallas Cowboys, who have to negotiate with CeeDee Lamb? And if it is treated like an outlier, if these teams just decide to continue along the old scale, and that is Tyreek Hill was at the top of it, then it actually won't affect the Brandon Ayuk negotiations that much in the short term from the team's perspective. But the reason that the teams aren't happy about it is, at the very least, receivers like Brandon Ayuk and CeeDee Lamb are probably going to be more annoyed, because if teams aren't going to be willing to play ball on Minnesota's scale, which is astronomical for Justin Jefferson, it's going to cause receivers to say, hey, wait, I deserve to be paid too. I want at least a chunk of the gap in between Justin Jefferson and everybody else. And I think it sets the table for prolonged standoffs coming up here in training camp.
That was going to be my next question, was time frame, because I thought Justin Jefferson signing that maybe been, okay, this might hasten the Brandon Ayuk thing, but you just said that could be the opposite, huh?
It's just such a big number, and I see no incentive for teams to immediately succumb to the standard that Minnesota sent, since that's a 70% increase in fully guaranteed money. I mean, we've never seen anything like this. So I think that teams have every reason to dig in and say, no, that this is the line that we're holding. And players now have more reason to sit back and say, no, well, maybe one of these teams will give in, like Minnesota gave him to Justin Jefferson. So I think you have more incentive for both parties to more firmly entrench themselves in their respective positions, which is obviously the ingredient for a standoff.
That's unfortunate. David Lombardi, The Athletic, there for sure. Now, we were talking about tiers and everything, and so we're, obviously Brandon Ayuk's people aren't saying, hey, give us Justin Jefferson money. Jalen Waddle was a contract we looked at, too. Of the contracts, A.J. Brown in Philadelphia, of the contracts that have gone out to receivers, which one do you think is the comp for Ayuk the most?
Probably something like A.J. Brown's. I always thought so. So the ones that were awarded just before this one, so the month or so before, those ones were a little bit too far on the low end. Everybody's like, oh my God, Amon-Ra St. Brown is raising Brandon Ayuk's price, and I didn't see it that way at all. That was again, it's really, really important to look at the fully guaranteed money because the APY is just a really fungible amount that could be messed with funny money and all that stuff. So you looked at Amon-Ra St. Brown, I think that was $34.7 million fully guaranteed. You looked at Jalen Waddles, it was, I think, $35.9 million fully guaranteed. I had always thought that Brandon Ayuk would be in the 40s and probably trying to push close to 50 to be near that previous high water mark of Tyreek Hill. And we saw this run on contracts in the mid-30s, and I thought that those receivers were just a cut below as far as resume went, below Brandon Ayuk. So I didn't think that he was going to be part of that group anyway. What I thought was happening, and I think that this is proven to be true, is that Ayuk's camp and CeeDee Lamb's camp, they were waiting for Justin Jefferson to sign because they knew that the buzz around Jefferson and his reputation and what the Vikings might be planning to do was to give him the biggest deal ever for a receiver. And that could only theoretically help Brandon Ayuk and CeeDee Lamb, right? So I think that was what the wait was for. But now that number is so far out there, I'm not sure if it immediately causes movement in that market. So I would think that Ayuk and CeeDee Lamb, though, are obviously closer to that Tyreek Hill fully guaranteed amount for sure than they are to the ones in the 30 millions that we've seen signed over the past couple weeks.
And David, we know that the 49ers just gained about $17 to $18 million with Eric Armstead's June 1st release date. What do you think the plan is moving forward with that extra money?
Well, there's not a move that they can execute today that they were unable to execute on June 1st before that money came free. They already had a little bit of a buffer, like $6 or $7 million. So there's no massive free agent still sitting out there that would have cost more than that for this season, especially since they backload these contracts. So I think people saw that number and like, oh my God, they're going to go out and spend. And then they say, well, on what? I don't know what there is to spend on. Because remember, even a Brandon Ayuk extension would lower his cap hit in the near term in for this 2024 season because you push most of that money backwards to take advantage of the fact that the cap is rising. So anyway, unused cap space carries over from season to season. And it's really important to look at the 49ers business plan from a long-term standpoint because they have to pay Brock Purdy in the future. Brandon Ayuk's contract, once it does get done, is going to become more expensive in the future because you are going to backload it. And you do have to have enough money around in 2025, 2026, 2027. Hell, even Jawan Jennings' deal progressively gets more expensive to the point where he's not even under contract in year 3, but they're going to owe him $8 million on the cap in year 3 because that's how they've structured it. So any money that they have now that they don't use this season that they can push forward is going to end up being beneficial. They carried over nearly $40 million last season to this season, and right now they've got $25 million in space, and the less of it that they use, the more of it they can carry over.
David, just on the way out to the Logan Thomas deal, give us your take on what it means to the Niners, how important it is, and to fill out a thin tight end room.
Well, they had Charlie Werner at tight end. That was their tight end, too, over the past 4 years. He caught 11 passes over 4 years. I think if you combine the amount of receptions that Charlie Werner had in his 49ers career with the amount of receptions that Ross Dwelly had over his 6 seasons with the 49ers, you come out with the number of receptions that Logan Thomas had last season for Washington, which was 55. So they've had one prolifically talented receiving tight end 2 during the Kyle Shanahan tenure, and that was Jordan Reed in 2020. But Jordan Reed couldn't stay healthy that year. George Kittle struggled to stay healthy that year, so we didn't get to see both of them on the same field for more than like a game and a half. The hope is that was the one position on offense, tight end 2, that wasn't much of a receiving threat. This guy, Jordan Reed, I mean, he used to play quarterback for Virginia Tech. Entered the league as a quarterback, but 72 catches a few years ago. Tore his ACL, but came back from that torn ACL and delivered the 55 catches last year. So I think he immediately is the front runner to be tight end 2. And looks like the 49ers are stocked with weapons for Brock Purdy, even at a spot that wasn't really a weapon in the receiving game last year.
We say as a former college quarterback, I got Kyle Shanahan throwing a pass this year at some point.
So Jawan Jennings, former college QB, he's throwing a pass.
Yeah.
Logan
McCaffrey?
Thomas can do it. And guess what? I covered Christian McCaffrey at Stanford.
Yeah.
They beat USC in the Pac-12 title game, and he threw a touchdown pass at Levi Stadium, of all places. So they've got 3 guys on that offense who could definitely do it.
I love it. All right, David, great breakdown. Enjoy the week of football coming your way, and thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, David.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, David Lombardi with some great 49er breakdown. We have Marcus Thompson at 9:15, Bob Brenly at 9:30, and ticket giveaway next on the Sports Leader. All right, Marin Health is what we're talking about in the North Bay, where there's world-class beauty. Now we got world-class health care. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health. World-class care, closer than you think.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, good old cooler of content, my friends. After we give away those tickets to the Big 3 basketball at Oakland on June 15th, Father's Day weekend, why don't you call Curly at 415-896-KNBR. Did they put the sheet in there today, buddy? I can't find my sheet.
Ooh, where is he?
I can't find my hype sheet.
Where is he?
Are these guys out here trying to tell me to give away tickets without giving me a hype sheet?
I think they're trying to sabotage you, Murph.
back of the sponsor sheet.
I called an audible, my fault.
It's
in the packet. That's on me.
You get a little too creative here. Yeah. Rick Barry, Gary Payton, Hall of Fame coaches, Lisa Leslie, Nancy Lieberman, Stack Jack, Charles Oakley, who knows what he'll do. World famous Dr. J. How great is that? Ice Cube's Big 3 basketball, Saturday, June 15th at Oakland Arena. 415-896-KNBR, caller number 10. Grab your friends, family. Get your tickets now at big3.com/tickets. There you go.
Hell yeah. Looking forward to seeing Ice Cube. Saw him a couple weekends ago down at Cali Roots. Glad he's coming out to Oakland. And Murph, I'm glad that he's a friend of the program.
Yo, what's cracking? This your homeboy Ice Cube, and you're listening to the Murph and Marcus Show, homie.
Do we play the Tolbert and Copes one or what?
Yeah, might as well. Empty the clip, Tony. Our guy Ice Cube cutting some new promos for us. Shout out to the afternoon show. Brought to you by Ice Cube.
Yo, what's cracking? This your homeboy Ice Cube, and you're listening to the Talbert and Copes Show. You know how I go.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
The Talbert and Copes Show.
Calls to mind the great rejoins of all time, headlined by George
the
Clinton.
Talbert and Copes Show. You know how I go.
Do you have the George Clinton? Do you know George? You wouldn't know George Clinton, would you? Parliament Funkadelic? You do?
Let me find it, though. Hang on.
Well, you don't have to work. You know, we'll get to cooler content. You can look for it later. Maybe you find it. You can put it in the cooler content here, buddy. By the way, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. All right. So diss tracks are all the rage, right? And we thought about maybe Marcus and I doing a Monday for the Yankees-Giants stuff, but we didn't have the creativity or energy.
No, we didn't.
Darren Waller, former Raider tight end. Then he went to the New York Giants, right? I'm so dumb. I did not know he was with WNBA star Kelsey Plum.
Yes, that is correct.
I did not know that.
Las Vegas Raiders, Las Vegas Aces. They met up. It's a true Las Vegas love story.
Did they get married?
They got married. And now
breaking up?
They're divorced, I believe.
Ouch. It's hard. So Darren Waller has now taken to song to express his feelings about the breakup?
I want to say like a week and a half ago, he put out like a 3-minute full song breaking it all down. And then just yesterday, he dropped a new song.
And in this, he's like sitting in like a deck chair, wearing shorts, no shirt. It's a very casual diss track. Like he's just kind of lounging on his deck. But anyway, I haven't heard it. I want to hear it. What do we got? This is Darren Waller dropping a new song.
The new one.
Ooh.
Kelsey, what do you want to do?
Well, I was going to ask,
the original?
Should we start? Which one's better, the original or the one that came out yesterday, Tony? You're my inside man on this beef.
The first one's pretty bad. I mean, they're both kind of just like mid. I mean, he's doing his best.
Way to promo the sound.
This is great sound playing in the cooler
funny.
content.
That's why it's funny.
Stay tuned for the mid.
All right, dealer's choice, Tony. Hit us with some Darren Waller.
Which one do you want to do? Any one.
Let's go with the newest one.
I wouldn't know the difference between any of them.
Yeah, let's go with the newest one.
All right, let's go.
Want a day in the life being me. Everything that happens between you and your wife on TMZ. Trying to kick the dough in this rap just like a B&E. Speaking to the blind, it's no wonder they weren't foreseeing me. For a minute, I admit they was deceiving me. Pleasing everybody, forgot I had to believe in me. It's all good when you got all them yards receiving to them cards you're reading ain't that great. It's hard receiving a message from God that he's taking back what you've been blessed with. I'm foaming at the mouth, they know I ain't the one to mess with. Quit playing checkers on my board, I'm playing chess. And if I fall, my brothers pick me up like Byron Leftwich. Give me your best pitch. Hope you know that you signed your death wish. I'ma write that that leave them breathless. So tell your friend, grab your inhaler before the set list. And take a, cause you ain't gonna forget this. Let's go. This road get violent, dog, it sure made me tough. It's terrifying, but it never made me bluff.
Okay, I'm gonna need to defer to you here, buddy.
It's actually not as bad as I thought it was gonna be.
So is it to you all about the beat?
It's about the beat. I think Darren Waller's actually got a pretty good voice. Now, his bars aren't the greatest.
Yeah, the bars aren't the greatest.
We've seen multiple athletes attempt rapping before. This isn't the worst I've ever heard.
Okay. I mean, and where do they get their beats? From a producer, or do they steal them, or what?
Well, that's the question. Most people, legitimate rappers, have producers, but then like other like mixtape rappers will just like steal it off of YouTube or something.
Like when I did my MIB disc take, we just used this the traditional disc take. We got Ice Cube. But anyway, okay, all right, Darren Waller, we see you.
Oh, Murph's going no Vaseline.
By the way, he's retiring, so I think he's getting into the rap game.
Okay.
As the 408 says on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line, Darren Waller is dropping rap tracks and also dropping passes.
Oh, man. He's former mid-segment Reed. We had him for a while. Meanwhile, Ozzie Guillen, former White Sox manager, former big league player, He's going straight up John Joe Curley. And listen, he's just, sometimes these old guys, they snap on the new analytics. They snap.
Those data guys, analytic guys, I don't care what say, they're a bunch of nerds with a bunch of computer telling people what to do, what to say.
Yeah.
Okay, those guys never play the game.
Right.
Is they that good? Put that computer down, go downstairs and be a coach.
There it is. I mean, it's the age-old. You never played the game. They threw
This nerd loves data.
That's what we're looking for,
Dude,
buddy.
Tony, you stole my
That's what we're
riff.
looking
I was
for.
going to ask whether or not Ozzy was talking about Farhan or a guy John Joe Curley.
Yeah, I heard Dave Fleming say something interesting on the talkback yesterday that he was talking about the amount of analytics guys who travel with the team. And he said, I got to tell you guys, I get on the team plan. He goes, I've been with the team for 22 years. He goes, there's guys on there. I don't know who they are. That's what he said. Flem said that. Flem's like, I don't know who this guy is. He's one of their scouts, because they were talking about with Tolbert and Copes about is it possible Doval was tipping his pitches, because he said Soto was caught on camera giving an animated conversation to the rest of the team after his at bat.
Interesting.
And so he was like, I don't know, maybe they have guys that break that stuff down. And that's when he goes, I get on the plane, I don't know these guys.
Yeah, but that's not even advanced analytics.
Yeah.
I don't need some nerd who went to Harvard let me know if someone's tipping pitches. I need Kevin Franson telling me to tipping pitches.
Franny's incredible.
Like, you're telling me these guys have a better eye for baseball perspective than former players and coaches? I mean, it's what you were so angry about last year when Gabe Kapler, the beat reporters had to interview Gabe Kapler in the interview because they took away the media room for all the analytics.
God, dude, in the dugout. Yeah, in the dugout. Unbelievable. All right, we can go anywhere you want. You want? I've got a sentimental golfer with his dad. You got Brandon Crawford leaving the yard, and we got I like this one where the Astros all had to describe home runs. What do you want to do? How about Brandon Crawford? Just give the guy a little love.
Let's give B. Craw
Don
some
Shula
love.
coming out of the North Tunnel here. Cut B. This happened over the weekend. We love you, B. Craw.
And he hits a high fly ball deep toward right center. Castellanos as far as he can go, and Crawford with a long homer, and the Cardinals are on the board. It's a 3-1 game.
How about Brandon Crawford, his first home run in the big leagues, not wearing a Giants uniform. A long shot. Your T-Mobile coverage cam goes up top, covers that fastball. He sent that thing on a ride, Chip.
I mean, God bless him. Fortunately, he's hitting 152, one homer, one RBI.
Yeah, not a great season for Brandon Crawford.
The OPS is tough. The OPS, you ready? 465.
That's not great for a
Isn't
guy.
that Lamont
B.
Wade's
Craw.
on-base percentage?
Oh, you might be right about that. Yeah, it's been a tough season for Brandon Crawford.
It has been.
And we talked about him a lot this offseason. And look, let's go back to those conversations. When me and Murph wanted him on the roster as a late-inning defense replacement, nobody was calling for this guy to be the starting opening day shortstop. But look at the Giants this season. How many different guys have they played at shortstop this season? At least 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Nick Ahmed, Marco Luciano, Casey Schmidt, Brett Wisely, Tyler Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
Did Tyro scoot over for an inning or two? Like, there's been at least 5 or 6 different shortstops this year.
There he is, man. Reliable. And he'll give you the occasional tater once.
Yeah.
And I want to get this one in just because we need to hear Scottish accents. Over the weekend at the Canadian Open in golf, Robert McIntyre, a Scottish guy, won the event, his first win. Now, the catch is he wasn't playing well, so he called his dad in Scotland. His dad is a grass cutter at a golf course. And he said, Dad, I need you. And the old man was on a plane the next morning, flew out, carried his kid's bag, and he won. We got Scottish accents and Scottish tears here on the green here. This is a great story. The old man just comes out and just like, it's like right out of the Field of Dreams here. Check it out.
How much has this helped determine this?
You know, I was going down the last there and was trying to tell me stay focused, just swing smooth, because yesterday I got a little bit too fast and in my head I wasn't listening to him. I was like, I'm wanting to win this for my dad. Like, this is a guy that's taught me the game of golf. And I just can't believe I've done this with him in the bag.
Dad, it looks like you're taking this one all in. What is it like? Elite athlete on your own. You have been so committed to your son's success ever since he showed passion for the game. What's it like to be a part of this moment?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm a grass cutter. No, a caddy. Sorry. Oh, a canny. Yeah, honestly, it's unbelievable. I got phoned last Saturday night. You phoned me. I'm sitting on the couch at home, 8 o'clock Saturday night, and I'm like, can I leave my job here? I was
No, I'm busy at work.
Of course you can.
Aye. 8 o'clock the next morning, I'm on a flight out here, and wow.
That's awesome, man. Calls his dad on a Saturday, says, Dad, I need you. He's like, that's a great, you got to cut there. He goes, I'm a grass cutter.
Yeah.
So see, I just wanted to hear the Scottish accent too, man. That is a hard one. Shout out Willie the Greenskeeper in Simpsons. And shout out Fat Bastard from Austin Powers 2, right? What do you got?
I'm a grass cutter.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
He's a grass cutter, and I love the fact that he was able to leave Brandon Ayuk's backyard to come join his son.
The grass green, the trees is blown.
Grass is cut, baby.
Was Robert McIntyre's dad cutting Brandon Ayuk's lawn? That's the question.
I'm a grass cutter.
I'm a grass cutter. And he says, I got a phone call Saturday night. I can't do it. Scottish accents are hard, man. You got to kind of swallow the words there a little bit. But anyway, I wanted to get that in there for Scottish accents and dad tears. There you go. All right, guys. Well, that's a good, cooler content. Okay. What do you make of this 5-game losing streak? Next on the Sports Center.
I got phoned last Saturday night. You phoned me.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's a swing and a drive to left. Going back on it, Conforto, and it is gone. The pitch. Lined up the middle, base hit. So Howard just challenged Blaze Alexander, and he beat him. That'll score Suarez.
Now Chapman swings, lines one out to center, and it's going to sail over the head of Carroll. It'll roll to the bottom of the wall. Rounding third wisely, he'll score. Chapman to second, takes a big turn. Elliot Ramos now, he swings to the first pitch, drives a fly ball deep right center field. Carroll on the move, going back at the track, looking up, it's gone! Elliot Ramos ties the game here in the 7th.
Runner at second, one out, tie game, bottom 9. Now a swing and a high fly ball. Center field deep. Yastrzemski back at the wall. It is gone!
There it is, man. The Giants losing in Arizona to our continued heat wave themes. We went old school Martha and the Vandellas. We went more modern Glass Animals. Heat wave. We went more 80s. Billy Idol, Hot in the City, and now back into the early 00s here. This was an old Brandon Crawford song on the
That's
on the
right.
show.
And
Yeah.
shout out to Brandon Crawford now hitting home runs out in St. Louis, the birthplace of Nelly.
Uno. That's
Yeah.
right. The Lou.
That's right.
You mean the wild card fighting St. Louis Cardinals?
The St. Louis Cardinals, who you'll see later this month.
Yeah, as part of the wild card battle. There we go, guys. Okay, well, listen, we've been talking about it all morning. Oof, Giants lose to Arizona 4-2, 2 nights in a row, 2 games in a row, I should say. A ninth inning home run haunts them on Sunday. Camilo Doval coughs it up to Juan Soto. Not a walk-off because the Giants were at home. And then last night, Pavin Smith, who I figure has to, in honor of the Robert McIntyre golf sound we just played, Pavin Smith has to be named after 1995 U.S. Open golf champion Corey Pavin. Who? Yeah, I would say you guys probably would not know Corey Pavin. But he was kind of a prominent golfer in the 90s, and he won the U.S. Open in 95. You don't have a kid born in 96 named Pavin. The dad must have been a golf geek for sure. So I'd like to interview Pavin Smith about that one of these days. But anyway, he hit a home run off of Randy Rodriguez, and we're okay with Rodriguez being in?
I like Randy Rodriguez. I think he's shown big league stuff this year. He's consistently pitching the strike zone, which he had problems with last year down in Sacramento. But again, when you're going through the hierarchy of these bullpen, I think you look at all those right-handers, whether it starts with Jelly, Randy Rodriguez, Ryan Walker, and Camilo Doval. Those are the 4 guys I probably trust the most.
Yeah, so you can't second-guess that. You can't blame Bob Melvin on that. I mean, it was the right move, and Corey Pavin beat him. And he threw a pitch right down Broadway, and Corey Pavin took it out to a big part of the yard. You know what's funny? The Giants for years have hit well in Arizona, but I didn't realize it is like San Francisco, and it's one of the worst homer-friendly parks in the Bigs.
Got to build a big ballpark. I mean, of course, they added, the humidor a couple years ago to kind of reduce the number of home runs being hit at the ballpark.
No, I'm saying Arizona's a hard one to hit homers in.
Yeah,
you
I'm
go to
saying.
Baseball Savant, yeah.
And they even added in the extra stuff on top of it to make it even harder is the case I was making because most people think when you're out there in the desert air, the thin air, the ball will be able to fly. But, of course, it's an indoor stadium.
By the way, when you mentioned Arizona, should I mention that the Tolbert and Copes are going to have Luis Gonzalez on, by the way? So,
former Giant Luis Gonzalez? Is that who we're talking about?
Dude, good call. They did have Luis Gonzalez.
Oh, that's who you were talking about.
Oh, no, I don't think so. By the way, they drafted that Luis Gonzalez, the Mariano Rivera Luis. At least I think they're talking about it. No, it's 2001 World Series champ, Luis Gonzalez.
I got Murph mixed up now. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, Luis Gonzalez, the Arizona Diamondback, his son was a Giants first-round draft pick in the Bobby Evans era and never worked out.
Ooh,
Jacob Gonzalez.
Another miss by Bobby.
There was high hopes on that one. Yeah, if you go in the last 3 years, Chase Field is actually second to, 2024 alone, Chase Field is second hardest park to homer in besides San Francisco.
And you know what the Diamondbacks did? They built a team that hits for contact, and they built a team that steals bags, something that the Giants have not adopted, especially with the rule changes over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah. So the Giants, obviously, it's a low-scoring game yesterday, and that's kind of the theme, guys. We got to throw a couple of disturbing stats at you. One is, where's the offense, Mike? As the great Bill Walton would say, Mike, we need some offense. Where's the offense? Young Tony's looking, I know. But 14 runs in 6 games, capped by 2 runs last night. 5 runs on Sunday was the explosion. You got it right there, kid? Yeah, you do? Yeah.
Where's the offense?
Worth it, right? 5 runs on Sunday was the explosion. That was the game you were supposed to win.
Yeah, and that was actually a game where they actually hit Nestor Cortez pretty well. Like, there was consistent hard contact. And then yesterday, Ryan Nelson is on the bump, has the longest outing of his career, 7 2/3 innings.
We haven't even talked about the fact that Ryan Nelson carved on him yesterday. That was a guy who carried it. His ERA was like in the highs.
I think it was 9 up, 9 down, first time through the lineup.
Dude, I looked up in the 8th inning. He was like at 79, 80 pitches.
So he had a couple innings where like 5, 6 pitches in the entire inning.
So is there any one person you blame for this offensive slump? I mean, the absence of Lamont Wade is a factor.
Ding, ding, ding.
And over there at first base, Trenton Brooks is getting these starts, and we're wondering why.
Oh, it's a black hole at first base right now.
And then Wilmer's ice cold, but you're saying you got to put him out there. In either way, you got to put him out there.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like Wilmer has not had the same season he had last year. I think we can all recognize that. But also, Wilmer Flores has proven at the big league level that he can at least give you competitive at-bats. I'm not seeing that out of Trenton Brooks right now. And I get it. They want the lefty versus righty matchup. Yeah. But at some point, throw the data out the window. The guy's 28 years old. He's a rookie and has 1 hit in his major league career. I'd rather see Wilmer Flores, who, again, is struggling, get those opportunities to maybe hit up his bat a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'd rather see him at the plate than Brooks. Other guys who are ice cold, as we mentioned, Brooks and Flores 0 for their last 12 combined. Pat Bailey's 0 for his last 8. Now, listening, I saw him smoke a ball last night that Jake McCarthy dove and caught. Yaz is 0 for his last 11 and 1 for his last 11. Guys, Yaz has not had a offensive year to speak of at all.
No, and yesterday, I know we talk about him defensively in right field. Yesterday, they gave him the opportunity to play center field over Luis Matos. Again, lefty versus righty matchup, but I think Luis Matos maybe catches that ball out towards triple alley in that ballpark. The ball that went over Yaz's head that resulted in a triple. Next thing you know, Blaze Alexander is knocking in runs.
Guys, if you're looking at Yaz's just in general offensively, so he's hitting 209. His OPS is 641. And last year's OPS was 775. Last year, he did hit 15 bombs in 106 games. And he hit 233. But he is now 30. He's getting a little older. He's 33 now. He'll be 34 in August. I mean, it is fair to expect that this is sort of where a guy like him, who was never a premium talent to begin with, nice player, grandson of the Wind, grandson of Yaz, but, 33 going on 34, and you see the numbers going down like this?
Well, let's be honest. Yaz is a 4th outfielder. And right now, he's one of your biggest left-handed bats. And I'm saying that for air quotes for everybody who's not watching on the stream.
Would you rather go Conforto, Matos, Ramos going forward?
Absolutely.
He'd bench Yaz.
I think that's the way to do it. Again, if you wanted to platoon him, I guess that's what they're going to do now with Luis Matos and Yaz. I thought maybe that was a strategy for Ramos, but we saw them have good faith in Elliott yesterday. Give him the righty versus righty matchup, and he leaves the ballpark. So I would assume the plan is moving forward that they're still going to get Yaz playing time, but it seems like he might be in a platoon system with Luis Matos.
So while we're in this, so we'll have to talk about that. Matos obviously got a day off yesterday being ice cold. We'll see if he bounces back. Lefty on the mound tonight.
So Matos should be back in the lineup.
For the Diamondbacks, a young lefty named Blake Walston, 22 years old, first-round draft pick. We'll see who it is. One positive was Ramos, and there's Bomel after the game. Young Tone cut S. As in what? Stanford? Why not? Here he is on Ramos in the game he had.
Well, I think he already has, really. I mean, from the minute he got here, played with a lot of confidence, playing left, he's playing right, hit him everywhere in the lineup, from in the middle to lead off, and continues to play with a lot of energy, and he's playing great.
Okay. Playing great. Elliot Ramos, there's a positive.
Now. I mean, you look at his last 8 games, Murph. He's hitting .321. He's 9 for 28, back-to-back home runs. 8 RBIs. He really is the only guy who's swinging it well in this lineup right now.
Yeah, man, oh man. So again, 14 runs in 6 games is the problem. I mean, last night, the pitching did their job. I mean, until obviously giving up a walk-off home run in the bottom of the ninth. But 2 runs into the 9th inning, you have plenty of chances to have that thing, to get the ball to Doval instead of Randy Rodriguez. You know what? Listen, shout out Sean Jelly. Shout out Spencer Howard. He's done better than Mason Black has in that spot.
I will say I've been pleasantly surprised by Spencer Howard, a guy that was a top prospect in the Philly organization. We know about his relationship with Brian Price. We were talking with Brian Price down in Scottsdale in spring training about maybe him having a chance to grab that 5th Rother spot over guys like Tristan Beck and Mason Black. So he's been taking advantage of his opportunities in this bulk role. Again, the bullpen wasn't the problem yesterday. And I'm anti-bullpen game, but they've been having success because they've needed it with these injuries on the pitching rotation.
By the way, 925 with a funny line about Luis Gonzalez. How can Murph forget forever giant Luis Gonzalez who led all position players in pitching appearances in 2022. Oh, dude, that's a bad memory right there.
Right. He was throwing cheese, too.
541's coming down from Matos. He goes, bro, 8 for 52 with 3 walks. Is that right?
He doesn't walk at all.
I'd like to grind out the occasional walk.
No, Luis Matos, his style is he's aggressive. He wants to go up there hacking, which I don't have a problem with, especially when we talked so much earlier this season about this team being too patient at the plate.
There's a difference. Like there's like two things can be equally true. You can be aggressive on good pitches, and you can not swing at bad pitches. How's that for an idea?
That's absolutely true. But we were all
that's the Ted Williams theory.
We
right?
were a fan of his approach when he had 15 RBIs in back-to-back games.
Oh boy, 801 says this coming at us a lot. It said you guys do refuse to talk about the substance on Ryan Nelson's hat. When are you going to acknowledge it? We saying Ryan Nelson was going Gaylord Perry last night?
Wow. Was he going Domingo Herman, a little bit of pine tar on the back of the neck?
Oh, man. 303 says, hey, what is considered a good OPS? Like 300 is traditionally considered the bar for a good batting average. Now, we've talked about this, and it was kind of funny because I said, well, kids, my kid asked that question the other day, and I said, that's a good question. So, because it's got relatively new stat. Last 10, 15 years, people have paid more attention to it. It's always been a good stat, though. I'm a believer in on-base percentage. I'm a believer in slugging percentage. So, this is where the nerds and I meet and shake hands, right?
Hello.
So, I said that, anywhere around 700 to 750 is passable, like a C grade, and then I said anything in the 800s to... No, I said 700, 750 was okay. Anything in the 800s is like really, really good, and anything in the 900s is outstanding. And Marcus is like, wait a minute. You're saying a C grade isn't good? I said, no, not really. He goes, it was for me.
No. Again, because I've always looked at it like the grading system. If you're in the 700s, you're a C student.
Yeah.
If you're in the 800s, you're a B student.
Yeah.
900, you're an A student. If you got a batting average over 1,000, you're getting like a extra credit on top of everything.
Okay, that's fair.
And you were like, oh, hitting in the 800s is only a B
That's what
student.
I said, yeah.
And I said, what's wrong with being a B student? In my house, we were throwing block parties anytime I got a B.
If you had gotten the B, you'd be at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, that is true.
Hey, Mark, can we do the bit again? We should do a bit. If anybody even do it, where I'm in the pool hall going, one dying quail a week, one grandpa with eyes, one more B on your report card. And you're in Yankee Stadium. If you know, you know.
That's a good riff.
Marcus's aunt promised to take him to Yankee Stadium if he could get a 3.0.
2008.
He got like a 2.9.
Last year
said
at Yankee
no.
Stadium, Tony, she says, if you get a 3.0, and granted, I was like a 2.0 student, so asking me to get a 3.0 was a high ask. I got a 2.8. The highest GPA I ever had at that time, folks, didn't take me to Yankee Stadium.
Just round up.
Old Yankee Stadium, that's what I'm saying. I'm over here begging teachers to give me a boost. No, missed it by 2 points. 0.2 extra.
I gotta love the standard she's holding you to. I mean, we gotta have a standard out here. You know what I mean?
There's a standard.
Hey,
I don't like the standard.
The standard
And
is
look at him now, by the way.
I never liked standardized testing either.
Standard is I gotta hit the legal. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. Yeah, look at him now talking to us as a Yankee fan, right? On 50,000.
Come on, we're past that series.
All right.
Next pitch, Murph. We're back to talking Giants baseball.
Very, very good. Yeah, 408 says, yes, his hat was very shiny and absolutely had stuff on it. Multiple people are saying Ryan Nelson last night.
That's interesting.
Was checking in with all this, too. 541 says you cannot ignore how bad Matos has been. 707 says Farhan is listening to... Oh, wait, he says Farhan is listening to this. Look... Oh, God, that's pretty funny.
Oh, keep going.
Well, it's for my generation. There was a song by Billy Davis Jr. and Marilyn McCoo called You Don't Have to Be a Star, Baby, to Be in My Show. I think we played this once before on the show because sometimes you use that phrase, you don't have to be a star, baby, to be in my show. That's pretty funny. He says that's what Farhan listens to when he drafts. 408 says, how long are we going to let Yaz get by on his name alone? Ah, man. Now we're coming after Grandpa, man. Now we're coming back after Grandpa. Steven Fresno? What, him again? Ah, come on. Didn't we deal with him yesterday?
Yeah.
He doesn't get a second chance.
Are we going back down this road,
He
Tony?
doesn't get a second. What does he think? What is it? Is it his birthright to be on the show?
Seems like you're trying to provoke, Tony.
I do think so, too. And we had a fun encounter. We made a promo. We're not going back down that road. You can only create that magic once. All right, guys? Anything. I want to get a couple other things on the news of the Giants before we get to Marcus Thompson at 9:15 and Bob Brenly at 9:30. Blake Snell. We haven't even talked about it. He went to the 15-day IL. It's official. The MRI is not official just yet. But and they're saying, well, who the heck's going to replace him? Did you hear Keaton Wynn is with the club in Arizona as a taxi squad guy, and he was going to throw in Sacramento, but he's now going to throw in Arizona, and he's almost ready to go. So are you ready for the return of a Keaton win, and we're going to need the Keaton win that we thought we were getting out of spring training as opposed to the Keaton win who didn't have much success of late.
Yeah, I'm glad that we're getting even the opportunity to see Keaton Wynn rejoin this rotation because when he initially went down on the IL talking about forearm tightness, I thought it was going to be for the worse. I thought he was heading towards Tommy John surgery because that's the biggest symptom for guys who need Tommy John is tearing that UCL in his elbow. So I'm just glad Keaton Wynn has the opportunity to get back in the rotation. And if we get Keaton Wynn, the same Keaton Wynn that we saw last year in the second half of the season, I think that's going to upgrade this rotation.
Yeah, so that, and then the other thing they were talking about with the 2 open spots, the name that you keep talking about, Carson Wisenhunt, has been mentioned. Now, he's not on the 40-man.
No.
So they'd have to put him on the 40-man. The guy who is on the 40-man is Mason Black. I had a bad experience with Mason Black at the ballpark a couple Friday nights ago. That was the game you sat with us, right?
Yeah.
The Giants won that game, actually. They came back and won that game. But so Mason Black has not won over our faith. Wisenhunt, unfortunately, his ERA is 5.96 right now in Sacramento, but you love his stuff.
Yeah, I'm a Wisenhunt guy. I still think he needs a little bit more seasoning up in Sacramento. A name that we haven't mentioned in a while, Roop. There it is.
Yeah.
Landon Roop has a guy that's been stretching out his stuff down in Sacramento because the Giants still have plans for him in the starting rotation. So maybe we see a Landon Roop appearance sometime soon.
So anyway, guys, they're limping. They've lost 5 in a row. And to be honest, for a guy like me who called for Bob Melvin and Matt Williams and the Hum Baby Spirit, this looks exactly like the Gabe Kapler team right now. There's no getting around it. It looks exactly like. And then you start saying, what's the common denominator in all this? It's Farhan Zaidi.
Really? Is that what you imagine?
And he would say, I signed Matt Chapman. I signed Blake Snell. I signed Jorge Soler. I tried to do it for you guys. What do you want from me? I can see him like, just what do you want from me? I'm trying. And the answer is, we got to do better. That's the answer.
I'm looking for veal cutlets, man.
Yeah, well, there you go. What do you want for nothing? Veal cutlets there, guys. And so we'll see if Soler can get hot. Giants go back at it tonight. It's your boy, Prince Harry.
Kyle
Harrison gets the ball against, Diamondbacks team that's not that hot. So hopefully he can get after him. It's a young lefty for the Arizona, Blake Walston.
And this is good to have Kyle Harrison on the bump. I know they had their winning streak come to a halt after his last outing, but prior to that, they had won 8 straight games where he was the starting pitcher. So maybe Kyle Harrison is the guy to stop the losing streak today.
All right, so listen, Marcus Thompson will join us on the other side. We've done precious little NBA Finals talk. Do we have a pop culture showdown coming Thursday?
Well, that's because it doesn't start till Thursday. Who the hell gave them an entire week off before the final started?
Yeah, they schedule this stuff for the networks and all that, so network can get their Dancing with the Stars in or whatever, or their Celebrity Jeopardy. There's been a lot of Jeopardy content on primetime ABC lately.
Or what's that TV show where they have the mask on? Everybody's like a mascot.
Yeah,
and
that's
singing?
NBC.
Masked Singer.
Abbott Elementary is an ABC show. So anyway,
are you smarter than a 5th grader?
Well, I was when I figured out 6 times 4 is 24.
I'm still not smarter than a 5th grader.
Which is today's date, by the way. All right. Well, if you were, you would have been at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like I'm not smarter than a 5th grader.
All right, guys. Marcus Thompson, get some basketball in there for sure. It's getting closer to Warrior decision time, too. We haven't talked to him since that Slater piece about the no notable movement with them and Klay Thompson. And, of course, Bob Bentley, who's always fun. Hum Baby, Bob Bentley at 9:30. That's all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Milpitas' sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers minicamp starts today, and it's mandatory. So to find out whether or not Brandon Ayuk will show up to mandatory minicamp, stay locked into the sports leader and make sure you go back and hear our previous interviews with David Lombardi and Matt Barrows coming on with the Afternoon Boys yesterday. To hear all those podcasts and more, check them out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I love the Niners.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Ooh, that's one of my all-time favorites there, buddy. Oh, yeah. By the way, Kool and the Gang Live, highly recommend. Highly recommend. Seen them multiple times. Saw them open for Van Halen. When they finished their set, I was like, Van Halen's going to have to answer that. And then saw them open for Casey and the Sunshine Band up in Tahoe. And Casey and the Sunshine Band couldn't come within a mile of Kool and the Gang. So, well done, young man. How'd you find this one? Kid, you don't know this one?
I just went Google songs about heat waves.
Well, and this is why this one came up. Because it's the best. Really, it's the best here.
You're a smart man, Tony.
By the way, you made a Stanford reference. Fred again, going to be at Stanford Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Really?
100%. I was going to go, but I was like, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday,
it's Saturday
odd. In the city.
Stanford for Fred again?
Yeah, what the hell's going on? How much money is Fred again paying you to plug all of his shows?
Yeah. Dude, he's great. I mean, what's not to like? You guys got to be put on.
You say Fred again. I say right said Fred. You guys know that. I'm too sexy for my shirt.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. I got you.
That was the Mike Yastrzemski song back in the day, too. Are we pursuing Marcus Thompson?
We're trying to connect.
Okay.
Correct.
He's busy fending off all his awards because he was nominated for a big-time writing award.
Hell yeah.
I want to make sure I get the exact title on that one so I don't screw it up. He was nominated for, as I go here, guys.
Drum roll, please.
I don't have it right now. But I'll find it for you. I'll find it for you. But it was cool for him. And listen, he does a great job. He dives deep, and the Athletics a perfect place for him. Because he can roll up his sleeves, spend some time, and do some digging.
Looks like it's the Dan Jenkins Medal for Excellence in Sports Writing, and he's one of the final nominees.
You just knocked me for a loop. I didn't know Dan Jenkins is royalty. Wow. Dan Jenkins, oh boy. If I won the Dan Jenkins Medal for Excellence in Sports Writing, I would honestly retire and just sit on a mountain cabin and stare out the window. Because that would be off. Oh, my God.
Damn, you got to start.
I worship Dan Jenkins.
You got to start pumping out some more jock dogs then.
You make me laugh every day, buddy. That was very funny. Dude, wow. So I met Dan Jenkins once, and it was just like, I was like stumbling over my words, man. Met him. He was one of the greatest. I mean, he was a great sports writer in general, but golf was one of his greatest. But he wrote golf funny, man. He was funny as hell.
Huh.
And he was not a stuffy golf guy. He was the exact opposite of a stuffy golf guy. He was a down and dirty, blue-collar golf guy who wrote hilarious golf columns, books, stories, everything. He also wrote college football forever and was a legend at Sports Illustrated. He's a Texan. So, man, if you're nominated for the Dan Jenkins Medal for Excellence in Sports Writing, then you can pretty much retire. So congratulations to Marcus. We don't have him, though, do we? So let's go to Steve in Fresno, then.
Oh, Steve is still hanging out.
It is his birthright to come on 2 days in a row.
I didn't even know he was still there.
After making the promo. Hey, Steve, because of Marcus Thompson's no-show, you're filling in for him, buddy. All right? How are you?
Pinch hitting Steve.
Let me say something. I listen to you guys every morning. I love you guys. You guys bring it out. I don't listen to ESPN. I don't listen to CD. Big mouth on ESPN. Or even Rome. I listen to you guys. I was in the Bay Area for 20 years in Illinois. That's where my kids are from. I didn't say grow up, but I grew to the KNBR because of what you guys do every single day.
All right, Steve. First of all, you're breaking up a little bit. You're breaking up a little bit. I want to make sure we get you to a good spot. Are you driving?
Okay. Yeah, I'm heading into Clovis right now. You guys know Clovis.
My kid just played a water polo game against Buchanan High from Clovis on Saturday. or Sunday.
How'd you guys do?
We got that W, too. We sent him back to Clovis with that L.
Nice.
You know what I mean? So
Buchanan, hey, Clovis is loaded with that.
Oh.
Come on, we got
Steve,
we got our
Steve,
boy.
I hate to do this to you right now. Marcus showed up, so you got to hang on. We can get to you at the end of the show if you want to hang on, Steve. If you want to hang on. Marcus Thompson II is joining us from The Athletic. Marcus, dude, before we get to anything, bro, you getting nominated for the Dan Jenkins Medal for Excellence in Sports Writing, literally, stops me in my tracks. I'm the biggest Dan Jenkins fan in the world. Congratulations, dude. That is an unbelievable honor. Way to be. Way to be.
Thank you. You knew about this? That's pretty good. Sometimes I forget you were like an old scribe. You're a radio star now, but I have to be reminded that I used to read you growing up back when I was a kid.
I'll take that. I'll take that as a compliment. You are one of 12 nominees for the Dan Jenkins Medal for Excellence in Sports Writing. Dan Jenkins was the best. He was the best. He was the absolute best. So anyway, way to be, man. Way to be. I hope that gets Is the ceremony in Fort Worth, Texas? That's where he was from, Fort Worth.
But it doesn't matter anyway because his daughter is really good.
She's amazing. Former Chronicle columnist Sally Jenkins.
Yeah, she is top shelf. So I don't know if you read them pieces, but man, the piece she did on Martina and Chris Everett.
Yes, love that piece. Ooh, it gave me goosebumps.
That, man.
Goosebumps.
Yeah, it doesn't get better than that.
It's gonna be tough to beat that one.
Yeah, you're not beating that one. It's all good.
No, that was an incredible stories about Chris Everett, the great Chrissy Everett battling cancer, and how Martina Navratilova, who was her bitter Cold War Iron Curtain rival, who was, represented everything Chrissy didn't in terms of strength and musculature and physicality versus the sort of the feminine, softer side of Chrissy. And they kind of represented two different sides of the sports world. And now, later in life, have become best friends. And Martina, with a heart of gold, has been helping Chrissy all through her cancer battle. It's an incredibly touching story. And just two absolute titans locked in arm in arm as they go into their golden years. It's just such a great story. So thanks for reminding me about that one, Marcus.
Yeah, it was top stuff. But you know how we say, like, when an athlete is like, get mentioned in the sentence of like Michael Jordan, or you're the first player to do this is Michael Jordan, and they say the same thing, right? It's just an honor to be on the list with a player like that.
It's true.
That's how I feel.
It's true.
You put me on the list with Sally Jenkins, we doing good.
You did do good, buddy. So way to go, man. All right, NBA Finals approaching. How do you view what does Dallas versus Boston say about the NBA? And among the options, the Warriors are definitely done. The Lakers are definitely done. This is Luka's time. This is Jason Tatum's time. What's the large narrative of Dallas versus Boston?
Nobody's done. I'm going the other way,
okay,
baby.
I like it.
This is wide open. Think about this. Whoever wins this will be the sixth team to win in the last 6 years. Think about that. From Toronto to the Lakers to who was after the Lakers? It was Milwaukee to the Warriors to Denver. Now we're going to get Boston or Dallas. It's wide open. Any year, you can flip your team, make a couple moves, and you'll be there. You'll be in the mix. It's tough. Like, we're not in a dynasty era where you got to overcome this massive team. You got to overcome a lot of teams. Next year, it could be Minnesota, right? Next year, it could be Oklahoma City. Next year, it could be Philadelphia if they make a move. But to me, this shows that everybody's in the game. Like, everybody's in the game. It's an arms race now, and it's across the entire league. This is exactly what the NBA wanted. This is what Adam Silver wanted, to go into a year not knowing who the champion would be and having so many pieces on the table. You're one or two moves from being in the mix, and if you're in the mix, you just need your guy to get hot at the right time. That's literally what's happening with Dallas right now, and this is what can happen to any team, I think.
Yeah, Marcus. And now game one of the NBA Finals starts this Thursday out in Boston, which means Kyrie Irving is returning to the scene of the crime. How do you think he's going to be received in Boston, TD Garden, on Thursday?
I don't think we need to guess about that. I mean, that's going to be old school hatred. We're going to bring back the old Garden, right? Like, them vibes. One of the craziest places I've ever been was a Boston game. Like, I've never seen a finals game there. And this was like for Draymond. right? This was the Warriors, and the vitriol was just tangible. Keep in mind, like, it's Boston. The game started like 8:30, and everybody started drinking at 3, right? So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what's going down. Like, they're going to be lit. Now you add Kyrie on it, like a legit villain. Oh yeah, it's gonna be chaos. And then Luka is gonna do his thing, or he's gonna be talking to people and going crazy. I think it's gonna be as intense as we've seen in a long, long time. They should turn the heat off, right? They should turn the air off and go old school, just make them sweat it out like the old Lakers had to, them old Boston Garden stories.
Are you buying like we talk about narratives for the NBA Finals, the narrative for Kyrie, like changed man, grown man, new part of his career? What's your angle on the Kyrie story?
Isn't this interesting? Like, it feels like he's grown. He's definitely a better teammate, right? I mean, he literally wasn't playing before. Now his teammates love him, and Luka swears by him. This is not atypical, though. As Marcus knows, like, after you're wealthy and you're getting to do whatever you want, and you spend your 20s just throwing your royal oats, living the life, right, Marcus? That's how you did it.
Absolutely,
about 30.
Absolutely.
About 30, you want to grow up, you want to be an adult. Things start changing to you. Things start mattering different. You get a family, and then you mature. Then you start crossing over into our world, Murph, into the world of maturation.
I like how you lumped me in there. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be happy to join your generation, buddy.
I feel like Kyrie has done what a lot of people do. It's just that he had such a wild time before. I don't know if it'll stick. We'll see. To me, nobody will test him like Boston, because this is old wounds, and he's taking the high ground on everything. But remember, like he said before, like, he was flipping the birds last time he was in there in the playoffs. So if he maintains through this, it's a little bit more believable that he's different. But to me, the bigger thing is in the locker room amongst his teammates, he's been a leader, and that part is where you can say he's definitely improved. I still don't think he doesn't really like the fans and media very much.
You know what's funny is all the other talk on the other guy is Luka, best player in the world, best player in the world, best player in the world. I've heard that so many different times from so many different pundits. And I'm like, wait a minute, didn't we just give out that award like 3 weeks ago to a different guy? I mean, how do you marry these two things, that Nikola Jokic was the MVP and Luka's now the best player in the world?
They treat it like a blunt, man. Like, you just pass it around, and whoever turn it is. Like, no, it's not how it works. Nikola Jokic is the best player in the world. Like, losing a series, especially to like Minnesota, is not like a terrible thing. Like, he didn't play awfully. Like, to me, that's the thing. That's this modern NBA. Like, you could literally lose. Like, it is definitely gonna happen. And when nobody is stacking up championships, like, how can we use championships as the barometer? Like, we got to use something else. To me, Luka, if he wins a championship, he definitely enters into the conversation. He clearly has the talent to be, but I'm not acting like Nikola Jokic doesn't exist. Because he lost the series, like, that's crazy to me. Like, Luka is on that trajectory. He's in that path, but we can't do this every year. It's been 6 years. Giannis was the greatest player ever in 21. Then Steph in 22. Jokic in 23. Now it's Luka. And if Boston wins, it's probably going to be Tatum. And we're going to have this conversation every year. We don't got 5 on it. We're not passing it around like that.
And Marcus, now the conversation has been started by Stan Van Gundy that maybe Luka and Kyrie are the best backcourt of all time. You, of course, have covered the Splash Brothers their entire career. What's your take on Stan Van Gundy calling Luka and Kyrie the greatest backcourt?
Like, I understand what they're saying. This, you know what this feels like when he said it? It felt like Mark Jackson. When Mark Jackson was like, this is the greatest shooting backcourt of all time. And people went nuts, like, no way, how could you? Gail Goodrich and Jerry West. And it's like, all right, what is Mark Jackson actually saying? And be careful, because he ended up right. I understand what he's saying. It's very rare to have such skilled, dynamic players. Like, Steph and Clay aren't that, right? Clay can't, as a number 2, Clay can't do what Kyrie does. He just can't do it. So as far as like, give me the ball, I'll make it happen. So if he would have said they're the 2 best ISO players ever, if you'd have said they're the two best, like most skilled guards ever, they may end up being, who knows? But they've got to win a lot more than that. I mean, they haven't won more than Jordan and B.J. Armstrong. Like, come on, like you gotta, like Steve Kerr is like, hold on, man, I got rings. Let's go, me and Mike. So it's some candidates out there they gotta think about. But I understand what they're saying as far as skill and ability. Like it's tough to top them, but we have to actually see them win it all first. Like that. Let's get there, and then we'll talk about where they rank. But I'm not dismissing it because everybody dismissed Mark Jackson when he said it, and look what happened.
Right, exactly. So it's something to think about. It's interesting. It's an interesting series. I'll say this without the Warriors, no dog in the hunt. It's an interesting series. Luka and Kyrie versus the Celtics team that's been dying to get one ever since the Warriors denied them. So good stuff, man. And I hope you and Sally Jenkins are co-winners, all right, of the Dan Jenkins medal.
Listen, I'm on the list. We good.
Yes, 100% right. 100% right. All right, man. Take care.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus.
All right, thanks.
Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Bob Brenly, next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Staying with our heat themes, burning for you, Blois to cold. Nice. All right, it's always a pleasure to check in with a hum baby, Bob Brenly, who, of course, is on Probably Bob Melvin's, hum baby Rolodex phone call is there. Of course, 9 seasons with the Giants, and of course, 11 seasons with the D-backs TV, but won the World Series back in 2001 with the Diamondbacks, and it was just a chance to check in. Giants playing the Diamondbacks, a great chance to check in with BB, old number 15. Hey, Bob, welcome back to KNBR in San Francisco, where you did many, many years. I remember with Frank and Mike in the morning, and now you have Murph and Marcus, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. How you doing, Bob?
Hey, morning, Bob.
I'm doing well. I appreciate that you guys don't call me every week or every day and wake me up in the morning. Just, a couple times a year. This works out much better for me.
That was a daily? Was that a daily back in the day?
The post game was a daily, but I think the pregame was only one day a week, maybe with Frank and Mike. But
it was early.
Still early.
It was still early. Yeah. But hey, it's all right. So now we get you a little bit later on. Okay, so 2 teams going at it down there that aren't having the starts to the seasons they wanted. And I don't even know if we can call it the start anymore because we're into June. So, when you look at this Giants-Diamondback series, Bob, it's technically like a little bit of a preview of the wild card race in a sense. You look at 2 teams that are sort of not happy. Is that the way you look at this going into this series?
Yeah, I think but I think both teams are positioned well if they get some of their injured players back. I know the Giants have had a laundry list of guys on that injured list, and the Diamondbacks have had the same thing. We've been without our starting center fielder most of the season. We've been without our starting shortstop most of the season, missing a couple of starting pitchers that they spent pretty good money to bring in here. So I know the Giants are in the same boat. I looked at the injured list last night when I got to the ballpark, and, there's more guys on the injured list than there are on the active list. So it's all part of the game. Everybody goes through it. You just hope that when those guys start trickling back into your lineup and into your rotation, that you're still in a position to make a run. And, from what I've seen from both teams, I think they're just going to kind of hang around until everybody gets back and see what kind of a run they can make.
And, Bob, one of the things that stood out to me about the D-backs lineup yesterday was seeing Corbin Carroll hit down in the 8-hole. We're talking about a man that was the Rookie of the Year last year in the National League, is now hitting under 200. What has gone wrong this season for Corbin Carroll?
Well, I'm probably not the right guy to ask that. I know Corbin's been working a lot trying to change his swing plane and his swing angle and all those other things that the analytics people talk about, but he's just searching right now. Can't seem to find the swing that he featured all year last year when he was the Rookie of the Year and, stole 1 million bases and hit home runs and did everything the team needed him to do. It's making me believe that sophomore jinx is a thing. He was so good last year and so consistent. It's hard to believe that he's struggling as mightily as he is this year, but there's always hope that a guy is going to figure it out. I always say all it takes is one line drive. You square up one ball, you hit a good line drive, everything's on time, and it all comes back to you. And we're just waiting for that one line drive from Corbin.
Talking to Bob Brenly, who's on the San Francisco Giants Wall of Fame, of course, and now the Diamondbacks broadcaster as the Giants lose to the Diamondbacks last night 4-2. By the way, that Ryan Nelson kind of came out of nowhere on the Giants last night. Where'd that come from?
Well, it's been in there. We've seen flashes of that from time to time, which as the Giants fans know, it happens with young pitchers. They go out there and look like Cy Young one day, and the next day they go out there and look like Delman Young. It's you're never quite sure what you're going to get from a young pitcher, but Ryan Nelson's been a work in progress. They've added some pitches to his delivery, and they've changed some things with his delivery, and last night was about as good as we've seen Ryan Nelson. So, and we're going to need him to pitch well because our rotation is made up like 4/5 of rookies right now. So we need all those guys to pitch well if the D-backs are going to hang in.
Jordan Montgomery is a guy that we've been keeping an eye on this season in comparison to Blake Snell and what they went through this offseason, signing late in spring training. It obviously hasn't gone too well for Blake Snell here in San Francisco. How would you kind of grade and break down Jordan Montgomery's performance so far in Arizona?
Well, I think he desperately missed spring training, and I would assume it's the same deal for Blake Snell. You're on a throwing program with your buddy or your coach or whatever it is, waiting to get a call to see where you're going to play this season. And I don't know that it's the same intensity that you would get even during a spring training game. And I think both those guys probably missed that intensity and that competitiveness that usually comes up when they go out there to take the mound. But I'm hoping in Jordan's case and, for Blake's sake and for Bob Melvin's sake, I hope both those guys come back and pitch the way they're capable because both are top of the rotation guys. the kind of guy you look forward to taking the mound every fifth day. So I'm assuming they're both going to figure it out because they're both veteran pitchers and know their game and know what they need to do to be successful. So I would assume they're both going to figure it out at some point.
A few more minutes here with Bob Brentley, of course, longtime Giant and current Diamondbacks TV analyst. World Series manager with the Diamondbacks in 2001. His third baseman was Matt Williams. Matty's there in Black and White. Did you get a chance to catch up with your old pals, Bo Mel and Matty, yet?
Yeah, I did. Yesterday we got down on the field and talked a little bit. They both hit fungos to the infielder, so I had to wait until they were finished with their duty, hitting ground balls, and it was good to catch up with them. Matty looks great, and Mel said that he's very happy where he's at right now, and then he started complaining about everything that was going wrong with the team, which is what Mel has been known to do. But yeah, it was great to catch up with those guys. Such a big part of my playing career and my managing career. So, yeah, they're two of my favorites.
They were coming off a weekend, and just to ask you about this, Bob, is the Yankees. The Yankees came in, and yeah, the Sunday game, they had one, and the Soto stole it from them off the All-Star closer, Doval. But they kind of got clocked, and Aaron Judge kind of spanked them around, hit some big home runs. Soto hit some big home runs. I'm sorry, I didn't look to see if you guys had played the Yankees just yet on your schedule. But just, can you maybe comment, just from a baseball perspective, of what it's like to get clocked by a team like that looks different than you? I mean, I know big league players all feel like, hey, we're big league ball players. We can go win this game. But is there something is there a bruise, you think, that something like the Yankees series leaves?
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, we've had the same issue with the Dodgers recently. They've been spanking us like a rented mule over the last 4 or 5 years. And, you look at the rosters, you look at, just the top three hitters in the Dodgers order. And it's natural to compare yourself to them and say, geez, we come up a little bit short here. We come up a little bit short there. But, as you said, you got to go out on the field and play the games. And we caught the Yankees very early this season, and they weren't quite firing on all cylinders, but they were still very impressive and, very awe-inspiring when you look at that lineup, especially with Aaron Judge in the middle of it. It's easy to look across the field and say, man, we don't have a chance today, but that's the attitude you have to avoid if you're a coaching staff and a manager or even a player. You can't go into a game assuming you're going to get beat, although, over the course of a long season it happens, but, you got to believe you can beat anybody that's in that other dugout.
Yeah, it was April 1, 2, and 3. I see the Diamondbacks got 1 out of 3 from the Yankees down in Arizona.
Yeah, and Bob, real quick before we let you leave, I want to ask you about Patrick Bailey, who has been dealing with some concussion issues all throughout the season. Now, as someone who played back behind home plate, I don't know your experience with concussions, but I just would love to hear your breakdown on whether or not this is something that could affect Patrick Bailey all season long, and just in general, how hard it is to catch when you have these issues popping up.
Yeah, I mentioned it on our air last night that, taking foul tips to the mask and the concussion protocol that Major League Baseball has now, I said, I guarantee you he's going to get hit again and again and again. It's just the nature of the position. You're going to get whacked. Hopefully it was just a freak thing that caught him when his neck or his head was at a different angle. But I'm a big Patrick Bailey fan. Watching what he does behind the plate, first of all, I think he's going to be a really good offensive player too. But watching what he does behind the plate, there's only a couple guys in the game that frame the way he does, that move the way he does behind the plate. And I'd like to think that his throws to second base are based on what he saw from me during my playing career, because I didn't have a real strong throwing arm, but I was fairly quick and I could unload the ball quickly to second base. And sometimes it was a sidearm throw. Sometimes it was over the top. I never knew where it was going to come from. I just knew I had to get it down there quickly. So I like watching Patrick Bailey, and I think he's going to be a good one if this concussion thing doesn't turn out to be a yearly event.
Bob, it's great having you. We know you were on KNBR way back, and you're on KNBR right now. So it's always good to do it, and enjoy the next couple of days and say hi to Bo Mill and Maddie for us.
Yeah,
right?
Thanks, Bob.
I will. I will. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Bob Brentley, of course. He's on the Wall of Fame down there, 9 seasons with the Giants, and he was part of that. So that's my era. He broke in. They were bad, so Kruk and Kuip were playing, and they were bad, and then Giants turned it around, and he was there. He was there in 87. He was there when the Hum Baby came to town, and guy was an incredible personality. So he used to do a weekly radio show with Frank and Mike in the morning, and it was like early, but it was very popular because, as you can tell, he's very he's good on the mic. He doesn't need any tutelage on the mic. And so he has KNBR lineage that goes back to the 80s, dude.
Wow.
So, yeah. So, Bob
And it's
Brown-
always great talking to Bob, whether we're talking about Bo Mel or Mike Krukow or just talking about the backstop position.
Yeah.
I love talking
Yeah.
to former catchers about this kind of stuff.
Well, I remember we had him on earlier, and we talked about his guy, Gabby Moreno.
Gabby
right?
is
They
a
like
dude.
him.
Gabby's the guy that beat Patrick Bailey for the Golden Glove last year.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So these are two young catchers to watch if you're watching. Maybe that's why Ryan Nelson pitched so well, was Moreno was guiding him.
I'm sure there's an impact, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, listen, we got through it. 5-game losing streak. Had it with that. Ugh. Come on, De La. Give me Prince Harry tonight, dealing. Okay, we got the Sutter Health Medical. What did young Tony learn? Do we squeeze in Steven Fresno with his bad connections? We'll see on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, yeah. We're going to finish up our heat waves with one of the tunes I always thought was a great. I need to buy a convertible to listen to this song and put the top down as the great Will Smith and DJ Jazzy Jeff celebrate summertime, which was technically not till June 20th, right?
I feel like any time after Memorial Day is summertime.
Okay. You're going unofficial summertime.
Yeah, I'm not waiting
Kids
for
are
the
getting out of
summer
school.
solstice. I'm not waiting till June 21st. Give me summertime
Solstice
early.
Guy. Keep that going here.
By the way, has a Brian Murphy ever owned a convertible?
Sadly, no.
Wow.
My dad bought us a convertible Fiat when I was a little kid. My buddy Tim Coughlin always drove around in a convertible Mustang. We used to cruise around in that, but it was his car, not mine. Have you?
I have not. I've had the sunroof, but not a complete convertible.
Shout out Sunroof was a big kids hit song about 3-4 years ago. Give me some more of this. Yeah. Do you know this one, Young Tone?
I've heard it before. It's been a while, though.
That groove
Was this on the
beneath
Fresh
it
Prince
is
of Bel-Air?
No. This is post Bel-Air. The groove on it is from a Philadelphia soul band. I can't come up with it right now, but that's kind of what makes it all, is the Philly soul sound underneath it. So I was just chilling in the car. They spent all day waxing. That always made me laugh. I'm like, would I spend all day waxing my car?
Not the entire day. You want to drive that thing around, don't you?
We do have news here. According to the Dallas Morning News, which is, of course, a pretty darn big newspaper, forever Shark Joe Pavelski will be retiring from the NHL. 18-year NHL career coming to an end in Dallas. One of the 4 greatest Sharks of all time?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thornton, Marlowe, Pavelski, and Mike Ricci.
I thought you were going to throw Owen Nolan into the conversation.
That's my guy.
That's your guy.
Yeah,
that's your best friend.
I could take Nolan. I could take him there.
You got a portrait of him in your house.
It is. I do. I still have that picture. I'll show it to you.
He was my favorite player, Pavs, dude.
He
the
came
white
on,
stick, too. So clean.
He used to come on with us up in Tahoe, and he was just always great. Wisconsin kid. The rare, like those American, not the rare, but like the American hockey kid. You always took a little extra pride in the American hockey kid, you know? Canadians, what are they? Like, you know what I mean? They're from a foreign land. So anyway, Joe Pavelski, salute to an unbelievable career.
One out.
Yeah. Okay, guys, time to put on the medical coat, huh?
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, Murph, it is time for our Giants Sutter Health update. And today, we're giving you an update on Tyro, or as Farhan likes to call him, Thyro, who's been out of the lineup recently with a right thumb injury. Now, Estrada was out of the Giants starting lineup for a 3rd straight time yesterday after jamming his right thumb while sliding into second base on Friday. Bob Melvin said he could be back sometime this week. Stay tuned to find out, because that was your Giants Sutter Health update from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
You know, the Dallas Stars did not win a Stanley Cup with him, did they?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, didn't they get to one with him? I'm sorry, I'm so stupid. I should probably have, this is being
I think they got to the conference finals either this year or last year, maybe even both.
They appeared in the finals in 2020. So he was with them then. So he did make a finals with them. He made a finals with the Sharks too, obviously. But their only championship was 1999. Shout out Brett Hull, right? Wasn't he on that?
I don't know. I just see John Joe Curley pulling out his hair because we're talking hockey.
Well, he's not talking Pavs. Pavs, future Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame type guy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Joining his guy, Patrick Marleau, who we saw a couple weeks ago.
Who was great. He has his whole family there. They look great there, too, for sure. All right, Stephen Fresno. Yeah, there you go. Stephen Fresno gets his chance.
Steve, back again.
Steve.
What's up? Hey, I want to tell you guys, I had fun yesterday, but here's the thing. I want to let you guys know, okay? I'm going to take my lumps. It's your turn to get back at me. So next Monday when I call back, if the Yankees come down losing, I'll call back and I'll take my punches like a speed bag from both of you. You guys can have it.
If the Yankees wind up losing to who? Who are you talking about?
Well, they're playing the Dodgers this weekend.
Oh, okay.
The Dodgers.
Okay.
Okay.
We want
So
you to.
I'll
We
do
want
that.
you to win that. We want you to win.
I know, but after the way I came at you yesterday, it was like, okay,
crazy.
I'm going to be fair at this. I'm not going to be a guy that's going to hide behind the, a wall. I'm going to take my lumps, man. So I'm letting you guys know this. Plus,
you're like Tommy Pham. Yeah.
Plus, I need your shirt sizes.
Oh.
T-shirt sizes.
Okay.
I need address. So I'm going to give email here so that we can get this taken care of. I have a little surprise for you that my daughter's going to do for you guys.
Oh.
Give me about 4 weeks. I'll send it to you. You guys were talking about everyone wearing different shirts at last weekend's games. No, you haven't gotten a shirt until you get this shirt.
Oh, man, Steve.
And I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. It has something to do with that record-breaking home run performance a few years back.
Okay. All right, buddy. Okay. Well, here's the deal. Just send it to KNBR. It's 750 battery.
Yeah.
You can look it up. 750 battery.
And I'm an XL,
San Francisco. And I'm a little trimmer. I'm an L. It's San Francisco 94111 is the address.
I'll go online and get that, and then I'll go XL and large.
Yeah.
But I do have to end it on
What
a
about
sour
young Tony
note.
and John Joe, though? Young Tony looks like a medium. Young Tony looks like a medium to me, maybe a small.
Looks like a
schmedium.
I'm like particular. If it's 100% cotton, I go large because it'll shrink.
What? You wearing a large?
No, if it's going to
You're
shrink.
like 5'2".
Only if it's cotton,
If
though,
it's going to
Steve.
shrink.
John Joe's got to be an XL.
He's
with
an
that.
XL, he
He's
said,
got
yeah.
He's got that extra
If I could listen, when this phone call ends, if I can get back to someone, one of your boys in the back, can give me email. I'll send an email so we can exchange everyone's sizes, and I'll take care of you guys. I have no problem doing that.
All right, we'll put you on hold, Steve. You be the.
I gotta end this on a sour note though.
I don't like sour notes.
Losing streak.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready? Womp 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 womp.
That's pretty funny, buddy. That's pretty funny. Pretty funny, Steve.
Price is right.
I got you. Very good, Steve. Very good, Steve.
Steve's got takes, he's got riffs, he's got T-shirts, and he's got sound effects. Get this guy a job at KNBR.
Oh, Steve in Fresno. Thank you very much. By the way, my buddy Geef checks in and says that loop on Summertime is Kool and the Gang Summer Madness, therefore making Kool and the Gang the winner of today's show for multiple rejoins.
Wow.
So there you go, man.
And by the way, did young Tony know about Kool and the Gang?
Well, here, we got to cue it up. We got 2 minutes left here.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Well, it just started early. It was Martha and the Vandellas' Heat Wave, which I thought was one of the all-time classic songs that most Americans knew, but you didn't. You want to cue that one up there? Because we're talking about we opened the show by talking about just it's hot, hot, hot. Apparently the Bay is going to be gripped by triple-digit temperatures, and heat waves are kind of legendary. Like, people sit outside late at night and kibitz on the porch yelling at their neighbors and stuff. And Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing took place during a gripping heat wave and all these things. So heat waves are kind of iconic, and that's why they write so many songs about.
Well, especially
heat
when
waves.
we get a heat wave here in the city.
Oh, we're going to Kool and the Gang. I was going Martha and the Vandellas. That's all right. You got 30 seconds to find Martha and the. Nah, just play out Too Hot. You're good, buddy. And you didn't know Kool and the Gang. You haven't seen them live, but now after you see Fred again at Stanford. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You'll
I'm
go
actually
see Kool
not
and the
going
Gang.
to that one. But yes, Celebration's the Kool and the Gang song I know. That's
Shout
the
out
banger.
The Oakland A's. Is the one thing I've always been jealous about with the A's. I think Kool and the Gang Celebrate is an awesome, timeless victory song.
Oh, it's a fantastic. Maybe power ranking one of the top victory songs.
Where is it next to the one you came in singing yesterday?
Oh, we don't got to go back there. Next pitch, Murph. Next pitch.
Well, next pitch is Kyle Harrison's.
That's it.
All right, 6:40 tonight. I mean, play me out. Play me out here. Greg Papa's in person. How about that? Heat waves bring in Greg Papa. Hey, and sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Those data guys, analytic guys, I don't care what I say, they're a bunch of nerds.
I'm a grass cutter. Saturday night you phone me.
They treat it like a blunt, man, like you just pass it around, and whoever turn it is.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy to Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lunch.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Elliot Ramos now. He swings to the first pitch, drives a fly ball deep right center field. Carroll on the move, going back at the track, looking up. It's gone! Elliot Ramos ties the game here in the 7th. A solo home run out to one of the deepest parts of the ballpark. Ramos homers for the second day in a row, and it's 2-2 here in Phoenix.
Runner at second, 1 out, tie game, bottom 9. Now a swing and a high fly ball, center field deep. Yastrzemski back at the wall. It is gone. Maybe it hit off the balcony and bounced back in, but Smith is rounding the bases, and he's going to come around and score. So whether it was a home run over the wall or stayed in the park, it's a walk-off no matter what. The Diamondbacks beat the Giants 4-2.
Probably both ways, right? So it just comes down to one swing. I mean, we were real aggressive early on with the guy that was a strike thrower. Finally got to him, scored a couple of runs, and we felt good about where we were, especially with the pitching that we had coming in. But, like I said, with the replay, it literally game inches.
That's what she said. Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, both in studio.
Feet, John, feet.
So it's a game of inches.
For some.
We have a lot to discuss as the Giants make it 5 in a row. 10-2 seems like a long way away, but the saving grace is nobody outside of the Braves wants to take control of the National League wildcard race. So the Giants continue. We'll get into all the different topics. We'll discuss one Randy Rodriguez, who I was like, he's ready for late. Never mind. We'll get into that conversation as well. The 49ers have a new tight end. Kristaps Porzingis is going to play in game 1, it looks like, for Boston. We got another gambling scandal when it comes to Major League Baseball and much, much more. Thanks for hanging out with us on a Tuesday. YouTube, Twitch. You can always hit us up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. We'll get to those as well. But good morning, my friend.
Good morning, and today's a big day down in the South Bay. Obviously, the Niners are trickling in for a mandatory veteran minicamp, and we have had a Christian McCaffrey sighting. We'll find out from the folks when they roll on the field in less than a half hour about Brandon Ayuk. And I want to wonder if Trent Williams will show up today as well. But they do have a new tight end. We know Logan Thomas. We'll get into it later on. But all of a sudden, John, a week goes by and you're got a 5-game losing streak. It's this up and down nature of baseball. And this team was hot. Seemed like a little while ago. They beat the Phillies by a score of 1-0 going with an opener. They went to an opener again last night. Miller was fine. I think going to Spencer Howard, and this is where, you worry more. You worry about them both. A reliever starting the game, but Eric Miller seems to have taken to it. I mean, last time they did this, they beat Zach Wheeler 1-0. The time before that, and the bullpen came back, and the offense came back. They fell behind, but they beat Paul Skeens in Pittsburgh, so they have been able to do it. Miller was fine. I thought it was interesting that Jock Peterson hit third in the order, not down. Figured maybe the lefty'd be out, and he'd get the righty Spencer Howard, but he was up. And then Howard, you got to be locked in to come in. You just don't know when that time is going to be. When you pitch on the road in baseball, you're not sure when the bottom of the first is going to happen either. But, when's the bottom of the second? When am I coming in? He hung back-to-back sliders and then, gave up another run. But after that, they pitched well enough. It's the offense. It is the offense right now that is completely stopped. And that 1-0 win a week ago tonight against Philadelphia also coincided with Lamont Wade Jr. popping the hamstring, and the offense has just not been there. First and foremost, Bob Melvin did configure the outfield kind of the way we wanted. He moved Yaz to center, and Yaz I think he'll acclimate better. He did fine. It's a big center out there. A couple balls. He doesn't track it like he does in right. He's got to learn the spin. He's such a good right fielder. Most guys like center because they can see it better. I don't know if he has pitch comm in, when he's in center, he's allowed to. But anyway, Conforto back. I thought his swings were quick. His bat looked really good. His first couple at-bats. Later in the game, he kind of deteriorated. I don't think he'll be in the night against the lefty. But they moved Elliot Ramos to right field, and he tracked the ball really well on some shots in the gap in right center. Obviously, that home run he hit was huge. And the base hit, to get it going in the 9th inning. And then we heard Soler. What happened there? So you were inches away, but Soler was clearly out. So there's many factors here. Randy Rodriguez is in the game and not Duvall because you didn't take the lead. I wonder about bunting with Trenton Brooks in the 8th inning. And I don't think he'll be in the ninth. It'll be Wilmer Flores. They still got to address first base. But they gave up 4 runs. Got walked off at the end by Pavin Smith. But I think it all starts with the offense. And, Wisely's got to play for me a lot. I don't know if he'll be in tonight against the lefty, but you got to get Wilmer going. And Soler's at-bats are better, but he's still not able to come up with that big hit. If he gets that hit in the 9th inning and you take the lead, Duvall comes in, you may have won the game last night.
There's no doubt. And just to go back to the offense for a minute, I was thinking about this driving in today, that outside, we're talking about the cavalry coming and when they get healthy, and we talked about with the Warriors and all these different things. The only guy that's going to make a difference offensively is when Lamont Wade Jr. comes back. I mean, the rest of these guys that are going to come back, Slater hasn't added anything this year. Ahmed's not an offensive guy. I mean, you kind of
Conforto can hit.
He can. He's the only guy. Conforto and Wade are the only guys. Jung-Hoo Lee's obviously not coming back. But these guys, it's, Wisely you're hoping for. Bailey's not really a 2-3 hitter. You'd like him to be down in the order. Chapman has reached 21 times, but he's still not having the great offensive year. Ramos has been a great story this year. But, again, Soler is up in a position where, for a minute he looked like he drove it in. But, again, it's an infield grounder, and he's just not getting it done. And Yaz is inconsistent, and Schmidt. And Brooks is a 4A player to me. Is just you're just really offensively hamstrung, and it's too early to make a trade. I mean, I know it's June, and so guys like Passon and all these guys send this stuff out, and, looking at the trade, well, that's 7 weeks away. So how is your offense going to survive until that point? The time, I don't know what the timeline is on Lamont Wade Jr. They said maybe a month, but
4 weeks, they said.
Him not being in the lineup and then having to juggle around this thing. And essentially what Bob and the Giants have to do at this point is if a guy shows anything, okay, Matos, you're going to lead off. Wisely, you're going to lead off. Okay, let's move Ramos up in the lineup. Like, Bailey showed a little bit of a hot streak. Move him up in the lineup. Like, he's having to play these puzzle pieces based on just a really short sample size. He does not have a set lineup. Every single day, it's like he has to jumble the lineup based on the last couple of days and who's hot and who's not. And that's just not sustainable.
Yeah, I am expecting a different Austin Slater. He's got to be when he comes back. And I think the time away, and we'll see, how soon he's back. Nick Ahmed, he hit better than his overall numbers show. He had a lot of timely base hits. I like him towards the bottom of the order. I think they could help. But I understand. You got to know who you are, and you got hot there for a while, and now you're not, which leads to, sometimes the managers just got to push things. And after Casey Schmidt opened the 8th inning with a base hit, I think you got your 9-hitter up, and I don't know if Trenton Brooks can bunt, but he's a major leaguer. He needs to. In that situation, in fact, I was watching the FS1 broadcast last night. Verducci brought it up right away. It was a different broadcast. It was interesting to get their feel for the Giants, just looking at it differently than Dwayne and Mike. I watched them both, but they brought up right away, the bunt. And you thought, he's got to get a bunt down. He get a runner at second base, and Wisely's up, and it's the top of the order. And he didn't. He hit the ball right to the first baseman. You get a 3-6 double play. And if you take the lead at that point of the game, you set it up for Duvall to come in the 9th. You got to get through the 8th, So you may win the game. So I think the manager's got to help you in certain situations, whether it's starting runners. They're hitting into too many double plays. Obviously, the runners in scoring position's an issue. But if you're hitting into all these double plays and you're not that fast, you got to start runners. Whether it's a run and hit or a hit and run, you got to just put a little action back into the game a little bit. And I don't know, Brooks will have to look at him. But if he's here, you got to get a bunt down. And in me, that he's batting 9th for a reason in that situation. To me, it's a bunt play. Get that runner to second base and let the top of the order drive him in to take the lead. And I think, Bob, whether it's starting runners or bunting, and I know we're in a blended league situation now that we got the universal DH, but I thought he would be a little more proactive to get his offense going when it obviously at times needs a jump start.
All right, let's get into it. Give us your thoughts. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It is now 5 in a row for the Giants. It just seemed like a short period of time ago because it was. They went 10-2, and we were feeling pretty good about this team. Remember, they went 18-8 in June last year, and from the 12th to the 24th, they went 11-1. So we were talking about this last week. Are they a better team? With all these injuries, they're not, but what's here to come? Blake Snell, by the way, goes on the IL, the 15-day IL, so he's out for a while as well. Let's get into the conversation. We got a ton to get to today, and we'll continue it next. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Marcus Thompson joined Murph and Marcus this morning. Marcus, and Murph to preview the NBA Finals. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund. By the way, I didn't give you a guest list The Hall of Famer, our friend Mark Spears, is going to join us in about a little over an hour. And we'll preview the NBA Finals. Looks like Kristaps Porzingis is going to play in game number 1 for Boston. You got Kyrie going back to Boston. So all the storylines around the NBA Finals at 11:30. Seth Walder, who does numbers, ESPN Sports Analytics. Seth Walder, great to have on. He's going to join us in the lunch hour at about 12:30. Don't miss that. We'll get into a bunch of numbers. Is there any solution for the Giants' offensive woes? We continue to talk about this quite a bit. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. From the minor league standpoint, Wisely looks like he's kind of figured it out here. Ramos, it's starting to look like he is legit. You come back with Conforto, okay. Do you just have to wait for Lamont Wade Jr. and kind of cross your fingers that the rest of the National League outside of the Braves and the wild card chase kind of continue to go up and down like the Giants? What do you do?
No, then you're going to have a June swoon. They haven't won in June yet. And historically, for whatever reason, some years it was a June boon you mentioned last year, but go back to when the Giants came here, in the 50s, more so in the 60s, 70s, 80s, there would be that June swoon every year. And a lot of it was the weather and the dankness at Candlestick. But you can't lose touch right now. And Arizona's a team. If you don't finish ahead of Arizona in the National League West, you're probably not going to make the playoffs. So these head-to-heads with them, and they're starting to roll. They had a big series, comeback win, Marte starting to hit. I think the matchup with Corbin Carroll is going to be fascinating tonight because he's not hitting fastballs, and it's up to Kyle Harrison. But the offense has just got to pick it up. And there's going to be a different group out there tonight because the D-backs are going to pitch a lefty, Watson. So, it's, to me, some guys have gotten hot and cooled off. Matt Chapman was really cool to start. He got really hot. He hasn't been as hot, but he's still contributing. And he's hitting a lot of, they're not going top-level fastball with him, but he's turning around enough fastballs. He's covering enough. You got Conforto back. Ramos, Bob said, John, he's an everyday player right now. And I think he's a better right fielder than left fielder with his throwing arm. So he's fine. Yaz is going to, share it. Will he be in the night against the lefty? The two guys that you got to single out here, who coming into the year, we didn't play the game, but we normally do. Who's going to lead the Giants in home runs this year? Because we just thought Jorge Soler.
Right, Soler power.
We never even did it. The guy's got a 48-homer year on his resume in Kansas City. Tough park to leave. He had 36, was it, last year in Miami? Tough park to leave. He's a World Series most valuable player. He needs to contribute. He doesn't help you at all defensively. Does he have a glove? So he's got to hit. I thought he came out of it a little bit Sunday against the Yankees. He gets some line drives, and you can see when he's going the other way and staying back on the ball, letting his power work and not lunging and trying to hook everything. And he had a hit last night. He's starting to hit the ball, but in certain big RBI situations, he just locks up. He does not come through. You don't have faith in him. So Jorge Soler, at some point, has got to, and we're into June now, he's got to start hitting like Jorge Soler. He's a middle of the order hitter. We thought he'd be your cleanup hitter, locked every single day. Then Bob starts hitting him second in spring training. Like, what's he going to do? Opening day in San Diego, he hit 2. I get it. Jung-Hoo Leo's going to get him fastballs behind. He just has not had a streak of anything. Even when the team was hot during the 10-2, Soler wasn't contributing like he's capable of. So if he wasn't going to lead the team in home runs this year, I'd go with the guy who led him last year. Wilmer Flores had 23 home runs last year. Where is he? With the injury to late-night Lamont, we just thought, he's going to play. He's going to play every day. Righties, lefties, all comers, as John Miller says. He's not playing. Against right-handed pitching, they don't have any confidence in playing Wilmer Flores. So tonight, a lefty's going for the D-backs. Watson, he walks a lot. These are two professional hitters with power. It is time for Wilmer Flores and Jorge Soler. I said this yesterday, and it's just so obvious because the other guys are picking it up around him. Those two guys need to start playing the way they've played throughout their careers.
There's no doubt. To me, and now I'm to the point where early in the season I was like, Soler's going to figure it out. Then when he comes up in RBI situations, which always seems to be the case, I was watching the game with my son. I'm like, ground out to short. I'm just thinking because like you said, he's lunging. He doesn't look confident. He's lost all of his confidence, it looks like. And that's what's happening is I know these young players, like I don't know what's going to happen with Wisely, but I'm looking at these young guys like Schmidt and Matos and all these guys. They have growth to make. which means your veteran guys, and this is where I would ask Bob, like, does Trenton Brooks really have more upside game to game than what potentially Wilmer gives you? I mean, I get it. He's not doing it, but you've got to give him some at-bats to get a rhythm going, righty, lefty, whatever. He's a 23 home run guy a year ago. Don't you have to see if he can find it? Because with Soler, they've given him a chance after chance after chance after chance after chance. Don't you have to see if Wilmer can find it?
It's pretty obvious they don't have confidence in Wilmer Flores against right-handed pitching. We got to look at the splits and see, how dramatic they are, John. Last year he hit righties reasonably well. He's not hitting at all, and this would be an opportunity to be in. But today he'll be in against left-handed pitching, but I don't think you'll hit for him later in the game because you need his glove on the field. But Trenton Brooks, as soon as Lamont Wade Jr. went down, we thought Wilmer's going to play every day. He didn't play the very next day. They brought up Trenton Brooks, and he was in the lineup right away. And Wilmer started, I think, one time over the weekend against the Yankees when they started the righty. Otherwise, his starts have been exclusively against left-handed pitching. So they are being the data is showing that he is not able to handle right-handed pitching. And for Jorge Soler, I know it's a silly little thing, but he is a DH. He doesn't have to work on his defense. Can he tuck the back pocket in the back of his jersey in one time? The elephant ears, every single time he comes up, he's got the elephant ear going. It's like, can you tuck that back pocket in one time? What are you putting in there? Sliding gloves? You're not getting on base. You're not putting a glove underneath your fielding because you don't have a baseball glove. I don't know. It's just, I don't want to say, but it's just after a while, everything he does kind of annoys.
It is true, right?
Isn't it every
it's
single
like in any relationship, like any little thing
he's got the elephant ears coming out the back pocket. Can he not tuck that back in?
I did not notice that, but now it's going to annoy me now.
It drives me crazy.
Well, again, I'm doing Wilmer career here, but 802 versus left-handed pitching OPS, 728 against right-handed pitching. That's actually above now league average. I think average OPS in Major League Baseball is in the low 700s. So,
well, what's he at this year and last year?
I'll definitely look at that.
I'll jump
but throughout his career,
he's been able.
He's not horrible against right-handed pitching. So I guess what I'm saying is, Trenton Brooks will join the long line of guys 10 years from now. It's like, oh yeah, that guy played for the Giants for a minute. He's wearing 61 and he's 28. No offense to the guy, but I don't expect anything out of him. Like, what's his upside versus Wilmer trying to hit it right-handers, a guy who led you in home runs last year? I mean, I get it, Bob. You're trying everything, and they're overturning every stone, and they're working and changing the lineup every single day to try to find something that will work. But it's like, Wilmer's got to have more upside than some journeyman dude.
They don't know. The guy had 308 in AAA, and he's a left-handed hitter. They wanted left-handed batters, and he's been starting. So just this year, and he's not hitting either side.
Right.
He's actually hitting better. He's only hitting 203 off of left-handed pitching. Do we have an update? We have news?
Christian McCaffrey, 2-year extension.
They extended McCaffrey. We knew McCaffrey was here.
Look at Danny coming up.
Wilmer Flores loves us dropping that in out of nowhere. We knew Christian was in Santa Clara today, and he was going to be on the field. So they added 2 additional years on top of his 2 years
probably
that he had.
Yeah,
we'll get into the details on that. So McCaffrey got
2 years, $38 million. That's not nothing. So now he's making 19. He was averaging about 16. So that's extra money. Yeah, he was averaging his contract before that had 2 and 60 at about 16 a year.
And they added $8 million in his existing year deal. So the 2 years that he had left on his contract, they added $8 million on that in total. So 4 each, and he got a 2-year extension at $19 million.
That's actually really good money. There's only 5 running backs in the NFL, counting Christian, that are above $10 million on average annual value.
Right.
I mean, that's low. So yeah, big. That's a big deal.
Good news.
So it was about money, but they probably said, "Come in."
Well, I mean, he was working on a deal, and they wanted to. You want him at the veteran camp, but he's such a great pro. Honestly, if he didn't make this veteran mini camp, you got stability in the offensive, the running back room, the offensive line. But he wants to be there just to fit it all and be around his new teammates. But that's great news that they've been able to extend Christian.
Absolutely. Okay. So
anyway, back to Wilmer Flores. We're not letting you off the hook. We'll get more.
Back to Wilmer Flores.
Well, he's not hitting lefties or righties this year. I mean, he's hitting in the low 200s against both. So he's hitting .203 against left-handed pitching, on base at .246, slug .320. I mean, his ops is .575 against left-handed pitching. Righties, he's not slugging at all against right-handed pitching. .210, .298, .247 is the slash line. So, but he's just not hitting either side, which may be a part of it. If you let him face right-handed pitching more frequently, I think his swing is better overall, and he's able to hit, lefties even better. But right now, he's not hitting at all, either side of the plate.
Okay, last year, though, so he got it. He played in 145 games last year. So he played a lot last year. He played 112 games against right-handed pitching, and he hit .271 with an .847 OPS. So he can do it. You could make the argument, and I will, that he just hasn't had any rhythm to his at-bats, which I remember having this conversation about him a couple of years ago. Again, he had a career year last year. It was absolutely great. He was .886 against left-handed pitching, OPS, .847 against right-handed pitching. So, and he had 240 at-bats versus right-handers. So he could do it. And if you're Bob Melvin, as desperate as they are for offense, again, I'm sure there's some reason, whether it's Bob or Farhan or the analytics or the Commodore 64 computer saying Trenton Brooks is a better matchup. I hope it's not just that he's a left-handed bat. I mean, I get it. You need more left-handers, but you need more hitters more than anything else. And last year, he had 15 home runs against righties, hit .271 with an .847 OPS in 112 games and 240 at-bats. I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, and he had 8 against left-handed pitching. So his numbers are better across the board against left-handed pitching. I mean, the ops last year were .886 against lefties, and this year .847. He's not hitting against either side. So whether it's the flipping over the railing of the dugout, but that was back in March, at first series of the year in San Diego. If he's not healthy, he's not healthy. But I think, to me, the pieces will move around that based on whether the arm is lefty or righty on the mound. And Wilmer, you'd like him to be in there against righty. Tonight he'll be in against lefties. But, I mean, look at the highest paid salaries on the team. They're paying Soler a lot of money. Wilmer's making a good living as well. They brought in guys later. Chapman obviously makes more, but they're two of your highest paid players. They're two of your veteran players. The young guys are going to get hot and cold. You need Jorge Soler and Wilmer Flores. I mean, have they been hot at all?
No.
This year, I like the 1-0 game last Tuesday against Philadelphia before the sac fly. Wilmer had a big, Matos brought in the game winner with Tyler Fitzgerald. Wilmer barreled the ball right away to get him from second to third. Wilmer is a professional hitter. I thought, honestly, and then he said before the year started, in an RBI situation, I wanted Wilmer Flores up. In the spring, I was like, whack, whack. He just barrels everything no matter what it is. Have we seen that guy at all this year?
No. Just tell him he's pinch hitting. Like, every time he comes up, just go, this is pinch hitting. You're pinch hitting. Because he always seems to do something when he pinch hits. I haven't looked that up.
Well, then DH him. Well, you can't, because Wilmer DHs every day.
Can Soler, like you said, doesn't even have a glove anymore. It's like, go out to left. What, with my hands? What do you want me to do? Borrow a glove? What do you want me to do?
Just tuck in the elephant ear in the back of the pants. One time.
That is so, because in
you
relationships.
You haven't noticed that at all?
In relationships that have gone south.
And it's not only out just a little bit. It is all the way out.
Used to play that trick in, never mind. I was going to talk about the elephant ear game, but it's probably, anyway. We do know Christian McCaffrey has reported and got an extension. The other guy that you are wondering if he's at camp, we'll tell you about that one next. Papa Lund, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. We'll give you an update. Plus, Kyle's speaking at noon. I guess we'll hear from Kyle at noon today. Spears at 11:30 and Seth Walder from ESPN Analytics at 12:30. We get into all that next. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters most, there's one name you can trust, Habas Law. Founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary, Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years. And now Omar's son, Tarek Habas joins him, adding new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm, it's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to life-altering tragedies, Habas Law has the experience and resources to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Habas Law team come directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases, but it's not just about the cases. It's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, their integrity, unwavering support for their clients. And they don't stop there. Habas Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and Kick Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Habas Law. So visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Juszczyk ahead of McCaffrey from the 2-yard line. They give it to Christian off the right side. Touchdown! San Francisco! They're an extra point away from tying the title game.
So the Niners start their camp today. Kyle Shannon's going to speak at noon, and you'll hear it right here on the home of the 49ers and the Sports Leader. The news today, good and bad. Probably the bad as expected, but the good, Christian McCaffrey did show up, and not only did he show up, he signed a 2-year extension worth $38 million. So it looks like it's going to replace. So what he had left, even though it averaged $16 million, he had 14.1 this year. He had 14.4 next year, and then it voided after that. So he gets $38 million instead of $28 million. So essentially, he just got himself $10 million over the next 2 years. Sounds good.
And he reset the running back market, and we had a lot of running backs change teams this year. Saquon Barkley going to Philadelphia is going to be huge, obviously. And there were other guys, but those were, mainly the guys. Alvin Kamara makes a good lead, and Christian was the highest paid running back in football. You and I were talking about it before we came on the air. What can they do to satisfy Christian McCaffrey? But it's still the system of the NFL just does not reward via payment running backs. They're going to a running back by committee on most teams, and you're just not paying guys as much as you used to be. Running back used to be the highest paid position on offense, right there with quarterback, and now it's way down below. I think the average running backs makes way less than tight ends even, or if you franchise tag them, or they're right there with kickers and punters, which is, I'm not saying that's not important, but it's a little ridiculous. And when you look at McCaffrey, he's not just a running back, and I think they understand that, the way they move him around, but by the designation, I mean, if he didn't just tack on the 2 extra years, John, and sweeten the 2 years existing, and you wanted to play the franchise tag thing with him, he would make less money. The franchise tag goes to the average of the top 5 paid at each position. He's number 1. It's the overall market, and we heard running backs across the league speak out, Josh Jacobs of the Raiders and Saquon and the holdouts last summer. It's just what it is. But they appreciate how important he is, not only as a running back. They turned and gave it to him last year 272 times and then targeted him 83 more times for 67 more receptions. So once you get over that 300 touch mark in the NFL, you're concerned. So I think they have to be careful about how they use him. But they obviously know that he's the most, I don't want to say important, but he's the one the other team talks about the most. If you're going to play the Niners, Kittle's a problem, Ayuk's a problem, Debo's a problem, but really, what do you do? What's your plan with dealing with Christian McCaffrey and the teams that bothered the 49ers the most? The Green Bay Packers, the way they played them in the divisional playoff game. They in and out of them. They took away all the choice routes. They kind of spied him. He's tough to deal with on those choice routes because he's a running back, but he runs out of the slot like a slot wide receiver. So this was a win-win for both sides, and you want him there. And he's also a great leader. He's the kind of guy, I think he would have shown up today anyway. But like Justin Jefferson showing up in Egan today, it was going to make it hard if you're going to make a stand financially without a new deal. They wanted to get it done before. They got his deal done. CeeDee Lamb is not in Frisco today. It's going to be around the league. We'll tell you about Ayuk and all that. But McCaffrey's such a team leader. They had to do the right thing, and I think this was a win-win for both sides to sweeten a little bit for him.
So a number of years ago, he signed the 4-64 with Carolina. They had given him all his guaranteed money, so the 49ers didn't owe him anymore. So today, they give him about $10 million more. He was up for about 2 more years and $28 million, an average of 16. Now it's going to average 19, and it's 2 over 38. So that's big. But just to your point, as we're talking about wide receivers inching towards the $30 million mark, as we got a few now over that, McCaffrey's going to be at 19, but then it's Kamara at 15. This is average annual value. Taylor at 14. Saquon signed a new deal at 12.5, and Jacobs at 12. That's the only 5 running backs in the league that are in double digits in AAV. I mean, it's pretty ridiculous. And the top 5, you just mentioned the top 5, they only average $14.5 million. So you could, it's like you franchise him, he gets a pay cut. So, I remember Kittle a few years ago, trying to reset the position. This $19 million will help jump it up a little bit. It'll help, but again, he and Kamara and maybe Saquon, do similar things. But then when you go and you talk about, I don't know, a Derrick Henry, for example, who's going to make an average of 8 this year, he's a runner. He's not going to, not that he's not important, but again, he doesn't do the things McCaffrey does. So I don't know how big of a shift this is going to be. And then, McCaffrey probably wants that money because he's 28. You hit that magical number of 30, which is not so magical for a running back, and they want to start discounting you.
So he's making more. But still, he's not making $20 million annually. The offseason, and this will lead to the Brandon Ayuk conversation, what he wants, 8 wideouts have signed deals at least $23 million. Now, Justin Jefferson, 140, 110 guaranteed, the fully guaranteed, where they wrote him a check for nearly $89 million upon signing, is just incredible. But A.J. Brown redid his deal this offseason. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, Nico Collins, Michael Pittman in Indianapolis, Calvin Ridley in Tennessee. They have all signed deals this year that average more than $23 million just this year. Before this offseason, there were 6 total wide receivers in the history of the NFL that made that much. Tyreek Hill, Devontae, Cooper Kupp, former Super Bowl MVP, DK Metcalf, Debo, one of those, and Scary Terry in Washington, Terry McLaurin. So, I mean, when you look at it, John, the numbers with the wide receiver position have been growing really since Tyreek's deal a couple of years ago and Philly bringing in A.J. Brown, and now Philly redid A.J. Brown. They redid Devontae Smith. So McCaffrey has pushed the running back market up a little bit, But what is happening with the wide receiver market? So what do we got now? How many guys at wide receiver? 14 guys make $23 million or more annually at wide receiver?
22 make over $20 million now, and average annual value, there's 4 now. And again, the Amon-Ra St. Brown thing, and this is probably what they're debating with Brandon Ayuk right now. Jefferson's at 35, A.J. Brown's at 32, Amon-Ra St. Brown at 30, and now Tyreek Hill, and they're already talking about him at 30. And what's funny is, or interesting, is, only the Chargers last year had 2 guys over $20 million. Now the Dolphins, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, 30 and 28.5. Philadelphia's got 2 guys well over it. You got A.J. Brown at 32, and now you got Devontae Smith at 25. It just seems like that's the way that things are going. My question would be it's not like the quarterback position, though, where it's like, in Miami right now, they're talking about paying Tua. In Green Bay, they're talking about Jordan Love, and I know that the 49ers have an eye to what those guys will do. Goff just signed for 53, so those are probably going to be 50-plus AAV deals. But it's hard to find a quarterback. Like, Tua's not the greatest quarterback, but what else is Miami going to do? Go to Skylar Thompson? I mean, there's just not enough to go around. But we saw all the receivers drafted in the first round. Not that means they're going to be successful, but what it does mean is there's a flood of wide receivers every single year. The Niners took Ricky Pearsall, who's going to go 4 years and about $13 million, which is a hell of a lot cheaper. At what point does the bubble burst where, look, these guys are great, but do you want to distribute that money to that position? That has not normally been the case.
But I would argue, and I'm sure his agent is, Ryan Williams, Brandon Ayuk is different. Because you can't just, and I'm not going to say he's Justin Jefferson different, but I think the way he fits, the way McCaffrey fits here, with a master chess player like your play caller and play designer and your head coach, to be able to move McCaffrey all around. He's not just an H-back. He just does not line up 7 yards behind and under the center quarterback with his hands on his thigh pads, and that's it. I mean, the first thing every play, you're looking to see where McCaffrey is. And he's constantly in motion. And the way they use him, when as far as trying to get a matchup against a linebacker and he and Debo together, he just fits the offense so perfectly. The same for Brandon Ayuk. I know there are other receivers out there. Most of them, when you look at the numbers, John, as far as, catches and yards and targets, I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown is way higher in that category. A.J. Brown, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith. These are the kind of contracts I think you have to look at for Ayuk. But I also think if it was just baseball and you were having an arbitration hearing and you're just plugging in numbers and then you do bring in some defensive ratings and those metrics, but how do they really value it? I know the Niners do, but when you get right down to it, the overall impact that Ayuk has on the offense, it's not just the targets that he has a game, because he's not going to get the ball as much as Christian McCaffrey is going to get the ball. But he's so involved in the way he blocks, sets the tone for the entire football team. And I think that's one of the big issues you have here, John, is he's not only your quintessential X wide receiver. I mean, Leonard Hankerson, the wide receiver coach, hands out the hard hats and they all sign it. Last year when Jawan Jennings took that one Packer defensive back into the Gatorade cooler, I went in and counted up the number of signatures. I think Jennings at that point had 9. Brandon Ayuk had 8. And it used to be just pancake blocks, and they thought, because that technically was not a pancake when JJ put him in the Gatorade cooler, but they opened it up. So the point is, those two guys are just ferocious blockers, and that's the whole tone of the football team. This is still a run-based offense with action off of it. So when you look at Ayuk's numbers, no, Justin Jefferson's deal is so out there when you're, having a signing bonus at, $110 million guaranteed, but a signing bonus of nearly $88.7 million. To me, you look at him more like, Amon-Ra St. Brown. A.J. Brown's a big, powerful guy. He's been around a little bit longer. His average value is 32, guarantee of 84. Amon-Ra's 30 and 77. Jalen Waddle doesn't block like that. He's got, blinding speed. He gets hurt a lot also, Waddle. 28.3 average, 76 guaranteed. Devontae, 25 and 51. Those are your comps. So Ayuk's going to make way more money than McCaffrey. But I think for the Niners, it's the value. That's where you have to kind of weigh it. It's not just his raw numbers and targets and catches. And he was second-team All-Pro. He had a huge year last year. But it's not, what does he get the ball? 10 times a game on targets? Not even.
Yeah.
He's not getting 160 targets a year. It's the way he blocks all the other snaps and just the way he is as a leader, like McCaffrey, like Bosa, like Kittle, like Warner, that is just so invaluable.
All right, we'll continue this conversation. I want to finish up. I got a couple more questions for you. We'll get into it. Brandon Ayuk not at camp. Christian McCaffrey signs. Well, it's not so much as an extension is I think they just ripped it up and said here's 2 in 38 still 2 in 28. I don't know. That's an extension says it would be 4 years.
I think it's both.
I think
they tacked on some years, the 2 years existing, and they extended them 2 additional years, right?
All right,
Is that
so
the way
Christian McCaffrey in the fold will stay in the fold. I got a couple of more questions on Ayuk. Any thoughts? And then, by the way, just over an hour from now, we'll play Kyle Shanahan, who's going to speak before the 3-day camp. So we'll do that at noon. It's Pop and Lundell here on the Sports Leader.
Good morning. Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring. I'm willing to try that out, by the way, and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be, because Greg O'Donnell, the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group, are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and we can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you sooner than you'd think. You may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. You can transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. Don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a free review of your financial situation today. The number, 866-496-2300, 866-496-2300, or visit us online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, if you're just joining us, thanks. You're late. It's okay. I was tardy quite a few times. I understand. By the way, the bridge was a mother today.
You don't have to worry about that, John.
Fast
With
lane.
an electric car.
I did. I drove right by him, rolled down my window. Seconds! All of a sudden, my ETA went from like after the show started to quite easily a half hour before.
Big difference.
Nice. I did.
But that is going away.
I know. I heard that.
Because so many of you have finally gotten on the e-ticket. That's going to be going away. I think our governor voted that down, right?
What's his problem? I need to have a word with him.
Are there more electric cars on the roads than gas guzzlers?
It's quite a bit. I was at a supercharger this morning, and it's just like a whole community of people. They're wanting to talk to me. I'm like, I have blackened windows for a reason. Get away from my car.
The superchargers have improved so dramatically.
Oh, it's amazing.
Just in a short period of time, they're everywhere now, and they get it done. And you have to run back, because if you're not back in time, they charge you $1 a minute.
Yeah.
Every minute you're taking up somebody else's supercharger.
I know. I found that out the hard way. They sent me a text. You've just been. I'm like, what? I was at Starbucks hanging out. There's one.
Tell the barista to move it along.
I know. I was. I'm in a rhythm now. Every couple of days or a few days or however long I drive, I go there and then I walk over to the Starbucks and then I walk back and they're all jealous. They're all sitting in their cars and I'm like, hey, got a little breakfast and a coffee here. I'm on my way. See you later, buddy. In regards to Brandon Ayuk, and again, if you just joined us, Christian McCaffrey, 2-year extension, $38 million, so he's in the fold. He's here. Brandon Ayuk is not here. My question to you, though, is we talk about this all the time. The 49ers have some expense on their team. They're very top-heavy. George Kittle and Fred Warner and Trent Williams and all these guys make a lot of money at some point. Obviously, Brock is going to, but they're probably going to have one of the most expensive, if not the most expensive, wide receiver room when Brandon Ayuk signs. Now, I do know that his cap number is going to go down if he plays on this last year of this deal, which nobody wants him to do. It's at 14.2, but it'll come down. But Debo on average annual value is at 23.8. Ayuk's probably going to be over 25. Jawan Jennings' AAV is 7.6. You got Persall's, which is down, but again, for a fourth wide receiver, $4 million is not nothing. And then you got Chris Conley, Danny Gray, Jacob Cowing, Trent Taylor, Ronnie Bell, guys like that. They're not going to cost you a ton. But my point overall is that's a pretty expensive wide receiver room. And is that what the 49ers want to do? Because they're expensive in a lot of rooms. They just got more expensive in the running back room. So long term, we're all assuming that Debo is going to be gone after this year. But that doesn't sound like the 49ers way to distribute that much money in that room.
I would not assume Debo is going to be gone. I think it's a wait and see. Again, I'd put him in the category that he's just different. He's different, like Christian McCaffrey's different, and Ayuk is different, and George is different, where it really is positionless, and that's the beautiful thing. These guys line up all over the formation, but I know for accounting purposes and CBA and franchise tag, you have to give them the distinction. The one thing about Ayuk, and Brandon's not there today, and we were talking to Matt Barrows yesterday, he reminded us that, when Debo was in his contract situation a couple of years ago, and it was way more contentious, he asked to be traded, and there were things they had to solve. He did show up for the mandatory minicamp, and he did show up for training camp. So it was kind of a sit-in as opposed to a sit-out or a hold-in. So the Niners can fine Ayuk up to $101,716 for skipping this minicamp, but I think they can also absolve him of his sins and not hit him for that. And I think even when we get into training camp, in late July, John, remember last year with Bosa holding out and
fifth year.
Kyle dropped, we don't have to fine him because of the fifth-year option on the contract. It's not like he's got a veteran contract and he's holding out for that. So I think there's a way around this, but you would like to have seen Ayuk just be there. But, he's obviously using social media. It's a different deal. So he's not there today. As far as the wide receiver room, we got to see where the cap is going to go. The cap jumped a lot.
That's why everybody's backloading
this
these
year.
deals.
Right? It's going to jump. We had a real, for the first time since they had, even going back to Plan B free agency, we had a reduction in salary cap because of the pandemic. 2020 it went, 2021 it went down, and 20 there was no butts in the seats, and it didn't grow as much. Now we're back to full operating procedure with the league and the new DTV deals, and there's more money coming always, and so it's going to soar more and more. If you ask me, and I was out last week when they got Juwan Jennings signed. A lot of people think that's a lot. The 49ers do not run a lot of 11 personnel where they have 3 wide receivers on the field. So if you're going to pay, and that's why I think you're seeing some of these salaries jump at wide receiver. In the old day, they used to have a U formation in the old days where you had 1 wide receiver, 2 running backs, 2 tight ends. The pro set was the way you did it with 2 backs, 1 tight end, 2 receivers. But a lot of teams ran a U. And the Niners do that some with 22, and you got 1 wide receiver on the field, and that one guy typically is Ayuk, the way he blocks.
With Pearsall, would they run more, some 4?
You could. You could go Cinco with 5. I don't know if they're going to do all that. I mean, you could, and then McCaffrey and Debo are hard to, to actually code, because you look like McCaffrey and you break the huddle and he's your H, but he lines up an outside wide receiver, and actually he's the X. And Debo is your Z, but he lines up at halfback, or you could put him in the slot. I mean, they move Kittle back there. They can screw with a lot of people. I want the rookie Garendo to play fullback, line him up together with his speed. I mean, honestly, which also leads to, where's Kyle? Nobody's talking about Kyle Juszczyk. He took a reduction in salary this offseason. A lot of teams don't have fullbacks. I think Kyle will always have a fullback on the team, going back to his dad's days in Denver. Howard Griffith, all those 1,000-yard backs he would cycle through, but Howard Griffith stayed there. Anthony Lynn was there. They had that fullback on the roster. But if you're not, you can't have 6 weapons around the quarterback and the 5 linemen. So it's 5. So you can't have too much. But to your point, would you start to use more like the Rams major? The Rams started it years ago, always 11 personnel. The Rams...
You can create mismatches.
You could run out of 11.
Right.
The Rams ran the ball, 11 personnel, 3 wide receivers, and they get Puka Nacua on top of Cooper Kupp. They've lost some good receivers. The tight end room is not as good. They ran 43% of their snaps last year with 3 wide receivers on the field. They called a running play. So Kyle loves that. You spread them out, you get a lighter box in there, now we're going to run it. And then when you do that, you got Juwan Jennings as your 3rd wide receiver, is not your typical F slot receiver because he blocks like a tight end or, part of the offensive line. So I think they'll figure it all out. I think we're all, jumping to Debo's going to be gone in a year. Let's just see where they are. You can always restructure contracts, spread contracts out. I think when you're looking at it, you want to keep them all. But the reason they're so valuable here, I mean, Trent's in a different, realm where he's at. But those guys, the way they mix the position list when they break the huddle, how smart they are, how much they love football. When you have McCaffrey, Juszczyk, Kittle, and then those 3 wide receivers on the field, and then with Pearsall, and I'm not going to gush on him, but when I was there a couple of weeks ago looking at the rookie camp, and then I watched him with, after the rookie camp and organized team activities. As long as he gets the playbook down and knows where to line up, there's somewhere he's looking around a little bit. Where do I go? It's complicated when you're first coming in. But his skill set to be able to beat man coverage, it's better than Debo's, and it's on Ayuk's was really good as a rookie. I think Pearsall's is superior. Jennings was always the best beating man coverage. That's why he's 3rd and Juwan. When you get into these 3rd and 4s, they can't play off and soft. They got to man up. You're going to have pick plays, and guys are going to pop open. You got to beat man coverage. Juwan does that, and he blocks. But Ricky Pearsall, John, is just special beating it. And the one thing I wanted to see, and I think I mentioned it to you the day after, but we didn't get into it a whole lot. They lined him up as an inside wide receiver. Sam Womack was in the slot, and Womack just choked him, just grabbed him around the neck. And I was standing right by the down judge. He didn't throw a flag, but he went right for his neck. And he was going to take him out. And that's what I wanted to see. And Pearsall got off of that like right away, where I asked the down judge, why didn't you flag? Because he got off of it so quick. If it would have lingered and he couldn't get off, I would have flagged it. And it would have been a hold at the line. he got off of Womack, and then he ran this complicated post corner route, and he wound up catching the ball and staying in bounds down the sideline, and you're like, whoa, this guy, as far as beating pure man, and I think he has the ability to settle in and beat zone, he's just special. So I think Cowing has the ability to uncover fast. And then, Chris Conley, we love him on special teams. Danny Gray's getting better. By the way, he caught some deep shots. It's going to be a borderline whether he makes this team. But, with all these wide receivers, you play your best guys when Kyle's scheming it up. I don't want to say they're going to get rid of, de-emphasize Juszczyk because he's just so different. And he can line up anywhere. He's not just a fullback. He can line up anywhere in the offense. But to your point, will we see the Niners use more 11 personnel? Or maybe even break out a 4 wide receiver package. And then how do you code Kittle? When Kittle's detached, he's like a receiver.
Right. Well, and that's what I'm talking about is teams don't have enough corners. And so if you've got an advantage that you've got this many wide receivers, and I'm adding Pearsall in there for 4, and they're all so different. What Debo does is vastly different than Ayuk. Maybe Pearsall's a little bit more like Ayuk. But, when you go third wide receiver, of course you want Juwan in there. But then Pearsall, there's not enough corners for the other team. So all of a sudden, if you go even 4 wide outs, all of a sudden, Pearsall's got a safety or a linebacker coming out to him to protect. It's like, are you kidding me? That's barbecue chicken. So you're getting early stuff. And then one guy we didn't even mention, Logan Thomas is not a guy that a ton of people are going to talk about. He's a former quarterback at Virginia Tech. But I looked this up this morning because I heard David Lombardi talking about it with the morning show. Logan Thomas caught 55 balls last year. Now, he's caught 70 in his season in his career, but he caught 55. To put that in perspective, Charlie Warner caught 11 in his entire 49ers career, and Ross Dwelly caught 44 in their careers as 49ers. So they caught 55 in their careers. He caught 55 last year. So all of a sudden now you have all these receivers, and now you actually have a legitimate second tight end for the first time since, Jordan Reed, who is a receiving type of tight end. He's certainly not the blocker that Kittle is. He's not the blocker Warner is. He's not the blocker that, because they've got about 80 tight ends on the roster right now. But, he's a legit number 2 receiving threat. So all of a sudden now you've got 2 tight ends who can catch. You got numerous receivers we just talked about. McCaffrey, you got Juszczyk. They even have more weapons than they had a year ago. And last year was an embarrassment of riches for
I'll be anxious to see Logan Thomas and just if he can hit the sled. Because they get out there with Brian Fleury, the tight end coach.
He was split out a lot.
Yeah, he's a quarterback. I remember his first game in the NFL. He threw like a 90-yard touchdown pass with Arizona right away. And then he never played. And then he went to Buffalo for a couple of years, Detroit. And then when he was a Lion, they converted him to tight end. Actually, Buffalo did it earlier, but he wasn't involved much. But in Washington, he had a year in 2020 where he was targeted 110 times and caught 72. And he scored 6 touchdowns that year. We've seen Washington, it seems like every year, we're playing the Commanders. Whether it's the pandemic, they wound up playing him in Glendale. Remember, and Washington won that game, and we saw him last year on New Year's Eve. We saw him the year before on Christmas Eve. He is definitely a Jordan Reed type, where when Jordan Reed was running routes on the practice field, it was like, whoa, they don't have anybody at tight end that can run routes like him, including Kittle. Kittle's gotten better, but I remember the two of them working after practice, and Jordan Reed just ran beautiful routes, but he got hurt, But Logan Thomas is a former quarterback, as you said, so he knows that feel for how to get open being a quarterback. He's quarterback friendly. Can he block enough? I know the Charlie Warner numbers and the Ross Dwelly.
Certainly not that, yeah.
But I remember, when Charlie caught a ball last year, and I remember seeing in practice they were going to throw it to him, but when he actually caught it in the game, I looked at Tim and went, was that Warner? Did I have the right numbers?
You don't think they cover Juszczyk? They don't cover Warner.
Throws over the middle, caught by Warner?
In fact, I think I remember your call on that because
he hadn't caught. But
you know
wait
a minute, is that really him?
Because you go back to, what year was it? 21 in Atlanta, maybe 22 in Atlanta. He dropped one in that loss, and I think that was kind of like Dante Pettis dropping the in cut against Seattle in 2019 when the Niners were 8-0, and that was it. We're not throwing the ball to him anymore. Kyle, did not forget.
Your one chance.
But Charlie Warner is a value. Everything we're talking about, it's no block, no rock. It's the same and even more so in the tight end. If you can't block, you're not playing. So they missed Charlie Warner. They got Seibert in here, who's an interesting guy, and they tried to get Brock Wright, the Lion, who really is more of a blocker. But if you snooze on him, he can beat you. In fact, in the playoff game against Tampa last year, he had a big catch on third down for the Lions, but, the Lions wound up matching the offer sheet, couldn't get him. Logan, I want us to see Logan Thomas can get open. He can beat man. He can beat zone. He is a threat. He will help George Kittle's route running. He's an addition.
They put him in a slot a lot, I remember that.
When Brian Fleury, and they go out about a half hour before practice, and they get on the sled, and, Kittle's been working with the young guy, Pline. After practice, it's just, can Logan Thomas block? If he can't block, you still get him into packages because you can code him as a big wide receiver, a big F or a Z.
Red zone guy.
Or a red zone guy. But the key thing is if he can block, he will play. And then, how many tight ends do you keep? But I thought they'd bring Dwelly back. I thought they'd find a way to bring Warner back. They both want going to Atlanta. And Ross was not a very good blocker. He learned to be, good kind of a screen setter, like a basketball pick. Remember when they lined him up at fullback when Juice was hurt, and he just went the wrong way like every single time. Whenever they ran the lead play, the back would go the opposite direction of where Dwelly went. Where's Dwelly going? So he was not a great blocker, but he had great hands. But Logan Thomas, if he can block at all, he will help this team.
Does that mean Latu with the third rounder and Willis the sixth rounder?
I don't know. We'll see. They're getting better. They're getting better.
All right,
you want 4. They typically keep 4, and then you have 3 up on game day.
They have 8 right now. It's unbelievable.
Well, it's also you need 90 guys. It's June the 4th.
All right, Mike is in the city. Happy about Christian McCaffrey hanging around. Hi, Mike. Thanks for waiting.
Hey, John. Hey, Greg. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're good, Mike.
Nice to hear from you.
Nice to hear from you, brother.
Hey, man. Was just going to call in today to say I'm stoked that Christian McCaffrey came in and signed this thing, and we're all streamlined here, and the nuances of the game will be worked on and everything. And, I was looking at the Ayuk situation. I was thinking about back when I was a kid and how I used to always say, oh, hey, just trade that guy if he's going to hold out. But now, you grow up, you figure out that's none of your business really, and you just say, well, you hope he gets in there soon and that all works out.
Thanks, Mike.
No one's trading him. I mean, if they would have done it, they would have done it on draft night because they get one of those 3X wide receivers, the rookies. And I got to give it to you about McCaffrey because I remember that year when they traded for him in 22. Early in the year, the Giants were playing on Monday Night Football, and you knew that they weren't going to get a long-term deal, and it seemed like Saquon was not going to be there forever. And I began to daydream about these backs are good. Elijah Mitchell's good, but you get a guy like Saquon Barkley and put him on Kyle Shanahan's team. And, Mike had these backs that got 1,000, Alandis Gary and Mike Anderson. But you get Terrell Davis. All of a sudden, you're winning back-to-back Super Bowls. You got a Hall of Famer. If you could I thought I was on Saquon because we saw McCaffrey right before they traded for him. And I just, all the little lingering soft tissue injuries, I wasn't sure. He had speed to get to the second level. I didn't know if he had speed to go from the second level to the house, but our guys loved him. Warner was saying he was hard to catch. And then you started it up. I was like, I don't know about you had to give up a second, a third, a fourth, and a future fifth.
Which I think they just used in
this last draft. And the Rams were right there, and they didn't have enough draft capital. Had McCaffrey gone to the Rams, how that would have traded.
Cam Akers versus that
that year. So you were on it. I was a little bit. I think some degree Kyle had to be convinced to give up all those picks for McCaffrey because you're thinking, do you have to do that? And then you part of it was Carolina redid his contract in 22. They gave him a big lump sum. The Niners didn't have to pay much. It kicked in, but you got a break on the contract, and he's still undervalued, even though at the bump today, what he does for your team. But in the bottom line, he is way better than I ever thought he was. I thought he was a really good player, an excellent player. We saw him at Stanford, and I thought he's going to be Brandon Stokely meets Wes Welker. He's going to be the best slot receiver, Cooper Kupp. And remember his dad came out and said, my son's a pretty good running back. You know that? I'm like, yeah, he's okay. He's a way better running back than I thought in every regard. How hard he fights. If it's he gets what's it blocked for and more, and then he's got a toughness, and he just runs you over to pick up a little bit more. And then how, like Marcus Allen or Walter Payton, the great ones, he sniffs the goal line. He just knows. I mean, the touchdown streak was incredible this year, and then everything he does catching the ball, the matchups, and then as a blocker. I mean, the guy, Kyle said he's the best player I've ever coached without the ball in his hands. What? He's the best with the ball. He's also the best without. So you were on it before, John, to trade for McCaffrey. I just didn't think. I knew he was good. I had no idea. He's the best running back this franchise has ever had. And they had the $1 million backfield. They had Frank Gore. We had this conversation last year. To me, he was the best offensive player in football by far. You don't get the MVP. Lamar got it. He got the Offensive Player of the Year. But I think people around the league realized, even bring the defenders in, Christian McCaffrey was the best player in the NFL last year.
Yeah. Well, and I remember our conversations because it was the injuries. You're giving up a lot, and he had been injured. He's been healthy. That's been a huge thing. Plus, as great as he is, I think Kyle is the perfect coach for him, unlocks him, gets him in all these different positions, plays mad scientist with this whole thing. And then there's the leadership aspect and because it's great having him back because you walk in now and there's Christian McCaffrey and he works as hard as anybody. I mean, I think all those things combined makes it just a perfect trade. And then remember the first game? I know everybody does, but it was like it's not even that he threw one, caught one, ran for one.
Against the Rams.
It was the first thing you noticed was the orbit, right? The Steph Curry effect, which is everybody's following him, which opens it up for everybody else. That first game against the Rams win, okay, it's great that he did all those things and it was historic, but it was he would go left and there's the safety, there's the linebacker. They're all moving to that side to open up the backside for all sorts of plays for the Niners. It was awesome.
And then last year, when you think that he had so many great plays last year, but that touchdown run in Pittsburgh in the first game.
With the Ayuk block.
Who blocked him on that play?
Yeah.
The touchdown run he had against Seattle in December when they came in, the one right away to open the game. Who had the blocks downfield? Brandon Ayuk. Yep. More valuable than just a wide receiver.
All right, we'll get you ready for Mark Spears at the bottom of the hour, 11:30. Spears is going to join us. We'll preview the NBA Finals. Says it's going to be an interesting one. Kyrie Irving returning to Boston. Of course, Dallas, the big stars in this one as well. We'll get into that conversation with Mark Spears at 11:30. It's Pop and Lund. Thanks for hanging out on a Tuesday only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Chris Matt Dog Russo, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to break down the Varon Zaidi era of Giants baseball. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Billion.
That's right. Billions. I'll tell you about that more in a second. But did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some, as crazy as this is, are not even based in the entire state. But Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Beautiful weather out, right? You can see outside right now. Very sunny and nice in the city. That means more motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing. They're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's the Dolan Law Firm. And they have secured, this is where the billion comes in, more than $1 billion, $1 billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay, that's right, nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
The Wolves fans are cheering their team as the three from the right side is no good, but it's the Dallas Mavericks. For the first time in 13 years and just the third time in their history, the Dallas Mavericks are going to the NBA Finals.
Just 2 years ago, it was the Warriors taking on the Celtics. Now it is the Dallas Mavericks, Luka, Kyrie, et cetera, et cetera. Looks like Kristaps Porzingis is going to play. We're going to talk to the Hall of Famer Mark Spears at the bottom of the hour, who used to be a beat writer for the Boston Celtics, of course, from Manscaped and ESPN. So we'll catch up with Mark in 9 minutes. Do not miss that. Do you have a vested interest? Like when you sit on the couch to watch this thing, do you care who wins the NBA Finals?
I mean, the Boston Celtics having 17 NBA championships and tied with the LA Lakers. And by the way, the Warriors franchise is third most with 7, including the 2 in Philadelphia. I've always, throughout my life, rooted against the Celtics. When Larry was there and that team was really fun to watch, but they were just so dominant. But I'm going to watch every second because I love basketball, and this is the finals. I mean, to the point you made, 2 years ago at this time, the Warriors were in the finals against Boston, but they had just beaten Dallas in the Western Conference Finals. And Dallas did not make the playoffs last year. They retooled, and it was Jalen Brunson. They had a whole different group around Luka. And Kyrie fits so much better as a 1A, 1B, whatever you want to call it, to Luka, more of a 1B than Jalen Brunson, and just dominates the ball. But we talked about it all year. Nico Harrison, their GM, got an extension today. The trades they made middle of the year to change. That was Donnie Nelson's team. So I think I'll root for Dallas just because of Donnie, but he got fired by Mark Cuban. But he's the one who got Luka. I mean, the whole Travis Schlenk, Donnie Nelson trade with Trae Young and going back, and Luka not going to Sacramento, and Bill Duffy not sharing his medical records with the Kings. He didn't want him to go there. And then you got Boston and just the way they play, and Jaylen Brown and the changes they made. I mean, look at the team that the Warriors dealt with a couple of years ago. Grant Williams, the other Williams, the big center, was very effective but had knee problems. Al Horford played. And Al, played a lot with Porzingis being out. But Boston got Porzingis last offseason, the monumental 3-team deal. And then right before the season started, on the eve of training camp, they go get Drew Holiday. And we're like, what? Why? And Milwaukee got the great Dame, but giving up Drew Holiday? And, the year before, they brought in Derek White. When the Warriors saw Boston, they did not have a pure point guard. Marcus Smart was a combo. Malcolm Brogdon was a good player. They brought him in later. Now they've got Derek White and Drew Holiday, and Drew's a pure point, but he can score, and Derek White's just so smart. And then you got those 2 forwards, and Jaylen Brown's ascension to he's a lockdown defender. I want to see how Boston guards Luka. Who do they put on him? You think Tatum with his length would be able to get to him. Jaylen Brown, to me, has got to be more on Kyrie. And then I would even wonder, you want Porzingis to block shots, so you want him closer to the rim, but I want to stop Luka. And with Porzingis' ability to extend at his length and size, who can get to that step back going to his left hand to Luka Doncic over and over and over again? Maybe it's Porzingis. Whoever you put on him, you have to factor they may get into foul trouble. So I want to see. I think I'll root for Dallas when it all goes down. Not that I'm a big Maverick fan, but we do like Jason Kidd, obviously, and what he's become as a coach in the NBA, John. But it's more, Boston wins. They pass the Lakers, and they have the most NBA championships again. For years, it was Boston by far. The Lakers got the 5 in Minneapolis with Mike in that group, but Boston was always the ones, the 11 for Russell and his group, obviously, in 13 years. And Cowens and Hondo won a couple, and Larry got 3. And we'll talk to Mark Spears. He covered that team in 2008. The Celtics have not won an NBA championship since 2008 when they had the big 3 of KG, Ray Allen, and Paul Pierce together. So it's been a long time for them. And obviously all the heartbreaks they've had, getting to the conference finals seemingly every year. Was it 6 of the last 8? But this is their second, going back to the NBA finals. It's just interesting that these two teams, the Warriors beat them both in the Western Finals and the NBA Finals just 2 years ago to win that 4th championship.
Let's get into it with Mark Spears coming up next. By the way, an update for camp. As we said, no Brandon Ayuk, and Matt Barrow's reporting no Trent Williams to this point either. But Christian McCaffrey does have an extension, so that is good, and he is here. So just give you an update on that. All right, let's hit it up with Mark Spears previewing the NBA Finals next, only here on the Sports Center.
Dub Nation, his work is global, but on the sports leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Anscape.com, Mark Spears with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. NBA Finals will be here one of these days. What, the 6th? Still a couple of days
Thursday.
away from
2 days away.
We got a ton to discuss. A lot of storylines around this whole thing. Porzingis, a former member of the Mavs. Of course, Kyrie going back to Boston. We got a ton of different things on this whole thing. Can the Celtics, with this group, finally win a championship? They've got some really good additions as well, so we'll get into all those things. But first and foremost, let's talk about one of our favorite things. Mark put this out at Mark J. Spears. Make sure you're following, of course, Anscape, ESPN. He says, honored and humbled to join KJ Wines, Kendall Jackson, as an ambassador to work in concert to further bridge the worlds of wine and basketball with a major global wine company's new partnership with the NBA, WNBA, and USA Basketball. Very cool that Mark is doing that. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer. He does everything. Why not get involved in wines? And Mark joins us courtesy of the guest line. How are you?
I'm not enjoying any vino at the moment, but no, the Kendall Jackson thing is like super amazing. I'm excited about being an ambassador to bridge this wine giant with the NBA, WNBA, and USA Basketball. And actually, tomorrow we're going to do a wine dinner with a bunch of the family's 2008 wines with Kendrick Perkins. And then next week we have one with Dirk Nowitzki. So I'm super excited about that, and man, I'm very honored that they're letting me do this.
Yeah, I met the Kendall Jackson people, Vincent and his whole staff, up at the Healdsburg Wine and Food Festival a couple of weekends ago, and we were talking a lot about you. And those people are quality people, and they own a lot of different wines, La Crema and Silver Oak, so they're the best. But just one thing about NBA players and wine and the obsession that they have. You know, they're younger guys in the wine industry, but the affluence they have, it's kind of an explosion in the NBA players, and we know Draymond Green's into it, and just the way they have become connoisseurs of fine wine, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, I would say about 8 years ago it started hitting. You know, these guys are super competitive, and what they'll do is they'll go to dinners and have like, who could get the best wine, right? Who could get the oldest wine or the most obscure wine, which maybe with alcohol and beer doesn't, you never hear somebody says, man, I got this Coors from 88. You want to try it? You know what I mean?
Doesn't work as well.
No, it does not. It doesn't age as well.
So I think with these guys, it's like, it's also, one, they fall in love with wine. Two, it's not as hard on your body. Three, it's kind of a competitive thing. So I know, like, Draymond will go to a dinner with LeBron James, and they'll be like, yeah, I have this bottle from Bordeaux in 1982 or something like that. And I've known a guy who works for Converse, who went to one of these dinners. He's like, man, I bought this $500 bottle of wine for this LeBron Draymond dinner, and they didn't even open my bottle. Like, the stuff they had there was so like elite and obscure. But I'll say this, the most amazing story I heard, I was with Chris Paul, he had a big thing that was for his new book. And the Disney CEO is, right, Bob Iger. We was at his house. I know I'm name dropping a little bit. And
He's your boss.
I'm like,
I caught it.
Yeah, I'm like, Bob, can I just see your wine cellar? And Chris Paul goes, yeah, I've never seen it. Let's see it. So he finds this dusty little key, opens a store that I didn't even know existed in this house. And, oh, man, there's Petrus and all this stuff. And he says, like, actually, my oldest bottle isn't here. It's from 1900. It's at my home in New York. I said, 1900? And he said, yeah. And he said, we when it was 2000, me and my wife drank the bottle in 2000. So we have one more. But I actually saw a bottle last week in Dallas from like 1777 that was signed by Thomas Jefferson.
Come on.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Like, I don't know how much that's worth, but I'm not drinking that.
No way. Yeah.
I'm sorry, 1787. I was 10 years old.
It's all right. It's all right.
Man.
Still old.
That was a great piece. Pop just sent it to me in Wine Enthusiast. The NBA is obsessed with wine. Here's how it happened. And so that's a great story the way that it did. So that's very cool. As far as the finals go, I guess the number one storyline, right, is Kyrie returning to Boston and how that's all going to work out.
Oh, no question. I did a big story on Kyrie after they knocked off Minnesota. And, if you go look at his past games against Boston, they got a little testy for good reason. Kyrie said to Celtics fans on a microphone before a game, I'm going to resign. And he didn't. Then he, had his moments with the Nets where he came back and he gave them a couple birds when they cursed him out and he stepped on the logo and, certainly was at ire with them. But this time around with Dallas, when they played Boston, he didn't let the fans poke him. He didn't get, his emotions involved. And I look, man, I covered the Celtics when they won. I spent a lot of time in Boston. There's no basketball fans tougher than them. They're going to be on them. They're going to say some mean stuff. Hopefully ain't any racist stuff. I've heard them call Khloe Kardashian ugly sister when Lamar Odom was playing there. They could be rude and rough and tough. But Kyrie seems to have a different zen about him, a different relaxed state. He wants another championship. I think he quietly wants a championship without LeBron. And so I think he's going to kind of Jackie Robinson it, so to speak, and just try to play. It'll be keep an eye on him and his emotions in Boston, but I think he's going to do everything in his power to concentrate on basketball and be the bigger man to win the championship.
He is playing superbly in every regard. His thought process to break down defenses and create for his teammates. He's guarding better. To me, he's the perfect superstar right next to Luka, who wants to dominate the ball. And he's just, I can't recall a guy changing the narrative regarding, his place in the league and his place in society more. Go back a year ago. In the last couple of years, the reposting of the anti-Semitic movie, The World is Flat, all the crazy things that Kyrie Irving was about, really ever since the Cleveland years, he was still up and coming and made the shot to beat the Warriors in Game 7 on Father's Day that year. The tumultuous 2 years in Boston, the whole Brooklyn thing. I mean, him. I just admire his ability as a player. Getting married, the family. What has grounded Kyrie Irving, where he's become the perfect leader next to a young superstar in Luka Doncic on this team, Mark?
Well, I think it's growth, maturity, and as you mentioned, getting married, having a father. His mother-in-law, not his mother-in-law, stepmother, who used to work for BET, she became his agent and left BET. She was a big-time BET executive, and Shatalia Riley, and she's really, really helped him as well, give him some guidance. And then if you look at Dallas, their president or their general manager, Nico Harrison, somebody he's known for years through the Nike circuit and also through Kobe Bryant. And Jason Kidd, actually, obviously known of Kyrie for a while. Kyrie was a big fan. But they had a dinner in 2019 when Kyrie was playing with the Celtics, just kind of like this friend-mentor dinner, and kind of talked about the possibility of teaming up at that time and build a bond. Actually, Kyrie calls him Big Bro. So I think in Dallas, in a coach and a general manager, there's some comfort there. There's a relationship that was already there that made it the right landing place for him. And I think it's I don't know that there was a better place for him to land than in Dallas.
Mark Spears joining us as we get ready for the NBA Finals. Still a couple of days away. The Mavs and the Celtics. Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Everybody looks at when a team has success and they say, okay, can we emulate what that team is doing? I don't know. If you're a Warriors fan, you can't emulate what the Celtics are doing, but you might be able to kind of make some moves like the Mavericks did, because I doubt that given their payroll limitations this year, they're going to be able to go out and get superstars maybe. But if you're the Warriors, how do you find your Derek Lively and Derek Gafford and P.J. Washington? I mean, that seems to be Warriors fans saying, can we do that? Can we get tougher? Can we get more athletic? Is it possible that the Warriors could find those type of players?
Yeah, I think you have to be creative, and they're blessed with assets to do it, whether it's, assuming Chris Paul opts in his expiring contract, perhaps you could do a sign and trade for Klay Thompson. Dare I say, Kuminga is certainly a huge, carrot to dangle. And then, obviously there's Wiggins' contract as well. So to me, I think the Warriors are actually positioned with the assets to make some moves that, they certainly, most teams aren't. But it's a matter of their front office, Dunleavy, being aggressive. It's, he's a young GM. Does he have the guts to make the move? Does he have the guts to trade Klay? You're going to have to make tough decisions, tough moves. And I think if you look at Nico Harrison, like what he's done in Dallas, he's a role model to it. He hasn't been there that long, and he made a gutsy trade getting Kyrie Irving. He made a brilliant trade getting Gafford and getting Washington. And he was also able to re-sign Kyrie, because there was, certainly Kyrie could have walked and went somewhere else. And then he, made the decision for the team to kind of like wink, wink, end the season, lose the last 2 games, and they got Derek Lively out of that, as a draft pick. So, I think he needs to take something out of there and be creative and get something done. I really think he has to retool the roster, but you can't do it without taking some gambling. Interestingly, I was at the Giants game on Sunday, and soon-to-be brother-in-law Blake Snell is Chicago Bulls guard Zach LaVine. And he was, I don't know if you guys knew that.
No,
he was at the game. And so I bumped into Zach, and his wife, I guess her sister is engaged to Blake Snell. And
they just had a baby. Yeah, Blake just had a baby the other day.
Yeah. And so I was like, hey, man, what do you think about the Bay? Like, I mean, to me, that's kind of like a gamble I'm talking about. Like, you could get Zach LaVine, and obviously there's a risk there because he's had some injuries, but I think he'd be sensational next to Steph Curry if he's healthy. Somebody could certainly give you 20-plus a game. But I definitely think that, Dunleavy's going to have to do some stuff like Nico Harrison, where they've drafted well. They got 2 great draft picks, but they're going to have to make some strong move on the market, do something that's notable to keep this alive for Steph.
It's amazing when you look at these 2 teams. The Warriors beat them both 2 years ago in the Western Conference Finals. In Dallas, you mentioned Nico Harrison retooling around Luka. And Brad Stevens, and they had to beat Boston in the NBA Finals, and they've changed the roster dramatically. Those 2 guards, Drew Holiday and Derek White, in combination with Jaylen Brown getting better, more mature, not turning it over as much, and Tatum being Tatum. But the big guy is the unicorn, Kristaps Porzingis. I guess we're expecting him to play in Game 1, Mark, off the calf injury, and you always worry about the calf because of what happened to Durant, and it resulted in a Achilles tear. But are you getting a feel as though Kristaps Porzingis will be a full go in these NBA Finals?
Yeah, I think he'll play, but full go is to be determined. He's been practicing with the team, scrimmaging, but, when he played like a month ago, more than that, I can't see him starting, unless he's just been sensational in practice. The thing that worries me about his injury, man, is the same thing, dare I say, with Durant. Isn't it like a similar injury?
Totally. The calf became an Achilles, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a little nervous watching him play. I think on the finals level, as you guys know, which I think was the problem for Durant, like, this is the Daytona 500. This is, pedal to the metal, and it's hard for you to just jump in your car and keep up with everybody else when you haven't played in that long of a time. So I hope he's healthy, man. I don't want to see what I saw with Kevin again. And so, but the stakes are high. He's playing his former team, championship on the line. So, I don't blame him for giving it a chance.
Great stuff, man. Thanks for the time. We appreciate it. By the way, if there's any extra wine that won't fit in your house or your car.
Send that Thomas Jefferson 1787 our way.
Yeah, I got extra room.
Well, hey, man, I'm going to hook you up. I know Pop got his stuff, so I ain't worried about hooking him up.
Vincent sent me 2 cases. Or the Kendall Jackson people. And he said, I know Mark Spears. And it was flowing in.
He got a barrel with a straw in it.
That's right. You hit it right on the head. He's got it right here.
La Crema. I brought some in, Joe.
Brother, you call me when you need.
I know.
You are the best,
right
man.
after you get back from
Mark Spears is the best.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, Pop's got the cases. He hasn't offered nothing.
Are you in Boston yet, by the way? You didn't have to go to Broad Ripple in Indianapolis. I'm happy for you.
No. Oh, I'm so sad about that.
When are you going to Boston?
Yeah.
When are you going to Boston?
I'm flying out today. I got the last thing smoking, Needed my Bay Area time. I still got to pack. So
Very cool, man. You're the best. Thanks, man. We appreciate it. Congrats.
Take care.
All right, you too. Why can't I get one of those deals, man? I mean, I've had my share of
Vincent
endorsement
just
deals,
texted me. He's sending you a case.
Oh, very nice. See, all I have to do is cry a little bit. It's the greatness of this job, People sitting in a cubicle can cry and everything. Nothing.
He said they were
Right
doing
here.
wine dinners in Boston and Dallas, some of our best vintage wine from 08, the last Boston championship, and 11, the Dallas championship. When Jason Kidd was on that team with Dirk.
Yeah, that's right. But I was looking at that today, the avenue they had to go for that championship. It'd be like Kobe's Lakers. Obviously, they beat LeBron in the Big Three.
They beat Durant, didn't they? It was in Oklahoma City.
They beat Durant, and that was when they had Durant, the Big Three, Westbrook,
Harden
and
Westbrook.
They beat Kobe. I mean, they beat the Miami Big Three. I mean, that's a hell of a championship for that team who doesn't get a whole lot of credit. Dirk, Jason
Kidd's only championship came late in his career.
Yeah.
I look at him as a head coach. He's a solid coach. Missoula's gotten a lot better as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Final start on Thursday. Top of the hour, Kyle Shanahan will speak. We got a few days of camp. The big story, I'm sure, will be who is there. Christian McCaffrey just got an extension. We just got the details on it. And who is not. Brandon Ayuk and Kyle will talk about it in about 13 minutes. Do not miss it right here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yo, what's cracking? This your homeboy Ice Cube, and you're listening to the Papa and Lund Show. You know how I go, homie.
The Papa.
He could say
and
anything.
Lund Show.
He could say anything and it would sound cool, man. I wish I could do that.
So you going to see the Ballers play tonight? First
Ballers,
game of the
Ballers.
Oakland Ballers in Oakland tonight.
Also, you can win when we ask for the cue to call. You're going to like this cue to call today. A 4-pack of tickets to Big 3. Tune in between 10 and 1 and during our show. Papa and Lund Show, as Cube just said there. The cue to call will be the 10th caller, not right now, but when we play at 415-896-KNBR. That is the only number to call, 415-896-KNBR. You'll win, furnished by Big 3 Basketball. Find official rules at KNBR.com. Ice Cube's Big 3 back in Oakland, and it's coming up June 15th, Oakland Arena. Bay Area legends like Rick Barry, Gary Payton, Hall of Fame coaches like Lisa Leslie, Nancy Lieberman, Stack Jack, Charles Oakley, Dr. J. So, again, that is coming up on Father's Day weekend, 6/15. Look for their special Father's Day ticket offer. Buy one, get one free for dad. Grab friends, family. Get tickets now at big3.com/tickets. That's big3.com/tickets. Ice Cube also has a great liner that says, bring dad to the game. Bring his old ass. So that's kind of funny.
That's him.
Yeah. Bring his old ass.
I remember his old ass bringing his son to a Raider practice.
Yeah.
And we were on the sideline watching practice, and it's Ice Cube. And every other word, he's dropping an F-bomb. And his kid was like 10 years old. So I'm like,
is that wrong?
I
did that.
I felt bad. I actually took his kid on the field away from his father and played catch with him to get him away from his father. But I'm like, what does he do the rest of his existence around his dad? So I think it's just
we need to have a conversation about cursing in front of kids.
It's hard to do that, but if you're Ice Cube, NWA, what are you going to do?
That's true.
It's kind of your livelihood. What time did Christian McCaffrey? That was like 10:30, right? We were talking about Wilmer Flores, and Danny dropped in at like 10:26 that McCaffrey had signed an extension. The reason I bring it up, at 11:19 this morning via X, Jed York sent out this tweet. Do you ever have a premonition that you'll be sending out a tweet later in the day thanking and congratulating someone for a job well done? It's a great feeling. So he sent this out at 11:19, about 50 minutes after McCaffrey. Now, it could be related to McCaffrey, but what's his premonition about sending out a tweet later in the day congratulating someone for a job well done? Is there
anybody else that they need to sign?
Brandon Ayuk. I don't know. We'll hear from Kyle in 4 minutes, so we'll find out.
By the way,
Trent Williams is not there today.
No.
Trent is not in Santa Clara today for the mandatory minicamp.
By the way, this is your cue. Don't call now, but when we play it between now and 1 o'clock, so in the next hour or so, I think you'll enjoy this.
Are you going back to cue?
Yeah, just real quick. Here is the cue to call that you'll be listening for.
Al Davis, John Madden, Greg Papa, and Darren McFadden. He's a Pirate, Ken Stabler, always will be an Oakland Raider.
There you go.
Made it up on a snake.
He said he always will be an Oakland Raider.
That was third on the list.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. Remember he came out to sing that at the season opener one year? And his
remember
his
it.
mic fell out. It was not good.
They had to
I think
restart
it was
that
Monday
thing.
Night Football season opener. Cube went out. Right, was that to call the Raider anthem? What did he call that?
He called it "Come Get It."
Okay, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And then
I remember that.
the
I was at
audio.
that.
The audio went dead right before he performed. I think we could hear it, but it wasn't great quality.
Yeah, it kept breaking out, and then he would bring it back. That was a harbinger of things to come. And while he was doing that, I was standing next to Gene Simmons, who did the national anthem.
I remember his wife being there.
But that's exactly. Shannon Tweed was his wife, and I really wasn't looking at Gene or how long his tongue was or anything like that. I was standing next to Shannon Tweed going, wow. So if you have a really long tongue, that's what you could get.
I think Kyle Shanahan is speaking right now. Hold your tongue, John.
Yeah.
Were reasons given by either of those two as to why they're not here?
And Trent's daughter's graduating today. Should be here tomorrow. And BA contract stuff.
Do you expect Christian, is he here right now?
Yeah, Christian's here.
Participate tomorrow or?
We didn't have him do anything today. I mean, he was out there working out, but we didn't put him in any reps, and I doubt we do tomorrow too.
I mean, you don't deal with all the negotiation stuff, but when it's players of this high profile, do you take a peek in there? Do are you at all kind of monitoring these things?
I do to a certain time, and then I kind of check out of it. When I don't have as much to do, players aren't in the building. It's kind of hard not to just check in and ask how it's going, but there's not that many updates. I mean, that stuff takes time and everything, but now, especially with guys in practices, mini camp, stuff I don't ask about at all.
Kyle, up to this point, when we've asked you about Brandon, you've said it's voluntary, and in similar situations the last 4 years, people in contract situations have been here for the mandatory mini camp. Does your view change on Brandon and his status with the team now that this is mandatory and he's not here?
No, to me, it doesn't change at all. I mean, you find out when guys are in those situations where they come or not, and some guys come because they want to avoid a fine and some don't. But regardless, it doesn't change anything. When those guys have come, it's not like we know what the process is, we know what the business part is, and that's just how they decide how they want to handle this week.
Where is Diamador today?
He's out there. Yeah. We just kept him out of practice. Yeah, there's a couple guys who kept out. Just they've been here for a little bit and tightness and stuff.
Why is Ricky wearing the blue non-contact jersey?
Just like to single him out so you guys can find him. No, anytime. Yeah, he had a little soreness from a couple weeks ago, and when it's like that, we still want him in there, but it allows guys to avoid him as much as possible.
He's been prolific in the practices that we've watched. I mean, what is your early assessment on how he's doing?
I mean, I wouldn't say prolific, but maybe I don't understand that word very well. I think, yeah, he's doing a good job. I mean, he's got really good hands, so he always catch it. I mean, rarely he's going to have a drop. We're getting him a lot of reps. He's getting a lot of different routes, trying all the positions, and I've been really impressed with how he started off.
How do you see Logan Thomas fitting into this tight end group, and what do you expect from him?
I really wanted to just up the competition there with the group and get a guy in there who's had success in this league in the run and pass game, who's been on a few teams and done it before. We like our group and there's some competition there, but having the opportunity at this point in the season to be able to add a veteran like Logan with his skill set and be able to get him in here to come compete and him being ready for it was something we were kind of pumped to pull off at this time, and we're just going to have him watch this week because he just got here today, and we'll give him a chance to come in training camp and compete with those guys.
There's a lot to expect to be ready for.
Yeah, he should be ready around camp.
Any setbacks?
No, there hasn't been.
There
It has not. Yeah.
We haven't talked to you since Jawan signed his contract. What does it mean to have him back out there and know that you have him here for the next couple of years?
You guys, I think everyone knows how much we love Jawan, just his style of play, just his personality, him in the building, and I mean the way he plays on the field is just this example of everything you want. So he's been great for us here so far, and pumped that he's going to be around here a little bit longer.
Well, you got the 3 veteran wideouts. You drafted one in the first round, drafted another one later. Maybe lost a couple blocking tight ends. Is it possible that you're looking maybe to go more 3 wides?
No, I don't think we have a change in philosophy on anything. You just name 5 receivers and you usually keep 6. Sometimes you can keep 5 and keep 3 on practice squad. So, that's kind of how the numbers work out. And we had a couple guys who had been here for a while that we lost in free agency. And you got to replace those guys. It won't be easy with Charlie and Dwelly, but we do have a group who've been here. That's also why we anticipated that could happen. That's why you invest in guys like Latu and Braden the year before and hope that they get work so they're ready to take over that role. And that was tough on Latu, missing that whole year. But Braden got a lot of work because of it, and it gives him a better chance now to try to go earn that spot with the guys he's going against.
What are you learning with the new kickoff rule in terms of, do you have any theories on, is a different skill set as a returner going to work? The ball today, where are you at on that?
I'm not sure totally on the returner. They're all so different. It's not like, the styles of kicks used to be the same. You wanted hang time as far as you could go. But now, are you getting that? Are you getting squib kicks? Are they bouncing? Do you want a shortstop who can just who can just get the ball off the ground clean? Do you want the typical guy who can just hit that seam? Do you want more of a punt returner who can be more at a dead stop and go side to side to find the crease? So if there was one style of kickoff, I think we could come up with that, but I think they're all going to kind of be different. So I think it's going to be all types of players. I do think when you eliminate the space and everything that it'll probably be more big guys and stuff up front on both sides.
How excited are you that Purdy and Pearsall seem to already have a little bit of a on-field connection, and it looks like they've repped it?
It's been fun to watch both of them. I know, Brock doesn't always get to watch how the route gets there, but he knows when guys end up in the right spot and they catch it. That's where quarterbacks get comfortable, and I think he can feel that with Ricky right away. He's been getting to the right spot, and when he has made mistakes, he understands it and corrects it, and I think that's why those guys are going to have a lot of fun working together.
We talked about possibly changing the schedule of the offseason, with him coming back earlier in July and not doing some of the spring stuff. Do you have an opinion on what would be good or bad about that?
Yeah, I think eliminating an off-season so you can have a 7-week training camp isn't the best idea to me. They used to do that, but they did 7 weeks because people didn't make as much money, and in the off-season they had other jobs. So they had to leave whatever jobs they were doing, and they didn't work out in the off-season, so you had to go to like a 7-week training camp to get guys back in football shape, which took a while. And nothing's worse than a 7-week training camp, even as a young ball boy. And so I don't totally like that. I also like the idea of, I just believe that when you end a long season, you need to get away. But you don't just get better in that training camp right before the season. I liked spring ball in college for myself as a player. That was the last time I played, but I felt like in spring ball you could go and improve on stuff, and sometimes you look bad in it, sometimes you look good, but there was things you worked on, and then everyone got away. And then you had 2 months or a month, whatever that summer is, to gain on those people and to go work out and get in shape. And yeah, I just worked on football in an off season that was provided because I can't go play in the Olympics or the YMCA or anything like other sports, or a batting cage and things like that. And then now I have this month to gain ground on guys where you don't if you take that away. And I also think it's tough because when you do get guys, like right now we're in decent shape, guys will go away for 40 days, they'll come back. But that's also, we have so much science on that. I can't tell you guys how much we've altered our program over the last 7 years. What we do on day 1 to day 2 to day 3 to the first off day to the reps on day 1 to day 2 before preseason game and after. So that's why the soft tissue injuries do get better. But if you don't do anything as a professional athlete for those 40 days away without us watching you, you might pull a hamstring. We're going to do everything we can to protect that. But if not, and you're still pulling them, like, us making you come a month earlier might help that person, but I also think anyone who doesn't know how to work out and they're 40 days away, you're not going to make it in this league very long anyways. So it's not too bad to weed 5 of those guys out.
Why is it not so important for the veteran leaders?
How'd you know I was done? You just been holding your breath that long?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Why is it not so important for the veteran leaders to participate in these practices? Is it because you're installing things that they already know?
No, it's that, you want all guys to work and stuff, but like, and I don't think anything hurts people, but you can get hurt anytime, whether it's here, whether it's anywhere else. But when guys haven't been here through phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, just to throw them out there and that stuff, we're not going to risk that. And when I think of the risk reward on that, I'm definitely not going to risk it, because no matter what happens today or tomorrow, no matter what happens, we are going to get away and we're going to come back for 40 days. So you hope guys learn from these moments and stuff, and that does apply to what you do later, what you do while you're away. You stack days and you get better. But to think what someone does exactly on a rep or something is going to change their body in a month from now, that's different. And we got guys learning formations, cadences, how to come off the ball, how to run, how to move together. And guys are all over the place. and they're going to get away, and most of them will go work on it on their own and study it, watch tape, know how they're training now. And when they come back and we do the exact same things in training camp, a little with more pads and stuff, they'll actually have a chance to know what's going on and hopefully make a team instead of a practice squad.
A couple more. Christian's obviously not an old guy, not even an old player, but we know that position can age fast or get closer to 30, and be replaceable. We know what the salary's been like. What is it about Christian in your mind tells you that as he gets, this could take him to his 30s, 31, that he's still going to be this valuable that long from now?
Well, the running back market is different than everything. So I think that we feel very good with where we're at with that with Christian, especially. I think it's contractually, I think it's 4 more years. But when you look at Christian just as an individual, I'm not going to compare him to anybody else. Christian is one of the more talented people I've ever been in my life. But if I didn't speak about that, I'd say he's almost the biggest overachiever I've been in my life. It's been around in my life in terms of how obsessive he is with every little thing, and just, you guys have heard us talk about him, but that's where he's extremely unique. And as you get older with age, you lose a step or something. That's not what makes Christian great. It's how he is the same player down in and down out. And yeah, it's great to have all the talent that he does have. And he takes care of his body as good as anyone. So you don't picture him losing any of that because of a number. But if that stuff does happen, Christian's always going to be a good football player until he decides not to be. And we're not really concerned with that at all with his type of personality.
What do you think of the state? But how much does the front office come to you and say, we need this player, if we're going to give him this contract, we need this player to be good for 3 more years? Or will it be 2 more years? Does it get that specific in conversations with you?
Just like reporters, everyone tries to get that specific, but only God knows that question. So you gotta evaluate everything, and you think of things, and you think of your history, you think of the history of whatever numbers you want to read, you think of how your roster is, where it's going to be, and then you think of the individual, and then you try to figure it all out what's best. But there's not, like I like to say, we don't think in absolutes in anything we do. We're never going to say, hey, we don't do this at this age, or we don't do this for this position. Each individual is unique, and I think Christian as much of that as anyone I've been around.
What do you think of the state of the wide receiver market? It seems like it's exploding unlike any other position.
Yeah, it happens. We've seen it with quarterbacks. You're seeing it right now with wideouts. It's happened with D linemen. It's part of it.
Tarvarius was working on the sideline. Is he on the same time frame as George is to come back?
Yeah, they're both coming back from the core surgery, I think. They'll both be back at training camp.
Looking forward towards him, he's also set to be a free agent coming up. Is that something that you are emphasizing going forward, him and Diamador?
Yes, definitely. There's not many guys on our team that I would say there isn't any who are going to be free agents that we don't want around here. We've got some good players. We've built a good roster. And you can't keep everybody around. But, the guys that you're asking about, they're as much in our mind as anyone.
CMC had 339 touches last year. What do you think of that usage? And this year, do you see that number going up, or you think it's more likely to go down?
I don't think it always needs to be that case with all the runs. We got guys that can run the ball and stuff. We got to protect Christian from himself. He doesn't like to ever come out, no matter what the situation is, and I do think that's something we could protect him with more. When you are such a threat in the pass game, it's a little bit different, and that's when you get touches from a running back. A lot of times you're the last choice, just everyone's deep and you throw it to a check down. So halfbacks can get 6 targets in a game without 1 play called for them, just because they're on check downs a lot. And so how do we feel about those touches? Man, I'm glad he was out there for that check down. That means no one's around and he's getting up the field, and he's as good of a threat on a check down as there can be. But if he's just taking the wear and tear with 20 carries and stuff every game, and he's definitely good enough to do that, and he's proved he can stay healthy, but you'd like to take some of that off of him and give it to other guys also.
Last one. You guys finalized plans to practice against the Saints down at UC Irvine?
Yes.
Any pause to it's basically now 3 road games. That's a home game week. What were your thoughts on playing the 2 road games and then practicing on the road when you have a home game?
Just that I like practicing. It's more important to me to practice against someone to even play the preseason game. I think it's better for your team. So I wanted to make sure we got one out of that. I didn't want to do it the last week, just with it being so close, and that we plan on playing our guys more in that game. And then I also don't like bringing teams here because we don't have as much land. I mean, we have 2 fields, and you kind of need a 3rd field. And so I don't like how tight it is and stuff. It's just too tight out there, and it kind of messes our grass up for so long. So it's better when you go to a place that has 3, sometimes 4, even 5 fields.
It'd be the same day off before the day before the game, and then the practice is 2 days out.
Yeah.
Scrimmages in Nashville?
We actually wanted it, but because of the travel and stuff, we'd have to go out too early, and then it would be an issue. I would love to scrimmage versus them, but because we're going on the road for the next week in our home game, then it's going to end up feeling like we truly are on the road that long. So we'll just go to Nashville the day before the game and come back the next day.
Have you talked to Jed, asked him to get his act together about the field situation?
No, that's I better not say it. Jed's on that stuff, but I have an idea, but nobody wants to hear it. All right, guys.
There is Kyle Shanahan as he gets ready for a few days of camp there. Obviously, he said BA contract stuff. Trent Williams' daughter graduating, so he's not here. And Christian McCaffrey has the extension today. We've got some details on that. We'll go over what Kyle said. Then the bottom of the hour, Seth Walder is going to join us for some he's the ESPN sports analytic guy. We'll get into some Major League Baseball analytical talk, which everybody loves. We'll do that at 12:30, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
David Lombardi at Lombardi himself joined Murph and Marcus this morning, discuss the start of 49ers mandatory minicamp. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Through the process that Brandon's going through right now, did you feel like the stress of it affected you in any way that year?
Oh yeah, for sure. At the end of the day, you want to get what you deserve, and at the end of the day, you hope it happens, but it's not going to happen in a timely manner that you want it to happen. It's just, it's just a waiting game, and just, in this situation, you just let his agent communicate with them, and they communicate back, and it's just a back and forth for a long time.
Well said there by Deebo Samuel. Ended up getting his deal done on August 1st, the year that he got his extension, $23.8 million. And Brandon Ayuk certainly is going to go over that number. We just don't know by how much. So, again, Kyle just spoke, and we're going to talk to Seth Walder, who in his Football Power Index from ESPN, who's their analytics guy, has the 49ers number one and the Super Bowl favorite. So we'll get into that conversation with him at the bottom of the hour. But as Kyle said, BA not there because of contract stuff, as he put it. And kind of like Chevy guy, technology and stuff, contract stuff. Trent Williams' daughter is graduating, so that is he is not here, but expected to be here tomorrow. And then he was asked about Brandon Ayuk and how much he gets involved. He says, I check out of it. He says when all the guys are coming in, he doesn't ask at all because he's kind of busy now, so he doesn't have any insight into it, but obviously wants him back as soon as possible.
Yeah, so Deebo's talking to the media now. Jake Moody's going to talk a little bit, and then we may hear from Christian McCaffrey today. That is the hope, to get him up there and talk, because tomorrow, as the final day, it's only a 2-day minicamp, and the guys are out of town. They're in and out, and so I'd like to hear Christian. And then Niners did announce the contract, and there's a 2-year contract extension on top of the 2 years existing. I thought it was interesting hearing Kyle talk about the numbers. We were talking about the number of touches for Christian last year, both carrying it and catching it, well over 300. But the one thing is he gets a check down a lot. And one thing with Brock, and he's such a reliable check down, he averages over 8 yards a catch, 8.4, that when you look the field, and Brock does look to drive it down the field, but if they take the deep ones away or the underneath stuff to Deebo and Kittle, and he's the ultimate check down ability there. So, but a lot of it is design on certain down and distance, especially on third down. Jennings gets the ball a lot on third down because he can beat man, and it's just a favorable matchup. Teams have to go to man defenses a lot on third down, and McCaffrey with those choice routes, the option route, the Texas route, the in and out is almost unguardable. But it is interesting to hear how, a lot of times a play won't be called for a guy, and McCaffrey will still get 10 targets a game because of the check down. But he did say, we have to kind of protect him from himself a little bit. And I think as far as turning and handing the ball off, we'll see how they divvy it up. I think it's going to be interesting to see. One thing is Elijah Mitchell's in the final year of his contract. And I kind of got a little feeling around the deadline last year that is it possible they'd move Elijah Mitchell, and ultimately they did not. If you lose McCaffrey, now he and J.P. Mason, young backs, Elijah could handle it, obviously. Guerrero is just so fast. He's a different kind of fast, and he does. You talk about a check down, running back getting the ball, or even running routes. He was a former wide receiver. I think it'll be interesting as we go to training camp and start getting closer to Labor Day, John, and right before then in the cut down, what they do with Elijah Mitchell. If that running back room is completely healthy, I don't know if they could all make the team. Can you have Christian McCaffrey, Isaac Guerrero, J.P. Mason, and Elijah Mitchell? Have 4 running backs up on your I mean, they've done it in the past, and then 3 would be up on game day, and that would be a good group with Juice being the fullback and have 5. But you wonder if there'd be a market, and if you are going to move on from Elijah Mitchell, depending how Guerrero looks in training camp and also in the preseason games, if you'd move on from him.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about McCaffrey, and one of the reasons I think he said what he said is because that age of 30. Well, he signs a 4-year extension. He was asked about it, and he said, look, he keeps himself in great shape. But as he does get older, and I know that's weird to say about a 28-year running back, is he had 339 touches. He missed obviously the Rams game he didn't play in to end the season, but that's about 22 touches a game. And as you said, they have other guys who can take some of that bulk on. He doesn't even like to leave games that are blowouts or anything like that. So, look, you're 28, not 22, and they probably want to make sure that he makes all 4 years on that deal. Essentially, it's a 4-year, $62 million contract. So, he's going through all this stuff, and you're thinking to yourself, well, dude, we want to make sure that you see the end of this contract and do save you from yourself. And, we found out last year, like the Philly championship game, not this year, but the year before, it's like that dude is just not coming out of games no matter how hurt he is. So sometimes you do have to save him, and you do have Guerrero, you do have JP, there's guys who can play on this roster. They're not Christian McCaffrey, but they can play.
And McCaffrey actually is meeting the media right now upon signing his new contract. So we want to hear anything of McCaffrey there. He's at the podium right now in Santa Clara.
All right, we'll get some Christian McCaffrey to you and let you hear what he has to say after signing that contract extension. And by the way, a lot of the national people, Diana Rossini was the first one I saw, and also Albert Breer, did say that his contract was an issue, and if he didn't get an extension or additional money, that he was not going to come to the mandatory minicamp. So that is the latest. So here's what we'll do. We'll get to Seth Walder, and we'll let you hear from Christian McCaffrey as well. We'll do that all coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Tuesday edition of the show. In about 30 minutes, we'll give you the foreplay, the four things you need to know. The Giants lose in Arizona. We had a bunch of stuff from Kyle Shanahan, who just spoke. Debo has spoken today, and Christian McCaffrey, fresh off of his 2-year extension, which is essentially now 4-62. He is speaking right now, so we'll play that for you in about 10 minutes. But one of our favorite guys, we love talking about the numbers, Seth Walder, at Seth Walder. Make sure that you are following him on social media. He does a great job with the sports analytics for ESPN. And Seth joins us courtesy of the Umi Guest Line. What's happening, Seth? How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Well, we're doing good. But before we get into numbers and your football power index and where you have the 49ers at this point of the offseason, what do you think of McCaffrey getting a deal, and how far away do you think we are with all the wide receiver stuff from Brandon Ayuk getting a deal?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Like McCaffrey, look, I'm a sports analytics guy. One of our favorite tropes is like saying running backs don't have an impact on the game, but McCaffrey is kind of a special player. I think I don't need to convince anyone in the Bay Area about that and his impact, obviously, both on the ground and in the past game. It makes sense, I think, to pay him. That's fine. How close are you? I mean, listen, your guess is as good as mine, but I would say if I'm San Francisco, I want to keep Brandon Ayuk. I certainly think if I'm trading a guy, to me, I want the player to trade to be Deebo Samuel, not Ayuk. But it doesn't mean you have to trade him. But I would certainly want to keep Ayuk for the long term. All of the advanced metrics suggest that Ayuk is not just like an upper echelon receiver, but he has been for a couple of years. And I think that his numbers are. It's weird to say like depressed last season when he had such a big year, but like honestly, San Francisco with all their weapons, being ahead in games so often, like I think in a neutral team environment, he would have had even more receiving yards than he did.
Now, those 5 eligibles around the quarterback are as good as he's been in the league today, or really anytime, even going back to Niner history when he got McCaffrey and Juszczyk and Kittle and obviously Deebo Samuel, and he had a bit of a down year last year with injury, and Ayuk, and then Juwan Jennings, who they re-signed. So we're looking at your football power index and your ratings, and I think the Niners have been here before in past years and gotten oh so close, and that team that wears red and gold over in the AFC is number 2. But tell me why you have the 49ers in your FPI ratings for the 2024 season, number 1 in the NFL, Seth.
Well, look, this was the most efficient offense last year by a lot. And I think for most of the last season, or maybe the entirety of last season, we would have probably said the 49ers were the best team or very close to the best team in football. There's a great debate, of course, for this team about who contributes the most. Who is it all about, right? Kyle Shanahan or those weapons that you mentioned, or Brock Purdy, I'm talking on offense specifically. And like the beauty of it in this case is that because they're all back, no matter what the breakdown is, it's all there. It's all still there. There's no reason to suggest like they're not old. They still have the same coaching staff, still the same quarterback. Like everything should line up for this to be an incredibly efficient offense again. And offense is the most important. From year to year, that's where we see the most stability across teams. We have some ability to predict defense, but we have a much better ability to predict offense. And so that gives us higher confidence, or it should give anyone higher confidence that the 49ers are probably, or at least going into the season, ought to be thought of as the best team in football.
Seth Walder's joining us. We're talking the numbers as we take a quick look at the 49ers at this point of the offseason. You also have them as the Super Bowl favorite at 16% and the Chiefs at 12%. So I don't want to get ahead of myself because you have the Lions at 10%. They're going to be a problem. You have the Cowboys after that at 9%. But who is the best opportunity if the 49ers were to get to another Super Bowl besides the Chiefs? Because we don't want to see them anymore.
Like who's the most likely team to face?
I'd like someone to knock the Chiefs off in Patrick Mahomes before they see the 49ers, as presumptive as that is.
I see. Baltimore is your best bet. Baltimore. So you got to be, it's like, well, it's sort of pick your poison because, like, on the one hand, you could say, well, we hope Baltimore's good because then you knock off the Chiefs. But at the same time, Baltimore is maybe your next most threatening team. So that is the first and second most likely Super Bowl matchup. Chiefs 49ers rematch is the most likely matchup, and Ravens 49ers is the second most likely Super Bowl matchup. So yeah, I mean, look, it's possible. Any given matchup is very unlikely. Ravens 49ers is a 4% chance of happening, but it is in the cards.
Yeah, we'd like to just fast forward to February and go right to the Super Bowl, guys, but it doesn't work that way. You got to win the NFC, and the Detroit Lions are coming in the next to last weekend of the year, and we think that may be for supremacy in the NFC and maybe number one seed. And last year's game was epic, coming back from 24-7 down to beat them. I'm not sure the Niners are as strong of a team as they were last year, frankly, with the defense's losses, in particular Eric Armstead. But the Lions, to me, appear to be better. Those two running backs, the wide receiver, I think Jamison Williams coming off the ACL for a full year is going to be better. And they've added a lot, both by the draft and making trades to their secondary. So you have the Lions as the biggest threat to the 49ers to go back to the Super Bowl ahead of Philadelphia, ahead of Dallas, ahead of Green Bay. Expand on that, if you would, Seth.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the most likely NFC championship game, Niners-Lions. And I agree with you. I think that Detroit absolutely represents a threat. I will say this. I think that for San Francisco, they are fortunate in this regard. The NFC is still weaker than the AFC. And you mentioned that we have the 49ers, even though they're barely ahead of the Chiefs, we have them a 16% chance to win the Super Bowl, and the Chiefs are at 12%. And part of that is because if the 49ers, assuming they get to the playoffs, assuming everything goes fine, the teams that they face in the wild card round, divisional round, conference championship are all weaker on average than the teams that the Chiefs would face. So I think that the Lions are a real threat. I think that their line and their scheme, and obviously St. Brown, and yes, maybe Jamison Williams, certainly Laporta, offer a lot of support to Jared Goff. I also think that that's it's a coaching supported offense. I'm doing this exercise. I think I talked about it with you guys last year, where I'm ranking the rosters of these teams, and I'm going through Detroit, and I feel like they are not quite as strong as some of the other top teams. And Ben Johnson is doing a lot of work there. They have put a lot of resources into their secondary, and that should help. But I also know in the back of my mind that secondary is really hard to predict, and they've added Carlton Davis and Terrion Arnold. Does that help immediately? It might, but I don't think we can be sure about that.
Seth Walder's joining. He's got a lot of great stuff out right now. You got the most likely conference title matchups. The first four all involve the Chiefs in the AFC, and the first three the Niners. So like we just mentioned, 49ers, Lions, 49ers, Eagles, which I think they're going to bounce back a little bit. But I think you're a little bit higher on the Cowboys. We talked to numerous people who think that maybe the Cowboys would take a step back. So you've got it 49ers, Lions at 9%, 49ers, Eagle at 8%, 49ers, Cowboys at 8%. Expand a little bit on the Cowboys, because the Niners, as of late, love beating them up in the playoffs, but there's a lot of people who think maybe even the Cowboys will struggle this year.
Yeah, I think the narrative around Dallas is way more negative than it actually should be, in the sense that, yes, I think when Jerry Jones says, we're all in, and then they spend the offseason doing nothing, it doesn't, lend to great vibes. But ultimately, if you look at the structure of this team, and they have a great quarterback who is coming off a season in which he was an MVP candidate, right up until the final couple of weeks of the year. So one of the very best quarterbacks in the league last year. They have an elite wide receiver in CeeDee Lamb, and they have obviously maybe the best defensive player in the league in Micah Parsons, with potentially a pretty nice corner combo with Diggs coming back and DeRon Bland too. So everything around those players is what's going to determine whether they hit this upside or not. But I'm saying that upside for Dallas absolutely is there. And the way I like to think of it is Dallas has put themselves in position to be a Super Bowl contender for quite a few years now, and it hasn't worked out for them. But it doesn't mean that this same core this can't be the year that it breaks through for them. And I still would bet on those those players. Like, are there concerns? Yeah. Like, I think the offensive line is more of a concern than it's been in years past. I'm not sure that they have a number 2 receiver that is like of the quality of a Super Bowl champion, depending on what Brandon Cooks has left in the tank. But like, the structure of a team could be a Super Bowl champion to me.
For most of last year, even though the Niners did wind up the number 1 seed, Seth, the Philadelphia Eagles were the best team in the NFC. They were 10-1 at one point, and the Niners went in there and beat them, and they were just gassed. They wound up losing 4 of their last 5, got rolled by Tampa Bay, and they didn't even win the division. Dallas did. But when I look at the rosters, I like Philadelphia's, frankly, is better than Dallas, but there's a lot of unknown with a new coordinator on offense and defense again for a second straight year, and Kellen Moore and Lord Fangio. I heard what you said about Dallas. Why don't you have Philadelphia a little higher on your ranking?
Okay, so it's funny you say that. Like, literally, I mentioned that roster ranking thing I did earlier today, which is just players, right, not coaches. And I think, and the Eagles, there was some concern, I think, based off the way last season ended and all falling apart. But to me, I look at that roster, and I'm with you. I think it is a better roster than Dallas is. Like, I'm not done with this. I'm just saying, I was going through the rosters today, and I put the Eagles at 3 on my first pass because we're talking about a really good quarterback.
3 overall in the NFL or 3 in the NFC?
3 overal in the NFL.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. Behind the Niners and Chiefs. Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why? Like, are we sure that Baltimore is better than them? Just players wise, I don't know. I mean, that's like Hurts with these 2 great receivers. You have 2 good tackles. The corners were weak last year, but they are both guys that have had success in the past. And you add in the Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. They have a pass rush like Jalen Carter and Bryce Huff and Josh Sweat. Like, those are guys that can get after the quarterback. So, like, I think you put that team, and then the big question is, okay, bring in new coordinators. So that's going to change. But I think that's upside probably with bringing in the 2 new coordinators. To me, that's like, well, maybe they can maximize this roster that kind of fell short of what it should have been able to do a year ago.
Good stuff. Seth, we love catching up with you, man. Thanks for the numbers. We appreciate it. Job well done, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Seth.
Seth Walder, make sure you follow him. He's got all it right now. He's got the Football Power Index. He's got his percentages on who wins what as far as Super Bowl division, the best chances, the percentages, all that kind of stuff. So make sure you check Seth's stuff out. All right.
Saquon Barkley's an Eagle, right?
Yeah.
Yeesh.
Yeah, they're
what loaded. They're loaded. If their coaching staff does not have them die and the quarterback learns to read a defense a big F and becomes a leader, that team is loaded.
Yeah, and the only other thing I would say is they lose Kelsey. Lane Johnson's a year older, their offensive line, but it's still pretty good. I mean, I'm nitpicking probably a little bit because they had Juergens, that kid came out of Nebraska. He's a guard. He was actually a center in college. Going to move over to center. So anyway, but it's always good to take an early look at everything. Very cool.
Without a doubt. And the Packers are right there lurking. The
Absolutely.
NFC is wide open. Mooney Man is talking right now.
Yeah. A bunch of guys
Charvarius Ward.
All right, Christian McCaffrey's new contract. We got a 4-play for you as well. We have not forgotten about the Giants. We'll get into a little bit of what happened last night. A walk-off for Arizona. Kyle Harrison goes to the mound to try to stop the 5-game losing streak. We'll address that at the top of the hour. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Hitter.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Marcus Thompson joined Murph and Marcus this morning. Marcus, and Murph to preview the NBA Finals. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. It's always great to talk to our good friend, Steve Moskowitz, who has the answers to all your tax issues, including unfiled tax returns. What do they do then, Steve?
Because it's a real common situation. The number one reason people don't file returns is because they owe money and they don't have it. If that's your case, no problem. We want to cut a deal for you, a good deal, so you can put this tax problem behind you. And the number two reason people don't file returns is they don't have their records. Once again, no problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on. We'll file what we need to file. We want to make a deal. And then you can put these tax problems in the rearview mirror. We have a free attorney-client privileged consultation. There's so many good options. You have so many rights. We'll explain them all to you. The only thing you have to do is pick up your telephone and say, "Hey, Steve, what can you do for me?"
Very simple. Hey, Steve, what can you do for me? Unfiled tax returns, any of the other issues that you may be facing right now, can't pay your taxes, any of those things you didn't file, Steve Moskowitz can help you out, but you got to call him. 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
It's John Madden, Greg Papa, and Darren McPadden. He's a pirate, Ken Stabler, always will be an open raider.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
High formation, toss to McCaffrey. Big hole, and he runs out across the 30, breaks a tackle, he's gone! Touchdown! CMC!
CMC 23 finally detonates.
Which touchdown exactly was that? Do you remember?
I don't.
He scored so many of them.
Exactly.
He scored one in every game.
I always laugh because you do your call and then I wait for what Tim's call will be after that. That one was a detonate. He doesn't want to detonate, but it's always good. And like you said, he scored a ton of times, and he's going to score a ton more for the 49ers because Kyle Shanahan spoke today, Mooney Man spoke today, Debo spoke today on contracts, but the one we all wanted to hear from was Christian McCaffrey because he has a new 4-year contract. Well, 2-year extension, so total of 4 years he's going to be around. So let's hear a little bit about what Christian McCaffrey had to say, and then top of the hour we'll give you a foreplay in which we'll incorporate some Giants talk in there. But here's Christian McCaffrey today down at HQ after signing his extension.
On, guys.
You're going to be able to help pay for the wedding now?
Hope so.
Rich, what the last few weeks, like I assume you were asking or were in talks for this extension. How did that kind of process go?
Yeah, it's business is business. It's part of this game. Both sides were mutually very respectful the whole time, and just proud and happy that we got something done.
Last year at this time, there was so much talk about the running back market and whether. How important is it for you to continue to try to keep raising that bar for the position group as a whole?
I think it's really important. I think running backs have been undervalued for a long time now, and hopefully this is a step in the right direction.
You were prominent last year during OTAs for the amount of work that you were doing in the practices. Were you able to kind of do that workload elsewhere while this was all being worked out?
Yeah, there's no substitute for being on the field with the guys to practice football, but you do the most you can with what you have.
Christian, you had an amazing year last year, but it's been said that you're obsessed a little bit on the fumble in the Super Bowl. Is that an accurate description? How do you view it, and how has it served as a motivator?
Yeah, I don't harp on one play, bad or good, especially going into a new year, completely new year. You just got to focus on one day at a time and just stick to your process, whatever that may be. But last year's last year, whether we won or lost. We're deep into the offseason now, ready for this next year.
Christian, your time in this organization, what has made you just happy that you are going to be here for the next several years, and not just respect to your prior organization, but kind of what makes you happy here?
I really appreciate the players on the team. I think anytime you sign an extension, obviously you're individually really happy, but then you also have to think about the other guys on the team who have helped you get there and who are a big part of your individual success. So I really, I'm very thankful that I'm on a team with guys like that, with a great staff, just an overall great organization, takes care of the players. And so I've had nothing but an amazing experience in my time here, and I'm really fired up that I'm staying.
Just wondering what it was like to walk out in the field. I saw you shaking hands with a couple of players when you first got out there. What was the sense of relief?
Yeah, I think it was awesome. I'm very fortunate, man. I'm really blessed and thanking God every minute just because I feel really good. But at the same time, we got to win football games, and that's the business side of it. And you got to learn how to separate the business side, and then when you're back on the field, make it about the football side. But I'm definitely not just ignoring it. I'm happy. I'm excited about it, and appreciate the guys on the team.
Initial impressions of Isaac Renda?
I think he's great. I've been with him for one day. I think both all three of the new running back additions are fantastic. They're smart. They're detailed. They go about it the right way. You can tell that instantly. And, listen. Coach T's on them, and they listen, they respond, take coaching well, and excited for all three of them in the room.
What was it like for you watching the draft with Luke getting drafted, and what's he going to watch?
Yeah, that was awesome, man. It was emotional. It was so cool to you know, he's like the little brother of the you know, didn't really kind of hit me when I saw his name go across the board. But you're like, damn, that's Luke's playing in the NFL. Like, but I was just so proud of him, and I know how hard he's worked. I know the journey he's been on. I know the ups and the downs that he's gone through, and he's done nothing but persevere through them. So I'm fired up for him, and hopefully he has a lot of success.
We always talk about like championship windows, and we know how talented this roster is, but there's some older players on it too. And Armstead, you know, had left the team this year. How much window do you see for this team? How much extended does this team have a chance to keep this window open to win a championship?
I don't know. I know we got a window this year. That's all I know. So focused on this year and taking it, you know, one day at a time, 1 week at a time, 1 year at a time.
You mentioned Bobby Turner and how he's really on the young running backs. He also is very much on them during the whole draft process. Did you have contact with him when you were going through that at all?
Yeah, I met with him in the train station late at night in passing for a little bit and just got to talk to him. But, you know, my dad played for the Broncos when he was the running back coach and Coach TD, and so obviously I knew who he was and I'd already heard the legends. So I was fired up just to be able to chat with him for a little bit, and, you know, all kind of comes full circle. So thankful he's my coach, and, you know, just in lieu of this extension, you know, he's somebody that plays a huge role in that.
Leonard Floyd actually spoke last week and said the difference in this team compared to other teams is how hard this team works. You've just extended for an extra 2 years. If you can kind of specify what is the difference with how this team prepares you guys to go out there, you just spoke about the window compared to maybe other teams that you've been a part of.
Yeah, I think the difference is the culture. Culture's been set for a while, and the standard is really high. I think when you have a lot of really good players who are also your hardest workers, it's a recipe for success, and it's the way that we're coached, I think, is different. You know, it's all about football. You know, when you get in these meetings, you're going over football. You're not just going over technique, but you're going over the attitude. As an offensive player, I love watching the defensive meetings when Kyle's coaching up the defense, because you start to understand the attitude of the team and the tone setters, and there's a certain way you play football, and hear the film examples of it. And I think the combination of all of those different things, the way they feed you, the way they take care of you in the training room, all the weight room, all these things that kind of come together, you get a full buy-in. And I think when you have a full buy-in, especially from your most talented guys, it's a good recipe.
This contract will take you into your 30s, and since you're a running back, you're supposed to like fall apart on your 30th birthday. Do you view that as just another challenge to show that you can be different?
Yeah, I've never really listened to all that stuff. You know, I think I've seen a lot of backs have a lot of success into their 30s. So I've never really listened to any of that. I feel good. That's all I know.
One thing, you said you met with Bobby Turner in a train station late at night. What was the train station?
That's where the combine is, at that hotel in Indy, like yeah. No, yeah. I could see how that would be a confusing statement, yeah.
Does he still have that much contact with you now that you are running for him, underneath him as a coach?
Oh, yeah. Constant communication, yeah. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right, there is Christian McCaffrey again, 2-year extension. That puts him 4 years. He's 28. That's why they were talking about the 30s. But again, business is business is what he said, very quick. That's how Christian speaks. Also took it as a responsibility, trying to move that running back market forward, $19 million a year over those final two, so he gets a few more bucks, but also for the underpaid, as we've been talking so much about wide receivers going $30+ million. Somebody asked him about the Super Bowl fumble. I'm sure he was very happy about that. Was very happy
Thank you, Larry.
Very happy to be here. He said he appreciates the players on the team. He says he's thankful for the players, staff, organization. Asked about Isaac Rendo and some of the young guys, and he talked about Luke, his brother, being drafted by Washington. And then Tim Kawakami asked him about a window. He said, I know we have a window this year, and was also asked about being 30 by Eric Branch, and said he never really listens to that stuff. So there he is.
And the train station in Indianapolis is Union Station, which was completely refurbished. Like a lot of American cities, they refurbished the downtown train station, and that's where Bobby Turner met with him. So a lot of it is just Bobby Turner's influence, and Larry's question was about fumbling. because Bobby brought it up when he met the media a few weeks ago, how it ate him alive. And McCaffrey had, Joe the Jet Perry in the 50s was the last Niner to win a rushing championship. John Frank Gore came close. When O.J. was here, he was old and broken down. He wasn't the same player. You had the $1 million backfield. They had a lot of great running backs here over the years, but honestly, when you look at it, he's the best they've ever had, and his ability to catch it, to block it, to run it, to do it all. But you do wonder, and I know he downplayed it because he's always on to the next challenge, but he was eaten alive by that fumble. The way that game started, the 49ers went right down the field. They had movement. They were crisp. The openers were hitting. And even the play where he fumbled, Leo Chenal got him. There was a little bit of an opening there. So you wonder how that game would have gone differently had you been able to really unleash the pass rush on Mahomes and make them play. It was, was it 10-0 when Christian scored the touchdown of the double pass with Jennings. But had you been able to score on the very first drive of the game, so it ate him alive. So that's just the way he is. He's a perfectionist. But you know what? Every answer he gives you is always geared towards the next. At some point, he will be reflective about that game and the fumble, but now's not the time because he's already looking ahead. He doesn't want to give an edge. Maybe it's the way he was holding the ball and the way they got it out. But he's such a great player, there's no doubt, but he's such a great pro. And just like how important is it for McCaffrey to be at these veteran mini camps? He wasn't even on the field today. When we go there tomorrow, he won't be on the field tomorrow. They don't want him to ramp up and then pull a groin or a hamstring and set him back going into training camp. But just being around the meeting room and everything. Can you imagine Garendo, the young running backs come in, John, and they're like Christian McCaffrey's in the room, and then you wonder if they are able to limit. Because they did sign him out 2 more years on top. It will be his age 28 season. He will pass 30 and beyond. We talked about the touches last year, 339 combined. The year before, he had 329 touches with Carolina and the Niners. And then the year that he became the third running back in history to go 1,000, he hit the 400 mark. He had 403 touches that year, and that's the one going back to James Wilder. You just don't want. So he's had a couple of 300-touch years and beyond. 3, he actually had a 326 his second year in the NFL, so he's had 3 300-touch seasons and beyond, 326 and more. And he also had a 400-touch year as a younger player. Then those soft tissue injuries began to crop up. So now that you've signed him to a 2-year extension on top of the existing 2, you got to make sure that he's strong for the next 4 years.
And we're going to play that for you. It's something that Kyle Shanahan said a little bit earlier. So you've heard Kyle Shanahan today around noon, and you just heard Christian McCaffrey. So let's recap everything today. It is time for foreplay. We got to get back to some Giants as well as they get walked off in Arizona, and the losing streak now has reached 5. It's Papa and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, sponsored by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. Foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
As we said, the Giants get walked off. Here is Bob Melvin post-game missed opportunities.
Probably both ways, right? So it just comes down to one swing. I mean, we were real aggressive early on with the guy that was a strike thrower. Finally got to him, scored a couple of runs, and we felt good about where we were, especially with the pitching that we had coming in. But, like I said, with the replay, it literally game inches.
He's talking about the replay in which Jorge Soler was tagged out of first base. And for a moment there, it gave the Giants the lead there in the 9th, and as you said, then they could have brought in Duvall and done all that kind of stuff. But on replay, you could clearly see that he was tagged out. It was a great play by a Gold Glove first baseman in Christian Walker. So they go back to the drawing board. They get walked off in the 9th inning.
And now it's on to Kyle Harrison, and they've not won one full turn through the rotation. This losing streak started last Wednesday afternoon against Philadelphia, the day game, John, and Kyle, we didn't talk a lot about it. I thought his up and in to Bryce Harper, the back-to-back pitches, actually shown his De La Salle tenacity. He wasn't going to back down from him. And I think he went in the second time for a purpose pitch to say, I almost got you the last time. Back off, and I'm going back in. And then he got him out of the ground ball. Really, I thought his arm side command that game, which we always look at, being a left-handed pitcher, left side of the plate into lefties, away from righties. I thought it was pretty good that game. They just hit him. He was actually in the strike zone too much. The matchup to look for tonight is Kyle against Corbin Carroll. Do you watch the FS1 broadcast?
Yeah.
They had a graphic up last night. Corbin Carroll cannot hit a four-seam fastball this year. We were talking earlier about Matt Chapman can't hit a high fastball all year. Corbin Carroll's not been able to get on top of a high fastball. He's been standing up high in the box and lifting his bat up. You can see he's having a problem with it. Last year on four-seam fastballs, which Kyle Harrison throws like two-thirds of the time, Corbin Carroll hit .307 average, slugged .580 last year. This year on four-seam fastballs, he's hitting .139, and his slug is .215. So this is going to be one of those matchups, left on left. You know what's coming. Here it is. Can you hit it? Can Corbin Carroll hit Kyle Harrison's fastball?
You know, it's interesting. We were talking a little bit about this yesterday. I was just curious about starter records. And while Blake Snell is 2-4 and Logan Webb is 5-8, Kyle Harrison hasn't given up a lot of runs, but they've given him a lot of support. He's 9-3.
The team is, when he pitches.
When he starts.
Yeah.
So hopefully he can stop this 5-game losing streak.
Well, before he lost to Philadelphia, what did he won? Like 7 or 8 in a row before that. So, needs to. They need to win tonight.
He's been the elixir. Kipe was on this morning and talks about some of the players coming back.
Conforto's back. That's got to help. Solari's showing signs of starting to figure it out. That's got to help. And, not just Ramos. We're seeing Casey Schmidt look more and more like he's got a chance to hang around for a while. And he's been playing really good defense, too. And then, we also forget that I forgot. Where's Tyro? I mean, I know that he's dinged up. I get that. But let's not forget how important this guy is to that lineup. And he's been out. So I guess you got to grind it out. Keep working as hard as you can. Don't overthink it too much. And then hope that it clicks. And if it clicks, don't get 1 or 2 guys going. Get 5 or 6 guys going. And then you can rattle off some wins, get back to 500, and hopefully you can take off. But, you want to start pretty soon because, we're in June. Have they won a game in June? I don't think so. So let's win a game in June and then go from there.
By the way, I like Gravelly Morning Kipe. Gravelly Morning Kipe. But, his point is that you start looking at this lineup. I'd like to get a couple of guys going at once because I heard him say that this morning, and I thought to myself, okay, they've had, at times, Bailey's gotten going or Estrada's gotten going or Chapman's gotten going or Matos has gotten going, but it's like they don't have multiple guys get going at once, and that's what it takes to score runs.
Well, during the streak where they were 10-2, what were they averaging? Like 7-8 runs a game. Obviously, losing Lamont Wade Jr. has been a problem, but Kipe mentioned Tyro Estrada. So he jammed his right thumb on a slide into second base on Friday night. He's not played since. And what Kipe's talking about, June 1st was Saturday, you lost. You lost Sunday, he scored 5 runs, and then, Camilo had a bad outing, and then last night you only had 2 runs. So not having Lamont Wade Jr., Jung-Hoo Lee, obviously, he's not coming back. And on top of that, you don't have Tyro Estrada. That's like your top 3 hitters in your lineup, and Tyro with the power and the RBI. So tonight, against a left-handed starter, it'd be nice to get Tyro Estrada back in the lineup. We've talked all day and, the last couple of days. They got to get Soler going. They got to get Wilmer Flores going. He should be in there tonight, right on left. And then Conforto, after playing last night, I don't think, will Matos be back in there and Yaz out of there? How do you configure the outfield? Ramos will be in, we know that.
Yeah, he's been
But
great.
do they load up with, do they have enough right-handed hitting? Tyler Fitzgerald?
Right.
And, you could obviously go back to Matos and have an all right-handed outfield.
All right, finally, let's flip it over to the 49ers. As you just heard over the last hour from about 12 o'clock on, Kyle Shanahan spoke first, and then Mooney Man spoke a little bit. Then you heard from Deebo Samuel, and then you just heard from Christian McCaffrey, who played that for you. So it's a few of the things. Deebo Samuel certainly knows what it's like to wait around to get a contract done. The year that he got his done a few years ago was August 1st, so we'd still have a couple of months with that one. Here's Deebo talking about what Brandon Ayuk is going through right now, waiting to get a contract done.
Much as I can, actually. I know this is a stressful time, and
he's done a tremendous job throughout his career here. And, when it comes to things like this, it get tough. And, some things you kind of take personal. And it's just like overall, it's just a stressful process, to be honest with you.
And I wondered, Brandon will talk about this because this is going to get done, of what it's like for him, because I think this is very unique to have all these receivers get deals done, and then you have to wait, because with the other guys, they didn't have off seasons like this. When Fred Warner signed, there wasn't 10 other linebackers getting signed. When Kittle signed, there wasn't a bunch of tight ends. It's just every day he's watching a deal get done, and he's like, when is it my turn? I'm sure he's frustrated.
And we didn't hear the question, but I have to assume it was, how much can you help Brandon Ayuk during this time? And he said, as much as I can. They are tight. They are extremely close. They walk on the field together for every practice, every walkthrough, every meeting. They leave the field together. They're tight off the field. They're just tight. So Debo can help him, because 2 years ago he went through this. It was my hope, and I thought the organizations at some point, because even though they're tight and they're friends, you don't want to give one guy, way more money. But it is 2 years later, and the escalation, all these signings, with $23 million, 8 guys got that deal this year and beyond on top of the existing 6. I don't know how they avoid it, to be honest with you, where you're not saying Brandon Ayuk is a better player or a more impactful player. I mean, I hate when they get in there with the same teammate. And I see it online all the time. Ayuk's this, and they can't Debo that, and now you have McCaffrey. They don't think that way because they're teammates. They all work for each other. But I think it'll be interesting to see how they actually craft the contract to keep it as close as possible. Because if Ayuk does go way past Debo, like a lot of these wide receivers have, then at some point they go back and they ask Debo about his contract. And this is all, where does it lead to Debo beyond this year? So, but they are close, and you know that he's getting advice from Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, and mainly from Debo. Because
they all had to wait.
Yeah, Fred actually got his done pretty early in the offseason. July 21st. Yeah, but I think with Debo and Ayuk, just because they're wide receivers in the same room together, those guys are really close.
Yeah, and it's tough because when we started talking about this, the comps were Terry McLaurin and DK Metcalf and Debo, and now all these receivers have blown past all that, and they're getting additional years. So there's really no way to not do it. And I think that Debo, if he's upset, then his agent's going to have to talk to him. There's never been an offseason like this where one position dominated and got so many deals done. So you can't ignore the fact that if the 49ers would have gotten it done early, I don't know the circumstances around it, they could have avoided some of this. Like Philadelphia got it done early, some of these teams. But the reality is now that these guys have all signed for these dollars, there's no way to say, hey, take a little bit more than the Debo deal. That's just not going to get it done.
Now, this year there's been a lot of receivers. But a couple of years ago when Tyreek got traded in Miami, redid him. And then A.J. Brown, remember on draft day,
traded from Tennessee
to Philadelphia, and Howie Roseman redid him that offseason. And that was Debo's time when he was trying to get his deal done. So, and now, but this
they've
year
already redone A.J. Brown since
they have, and they've done Devontae. I mean, now it's gone to a new explosion level at wide receiver.
All right, finally one. You were just talking about this. Kyle Shanahan, CMC's 28 years old, gets the extension, so that's going to bring him out to 4 years. Be 32 at the end of this deal. So how do you protect Christian McCaffrey from himself and make sure that he gets through these 4 years?
I mean, I don't think it always needs to be that case with all the runs. Like we got guys that can run the ball and stuff. We got to protect Christian from himself. He doesn't like to ever come out, no matter what the situation is, and I do think that's something we could protect him with more. When you are such a threat in the pass game, it's a little bit different, and that's when you get touches from a running back. A lot of times you're the last choice, just everyone's deep and you throw it to a check down. So like halfbacks can get 6 targets in a game without one play called for them just because they're on checkdowns a lot. And so how do we feel about those touches? Man, I'm glad he was out there for that check down. That means no one's around and he's getting up the field and he's as good of a threat on a check down as there can be. But if he's just taking the wear and tear with 20 carries and stuff every game, and he's definitely good enough to do that and he's proved he can stay healthy, but you'd like to take some of that off of him and give it to other guys also.
So again, Christian McCaffrey, Elijah Mitchell, Guerrero, who they took. You got J.P. Mason there. So again, none of those guys are Christian McCaffrey, but they're certainly good enough to take some of the load off.
Yeah, but give me a scenario where you want McCaffrey off the field. I mean, the best way to do it is to blow teams out and do what the Warriors did, Steph's MVP year, and not even play him in the fourth quarter. I mean, that's what you want. Like the Dallas game, J.P. Mason broke the last long touchdown. McCaffrey was already done. And then you basically went into hibernation mode. He didn't run 50. He didn't put up a 50 burger on him. But what Kyle was saying with the checkdowns, he's on the field on third down. Give me a situation where any of those other backs are better at any element of the game, whether it's goal line, short yardage. The guy scored 21 touchdowns last year. He scored a touchdown just every game. So you don't take him out on the goal line. He was mad the Lion championship game, the run that he broke, and he had so many great runs all year, but that run that he broke going to the right, and then he landed on his head on the 1 yard line. He was out for one play, and Elijah Mitchell scored. McCaffrey wanted to score the touchdown, but he just landed on your head. We got to take you off. He is and now it's 4 downs in the NFL. He's the quintessential 4-down running back. You don't want him off the field on any down. So the only way to do it is to literally take him off the field for a series.
Hide his helmet.
Well, but then, no, I think you want him to go back in the game. Unless you're up, like they do it with Bosa. Bosa does not play every series in the base. But then when the turbo comes around the pass rush on third down, Bosa goes in. So, I mean, what teams do is they rotate backs, not so much by down and distance, but give McCaffrey 2 series. Elijah Mitchell, you come in for the third, then go back to Christian. But invariably, if you stall out in that third series and you're going to go 3 and out on third down, can you get McCaffrey back in the game, Bobby Turner? Where is he? So what scenario do you want him off the field?
I agree with you. I just think unfortunately, when you get to the age, and again, he's not regressing. It's just that I was thinking the same thing you just said, which is Bosa. He's not going to play through the whole game. Running backs certainly rotate in. He's vastly different. But Elijah Mitchell's a guy that as a rookie was over 900 yards. He's not McCaffrey, but you got this kid Guerrero. You want to see what he is. I mean, you've got to find spaces to get these guys in to, as Kyle said, protect him from himself, because if he keeps doing as much as he's doing, is he going to make it through the 4 years when he hits that magical 30? Now he's maniacal. He takes care of his body so well, but there are times where you're saying, I know that you're better than this guy, but we've got to rotate a little bit more.
I think what they do is Wednesday you don't practice. Thursday you get half a day. Come back Friday for the red zone. They do it with Bosa. Trent Williams never practices on Wednesday and then mixes in. I think you save the rest. On Sunday at 1:05, I want McCaffrey out there. And I'll tell you one thing. With this new kickoff rule in the NFL, you're going to have to make a call.
You can't put him back.
Oh, yes, you can. And I think you may see Debo back there. It's a different rule in the NFL, where I think Debo will be back there, and then situationally, when you need a big return, McCaffrey could go back there. So I know what you're saying, but the way to do it is to blow teams out, have a 2-3 score lead where he's comfortable taking him off the field. Because when you're in the middle of it, and it's 17 games, last year they had the same record as the Lions. Did you want to play that championship game at Ford Field? Would you have come back for 24-7 down? There's no margin for error here, so I understand it, but it's easier said in June than come September and October. But it isn't, because he's just so good.
But isn't it kind of like a little bit with the Warriors and Curry? I mean, where you say, he's getting a little bit older and I don't want to overplay him. Like 75% of Steph Curry is better than any backup you have, but you do want to try to keep him as fresh as long as you can, right? I mean, isn't that
the best way to do it is Steph's unanimous MVP year when he made the 402 threes. How many? When they were 73-9, he didn't play in the fourth quarter. So build up a 20-point lead, 21-point lead going to the fourth quarter, and then you take McCaffrey's helmet.
And as far as kick returns, isn't that why part of the reason you got Guerrero with that speed, and part of the reason you got Cowing was to get guys like that?
Kickoffs in the NFL are going to be really interesting.
They're more like scrimmage.
You're going to have special players back to return kickoffs this year.
All right, there you go. That is your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you needed to hear today. Let's reset the Giants. Got into that at the start of the show. They blow another one. They had an opportunity to win. That's a 5-game losing streak. Where do they go from here? Who's coming back? And Blake Snell back on the IL. We'll give you that next only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Chris Matt and Doug Russo, he joined Colbert and Copes yesterday to break down the Varon Zaidi era of Giants baseball. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. That's right. Billions. I'll tell you about that more in a second. But did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some, as crazy as this is, are not even based in the entire state. But Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Beautiful weather out, right? You can see outside right now. Very sunny and nice in the city. That means more motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing. They're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's the Dolan Law Firm. And they have secured, this is where the billion comes in, more than $1 billion. $1 billion with a B. In verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay, that's right, nothing upfront. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow KNBR on Facebook. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. We appreciate you hanging out. We got a great caboose pistol for you at the bottom of the hour. If you were with us late last week, you had the guy on Zoom driving, and then the judge this suspended license hearing. You're to report to jail right away, and we have an update on that story and many more, including the anniversary of 10 Cent Beer Night. And as I've read more about it, in Cleveland on June 4th, 1974, new things have come to light that are even crazier than
it was 50 years ago tonight?
Yeah.
What was the drinking age in Ohio back in 1974? Was it 18 or 21?
In Ohio?
In New York State, in New York State, it was 18. Can you imagine that?
I just remember where I went to college. The line from Utah to Idaho was 8 miles, and so in Idaho you could drink at 18. In Utah you could never drink the rest of your whole life. No, I'm kidding. But 18.
Yeah.
I went to Utah State,
beer,
so it was 8 miles, and so what we would all do is we would just go right across the border. We'd buy all our beer. You could buy kegs. You could buy anything. And then we'd cross back over the border with all this beer. And like you said, you could, 18. It was the greatest thing ever.
Well, I grew up across the border to Canada.
That explains a lot.
They had Molson Bredors there. What was the alcohol percentage in Canadian beer? Like way higher.
I think they get, just when you cross the border, they just hand you one. Hey, you need a Molson, eh?
They hand you a pair of hockey skates, a stick, and a beer.
Right. Like, welcome to Canada. Anyway, yeah, so we'll get into that. Giants go back at it tonight as they take on the D-backs. That is now 5 in a row, so that 10-2 seems like a long time ago. As Kyle Harrison, 9-3 in his starts this year and 8 in a row at one point before last time out. So he's the right guy. What will the lineup look like? I was looking at it last night when it was posted of Wisely, Bailey, Chapman, Conforto, Ramos, Soler, Yaz, Schmidt, and Brooks, and I was like, oh boy. And that ended up being the case.
I mean, just going around the diamond, Flores will be at first base. Wisely, a left-handed hitter, won't be in. Hopefully Tyro's back. Leave Schmidt and Chapman there. I think, Casale probably. They have a lefty going tomorrow. So they got back-to-back lefties. Arizona's going Blake Watson tonight and then Jordan Montgomery tomorrow. So it's up to whether you want Casale to catch Kyle Harrison tonight or Jordan Hicks tomorrow. You got a day game tomorrow, so they're not going to be both, so it'll be Bailey or Casale. And then you want to go to an all right-handed hitting outfield where Conforto's out, Yastrzemski's out, Ramos stays in. You put Tyler Fitzgerald in center, and you put Luis Matos. Where does he go, right? And Ramos back to left, so it's a whole different lineup. And then, it's Kyle Harrison tonight. And then tomorrow's a day game, John. And, we think it's hot in the Bay Area today and tomorrow. And in Arizona, it's going to be like 110 degrees tomorrow. It's already over 100 there, but they're obviously going to play indoors. But this is a wild road trip. Then they're off and going to Dallas on the off day on Thursday. Hopefully Bochy comes back. He did not manage last night. He was away from the Rangers due to personal reasons. Hope he's okay. Then you got to go to Arlington, Texas in that searing heat for the weekend. So they do play indoors there, but this is a rough road trip. A little tiring. I think you need a few beers there.
I heard Dwayne yesterday. Dwayne and Mike were talking. Of course, Dwayne does the road games back here. He said, "Hey, partner, how hot is it going to be?" He looked at a book and he goes, 110. It's like 110. My God, man.
Not indoors, but
yeah.
that ballpark still plays.
Right.
So we'll see if Kyle Harrison can keep him in the yard. But we'll be watching Giants. Certainly the A's are home. And the Oakland Ballers are in Oakland tonight, John.
Yeah.
Are they having a 10-cent beer night in Oakland tonight?
So I just did by the way, I just did the inflation on that, and we'll get into this conversation in a minute. So 10-cent beer night 50 years ago, it's 7.5 times is the
Is that all
inflation.
it is? 7.5 times?
So I just said,
that's it?
$5.19 is $33 today is what the index just told me. So that's
$5.19.
Okay. Is about 35 today. So it's 7 times.
Okay,
right?
700%.
Yeah. So a 10-cent beer, right?
Yeah.
It's 7 times. So isn't that like 70 cents, 75 cents?
No, that would not be right. Not in the baseball stadium.
Oh, I know, right?
How much can you get a beer in Cleveland tonight? Just going to whatever they call Jacobs Field. Minimum of $7. Probably more.
Here we go. I have the updated prices. The cheapest beer in baseball. Wow. I didn't know this. 2024, the average beer price. My God, this can't be right. This says 2024. The average beer price in a Major League game is $6.98. That's not right.
Not in the Bay Area.
No way.
Maybe in Oakland or at the Oakland Ballers.
Well, look at these top 5.
Weren't the Giants promoting like a $17 beer as being inexpensive
like you said
last
yesterday,
year?
you have to climb the foul pole.
It's ridiculous.
After 8 beers, climb the foul pole.
I think we could all, a dime. So basically, you could go to the game in Cleveland 50 years ago with $1 and get hammered.
Yeah.
And people did. I remember the riot. And did they actually finish that game?
No, they cut it short because there were streakers running across. I just read the article again to just freshen up on it. They just said no. The cheapest beer in baseball right now is Coors Field. They have a $3 beer at Coors Field.
Really?
Is that like
is it a Coors Light?
I think
we
it's
have
probably
no
out of the
alcohol in the beer.
I think it's like out of the trough or something. My God.
Well, it's going there eventually. So what's the difference?
Rogers Center in Toronto has a $4.44. Angel Stadium has a $4.50.
You got to be loony. They're charging $4 in Toronto for a beer?
No, the cheapest one, though. You know, the one that's
they have good beer.
The cheap beer stand.
Yeah.
Chase Field has a $5 beer, and Target has a $5 beer.
What's the cheapest beer at Oracle Park? Double digits and beyond. Seriously.
Oh, easy. Do they have a single-digit beer at Oracle?
No.
I don't think so. Let's see. The most expensive average beer is at Nationals Park, 15 on average.
That's the highest?
Yeah, that sounds low. Dodger Stadium, I don't think I remember, but I thought I bought a domestic for like 20.
Stadium? How about Yankee Stadium?
Yeah, this says 2024, but I don't think so. I think that's wrong.
So I think the key is to drink at ballparks and not bars. You're not getting it like that in the bar.
No way. Kidding me? I think there is like a cheap beer stand everywhere, but yeah, 10 cents. Anyway, all right, we'll get into that story. We got an update on the guy who got busted on Zoom driving with a
Is that illegal,
license.
by the way, to be on a Zoom call while you're driving?
No, but it is when you have 5 iPads.
I only conduct my Zoom calls while I'm driving. What do you want me to sit home and do it?
Well, plus I know how you do it now. You know, that self-driving thing. You put the mannequin hand on there and just go down the road and watch all the shows you got to watch.
I paid a bill today at 80 miles an hour on the bridge, and you had to key in my credit card number.
Yeah.
I'm like, that got a little dicey.
Yeah.
The automated driver helped me there.
You could save a lot of time with the automated driver. I'm telling you, man. Auto.
You get a lot of time while you're driving.
I just put auto there, like from airplane. I just put Otto in the seat, and I'm actually at the passenger seat, and I just cruise right along. He's got his hand on the wheel. What do I got to worry about?
Be careful, John. One clicker call could end it all.
It sure could. All right. Your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol next on the air on these 14.
It is a hot one in the Bay Area today, but you want to get over to Tony's Pizza for a piping hot slice of Tony's best in the North Beach, best pizza I've ever had, and it has been ranked #1 in the world. It's our go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. And on a hot day like today, you want that spicy bucatini. That is a delicious pasta. You can also travel around the North Beach, not just Tony's, but go to his other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties there, they like the Chicago deep dish pies there, the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Try that out. But don't eat too much because you got to save room for dessert. He's got the best in all of California, the delicious cannoli or the tiramisu. And wake up tomorrow morning, it'll be a hot one again tomorrow, and stroll through the North Beach and try Tony's homemade sourdough bread, pastries, New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And if you are going to a Bay Area sporting event, whether it's Chase Center, Oracle Park, or Levi Stadium in the fall, visit Tony's Slice House, fast casual restaurant serving up delicious slices across the Bay Area. No matter where you're going to stay cool, today and tomorrow, you want to hit Tony's Pizza.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Say caboose.
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I also think anyone who doesn't know how to work out and they're 40 days away, you're not going to make it in this league very long anyways. So it's not too bad to weed 5 of those guys out.
Why is it so important for the veteran leaders?
How did you know I was dumb? You just been holding your breath that long? Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Kyle's on fire today. All right, here's the deal. 50 years ago today, Cleveland hosted 10-cent beer night against the Texas Rangers. 60,000 beers consumed by 25,000 fans. 7 people sent to the hospital, and the game was stopped due to drunken rioting, naked people, streakers, and the such. The Rangers were declared winners via forfeit.
The Indians forfeited.
Yeah, that's the story. So if you comp it to today, I just looked this up. Inflation is about 536% in the last 50 years from 1974, which equals 6.36 times. So things are worth 6.36 times that. So you're roughly looking at, 70 cents, 75 cents for a beer. So even if it was dollar
so
beer.
So were they like little Dixie cups? I mean, it wasn't like you were filling up a red Solo to the brim.
Well,
how much were they giving them for 10 cents?
Well, here's another thing, too. So just think about it, even if it was like dollar beer night somewhere, how insane it would get. But they were also saying that they had these beer vendors, these little beer shacks out in past center field, and they said that it got so insane because the lines were so long that people started just jumping over and pouring themselves beers. So the people who were actually manning those just said to hell with it, and they left. So then the beer became free, and everybody was just jumping back there, pouring themselves free beers. That's how crazy it got.
There was 25,134 people at the game, and they consumed how many beers?
60,000. So that's only like
Well, I mean, how many? Yeah, but I would think like 5,134
probably
drank
like
this.
10.
How would you get the? I mean, it's not like each person had 3 beers. You wouldn't get that inebriated on 3 beers, and they probably watered them down.
But I mean, look at these pictures.
Why was it so? I know. I remember the game. Why was
it?
it?
Feel like fighting players.
Fergie Jenkins started the game for Texas. Started for Cleveland. Fritz Peterson, who was one of the Yankee players that traded wives.
Yes. Wow.
I wonder if she was in the deal.
Yeah, I wonder if that was part of it. I wonder if she was on the field or like, hey.
George Hendrick was in the Indian lineup.
Wow.
Oscar Gamble, Charlie Spikes, John Lowen.
Oscar Gamble could have like 10 beers in his hair.
Dave Duncan, who later became, he was traded for Foss, so Ray was in Oakland A then. Wild.
That's crazy. So how crazy would it be nowadays if it was like dollar beer night? Would we go that crazy? Would we go bananas like that night in
Well, it wouldn't be 25,000. It would be a sellout crowd for one. So they actually played the entire game. It was 5-5 after 9.
Mm-hmm.
So why was it forfeited? Cleveland scored 2 in the bottom of the 9th to tie the game.
Well, they said that
Is that why they went crazy?
You can base it on the pictures too. That there were streakers all over the field. There were people just
Streaking
riding.
was big then.
Yeah, streaking was really big. And then they started fighting players. Like I'm looking at these pictures, like
Naked.
fans are jumping out there fighting the Rangers players. Like, how dare you?
Stay away from Jeff Burrows.
Anyway,
he stole the MVP from Reggie. Reggie should.
And then they just shut it down. The umpires just shut it down.
So insane.
Like, 10-cent beer night.
We just want to drink beer.
Jeez.
I thought the stadium was completely sold out. There was only 25,000 there.
And that place held back in that day like 50, right? Then they hold more than that.
Bigger.
Or maybe, yeah. Oh, because the Browns
by
played
the
there
lake.
too, right?
Yeah, that place. That
Yeah, it was
held
a
like
football stadium, too.
90,000.
Yeah, that's right.
Place was huge.
So anyway, 25,000. If you did dollar beer night, I mean, because every time you and I have a conversation about, well, what would bring you to the yard? Every single text is beer, free beer, cheap beer, free beer.
Without
cheap
a
beer.
doubt.
That's all.
Right.
That's what everybody wants. But they're not going to do that anymore because of this day in 1974. They're just not going to do it.
$9 beer night.
See,
Hell, if it was $9 beer night,
that'd be
I'd go.
perfect for baseball.
Yeah. Seriously.
So are the Guardians doing anything tonight to honor what happened 50 years ago?
Probably not.
They should.
With this Giants offense, you know what they really should do is the beer costs how many runs we score. I mean, that would be dollar beer night.
It's like the Marty Lurie drinking game. Every time the Giants score a run, you do a shot. I'll be stone cold sober by the post-game show.
What would you be doing yesterday?
Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Yeesh. Yeah. Anyway.
No, they're going to score it.
50 years ago. All right, let's fit this one in because, so you weren't here last week for this, so I want to play this for you. So this guy, to just set it up, guy is driving to the courthouse and he's on Zoom. You don't have to get on Zoom, by the way, but he gets on Zoom.
Why was he driving to the courthouse?
Suspended license.
He was driving the car himself?
Oh, he's driving. Oh, okay, that's right. Driving to his doctor's, but he had an appointment, but it was over Zoom. That's what it was.
Right.
But you know, like if you're like, oh,
and
my
the
camera's
Zoom was
not
with
working.
the judge, and the topic was his suspended license.
Yeah, and what's so funny here is the funniest part is listen to his lawyer because his lawyer's like trying to like get around this whole
Well, what
thing.
if you have a self-driving car? Is that still a violation of the law?
absolutely.
I'm not technically driving the car.
I'm going to play this. Some people have heard this, but there's an update to this. So, but I want to play this for you. This is hilarious. So you got the lawyer, the judge, and the guy on Zoom driving who has a suspended license. Take a listen to this.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing? So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended,
That is correct, Your Honor.
and he was just driving, and he didn't have a license.
That is with the charges, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at
Yes.
his record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended, and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
I don't even know why he would do that. So defendant's bond is revoked in this matter. Defendant has turned himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Harris, I'll be giving you a call.
Can I approach the bench? The reason I'm driving to my doctor's appointment, I just had cardiac arrest. I suffered a heart attack. I had to drive myself to the doctor. Wow. So what's the update on this?
So the update is he actually did have a license, and there was a clerical error. So he wasn't driving with the.
So what was the judge reading?
Well, no, he read the right thing. It's just that they didn't.
It didn't come
update
through
it.
yet.
Yeah, the computer didn't update it. But then here was the other thing too, because you heard the guy sigh like, "Oh, he should have known that he had a like." You got something in the mail that said you had a license again. It had been suspended many times. This happened in Michigan. So anyway, he did.
So he didn't go to jail that night at 6 o'clock?
Yeah, but then they later found out man who went viral for driving during court hearing, suspended license, reportedly vindicated. So he is out now, and there was a clerical error.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Are you driving right now? I'm pulling into the parking spot.
now.
Right. Oh, hold on a minute. Now. So I'm not driving any longer.
Man.
So
I'm parking right now.
The good news is the judge did not bring up anything about driving during a Zoom meeting. Is that legal or illegal?
I don't think that's legal.
Well, because you can use hands-free on your phone for the audio.
Yeah.
What's illegal about it? You're being distracted by the video on your phone.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, probably.
I didn't ask you, counsel.
Well,
is that legal? I don't know. Not that I've ever done it. Is it illegal to drive a car while you're having a Zoom or any kind of a meeting?
I'm asking for a friend.
Any meeting that involves a Zoom call. You're having a Zoom call. Is that illegal? To use it through your hands?
We have lots of police that listen to this show.
Well, I mean,
because they're trying to track me down. Is he still in the studio? We can get him now.
I know.
Let us know.
I really don't know, because the judge didn't bring that up at all.
415-808-567.
Is that why he was asking, are you driving right now? I'm
parking right now.
I'm backing out of my driveway. I'm not yet on a city street.
The thing about it that's so dumb is you don't have to be on a Zoom. Like you could say I'm having camera problems. So we can still
kill the camera. Exactly.
Yeah,
well, there you go. Can we do that?
Oh, for
do
sure.
A Zoom where I stop the video? Would that be legal?
Well, I mean, you love meetings so much.
Well, I schedule them all when I'm driving. So. Otherwise, I'm not taking time out of my free time.
You were cracking me up. Dude, that's the best part.
What is it?
You were cracking me up. The last meeting that we had, what was that, last week? And you showed.
I was at the 49ers.
But you were listening. It was so funny because all we could see, we're in this room, and all you could see was Papa's ear.
I was the only one that turned my camera on. I didn't see you.
No, I was
Everybody
here.
else had their cameras off.
I was at the thing.
I had it on.
You were listening to us.
But I couldn't hear a damn thing.
And so we're looking, everybody looks at a window during a Zoom call.
Yeah, they got my ear
canal. You see what it was just your ear.
I was actually Q-tipping at the. I believe in multitasking.
I know you do.
I was doing that during the meeting.
Oh, okay. Let me.
Now, is that a crime? Did anybody reach out to us?
Yeah,
can you have a Zoom meeting while you're in transit?
I think it sounds illegal to me. I mean, I don't know the laws to anything, but
as long as I'm using hands free,
yeah, maybe. All right, I'll click the text line here and see if we have any police listening. It sounds illegal to me, but I don't know I'm not.
The judge didn't mention that, did he?
No, he did not. He did not
said
at all.
Immediately after you see your doctor, go directly to jail.
That's what he did. Do not pass go.
How long was he in jail for when he was not driving a suspended license?
Oh, man.
Judge is all wrong.
Sleeping on those cots, eating that drinking that powdered
The attorney,
milk.
how much was he paying her an hour? You're correct, sir. Your Honor, you're correct.
She didn't say
He's doing all those bad things. Throw the book at him, sir.
She didn't sound very engaged. Wow. That's for sure.
All right. What are we doing?
I love that.
You're selling the guy out. You're supposed to be defending him.
I think that's illegal, but it might not be. All right, we're at Remnants Plus. Is that illegal or not? It's Papa and Lundell here on the Sports Theater.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Harris, I'll be giving you a call.
Okay.
Okay.
I can't call you because I only get one call since I'm going to jail. What's the update on zooming and driving?
The big debate is that it is illegal. And
is it?
Yeah. But then again, there's a ton of people texting in on here going, I zoom and call all the time. Because, I mean, in the Bay Area, we're constantly in traffic. And then other people other than us, when we have our, we have a meeting probably once a year around here. And then, but a lot of people, like, they're in their car all the time. They have to zoom. So a lot of people still do it. But this one
says... Even if you kill the video and you're on hands-free, it's illegal?
I think if you kill the video, you're okay. But
well, how's it any different than talking on your phone, hands-free?
We'll get this, and then another person texted and said the guy was hit with a distracted driving charge for being on a Zoom call while driving. All charges were dropped once a clerical was done. So he was, at the time when he had the suspended license, the judge did hit him with distracted driving. For being
he
on
did
Zoom.
later?
Yeah.
But he did have a valid driver's license, Your Honor. Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think it's illegal in California. That's what many people are saying. We don't have an official, I'm a lawyer, I'm a police officer. Let me see, I'm just zipping through these really, really fast. But, yeah, I do think so.
How about watching a game on your iPad while you're driving? Is that illegal?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I think you have a pass for that. By the way, somebody just randomly texted in. I forget what we talk about a lot, but somebody just randomly texted in, baseball needs more nudity. Were we talking about something like that?
I'm all for it.
Were we talking about something like that? Or
Full Monty night?
Did somebody just randomly... Oh, that's right.
Sorry, streaking.
Yeah, we were talking about streaking. We were talking about 10-cent beer night, which would be like a 75-cent beer night.
2 balls on the batter.
Yeah, that's right.
Could you ever have that? The Ballers may do that tonight.
Yeah,
Who's going to the Ballers tonight?
Savannah Bananas. No pun intended.
That's a little bit different. They get on the stilts and all that.
Yeah, that's crazy. That stuff.
Yeah.
The way Nike makes their uniforms this year, you could Casey Schmidt basically have baseball nudity?
He did.
You could see right through that thing.
He had like 2 balls on the shortstop. He did.
Seriously, that thing was like a negligee.
It was
like, geez,
very revealing.
I mean,
Casey
seriously.
could pull it off.
Didn't Logan Webb say something like that? Like made a joke?
He did.
Like, geez.
He did.
Not very impressive.
Chris Rose asked him.
Yeah.
Don't have a giant lineup yet, but assuming Casey will be in against the lefty Watson. Do we have a D-back lineup against Kyle Harrison? I was talking about how I wanted to see the Corbin Carroll matchup with Kyle because he can't hit a four-seam fastball. Corbin Carroll's not in the lineup
That
tonight.
makes sense. If you can't hit a fastball, that's how Kyle Harrison throws.
Is he a platoon player now? What happened to that guy? Is he having a sophomore slump or what?
Speaking of Cleveland, Joe Charbonneau.
Joe Charbonneau.
For Rookie of the Year in 1980, and then that was it.
The very next year, I saw him in Charleston, West Virginia.
Yeah.
In the International League. I was doing the Syracuse Chiefs. I go in there, and he was living in the clubhouse.
Oof.
I think he had I think he wasn't there for 10-cent beer night in 74.
He was not.
But he was living in the clubhouse, and he was just, we were crushing beers one night. But he was sent back down after he was the American League Rookie of the Year in 80. I saw him in Charleston, West Virginia. He was sent back down to AAA.
The next year?
He had a severe drinking problem. Same thing happened to Dave Righetti. He was the Rookie of the Year, and George got mad at him and sent him back down to Columbus. Righetti handled it completely differently than Go Charbonneau. All Go Charbonneau was doing was going to the clubby's fridge for another beer. But he wasn't even that good of a player at AAA when he got sent back down.
By the way, we have our first official response via the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line.
Is it from a CHIPS officer?
It says, I'm a deputy sheriff, and manipulating any device while driving is illegal.
Manipulating any device?
Mm-hmm.
What is manipulating?
That's kind of a broad
Using any device?
Yeah. That's what I'm assuming.
Is a vibrator illegal?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'm just saying. Any device? Electric device has to be a...
Follow-up says can't have any videos playing for driver.
Oh, boy.
Period.
Yeah, kids in the back seat can have.
Yeah, they have those.
Put them in the
going.
headsets, the headrest. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing too. Is that big screen you have like in a Tesla? They've got like Netflix and Hulu and all that kind of stuff.
Do they?
Yeah. Oh, I know you didn't know that. But
do they have YouTube TV?
You're not supposed to be able to watch that while you're driving.
I had no idea about that.
But there's a way to manipulate that.
Well, you could just stream it on your phone as well.
Speaking of manipulating.
Well, he was all serious about it.
Yeah, just like this guy's texting in. You do not have to put your camera on while Zooming. You can
Right.
just, like I've got one, and when I ever call into 49ers stuff, I don't want people to know like what my house looks like or what I'm wearing or how I haven't done my hair in a week. So I just put my picture on there, and then they're like,
Or just stop video.
Yeah.
So that is legal, sir, right? Are we
Yeah, I mean, you can be
manipulating?
on a Zoom with no video.
Just audio only.
Yeah. That's because that's what I do. I never. Whoa, what's he got behind him? What is that? I love people to know. It's a picture of me.
I schedule all my calls when I'm driving.
I know. Yeah.
That's the only time,
Here you have
the
to
only
be
time
productive.
I'm not answering the phone when I'm at home. The only time you might give me is when I'm driving. Like tomorrow when I'm driving down to Levi's to do the show. That's the best time to get me is in the 9 o'clock hour when I'm driving down for. Well, I'll have a short
Don't
show
I know
tomorrow. I know you know.
That's I'm like, what? Okay, he's on the treadmill. I can't get him.
I'm not answering on the
Right,
treadmill. I can
no.
barely breathe. I can't. No, I'm not doing that. In the car, I'm a captive audience. At home, you're not getting me.
No way.
Oh, you're one to talk. I texted you last week about going to a dinner with me.
I got it
Never
late.
got back to me.
I know. I did feel bad about
Johnny,
that. I'm
we
glad you
text
brought it
all
up.
day. 2 o'clock hits. You don't acknowledge my existence.
Unless there's a case of wine
Hey,
involved.
buddy, I'm really in trouble. I have a terrible physical ailment. Can you help me?
Let me tell you something.
Nothing. Crickets. Nothing.
I would tell you this, that like if I'm your one phone call, don't
I'm
waste
not
it on
calling
me.
you.
What is it? Who wants to be a millionaire? Don't call me.
I'm not phoning a friend. You're not answering.
phone me.
My lifeline, I'm dead.
Or you just be like, I guess that's
I invited
the only
you
call
to a
get.
dinner last week and never got back to me at all. Did I take that as a no?
No, I
do the same thing. The silence is your answer.
No,
I'm with you.
actually, I saw it and I go, I got to get back to him on that. And then I just, oh, jeez.
Then it was the statute of
I
limitations.
felt bad.
I waited so long to get back to him. Now I just got to drop it. Obviously,
I
the
felt
answer
bad.
is. Yeah, you felt terrible.
I did.
Why did you Zoom me when you were driving?
I know, I should have. I'm like you now. It's when I got my work done. Anyway.
While you're driving.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice?
If the CHP is listening, it's a white Tesla.
And mine's a black.
Yes.
How hot is it out? I can't wait to get out of this freezing ass studio and
Oh, my
go
God.
outside.
I know I
How
would wear
hot is it
shorts in here,
outside?
but it's 20 degrees in the
Is it
studio.
beautiful out there?
It's like rocky.
Let's go see the Ballers tonight.
All right. Thanks as always to Danny. Thanks to Walter as well. A good time. Mark Spears, Seth Walder, among others. The boys are coming up right now. Luis Gonzalez, the former Arizona Diamondback. Yeah, Gonzo's going to join him. Drew Remenda, George Cantos, who had a red, beautiful suit on last night. Those guys are all coming up. We'll see you tomorrow. Headquarters.
I'll be
HQ
driving
tomorrow.
down to Levi's
Yes, you
tomorrow,
will.
John. Why don't we have a Zoom meeting in the 9 o'clock hour when I'm driving?
Video only.
Video
only. We'll test our thing. Thanks to Danny. Thanks to Walter. The boys are coming up next. Tolbert and Copes only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, Cumulus Media Station.
That is correct, Your Honor.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. It's a hot one out there. Whew, man. Steaming. I always love saying that when it's like 78 now. Everybody else like sweltering heat. I'm like, oh, I'm dying over here. Hot. Oh, 78. I love it when I tell my mom that. She goes, shut up. She lives in Vegas, by the way. Today on our program, a lot of stuff to talk about today, too. A lot of good stuff to get into. We're going to have Drew Mend on. I had a chance to talk to him earlier. Talked a little bit about Macklin Celebrini, the Sharks' future, and, of course, the Stanley Cup. Luis Gonzalez, who once had a piece of chewing gum that he chewed go for $10,000. So the story goes. And George Contos will join us at 4:50. Luis Gonzalez, 3:50. Drew at 2:50. And we will take you right up until game time. Got some good basketball stuff. Finals coming up this week in 2 sports. We got a 49er signing to discuss. Not the one you're hoping for, maybe, but I'm sure you know by now. You'll be very happy with it. What's up, Copes?
What's up, dude? I fancy myself I think I'm a pretty good baseball fan.
I'd say a really good baseball fan.
I like watching baseball. I don't know anything about this chewing gum story.
You never heard that?
It's kind of like how you got me with the Yankee swap with the wives, and I was like, hold on a minute. I was like, wait, what is this? I was like, of all my blind spots in baseball, I'm pretty pissed I missed that one. You know what I mean? That's one where I look back. And I'm like, I'm really mad I didn't know about that. But
that was pretty good.
What's this gum? What's the chewing gum story? Because I'm usually in on this stuff.
So he spit out gum, and that's back when, on eBay, they were, selling all kinds of athlete stuff.
Yeah.
And I think somebody got a piece of Luis Gonzalez's chewing gum, put it in, a little plastic baggie, and, put it on eBay for, $10,000 or something like that. It was absurd. It was like, first off, how do you verify that? Do you send it to the same place you send the cards to get minted, graded? I have no idea.
Yeah, you're sending them off.
Exactly. I have no idea. Do they have a DNA lab they could? I was like, what is that? I don't know if they got it. I have no idea. I can't imagine anybody paid for it. It's like I always say when people say, "Oh, look what the tickets are going for there." It's like, well, you can ask whatever you want for tickets. Doesn't mean somebody's going to pay for it. Like a Tyson fight. Oh my gosh, $50,000 for front row seats. I'm like, yeah, but is anybody going to pay $50,000 for front row seats? Again, athletes deserve what they get paid. What are they worth? What they get paid. That's it. It doesn't. I mean, are you actually worth it? I don't know, but you're worth what you get paid. And when people say people always tell me crypto's worth this amount. I'm like, cool. Can you get that for it?
Yeah.
I don't know, but it says it's worth that. It really doesn't matter what your house is worth, what your car is worth. It's just. What can you get for it?
We're talking liquid. We're talking liquid.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? I want cash money. Yeah,
what is someone willing to pay for it? So, but I do remember somebody put it on online and wanted $10,000 for it. I think it may have been the piece of gum he was chewing when he knocked in the winning run in the World Series, something goofy like that. But yeah. That was what 20 something years ago, and any piece of memorabilia someone could get, let me get it and throw it on eBay and see if I can get some goofball.
It went for $10,000 on eBay. I just found the story.
It did go. Somebody did pay $10,000 for it.
A bag of air supposedly taken from Kobe Bryant's last game has become the subject of internet talk this week. This is back in 2016. Because people have done that, grabbing a wad of grass from an old stadium that's getting torn down, or stuff like that. They do that kind of stuff all the time. A bag of air from Kobe's last game, that's pretty insane. Went for $60, by the way, don't you know?
Oh, nice.
The bag of air reached, ready for this, $15,000 in bidding before it was removed by its owner. Stands out as one of the strangest pieces of memorabilia ever sold. No piece of memorabilia, however, in the history is weirder than a used piece of gum that was chewed by World Series hero Luis Gonzalez. Collector by the name of James Gabbert had Gonzalez's piece of chewing gum. It was eventually spat and sealed back in 2002, is what it says. This was done to raise money for an athletic program. At least it went to a good cause.
Okay, there you go. Good
Nobody
cause.
would spend that amount of money, right? No. The gum bidding process lasted 2 weeks. It was eventually bought by a guy for $10,000. Somebody spent $10,000.
I mean, should we be surprised, though? I mean, we've really learned nothing in 2 decades when you have sick people out there bidding on jars containing farts from women.
That's what I was going to say. Is Gonzalez can make way more from bath water if he just started an OnlyFans.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, let me get some bath water. That chick's hot. You get some bath water? Like, yeah, I can send you some bath water. Like really, we've learned nothing. We've just moved in a more demented, I guess, direction. But yeah, it really does amaze you. Like, that's why, I always say people are the worst. You go, just people are the worst. Like, I mean, who would do that? Can you imagine, like, if like lions had bidding processes?
Well, dude,
bid on like lion saliva. Oh, boy, look at that mane on that dude. I'd like to get some of his saliva. That'd be nice. Maybe I could bid on that.
By the way, it says here, just for context, a signed baseball can be bought by Luis Gonzalez for $100. Yeah. SportsRoomBillion.com. What would be the highest? What would be the highest priced item in a KNBR host auction? It's like a Bill Lasky coffee cup, something like that.
Oh, Bill Lasky coffee cup.
A Marty Lurie like half-eaten ham sandwich. Seen him do it.
Ooh, a couple strands of Papa's hair, maybe.
It's real gold.
That and a fifth of Gold Bar whiskey. Couple Papa hairs. That'd be solid.
Yeah, dude, that'd be good. What would you pay for a Kerry Crowley Aer Lingus plane ticket?
Ooh,
no, it wasn't Aer Lingus. It was Air Malta. Remember that? Murph's an Aer Lingus guy. Kerry's an Air Malta guy.
Aer Lingus always sounds kind of weird to me.
It's your Lingus, right?
Interesting. And then I know there's some really good jokes I'm not going to use.
Yeah,
there,
that's for the podcast version.
That's very obvious too. Very obvious jokes. Yeah, I'm trying to think what would people bid on from the host, like something kind of out of the
808 KNBR. Let us know.
Out of the ordinary. I don't know if I have any. And like if I have,
if it was like classic items, if we had like a Gary Radnich seat cushion, something like that, like you know what I mean, like you get those the baseball cards that have like actual game used bat inside of them, stuff like that. You get like it's like a jersey card of Radnich, but it's like a piece of.
Ralph signed Amici's box.
Oh, Ralph signed
a piece of box signed by Amici's. Yeah, dude. It must be interesting in New York. Yeah, dude, a Ralph fleece.
That'd be incredible. I could probably dig up some of my bandanas I used to wear around the.
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
Used to wear around the office.
Overnight Dave, a piece of his piano key scarf or beanie. You know what I mean?
I was a big bandana guy back in the day. I haven't worn them in years and years and years, which is interesting because you think you'd wear them more when you don't have hair to keep the sweat off your face. But like a beanie that I've worn the last 2 years when I've been walking.
Yeah,
and then I won't wash it the last time, so it'll be like authentic sweat from one of my walks that I'll seal up, put in like one of those little gallon baggies, and ship it off to somebody. That thing will be good and rank.
Here's one. Our guy Nick checks in on the YouTube chat, says, the milk carton that Tom drank from when he did the hot wings thing with the razor. That's good knowledge. That's deep knowledge from
very,
Nick.
Very,
True Blue says, easy number one bidding item is going to be Tom's the shirt with the holes in it, dude.
There you go.
Dude, I don't know that that's up for bid. You know what I mean?
You know what?
That might not
for
be
a good cause. I will sign that AC/DC shirt and send it off to somebody.
Tacky says a pair of some Cutco knives you sold by Tom Tolliver.
Cutco knives. I have a couple duplicates. I can definitely get that for you.
Pretty good
you know
one.
what? I will even throw in like a sleeve of Pop-Tarts. I'll throw in some of those too. Maybe some maybe some chocolate fudge Pop-Tarts.
707 says Tom's dude sweater is pretty good.
Dude, I like that sweater. That's the only sweater I have. So
45 says a
Tolbert
Spitter, $49.99.
Ooh, Tolbert Spitter. I got plenty of those laying around the house. It doesn't throw the family, I'm going to tell you.
You can let us know, 808 KNBR, as we were just talking. Luis Gonzalez is going to join us today, so we got off on this tip. 350 Luis Gonzalez talking Giants and D-backs. Once had a piece of chewing gum from 2002 sold for $10,000 at auction. We have audio of the hot wings of Tom eating the hot wings?
Yes, we do.
He's on the other side of the glass.
Oh, that's real you? Is that really you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Give me one more time.
Eat it. Come on.
Okay.
Oh. No, I'm not eating it. Oh, man. Oh, look at Brian. You can see why he's on the other side of the glass.
That thing was brutal.
775 says a Tolbert urinal cake signed or unsigned.
Ooh, very nice.
From the arena. Tolbert and Cubs with you. 808 KNBR. You can let us know your thoughts on what would be the highest selling auction item from a KNBR host. Drew Remenda, $250. Luis Gonzalez, $350. George Contos at $450. Giants pregame at $540. And we'll tell you how you can win some more tickets to the Alameda County Fair. Plus, when we come on back, the 49ers have struck a deal. Christian McCaffrey is now signed.
By the way, that was me in the restroom 4 hours later that last one.
Man, they mic'd you in there, huh?
Yeah.
It's like Tom and the Jinx.
The Jinx.
Yeah, dude. Tom's confessing to it all when he gets back to the restroom. Christian McCaffrey has a new contract. He'll be a 49er through 2027. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Oakland, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Oakland's sports leader.
Christian McCaffrey is at 49er minicamp today with a brand new contract, 2 years added on for an average annual value of $19 million. What do you think of McCaffrey's new deal? You can let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Stretch run coming left to McCaffrey. Stays place side, breaks a tackle, 45. Block from Ayuk down the sideline, 30. Cuts back inside 20. Still inbounds down the sideline. Diving for the end zone. Touchdown! CMC!
And the dynamite explodes on his first run in the third quarter.
Christian McCaffrey's touchdown run against the Steelers week 1 back in 2023 at Heinz Field, right in front of Tom Tolbert. You were there, weren't you?
Yep, he was, let's see, we were sitting in the end zone, so he was coming down
Was he running towards you?
Right hand, he was running down the left-hand side, our right-hand side. Ayuk had a good block, just all the way down the sideline. And
nothing wrong with that groin.
That's exactly, you know what? That's exactly what I said when I was in the stands as he scored the touchdown. Nothing wrong with that groin.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
It's not what the Giants medical staff said about Blake Snow. It is what we said about Christian McCaffrey.
There is something wrong with
Something's wrong with that groin. So we had Matt Mayoko on yesterday, our 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area. And it's funny, in my ear, Derek goes, you should ask him about a Christian McCaffrey contract. And I did. And then I said, we're just starting some mess here, just stirring the pot here as mandatory minicamp starts today. Well, Christian McCaffrey shows up to mandatory minicamp today because he got a new contract, a 2-year contract extension averaging $19 million a year. He was set to make about $12 million over the next 2 years. We know that because of the money that was paid up front to relieve a little bit of the cap, but that was all done by Carolina. The Niners got to pay a little bit of a discount on those. He's going to receive an additional $8 million while adding $24 million in guarantees. He still remains the top paid running back by average annual value. This will take him through his age 31 season and the next 3 seasons through 2021. Now, what's interesting here is Diana Rossini, among others, were reporting earlier today. She says Christian McCaffrey actually wasn't attending voluntary OTAs, and his desire for a new deal was known by the 49ers internally. 49ers make sure they keep their guy happy. He's signing a 2-year extension, averaging $19 million a year, and a new deal, and a new deal and a wedding this summer, she points out. So congrats to Christian McCaffrey.
And a wedding. Hey, got to pay for the wedding, man.
Hey, man, you got to pay for that wedding.
Use those extra funds.
He's like, I haven't gotten a raise since I came to San Francisco, and Offensive Player of the Year, 21 touchdowns last year, 1,400 yards was pretty damn good. I won't say surprising, but a little bit timely considering us asking Matt Mayoko about it yesterday. But still, Brandon Ayuk not at mandatory minicamp.
Yeah, like that means nothing to me. It really doesn't. As Shanahan said, they talked to him today. He said, look, if he's here, he's not here. We're trying to work this thing out. We'll get it done. That's not really his concern. His concern is to coach the guys that are there. And once he shows up, he'll be ready to rock and roll. So I don't know that has an impact on anything. It's just Ayuk saying, hey, I want to get this thing done, and I don't want to go out there and possibly get injured somehow. Before I get this deal done, he's not the first to do it. He won't be the last to do it. And I think every player on that team understands it. They just do. Like, players are with players on this one. For the most part, every once in a while you get a player come out and kind of ding a teammate. But rarely does it happen because they know your window is so short in this game. You want to get paid. You want to be there for your guys. You want to win. But it's still a business, and you still want to accumulate as much money as you can before you have to go do something else, because there's going to be very, very, very few guys who could retire after they get done playing football and say, you know what, I just do whatever I want now. Most guys are going to have to find something to do. most guys probably want to find something to do, but most guys are going to have to find something to do to pay the bills. So, yeah, everybody's probably really happy for him. And, again, that's the Niners taking care of their guy. And he wasn't even their guy. He didn't even draft him. I wish they would have. I said when he came out, I was like, God, him and Shanahan together, I can only imagine what they would have been like all these years. Because I just knew, like, of any running back combo, a running back coach combo, I was like, gah. You put those, gar. You put that like a
gar, Steve.
I'm like Steve the Pirate.
Gar, Steve.
You put those two together, gar. I tell you,
gar,
no,
Peter.
Gar.
You guys who are going to share all this buried treasure with?
I always felt like those two together would just be incredible, and they have been. They've been awesome. So yeah, this one totally makes sense, and in a sense now he is kind of their guy, and they take care of their guys. So I just, again, unless Ayuk's going way over the top and just not willing to compromise, that's the only way I could see them saying, look, we just can't get it done.
You are not a pirate.
Gar. I don't know, Steve. Who's going to help me bury this treasure, or whatever he said at the end. I can't remember exactly what he said. So yeah, that's good news, because he is the engine of that offense. They got a lot of great weapons, but he's the guy. He's definitely the guy on that team. So good for him. Good for the Niners.
Here's our guy Mike Silver. He tweeted out earlier today just a short version. I thought this was a good tweet. A short, condensed version of where things stand right now with the 49ers and their receivers. This is all around the same timeline as the Christian McCaffrey news coming out. We saw Jed York, by the way, earlier today say something about it's always a great day when you can reward somebody for their excellence and blah, blah, blah. And everybody thought, oh, is this a Brandon Ayuk reference? No, it was a Christian McCaffrey reference. Anyway, here's what Mike Silver says. Number one, they drafted Ricky Pearsall in the first round. He's a big part of the present and the future. Okay, there you go. There's number one. Number two, if Brandon Ayuk ends up taking their best offer, Debo will be gone after 2024. Again, this is all per Mike Silver. Number three, if Ayuk doesn't take their best offer and presumably plays on the fifth-year option, it's Hunger Games between him and Debo to see who stays beyond 2024. I like the way he put that. It is. There you go. It's two guys competing with each other, playing for a contract, deciding who will be here beyond that season, and then Ricky Pearsall will be here. And then number four, there is still a chance Ayuk or Debo could be traded between now and the November deadline if the offer is good enough and or if things have devolved with Brandon Ayuk. So pretty concise, condensed sort of update on what's happening with Ayuk and how each scenario could play out. Because we did ask Matt Mayoko yesterday, what are the chances that they sign Ayuk and then trade him? And he said that's far less likely. He said that's the least likely of options. Yeah. It would either be a trade or a contract to Ayuk and likely then Debo gone after this year. That's if it's the best offer per Mike Silver.
Makes perfect sense. Yeah. Real quick, I want to address something on the YouTube chat because everybody's kind of talking about my wing eating episode.
Oh yeah, good.
Just real quick to set it straight, because I think Tacky was asking, well, why didn't Ralph get in there? Because B. Smith was a little bit of a wuss when it came to the chicken wing.
B. Smith?
He eventually tried to choke it down. He did. They were hot as heck. But yeah, Dan was there. But Ralph was a vegetarian. So that's why Ralph didn't eat the wing. It wasn't like he was scared because it was hot. Ralph just wasn't eating chicken.
He wasn't going to eat something that was alive.
Come on.
Yeah, Ralph was a vegetarian, so Ralph didn't eat meat. So
Derek just said his offer stands.
Which served him well.
You drank all your milk and you haven't eaten anything.
Derek says he'll eat Pepper X.
Yeah, exactly.
Can we get Derek some Pepper X on the show?
I did take those wings though. And somebody also mentioned, yes, they're from Smoke Eaters down in San Jose.
Yeah.
I felt like it's been in between the devil's butt cheeks.
I took the wings. I'm glad we're just dropping, just out of context, just drop it in there. I took the rest of the wings with me because I was going to play poker that night, back when poker was a thing.
Yeah, I remember that.
Over a friend's house. And there were like 6 people over there, and I said, hey, wings, dig in if you want them. And they started digging in. It took about 2 bites, and everybody just, the screaming that I was doing is very similar to the 4 guys that tried them.
How many did you put down?
You're dripping out of your right nostril.
That could have been me.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was hot, man. It was so hot. And remember when Adam Richman, I believe was the name, Man for His Food? Was that his name?
Yeah, I remember that guy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he was the one that
like
tried
40-pound burgers and stuff.
He put 12 of them away. And back then on that show, you put 12 of them away. I think it was 12 and then you couldn't drink milk for like 3 minutes. Oh, I can't even.
So hot. I mean, oh God.
I'm gonna tell you, it was painful, man.
Either? No napkins, so the sauce has to stay on you?
Nothing. The sauce was on, and then the milk definitely helped, but my stomach was hot for like 3 hours. It was so uncomfortable, and I can't even imagine 12 of those in my stomach. So
we'll play the sound story today. It's about 2 minutes long. We've got the complete 2 minutes of Tom eating those crazy hot wings. This all, by the way, comes because we were asking Luis Gonzalez of D-backs fame is going to join us at 3:50. He had a piece of gum that was sold on eBay, chewed gum for $10,000. I was saying, what would be the most expensive item sold from a KNBR host if we did a host auction? People were checking in on the milk carton that Tom had to drink after eating those wings. So that's the direct path it took to get here.
Do we have paramedics?
or as Tim pointed out, if we could collect all the pieces from the keyboard I smashed on the air many years ago. I'm not sure if we still have that sound, but that's a classic. Oh, we do, yeah. We had a keyboard at the old studio, and it was just like the keyboard. It went to nothing.
Yeah.
And I go, what are we doing with this keyboard? And it was, I don't know where it goes. I go, well, it's just sitting here doing nothing. And we also had a aluminum bat in the studio.
I remember the bat.
For no apparent reason. So I decided, genius idea. I go, hey, this keyboard's kind of annoying me just sitting here doing nothing. We got a bat. I go, let's just put a mic right next to the keyboard and I'll smash it on the air. And so I did that, and I think we still have the sound of me smashing a keyboard on the air for like no apparent reason. You know what? It was really fun, kind of cathartic, until I realized I had to clean it up. That wasn't as fun. There were like...
There's a Q, there's a comma.
Pieces everywhere. Yeah, it's like somebody just dumped a Scrabble
There's
game
a parenthesis right there. Yeah,
and a 1,
and a 2, and a 3. Ha!
It sounds like the teeth hitting the ground when the mountain smashes open over Lortel's head, dude. That's what that sounds like. Like when he smashes his head in Game of Thrones, and then you hear the teeth hit the ground. That's exactly here it is. Tim's got it.
Gotta get my safety goggles on.
Come on, baby. Ha!
And now here's the mountain. We get the mountain too. No, I thought you were going side by side, Tim, with the mountain. God, come on. This is Ralph going, yeah. Tom dug up his old keyboard sound, and Christian McCaffrey dug up a 2-year contract extension for an average of $19 million a year. From happier things to sadder things, the San Francisco Giants, who have lost 5 in a row. Boy, that was fun last night. Having that play get reviewed at first. Yeah, it was a blast.
Yeah.
And then ended in a walk-off. Nice kick to the beans.
That was...
Giants have lost 5 in a row. Hey, you can stop it there, or we'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Runner at second, one out, tie game, bottom nine. Now a swing and a high fly ball, center field deep. Yastrzemski back at the wall. It is gone. Maybe it hit off the balcony and bounced back in, but Smith is rounding the bases, and he's going to come around and score. So whether it was a home run over the wall or stayed in the park, it's a walk-off no matter what. The Diamondbacks beat the Giants 4-2.
Oh, no! We suck again! Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. Giants have lost 5 in a row after a walk-off defeat yesterday at the hands of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and really felt sort of heartbreaking, too, after the way it went down. Randy Rodriguez comes in with the game tied 2-2. Giants had an opportunity to score that go-ahead run, and you saw the look on Matt Chapman's face after they reviewed that play at first base. A high throw, he comes down, the tag is made, and Jorge Soler is called out at first base. Then bottom half of the inning, a walk-off 2-run home run, and that's all she wrote. Smith hits his second there off of Rodriguez with 1 on and 1 out in the 9th inning. Giants, though, with runners in scoring position yesterday, 1 for 6. Soler 0 for 1, Chapman 1 for 2. He reaches base again now. I think it's his 21st consecutive game he's reached base. Conforto 0 for 1, Ramos 0 for, and Bailey 0 for. But Ramos, he's the one for me. We'll start him. We'll start on a positive note. Elliot Ramos, 2 more hits yesterday. Hits the home run, his 4th of the season. I mean, we talked to Farhan last week, and he said he's here to stay. This is it. And then Bob Melvin after the game said he has solidified his spot in this lineup. They need him in the lineup is where they're at to this point.
That was a tank.
Yeah.
I mean, he spanked that ball to just the right of center field, and it went up over the red sign. That was a good 430.
Yeah.
So and this isn't the same ballpark it was 4 years ago where balls are flying everywhere. So, yeah, he's been fantastic. I mean, just not enough. They hung in there, and that's about all you can expect. In fact, more than you could expect from a bullpen-type game. They were really good. They just, they've ran into that problem occasionally where they just have a hard time scoring. They need to get Matos back going again. Like, he's plummeted. I think I added it up last night. 8 for his last 49 or something like that.
That's not good.
He's scuffled. Now, he hasn't struck out a bunch, so he's still hitting the ball. And I was going to go back and look at all his at-bats. I go, nah. But I do remember him hitting the ball hard, more so. I mean, more than 8 for 49 would let you know, but he doesn't hit to the right. I think he's got to hit to the right side a little bit more. Like, he's kind of pull happy. Everything's to the left side. So, but I still believe in him. I still think he's a really good player, and they need him. I mean, they need him to be a guy on the team, so because he can add athleticism, and I still think he can get it done. Ramos has been fantastic. I mean, he's been the guy. Like, you hope a first rounder would end up being that guy. But the more he went up and he went down and he went up and he went down, you're like, maybe it's not him, maybe he's not. But now we're seeing what can happen when you actually get a shot to go out there and play for like a month or close to it. Like, hey, we got guys that are hurt. You're playing. Don't worry about it. You're going to get out there. It's not, well, you got 3 days to show us what you're all about. Oh, didn't look good. Going to send you back down. Or you got 4 days, and no, you're going to get back on the bench. Maybe we'll give you a pinch hit here or there. No. It's like, go play. You're going to play. And he relaxed, and he was able to go out there and just play. And we're starting to see, like, what the big deal was with this guy. Like, it seems like he's been in the system forever. So it's really fun to see him kind of be the guy. Like, and you're right. They do need him. It's not like, is he going to be up or is he going to be down? It's like, well, help, he's down. Who else is going to hit on this team? So he's just been one of the main guys on the team. So that's been fun to see. Yeah, that was rough last night because I thought Soler beat that out, and then went on replay. I was like,
I thought he was out on replay.
I was like, so did I.
I thought it was close enough to
as soon as
overtime.
I saw replay, I'm like,
I saw the front angle where he's coming towards towards you, like if he's running towards right field, you see it up the line, and you see the helmet kind of get tapped, and then I look down, I'm like, that's a bad break. It's just a tough break.
Where's Omar Vizquel when you need him sliding into first base?
What's funny is I've always disagreed with the slide into first base.
So me too.
Because you're faster running through the bag. It's the only bag you're allowed to do that. You can go at full speed through the bag. You're faster doing that. However, Omar Vizquel said he used to do it on close plays because he knows that umpires are trained to listen for the pop and to watch. And maybe now with replay, it's not as crucial.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter anymore. But he said he used to slide because it would confuse the umpire. Now he only gets one sound, which is an interesting thought. I mean, he's one of the best players of all time.
No,
it's an interesting
it makes sense, right? If there's not a replay, it totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Because it's not the same sound. But with replay now, it doesn't matter anymore. Like, you're going to get caught. Either you're out or you're safe, but they're gonna check it. I was kind of hoping Soler would, like, duck just a little bit, like, when you're crossing the tape, 100 meter, you're like,
go the arms out, right?
Lean. Yeah. But, I mean, that's asking a lot, too. So, it's like, come on. About a break here, or just because obviously going in 3-2, it makes a world of difference. So I just think tonight's important. You just got to get off the snide, and start heading back in the right direction. Like, give me 5 runs tonight. Give Harrison some support, who hasn't been quite as good on the road as he has been at home. So I just think you don't want to have one of those long losing streaks. I mean, it took you a while to get out of that 6-game. From you had 6 games under 500.
Now you're back to 3 under.
They were at. Yeah, now you're like heading that way again, and you don't want to have to. I make this analogy all the time during games in the NBA. It's why it's hard to win when you're down 20. It's not hard to come back. Teams come back all the time because it's the NBA.
But you get there and you go,
points. Exactly. You get there and all of a sudden they go on like an 8-0 run. Like, we're down 8 again, and now we got to climb that hill. And then it's like, okay. Then they go on a, like a 10-6 run. Now it's 12. It's like, and you got to climb it again. It's just hard to keep climbing that mountain again. It really is without the other team going on a run. Same thing goes with, below 500. You get far away from it. Now you got to get 6 games to get back to 500. And then you got to keep playing good baseball to get yourself over 500. They did that. But now they're slipping. What is that, 5 in a row now? So.
Yep. And they're 3 under.
Yeah, I mean, tonight's important. You gotta start reeling in 500, and then then play some good ball for a couple weeks where you give yourself some room. Where you get up to like 5 games over 500, and you're feeling pretty good about your game, playing consistently, winning some games. So I don't know. Tonight seems like look, this is what happens when you dig yourself a hole. Not a massive hole, but it's still a hole. Every game seems a little bit more important than it should be at this time of the year. Like, you're grinding a little bit harder because you can always say, and baseball players always will, hey, there's a lot of season left. Well, yeah, I know, but it keeps slipping by. And pretty soon we'll be in August, and you'll be saying, hey, we still got 2 months left. It's like, no. Like, now's the time to grind and get to 500 and see if you can, distance yourself from 500 just a little bit. So, I don't know. I mean, tonight seems like a fairly important game to get off that snide.
Well, and it's especially important for a guy like Kyle Harrison because they're all of a sudden in the midst of this stretch where they're trying to fill spots in the rotation with bullpen games now. Yep. And I thought we were done with this, man. I really did. Coming into this year, remember we thought it was such a strength going into last season. And then this season, we thought, well, boy, maybe now they have too many guys. Tristan Beck, we haven't seen him yet because of injury.
Yep.
Alex Cobb, still haven't seen him. Robbie Ray is making progress. Cobb had a setback. But Keaton Wynn started the year red hot. Keaton Wynn in his first 6 starts of the season, he had 3 consecutive quality starts to end the month of April. He had a 3.18 ERA. Remember how nails he was for the first 6 starts, and then his final 3 starts before he got injured? 0-3, 8 in the 3rd inning, 17 earned runs, 5 strikeouts, 5 walks. It's a positive that they could be getting him back. Now, there's a chance he could join them in Texas, they're saying. He could be returning as soon as this weekend, but they need arms at this point. They need guys who can eat some innings because right now it's just Harrison and Webb and Hicks. That's all you got right now. With Snell out with the injury, and Snell, by the way, 0-3 with a 9.5. It's like Spencer Howard was looking pretty damn good yesterday, I thought. You know what I mean? Like in 4 1/3, but those are the kind of outings they need at this point. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We're going to catch up with Drew Remenda here momentarily, talk a little bit about the Sharks and their winning of the lottery, how they try to rebuild this thing. At 3:50, Luis Gonzalez of Diamondbacks fame, a world champion in 2001, joins us talking Giants and D-backs, and then George Contos at $450. Should let you know, by the way, we are still giving away tickets to go to the Alameda County Fair. Listen all week long for your chance to win 4 tickets plus reserved horse racing seats to the Alameda County Fair, which goes June 14th to July the 7th. Tune in all week between 2 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win furnished by the Alameda County Fair. You can get the official rules at knbr.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Yo, what's cracking? This your homeboy Ice Cube, and you're listening to the Talbert and Copes Show. You know how I go.
There you go. You're Talbert and Copes again from Ice Cube. 808 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. Caller 10 gets 4 tickets to the Alameda County Fair plus reserved horse racing seats. Drew Remenda, talk a little Sharks hockey, winning of the lottery. It's a potpourri day on Talbert and Copes. Drew Remenda next on the Sports Leader.
Yeah.
Brendan Ayuk did not report to 49ers minicamp today. Could a potential training camp holdout be problematic for the 49ers? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, yeah. I am a hockey god.
Hockey.
Oh my gosh, it has been way too long since we've talked to our next guest. You guys know how much I think of him. I love this guy. I love his commentary. I keep saying we got to have him on more, but damn it, it's the Stanley Cup Finals. May not be the sexiest matchup, but I think it's going to be a really, really good one if you like hockey. And I wanted to have someone come on and help us break it down. So who do I turn to? Of course, my good friend, Drew Amenda. Drew, how the hell are you? I miss you.
I miss you too, buddy. It's been too long. You're absolutely right. We should just come on and just talk to each other about whatever we want. Never mind.
You know what?
If it's about hockey or not.
Let's just do that. You know what? From now on,
Okay.
we're going to make a pact, and we're going to say, okay, at least once a month we'll get together, and we'll just talk bleep hockey. It doesn't matter. We will find something to talk about because it's it's just too damn much fun.
Exactly.
All right, so let's go ahead. Before we get to the Stanley Cup Finals, give us your thoughts on Macklin Celebrini and, what's his team starting to look like with him. I'm not sure when he's coming. I'm not sure when Will Smith is coming. But they got some young players there, and I'm just wondering what do you think of Macklin Celebrini, one, and what do you think of, the future, the next few years of this team?
I'm excited. I really am. And having Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith coming in, and I think we'll see them sooner rather than later. Mike just signed Will Smith, and Macklin will be the Sharks' choice. There's no doubt about it. He's basically a Shark already because he played junior Shark. We know where his dad is with the Warriors. They live about a half hour from the rink. It was meant to be. Macklin is a heck of a player. It was really interesting reading what Draymond Green said about him, as a matter of fact, that he's known Macklin for a long time because of his dad's position with the Warriors. And seeing the young man from being just a kid to where he is now as far as how hard he worked as an athlete. He went over to the World Championships for Canada and was going to play, didn't end up playing because more NHLers were able to come over. But the guys that were there, like Colton Parayko, who plays for the St. Louis Blues, said, you wouldn't believe he's a professional already in the way he approaches the game, how he approaches practice, what he does off the ice. Colton Parayko is a big, strapping, tough defenseman, and he was glowing about Macklin Celebrini's work ethic, and that shouldn't surprise anybody considering, again, the whole Warriors connection, and he's been around professional athletes his entire life. He is he's got everything, Tom, as far as the tools go to be a really good, top-notch NHL forward. The key will be with Macklin and Will that the Sharks will be patient, which is what they've learned, and since Mike Greer's come in, that's what they've done. Macklin will be given all the time in the world to develop. He will be given a long leash in order to go out and just play and not worry about making mistakes and be able to grow. What they need to do, hopefully Logan Couture can come back, and if Logan's with him, I think it's great. And if not, you're going to have to really rely on guys like Nico Sturm to show Macklin, this is how you be an NHLer. But I think he'll grab on real quick, and I'm really excited to see him and Will Smith.
Look, I'm going to put my cricket knowledge up against Draymond Green's hockey knowledge, okay?
Okay. All right.
I've never seen a cricket match.
If you can explain the scoring to me, you're way ahead of me, buddy.
Not a chance. Not a chance. All right, let's go ahead and jump to the and look, again, I don't think it's the sexiest final, but I think it's a really good one. And I just want to go back to the conference finals and kind of get your quick thoughts on it because I'm not sure what the hell happened in that Edmonton-Dallas series because after about the second period of the third game, I thought, oh, man, Dallas has got these guys. They fell down 2-0, Game 3 in Edmonton, outshot 16-4 in the first, and then they just mopped them the rest of the way. And then they come out and go up 2-0 in Game 4, and I thought, oh, man. And then Edmonton took over at that point, like midway through the first. Everything changed, and then the Tide, Dallas could never get the Tide back after that. It was all Edmonton after that. Like, what in the hell happened at that point during the series that allowed Edmonton, and I know it's hockey, so the margins are pretty fine. I understand that, but it seemed like from that point on, they kind of had a pretty good grasp of the series.
Yeah, they really did. So you don't need me to talk hockey. We can talk anything.
No, I do.
And the amazing thing is on Game 6, the deciding game where Edmonton won the series, they only had 10 shots on net.
That was amazing.
And Dallas had 35. I've never seen that. I thought Dallas was going to win that series just because of their depth. But a lot of the times, their depth, the great Joe Pavelski, who announced today he's probably not going to play hockey next year. He's probably done, and this was his last shot at the title. One of the greats of the San Jose Sharks and for Dallas. He's probably not going to play next year. He only had one goal, even though he scored 27 during the season. They couldn't find a way to get more goals. The way they played, with the exception of game 5, where I think that's where they lost the series, is that they tried to carry the puck in all the time in Game 5, and that wasn't their game. Their game is behind the D, get in, get the forecheck going, expand the zone, get as many shots and rebounds opportunities as possible. I will give a ton of credit to the Edmonton Oilers because defensively I didn't think that they could hold off the Dallas Stars, but they did. Now, you also have to have goaltending, and you know as well as I do, watching the Sharks all these years, every once in a while in the playoffs when you're not playing your best, you've got to have somebody do something, and they had that. The other aspect is Edmonton's penalty kill is nearly 100% right now in the playoffs, or 94%, I think it is. And Dallas didn't score a power play goal. And Edmonton, even though they didn't score until games 5 and 6, they scored 4 in the last 2. So the special teams took over. Plus, they've got 2, if not the greatest players in the world. I'd like to know who else is ahead of them, in Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. And so that's how they beat Dallas.
Yeah. The other series, I'd say I watched every game of all these series, and that one, it looked like the Rangers were literally hanging on the entire series. Like it just looked like, we're gonna just hang on and maybe we'll get a goal in overtime and win the game. Like they're really skilled, but Florida, they remind me like their forecheck reminds me of like an anaconda. Like it just squeezes you until it finally gets you, and then once it sets in, then it's over. Then it's like you're toast. I mean, they're so good on the forecheck. There were times where I thought they were in a power play and they weren't. That's how good they were. And I'm just wondering is that how you saw it? Like, I don't, maybe the Rangers had. I mean, again, it's hockey, so you're always gonna have a chance if you keep it close. But it just looked like watching it. Like Florida was, to me, in my eyes, like clearly the better team. Maybe not clearly, that might be strong, Drew, but the better team in that series. And the main reason was the forecheck.
Yep, 100%. Again, you don't need me.
Stop.
You're absolutely right. Number one, they are the best, hardest working forecheck team in the National Hockey League. Number two, they're the most physical team in the National Hockey League. By the end of that series, when you saw Adam Fox, who is a top-notch defenseman, he was drained, spent. Yeah. Trouba, who was one of the biggest hitters in the league, he was. Schneider, their defensemen were just, every time the puck went behind them, they were like, oh, gosh, here it comes again. And I don't think they said gosh. I think they said something
I don't think they did either.
And it was always finish the check. And it was relentless forecheck, as you said. There was no time, no space. There's many, many times in a game where the only defense that they had for that forecheck was just to flip the puck out. Because when they got it, there was a reload and re-engage and get the forecheck going again by the Florida Panthers. And that's their bread and butter. That's what's going to be really interesting about the series against the Edmonton Oilers, because there's no team in the league that can apply that kind of pressure. And when the Dallas Stars did it to the Oilers, there was success. There was time in the zone. There was scoring chances. There was goals. But against the Florida Panthers, you're going to see that times 5 as far as their pressure, because everybody gets up and gets involved. You're going to see more of a physical play. You're going to see the defenseman for the Edmonton Oilers up against the glass every game. And it's that determination that they play with, or like you said, that relentless anaconda-like squeeze that they put on a team that basically just by the end breaks you down. Paul Maurice said it the other day about his team. He said, we are built for 2-1 games, and they don't mind playing them.
So here are the keys, at least in my eyes, and I'm curious to get yours too, because obviously, well, you call the games, you know the sport. But I would say in watching I watched these teams. I watched Edmonton quite a bit during the playoffs, but I did watch all the Dallas games, and I watched Florida quite a bit. I would say this: how often can Edmonton get out of their own end cleanly, and how will Edmonton's power play, which got clicking toward the end of that Dallas series, do against Florida's penalty kill? Because Florida doesn't give up anything on the penalty kill, and it was like 23 out of the last 24, something like that. They were really good. So because I think Florida's the better team, the two best players are in Edmonton, but can Edmonton pick up a few goals here or there on the power play? And can they, get it out of their end cleanly so they don't have to deal with that forechecking and that wear and tear on the body? Because as the series goes on, I saw the same thing you did. Those guys were just like soot. They were toast. It's like, God, we got to do this again. So that's kind of how those are kind of two keys I see to the game. I'm curious if you agree and what else you see in the series.
Yeah, I think I think this series is going to come down to, can defense win championships? Mm-hmm. And the way that the Florida Panthers play in their own zone, you're right. There's no time, there's no space, there's not many clean avenues to the net. But you do have Leon Draisaitl and Connor McDavid on the Edmonton Oilers on that power play, and they make a difference. This is a way that if you're playing them, and the Florida Panthers, I think, are the 5th most penalized team in the playoffs. They average about 12 minutes per game, because they play with an edge. They were the team that was just probably the most hated in the league with some of their players. But those players, like Matthew Tkachuk being the front and center guy, Tkachuk has toned down the garbage after the whistle. He pushes guys to the edge, and usually he's instigating penalties, but he's not getting called. He always gets somebody to retaliate. They've got to make sure they try to keep it. I think the first couple of games will be right on the edge. Mm-hmm. But as we've seen in the playoffs from the first round to the third round, penalty minutes have gone from 12 minutes to 9 minutes to 6 minutes per game on average. So you're seeing those drop because referees they're inconsistent when it comes to calling the game. So it's so-called, let's let the quote players decide, unquote. But when you look at the way that the Florida or the Edmonton Oilers power play, they've got more than just Connor and Leon. They've got Evan Bouchard in the point, who's got one of the hardest shots in the league, and I think he's 3rd in scoring in the playoffs, and he just gets that bomb because Connor can set him up. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, who's come alive on the power play. So that power play is going to be key. That's going to be the area that they're going to try to exploit. That's how, like you said, that's how Dallas lost the series of those last 2 games, is because their power play came alive. But the way that Florida plays on their penalty kill, they pressure, and it's not just one guy pressuring. One goes, they all go. And they block shots, they get in shooting lanes. But the key when you're playing Connor and you're playing Leon is that it's going to take all 5 guys on the ice to stop them. You can't go one-on-one with those guys and think you're going to be successful. I think I've always believed this. The best defense is a good offense. You don't have to play defense in your end. You play defense in their end by having the puck all the time, like you talked about with their forecheck. And if you have more of, obviously, possession time in their zone, you don't have to worry about blocking shots in your zone. And where the Florida Panthers will win this game is if, like the Vegas Golden Knights last year, when they beat the Florida Panthers and when they beat the Edmonton Oilers to win the Stanley Cup, it was because they were a heavier, harder, more relentless SOBs to play against. And that's where the game, to me, is going to be decided.
All right, so in closing, who wins it?
Yeah. Oh, I hate predictions, you know that. But
I know. We're all guessing is what we're doing.
Yeah, exactly. You know my history with the Edmonton Oilers. It's not like I'm cheering for them. But there are a couple of guys on that team, Darnell Nurse being one of my favorite guys. You'd love him, too, because all we did the 6 seasons I was there was talk fights. Not hockey fights, like boxing and UFC. That's all we ever did. I love Darnell, but at the same time, to see Stephen Lawrence, who played for the San Jose Sharks last year, one of the nicest guys in the National Hockey League. Jonah Gadjevich, who played for the San Jose Sharks last year, he's there as well. Paul Maurice has coached a billion games in the National Hockey League. I think that's a stretch. I don't think that's the exact number. I really like Paul. He's a good man. And so I'm leaning towards the Florida Panthers. I'd like to see them win for sure. And to have some people in Edmonton, especially their media, be miserable again, and to hear more people here in Canada continue to complain, Canada hasn't won the Cup in 31 years, where it takes a Canadians to win. Canadians are on every team, for crying out loud. Tommy, you should hear the people up here. It's sad. They're desperate for the Cup to come back to Canada. It comes back every damn year, for crying out loud.
Drew, I love you, man. Thank you so much for making time. It's always great catching up with you, and let's do it again next month.
Love you too, pal. Miss you.
Coming up, more Copes and Tolbert here on The Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
Giants have lost 5 in a row after last night's 4-2 walk-off loss in Arizona to the Diamondbacks. How are we feeling about this team now, Giants fans? You can let us know what you think on our socials at KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Look, regular season basketball is over, but you know what it means? Playoffs are still going on. NBA Finals get ready to tip off, and that's where Underdog Fantasy and their pick'em game action come through for you each and every night of the basketball season. But you can use it for football and for baseball as well. We'll get into that in just a minute. The pick'em game, that's what you want to be playing. That's where you pick between 2 and 5 players to build a pick'em entry. They'll give you a series of player stats. You select whether or not the picks will hit. They go higher or lower than those stats. And if they do hit, you can win up to 100 times your money. You can totally customize it. Endless projections to choose from, cross team, cross sport. You create your own experience, plus legal in California. And it's a blast to play along. I mentioned you can get in on some baseball. I'm looking right now at Matt Chapman tonight. 1.5 total bases. I'm going to go higher than that, but I'll tell you this. Matt Chapman has reached base in 21 consecutive games. You might want to pick somebody else tonight. You got to go 2 players from 2 teams here tonight. So if you take a look at some of the other games going on, Nick Pivetta, maybe innings pitched there. You could go lower than the number of innings pitched for Nick Pivetta. Pair that with your Matt Chapman, and you can win a little bit of scratch tonight watching some Giants baseball. Underdog is easy to play, even easier to get started. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app or UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code KNBR, and Underdog will match your first deposit. Actually, they won't. They'll give you a mystery special pick, and they'll give you a special deposit offer with that first pick-em entry. Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR, to claim your new customer special of a mystery player pick plus a special deposit offer. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
That would be better than the NBA grab bag. Genetic grab bag.
Torrin comes back with you on a Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday, June 4th, 2024. Yeah, how about that? Drew Remendo right into an NBA grab bag. We like to give it to you on Tuesdays. A nice big fat grab bag shows up here in the mailroom each and every week, and we run through it for you on Tuesday afternoon. Still to come, by the way, we are going to talk to you in just a little bit. We will catch up with, forgot the rest of our guest list here. We spoke to Drew Remendo. We're also going to catch up with Luis Gonzalez at 3:50 and at 4:50. George Contos joins us after the NBA grab bag. Tom, we'll start here on the hardwood in the NBA grab bag.
All right.
We'll finally have basketball on Thursday night. 40 straight days of NBA playoffs, and then we got a week off.
Basketball.
Before we get the NBA Finals tipping off Mavericks and the Celtics. Good news for Boston as Kristaps Porzingis is expected to return for Game 1. How big is he in this matchup? I've got Boston winning this thing, but how big is Porzingis for them in this?
Well, I think he's as big in this matchup as he is in every other matchup, which is 7-3, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to have to check on that one. Thank you. No, I mean, he's big for them. He protects the rim. And you think of their team without him, they don't really have much rim protection. I mean, Horford a little bit, but he's not a guy that gets up and really blocks shots, affects shots. That's what Porzingis does. And then he gives them another stretch. I mean, they're a team loaded with three-point shooters anyway. And then you add him, and the pick and pop is just devastating. And if they try to switch, he's done a better job this year of getting down in the post and scoring down there. So, no, he's absolutely huge always and in this series because, you know, Lively and Gafford have been fantastic in the playoffs. And if you're going to try to run that little pick and roll and you're trying to throw it over Porzingis for a lob, that's a little different than trying to throw it over Horford for a lob.
Well, yeah, he's not 7'3".
He's not 7'3". What is he?
Not 7'3". I don't know.
No, who isn't 7'3"? Horford, thank you. I appreciate that.
Back to your
don't use my own stuff against me, okay? Please.
That's what I do.
It confuses me. So, no. I mean, they can win without him, but with him, then I think that they're like minus 195 now. It was like minus 177 3 days ago. So, Celtics taking some money. And I see why. They're the better team. They've been the best team in NBA all season long, but let's not forget, Dallas has the best player in this series. I don't think there's any doubt about
Luka,
that. Doncic is the best player in this series. So I think it's going to be a really, really fun series, but you got to go with the Celtics. We don't have to. I mean, it's not Russia, but I'm going to go with the Celtics.
No, Russia's picking the Celtics. All right, Stanley Cup is going to start on Saturday between the Oilers and the Panthers. And how about this? After 18 seasons, Joe Pavelski announced his retirement today.
Yeah, what a bummer.
Legendary
hoping to get him on at some point. I just loved watching him with the Sharks in the biggest moments. He was always someone you could count on. Like it was funny because he had Big Joe, Jumbo Joe Thornton, and Little Joe Pavelski.
Pavs.
And Pavelski, even though he was small in stature, I believe University of Wisconsin, always in front of the net. Always getting the tough goals, always going to the tough spots. Like, I just love watching him play, and that's one of the reasons it would have been awesome to see them win a cup. For guys like Thornton, guys like Marlowe, guys like Pavelski, it would have been cool to see them get one while they were there. He didn't have the greatest playoffs, had a good season for him, but not the greatest playoffs. But that guy has had a hell of a career, and I was rooting for Dallas just because of him. I would have liked to have seen Pavelski get a crack at a cup, but man, that guy's had a hell of a career, and he will always be remembered as a great Shark.
And Tim says also the author of this great drop.
Soft doesn't win in the playoffs.
One more time. Does Soft S win in the playoffs?
Soft doesn't win in the playoffs.
It doesn't, no. He would tell you. Had a cup run there. Shark Stanley Cup run. How about this? We're going to go right back to the hardwood briefly here.
NBA grab bag.
It's part of the NBA grab bag. About an hour ago, this was reported per Shams Charania. The Los Angeles Lakers are zeroing in on J.J. Redick as the frontrunner for the franchise's next head coaching position. This is all per league sources. How about that? LeBron's going to get coached by Redick and host a podcast with him?
I just wonder how the thing's going to go. Because the thing is, I have no doubt he's smart enough to do it. I have no doubt he has the basketball intellect. But it's more than that. I mean, can you lead men? And I'm wondering if he's going to be able to lead men that he played with. If he's going to be able to lead men now that he's doing a podcast with the best player on the team. I guess some would quibble that AD might be that guy, but to me it's still LeBron. So I don't know. I have no idea how this thing will work. I would say this. Let me know who the assistants are, and I'll tell you if it's going to work or not. Because the one thing Steve Kerr did when he got here was Alvin Gentry, Mike Brown. Like, he had strong assistants that were head coaches somewhere else. And I think that's something that if J.J. Redick takes his job, he's going to need that. Guys that know how to organize, guys that understand the speed of the game. Like, things happen really fast. And if you have someone there that's been through that, they can help you through that until you get to a point where you're comfortable doing all that. But, like, I have no doubt he could do it. I'm just wondering if this is the job, like, to do it the first time. Because the Lakers is a different job than just about them, and the Celtics are just different jobs from any other team in the league. They're different. So we'll see if he ends up getting the job, how it works out.
Tolbert and Copes, by the way, and this big old NBA grab bag is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood's Credit Union. See how much you can save at redwoodcu.org. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag. Not a basketball story per se, but Clipped. I was wondering when this starts. Clipped, the new FX miniseries on Donald Sterling and his loss of the Clippers, premieres tonight, Tom, with Lawrence Fishburne as Doc Rivers, Ed O'Neill as Donald Sterling, and I'm going to botch this name here, David Opigbemi? Why the hell did you put this on my sheet, Derek? Like he's some superstar, like he's some Oscar-nominated. He's playing Draymond as a character, they say. What character did Draymond play in all this? What role did Draymond play in the Donald Sterling demise of the Clippers? Warriors-Clippers series? They've just got one guy playing Draymond.
Who cares? What channel is that on?
It's going to be on FX.
Okay, I'm going to have to check that out.
I'll watch this tonight. I'm all over this tonight. I'm going to be on this. Anyway, that premieres tonight. You are going to watch it. Good deal. We'll talk more about it.
Who's playing me?
I don't know.
I was there for a year.
Who would you want to play you? I was there for a year. Not that year.
I have to think about that.
Anyway, KNBR, who plays Tom in the Clip series? Who is this?
I would go with John Candy, but he's R.I.P. unfortunately.
Tim said, is it Senator, right? John Fetterman from Throw on a hoodie there, Tom, and we got you covered, bro.
Fantastic.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Friend of the show. We'll talk to him on Thursday afternoon. JT Snow, his Oakland Ballers have their home opener tonight in West Oakland's Ramondi Park against the YOLO High Wheelers. Tom, should we expect to see you and Steve Kerr attending a game together this year?
Ooh, it's a good question. Let's just say 50-50.
That's a little higher than Greg Popovich for this morning. No, I'm not going.
That's beneath me.
I don't even know what a baller is.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks.
I only represent one team from Oakland.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That's the Panthers.
First off, to find out where the park is.
Yeah, dude, Ramondi Park, West Oakland, Tom.
Yeah,
Derek's going out. Derek's trying to get me to come out on Saturday.
Yeah, okay.
And then I was like, well, we're going to see Bill Burr Saturday night. Can we hang out in between then when the game ends? And he was like, I guess. I was like, what, I got to board back to the city and then come back out to Berkeley? What the hell is this about? If Derek makes time for me Saturday afternoon, maybe I'll go see the Ballers play.
Fantastic.
How about this? Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
I saw this yesterday, and while I thought it was like not a very funny thing, it's so Lenny Dykstra that we had to put it out there.
No.
Apparently, Lenny Dykstra had a stroke. Okay, which is not funny or humorous. What is humorous is how he went about asking for people to help him get to these events. So here's what he puts out. If you want to drive Lenny Dykstra around, here's what he tweeted yesterday. Quote, Nails here. Nails here. I suffered a stroke, and I need baseball enthusiasts to volunteer to drive me from Scranton to events in Philadelphia and New York City on weekends. You can volunteer a few hours or a few days. In exchange, you can attend the events with me. Please text my assistant at 310-307-9406.
Bro.
It's like I wish him good health, but also hysterical that this is the way you went about this.
Hey, if you're going to drive me around, you can go to the events. It'll be cool.
My man's got an assistant. You can't get a ride from the assistant? What the hell's going on?
I mean, that is just
Nails
so bizarre.
here.
I guarantee you he'll have no shortage of people calling him.
Oh, I guarantee that assistant's pissed. He might have done this just to get back at the assistant. Oh, you can't take me? What am I paying you for?
Crazy-ass Mets fans from the 80s.
Oh, dude, in Philly he's cruising out to?
Oh, my goodness gracious.
That's hysterical. What was that like going Philly and New York for him? Because he was such a hard-nosed... I know, like, the fan bases loved him when he was there, but he's a guy who I imagine you hated on the opposition.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know.
Guy's missing the teeth. Nail. He's always out there with his his dentures. He threw his dentures away on accident one time a couple years ago. He had a whole like Twitter video of it. Like they got tossed out.
Can you imagine playing center field
after him
against Dykstra?
Oh,
like when you have to, especially when it's
in
turf.
Philly?
That turf. Oh. Yeah, you got to like avoid all that tobacco juice out in the center field.
It's all brown around him.
Man, that's got to be brutal.
That was like chaw. That was like actual.
That was the massive like Rod Carew chaw.
Yeah,
is what it was. That thing was
Big
huge.
Chief, the best. So if you want to drive nails, go ahead and check out his Twitter account, and you can get the information. You can volunteer a few hours or a few days, whatever you see. Whatever you see. How about that? He's like, you got to stay with nails, dude.
You got. Oh, gosh.
You need some assistance, probably.
There.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
I bet you'd like this one, Tom. Today, 50 years ago, was 10-cent beer night for a Cleveland game against between the Rangers and the Cleveland Indians.
Yeah,
June 4th, 1974, 25,000 fans drank 60,000 beers.
Yeah.
There were 19 streakers, 7 arrests. 7 people wound up in the emergency room. 10-cent beer night 50 years ago today, Tom.
Yeah, that worked out almost as well as disco night many years back. I think Disco Demolition was at Comiskey, if I'm not mistaken. But 10-cent beer night. That was that ended about as well as you thought it would end. Poorly. They get a bunch of people together that are going to go out and just guzzle as much beer as they can in a short amount of time. Perfect. What could go wrong? That went wrong. Like, we should go through some of the all-time failed promotions in baseball. Mini Bat Night, Disco Demolition, 10-cent beer night. I mean, there's so many of them that you look back and go, who is doing that? Like,
10-cent beer night's number one, yeah.
Yeah, was somebody drinking when they decided to do this? I mean, maybe they were, but yeah, that one was. You're looking back on it, you're like, yeah, that was ill-conceived.
I'm running through a bunch of them. Derek says disco was worse. Why was Disco Demolition worse, Derek?
Well, I think they had a bonfire,
says, yeah.
like on the field, like where they're throwing all kind of albums and all kinds. I mean, it was just, you got to go see some of the video of that. It was just like it was wild. I want to say there might have been a double header. I can't remember the exact details of it, but yeah, it was. I just remember fire. There was fire going on. So anytime there's a fire at a ball game, like inside the stadium, probably not good.
Yeah. Anytime a fire starts that's like a soccer match. It's like international soccer, dude.
Yeah.
Like, you have stuff breaking out in the stands. That's got to be. They did wet T-shirt night in 1977, Braves and Cubs, Fulton County Stadium. I'd say that's one of the best promotions of all time. I was like, worst promotions. Am I on the right list here? Disco. These are all, by the way, like within 3 years of each other, like 5 years of each other. Disco Demolition was July 12th, 1979. So 5 years later, the golden age, as Tim says. The death of disco began in Chicago. Thanks heavily in kind to then DJ and shock jock Steve Dahl. In between the doubleheader, as you said, Tom, against the Tigers and the White Sox, Dahl went onto the field, blew up a box of disco records he collected from fans.
That's right.
Only had to pay 98 cents for a ticket if they had donated their disco records. But what Dahl didn't expect was 90,000 plus fans did him one better by storming the field, lighting random fires all over the place, and destroying anything and everything in their path. Oh! The article says, obviously, disco did not go quiet. Nice response there.
NBA grab
Yeah, not as good as Dozen Egg Night on or basketball after the championship round. He's like, oh, what an unfortunate thing to happen on Dozen Egg Night. People just start hurling their... Pretty good. It's over to Copes with you. Moving on here. One more story in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
The last story here, Tom. Our beloved since 1896 brewed in San Francisco anchor steam has been saved. How about this?
Great job, brother.
The billionaire owner of Chobani Yogurt. Not the marriage I saw happening, but hey, I'm loyal to Chobani now, dude. I'm all over it. I'm all over the Greek stuff.
So is the beer going to have a sour taste to it now?
Yeah, maybe a Greek stout, something like that.
Yep, a Greek yogurt stout. Fantastic.
A yogurt stout.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I miss Anchor Steam. Already I do. So there you go. That's going to do it for the NBA Grab Bag Tuesday, June 4th, 2024. All right, how about this? This has taken the sports world by storm in the last couple of days. Caitlin Clark and Kennedy Carter. The WNBA, it's all over ESPN now. It's easy to find Caitlin Clark games. Angel Reese is speaking up, and it's what's crazy about the momentum of Caitlin Clark and the WNBA is they got to ride her Final Four and national championship appearance right into like a draft 10 days later into the start of a WNBA season. It all sort of cycles and compounds on itself right then and there. However, there is a lot of discussion about whether or not these plays are being covered in the same way they'd be covered in the NBA. Kennedy Carter with a play that I don't want to say it's Draymond Green-like, but she's making moves on players that are not basketball plays. We'll get into a bit of this and the impact that Caitlin Clark is having early on in her WNBA career. That's next, and Luis Gonzalez at 3:50. 4:50, George Contos, Giants pregame at 5:40. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mabry doubled off to Carter. Her jumper is good. Kennedy Carter now with 12 points off the bench. And big-time contact afterwards as the officials are going to take a look at what just transpired between Carter and Clark. I mean, that's clearly a foul, which was called. The question is, will they call it unnecessary?
Kennedy, on the play before bumping in with Caitlin, it seemed like she turned to you a little bit after the fever
I
score.
ain't answering no Caitlin Clark questions.
Did she say anything to you?
I don't know what she said.
What'd you say to her?
I didn't say anything. That's enough.
There you go. Kennedy Carter fouls Caitlin Clark, and then Kennedy Carter says, I'm not answering any Caitlin Clark questions. It's kind of what you're here to do after the game. It's funny because you weren't really making any basketball plays after you knocked that jumper down and then shoulder checked Caitlin Clark to the floor either. So that's what happens. Caitlin Clark's defending Kennedy Carter. Kennedy Carter knocks a jumper down, like a mid-range jumper. It's a game between the Chicago Sky and the Indiana Fever. The Chicago Sky start running back on defense. Kennedy Carter then sort of pressures as the ball's being inbounded in the backcourt, and instead of actually defending the pass, you can see it when they have camera on her face in slow motion. She runs up behind Caitlin Clark and yells, "Yo, B," and then just shoulder checks her to the ground in what is a pretty egregious non-basketball play. If it happened in the NBA, we'd be debating this thing for weeks. And so it's happening right now in the WNBA. National Sports Talk has been debating what went on last Saturday in that game, where most perceive and how Kennedy Carter is being perceived for fouling Caitlin Clark unnecessarily. One, yes, it's a dirty play. Two, it's not a basketball play. Three, why did none of Clark's teammates come to her birthday party? I mean, her defense, Tom. None of them went to his birthday party, Tom.
We move back to draft day
Back
now?
to draft day. Why did? But it was. I thought it was odd for a player who's a rookie. And by the way, she was quoted and on record. I want to say the day before or 2 days before that, saying, "I'm getting beat up." Like they're and she wasn't pointing any fingers at anybody individually, but she knew that she'd be a target and would have a target on her back coming into the league with this type of fanfare. The league has been put on a map in a way that it hasn't been before. Angel Reese took some exception with that, and we'll talk about that a little bit further. But there's no denying that Caitlin Clark has changed the trajectory of the WNBA. We're talking about it on KNBR.
Well, there's a lot. I mean, man, there's a lot to unpack with this one. I mean, even though this, you hope that you can talk more about the play. And full disclosure, I still haven't watched the full game. I watch highlights and stuff like that, which is more than I was watching. But this, over the last 2 days, this is probably more WNBA discussion across the country than we've had in a decade. And it's because of Caitlin Clark. I mean, period. And I want to know, let me start with this. Because you mentioned if that would have been the NBA. If that would have been the NBA, Kennedy Carter would have been catching hands from somebody. Like, see, you do that to Steph Curry, you better believe Draymond will be there.
Dude, Draymond choked out Rudy
star
Gobert for the shove that happened between Clay and another player.
You do that to a star player, someone's going to come after you. That player might come after you. Like, people kept saying, where's her teammates? And I agree. What about Caitlin Clark? You going to get back up and get in her face? Like, it just surprised me that no one decided they were just going to go ahead and say, yo, no, that ain't happening here. Come get some of these hands. No, we ain't doing that. That was a little wild to me, because that wasn't even close to a basketball play. Now, I had read that, because something always happens before. We always catch the highlights, but you always got to see what happens before. And they said that Clark supposedly threw an elbow at her, and I was like, well, I want to know where it was during the game. Was it when the ball was actually in play? Because everything's different when the ball's in play. If somebody's cutting through the lane and you chuck them, is that necessarily a basketball play? Not really, but you're being physical, saying, hey, I'm not going to let you just move around freely and have a good time out here. It's like pitching inside. But the ball wasn't even in bounds. And that was clearly a cheap shot.
Also, if it happened earlier, then say that when we ask you the question after the game.
Yeah,
say
exactly.
she cheap shotted me earlier in the game and blah, blah, blah. And but say that then.
I have no idea what the refs were looking at. I have no idea why it took the league to jump in and upgrade that to a flagrant one. That was clearly a flagrant one. Clearly a flagrant one. The ball's not even in bounds. You just run right over
She
a
didn't even
player.
make a play on the ball. She just ran towards Clark and yelled at her.
She made a play on Caitlin Clark is what she made a play on. That's all she made a play on. She was making a point. And look, I get it. Is there some jealousy in the league? Probably. Some players are jealous. Here is a college player. White probably has something to do with it, and we're the ones that have been sweating. We have equity in this league. We're busting our asses in this league, and here she comes. She's making all this endorsement money, and now we're getting all the attention, and we're going to answer questions about Caitlin Clark. It probably gets kind of annoying. But if you want to go at her, go at her. In fact, that's what they should be doing. They should be going at her, testing her on the court while the ball's in play. You want to be physical with her, be physical with her. You want to knock her down when she goes to the hoop, knock her down when she goes to the hoop. I mean, test her. I mean, that's what competing is all about. But they better realize that if Caitlin Clark succeeds, the rest of the league will benefit, because the TV money is going to go up for everybody. It's very similar. I was saying yesterday, Derek and I may have been talking, and I said it's very similar to Tiger Woods. There was some jealousy when Tiger Woods first came on the PGA Tour. It's like, well, he's getting all the attention. This is all we talk about is Tiger Woods. They answer questions about Tiger Woods, and all the focus is on Tiger Woods. Yeah, because nobody cared before Tiger Woods. You realize what the purses did when Tiger Woods got to the tour? They jumped, and then they kept jumping, and then kept jumping. Those players should be thanking Tiger Woods every single day. Thank you. When I win the Greater Greenbrier Open now, I can get $1 million instead of getting a couple $100K. Like, that's what Tiger Woods did. That's what Caitlin Clark has a chance to do with the WNBA, is get people's eyeballs on the TV sets. And when you get people's eyeballs on the TV sets, the TV ratings go up. And when the TV ratings go up, the league benefits, because then now they can charge the networks more for their product. I mean, she can help the entire league out. It doesn't mean you don't compete against her. It doesn't mean you don't get after her. Of course you get after her. And look, a little bit of jealousy, it never hurt. I mean, it's going to happen. There are going to be players that accept she's in the league. There are going to be players that are jealous that she's getting all the attention. It doesn't really matter. You're going to go after her. You're going to compete. You're going to try to win. But they should realize that she can benefit this league more so than it's ever been benefited by a single player. There are some great players in the league, and she's just the one that kind of captivated everyone's attention, kind of like Steph Curry. Why? She can shoot from 30 feet. She can do things that other players haven't been able to do. There were ratings from Iowa games this year that were just massive, that had never been seen before in women's college hoops because of Caitlin Clark. So they should realize that too. I'm not saying you go easy on her and you help her. No, it's a basketball game. It's a competition when you're between the lines. But to take it to a point where now you're cheap shotting her for whatever reason, I don't know why Kennedy Carter decided to cheap shot her in that game. I don't know where the frustration came from. I'm not sure. But it's just, again, I'm not disappointed so much in that. Yeah, there was a cheap shot, and deservedly was a flagrant one. I want to know where the teammates are. Like, I'm serious. Like, if you're going to do that to my star player, you're going to have to answer for it.
To a rookie star player.
Yeah, you're going to have to, like, you grab the ball next time, you go to the hoop next time, you're going to be picking yourself up off your ass because you're going to get knocked down. And, like, if hands are part of it, then hands are part of it. But that's not going to happen. You're not just going to go ahead and take shots at our player. So that was really, really disappointing from that team. But again, this is a league that hasn't gotten the exposure for whatever reason. Now they are, and this is something that the whole league can benefit from. And then Angel Reese, she gets fined $1,000. The team gets fined $5,000.
Well, here's what she says. Let me read her comments.
Well, Angel Reese didn't speak the first night.
Well,
That's why she got fined $1,000. I'm like, what do you think? You're an NBA player now?
Yeah.
Like, you should be trying to get in front of microphones. You should try, even if you want to be a heel, that's totally fine. People love heels. I mean, a heel can draw as many eyeballs to the TV as a babyface can. So if you want to be the heel, that's fine. But you got to sell it. You got to talk about it. You got to get in front of the microphone. You can't. I don't want to talk about it. Or Carter. I don't. Yeah. No more questions.
She congratulated her after the play. Angel Reese congratulated Kennedy Carter after the play, and then did not.
She was up on the bench jumping up and down when she knocked her.
She did not speak to reporters on Saturday, and then spoke yesterday, and she said, "quote I'll look back in 20 years and be like, the reason why we're watching women's basketball is not just because of one person; it's because of me too. I want y'all to realize that."
Well, look, if you can convince yourself anything you want to.
Yeah, but what about the check on the court? What about throwing Caitlin Clark to the ground? Can we get some comments on that? I'm not here to talk about the past.
Well, look, no one's watching specifically because of Angel Reese. I mean, she's a really good player.
She's a good heel.
They're watching because of Caitlin Clark.
That's why I'm watching.
I mean, you look at the numbers, you look at the attendance. This is who people want to see. You don't need to fight it. You don't need to ask why. It is. It is what it is. So it's surprising to me that was surprising to me that one, she didn't speak the first night, and then when she spoke, and then Carter didn't want to speak at all. It's like, you should be trying to get as much pub for this league as possible. Like, get your face in front of cameras, get your face in front of a mic. It can't be like, this isn't the NBA where you're making like 50, 60, 70 million, and even those guys get dinged. I mean, a fraction of what they make for not speaking. Like, that's part of being a pro, is doing those sort of things that you don't want to do. Everybody runs to the mic when you win. Like, I've never known a player that says after they score 30 and the team wins, I'm not talking tonight. Of course they want to talk because they know it's going to be positive. But when it's not positive, that's where being the pro comes into play. Like, look, I'd rather not talk. I had a terrible night. We lost, but now it's time to suck it up. And I've always said, if you're going to go to the mic and you're going to answer questions and go to the podium when you win, then you damn sure better get there when you lose. And I'm not talking about dragging you there. I'm talking about going there and saying, look, this is part of the job. This is part of being professional. I got to go there and do this, especially in a league that's trying to get eyeballs. I mean, it's beyond me that you want to go that route. So, I mean, It lets you know right there how much people are paying attention to the league and how much these women who are getting paid, who some of them no doubt deserve more, when the fine for not talking is $1,000. That's it. $5,000 for the team. That's it. Because nobody makes that much money, and the teams aren't making that much money, so they can't fine them that much money. Like, get to a point where you're getting fined $25,000.
NFL's taking game checks from guys for like hits that get reviewed
NBA
after the game. Yeah.
50. And that, of course, that's nothing.
Draymond's like,
$1,000's probably more to them than it is
Draymond's like,
50.
I yelled at a ref. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so it's just, it's one of those things that this, like I said, the play isn't good for basketball, but it's probably good in that, hey, if there's going to be a rivalry and it's going to involve Caitlin Clark and maybe even Angel Reese, that's good for the sport. That makes people want to watch. The next time the Sky and the Fever play, they'll be like, hey, I'm going to go ahead and check this out. I want to watch this game. I want to see what Caitlin Clark does. And, like, she hasn't been great. She's scuffled this year.
29% from three.
Yeah, team's awful. I mean, they're terrible. I watched a little bit of
Tom's Fever
a game.
are not holding up their Tom's Pacers and Tom's Fever. I don't think they're Tom's
getting it
Pacers.
done right now. Pacers
Tom's
had a pretty
Hornets.
good year, though.
Yeah.
But no, it's
Pacers had a pretty good year, though. Yeah,
but if they do end up, like, if she ends up being the player that everybody thinks she's going to be, then it is. The players will look back and go, damn, we owe you. Like that we're making a lot more money because of you. It's okay to say. I mean, it's okay to say that. Like, yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. League's doing a hell of a job. Like, NBA players owe Michael and not Michael, but Magic and Bird. Yeah. I mean, those guys turned that league around. It was like half-empty arenas, drug charges all over the place. It was a brutal. And then Magic and Bird came around, and during the 80s, it turned the entire game around. It turned it into kind of what basketball kind of is today, but more eyeballs. You got the Celtics, you got the Lakers, and it became a like legitimate big time sport. And then Michael took it over, and then it just went global after that. But really, it was Magic and Bird that kind of got that thing going. But if it's Caitlin Clark, I mean, who cares who it is, just as long as it happens for the WNBA. But I mean, in the grand scope of things, it's probably good for the league because, again, next time the Sky and Fever play, people be watching. But I hope if it happens again, if somebody does that to her again, that the coach has a talk with the team and says, hey, I don't care who it is, Caitlin Clark, whoever. And then somebody does that to one of our players, I expect someone to go over there and get in someone's face and say, that ain't happening today. Yeah. No.
Somebody's got to goon a little bit. Just have your guys back just a bit. Tolbert and Coates with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Giants pregame coming up at 5:40. We are still going to catch up with George Contos at 4:50. And next, the man who once got a walk-off game-winning hit in Game 7 of the World Series back in 2001, but more importantly, once had a piece of his chewing gum sell for $10,000. Luis Gonzalez joins us next talking Arizona Diamondbacks and the San Francisco Giants. Giants lose 4-2 last night on a walk-off home run. It's Blake Walston against Kyle Harrison tonight. We'll talk about it with Gonzo next on the Sports Leader.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
A new era in Oakland professional baseball starts tonight as the Ballers open their season at Ramondi Park in West Oakland. Are you headed out to the game? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the ninth. Game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Infield in. One out. Floater. Center field. The Diamondbacks are world champions.
It's one of the coolest moments in baseball history. Guy who I'm sure never gets tired hearing about it. The man who authored that moment, Luis Gonzalez, longtime Arizona Diamondback, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. I think everybody who was watching that remembers where they were. And I think the reason, Luis, that's such a special moment is, and I want to say you've commented on this numerous times, maybe even here with us on the show, is that any kid who's ever picked up a bat feels like they've lived that moment before, which is why that was so cool. How you doing, man?
Oh, no doubt. It never gets old for me. Thanks, guys, for having me. I appreciate it.
It's good to have you, man. Last night, Arizona come from behind. Well, Giants come from behind to tie it, and Arizona gets a break there on that replay at first base, the tag of Jorge Soler, and then a walk-off home run to center field. We were talking to Dave Fleming, Giants broadcaster, yesterday, and I've always viewed Arizona as a big hitter's park. I know that they've tried to level things out with the humidor there as well. How much has the hitting in the offense changed at that ballpark over the last few years?
I still think it's a hitter's park. I just feel like our offense really hasn't clicked yet. We've got a couple guys that really haven't gotten going, but this is you're right, it's a great ballpark to hit in. Left center field, right center field. I always tell new players when they come here, I said, if you don't try to hook the ball, you try to stay to the right center field pool or the left center field just to the left of that big batting eye, you're going to be all right. So I still think it's a great ballpark, and we've seen quite a few home runs now to center field where when I was playing, there really wasn't that many hits up that high unless it was like a Barry Bonds or Richie Sexton or guys like that we had the big boppers on the team.
How much of the Diamondbacks, Luis, right now are just trying to kind of tread water and kind of hold the fort until they get their pitching healthy?
You're exactly right. That's exactly what we're trying to do right now. We're it seems like every week one of our pitchers goes down, and then we're trying to find somebody that to piece the puzzle a little bit. We've got some guys, Ciccone and some other guys that have come up from the minor leagues and done a good job for us. But it's hard when you're running a young guy out there and you're hoping to get 5 or 6 innings from him, and then your offense is struggling, so you can't fall too far behind. So it's from getting to the World Series last year, being on the ultimate high, I think these guys are realizing a little bit the hangover that most teams have. after coming off the World Championship. I mean, you guys know the Giants did it every other year. You know, it wasn't like back-to-back. So, you know, it kind of takes a little recuperation year. The Yankees had a great run back in the late 90s, early 2000s where they won 3 in a row and were going for a fourth. But it's hard to do. It's hard to repeat and get back there. And what you have to have is a lot of guys who had great years last year come up big again, and you got to stay away from the big thing, which is injuries.
Well, what's so intriguing to Tom and I, we're talking to Luis Gonzalez on the Yuma Guest Line, advisor for the D-backs as well. What intrigued us so much last year and the year before about Arizona was the youth and the athleticism, and we thought you sprinkle in some of that pitching, and they've got a bunch of it when healthy. They look like a dangerous team, and then last year everything kind of clicked, including Corbin Carroll, who comes out with an incredible rookie season. Now, a lot of guys take a step back in their second season. He's obviously struggling. He's hitting 192 right now with a 560 OPS. Yeah. He's not hitting for as much power. He's not finding as many gaps. You talk about a step back or a kind of a sophomore slump year. He had a lot of strikeouts last year. Is that something that was projected into this year? What are we seeing with his lack of success early in this part of the season?
No, he's a workaholic, and he just hasn't had that same success he had last year. What I'm seeing is basically he's being super uber aggressive early in the count. He's not taking a lot of pitches. He's trying to ambush guys early, not really getting it done, and hitting pop-ups and grounding out, rolling over, and things like that. I think when you're a young player and you had success early, this is probably the first time that he's really had a struggle. I mean, last year he came up and everything was so easy for him. He was stealing bases, hitting home runs. He was surrounded by guys that were having good years too, so that makes it a lot easier. And then when your team gets off to a little bump in the road early, we have some injuries on pitchers and stuff, then you start feeling like you need to be the guy, and he ends up putting a little bit more pressure on himself, and now he's dug that hole, and now he's just got to find a way to get out of it.
What did you notice the year after you guys won the World Series? What did you notice in terms of your team and the difficulties in trying to gear up and do it again? And what did you notice from other teams that played you that year? Like, what makes it difficult to try and do what you did the year before?
Well, the first thing is you're not the hunters anymore. You're the hunted. So everybody's trying to get you because you're either the National League West or the National League champions or the world champions. And, this is the National League West is a tough division. I mean, you go all up and down. There's pretty good balance on it. The Dodgers, of course, spent a boatload of money to get a lot of players, but for the most part the other teams in there are battling for wild card spots and things like that. But if you can get either one of these teams in there, anything can happen in a short series when you get in there, and we did that last year. We got hot at the right time, and I think teams realize that if you could put together a good nucleus of guys, stay away from big injuries, play steady baseball. I mean, what did we have, 87 or 85 wins got us in last year, and we got in right at the end. It wasn't like we were running away with things in the wild card to get in. We were like one of the last teams to get in, and then all of a sudden, with young players, they don't know any better, and started getting that momentum and that confidence going, and it carried us all the way to the World Series.
I'm talking to Luis Gonzalez on the Yuma Guest Line. To that point, and I want to ask you the importance of games. Tom and I have talked a bunch about where the Giants are relative to the D-backs and the Padres, and we look at these games like they probably mean more for these teams' future successes, because when you look at the rosters, and you just mentioned the Dodgers and teams like the Phillies and even the Braves, they're just built a little bit differently. You just want to get into the dance and give yourself an opportunity like Arizona did last year. Do you agree that games like this, Giants in Arizona and San Diego, mean more to these teams than, say, games against the Dodgers or the Braves?
Oh, yeah, for sure, because, when you get in these games, you're beating each other up, and you want to try to, jump over the teams ahead of you. Like right now, we're sitting in fourth. We're playing the Giants, who are 9 games out. We're 9.5, so we need to try to win this game tonight, try to take the next one. Of course, the Giants are trying to push up to where the Padres are at, and these games are always fun. It's great to be able to play every team in the league, and fans get an opportunity to do that. I just missed playing so many games against teams in your division to beat each other up and then see who's the best team when it's all said and done in your division to win it.
So go back to when you played. A lot's changed in 23 years in baseball. I mean, rule changes, the way the game is played. What do you like most about how the game was when you played? And what do you like most about the way the game is played today?
I like the speed up rule as far as the getting in the box and things like that. I'm not a big fan of putting a guy at second base late in the games, but I understand it's part of the game. It's a difference. I wish that we would have done the when the American League comes to you, when they come to the National League Park, you play with a DH, and then when the National League goes over there, you play a National League game, because then the fans get to see a different style of baseball. But now, of course, we all have the DH, so it doesn't matter anymore. But and one of the big things for me is the umpiring is different now. I wish you don't see a lot of the arguing anymore like you used to. That was part of the game. That was fun to see the managers go out there and get chucked. There's everybody's got the replay and things like that. So, I mean, it's helped in some ways, but then again, it's changed the game so much that you don't really get to see a lot of bantering and accountability when sometimes that it needs to be done.
I'm wondering from a pitching standpoint how you view pitching nowadays, because players have said, look, everyone wants velocity, so we're going to try to find a way to throw it as hard as we can. And as much as teams have tried to protect these pitchers, whether it's limiting their innings early in their career, limiting their innings in the minors, we're still seeing a rash of injuries. We saw a bunch of them early in the year. I'm wondering if teams are doing it the right way by always seeking out maximum velocity, and the players are going to play along with it, and then kind of, I won't say babying them in the minors, but limiting them so when they get to the big leagues, you go ahead.
Say babying. I have a problem with that.
Okay, baby him a little bit to where you're not expected to go 100, 110 pitches. It's like, it wasn't that long ago Bumgarner was going 230 or Matt Cain was going 210. Now if somebody throws a complete game or throws 200 innings, it's like party time. Like, my goodness, that's incredible. Yeah. I'm just wondering if they're going about it the right way, and maybe, I don't mind analytics, but in pitching, it seems maybe it's taken over a little too much.
Yeah, we've let the computer at times run the game, and I hate that. I'm with you. I'll go down to our minor league system, and a guy will throw 30 pitches in an inning, and we take him out. And I'm like, he created a jam. He's in the minors. He's trying to develop him. Let him try to get out of it. That's the only way he's going to get better. I mean, the ultimate goal is to get to the big leagues, and you want to see guys build up arm strength and get there. They're going to have roles when they get here. I can't stand when, managers take a guy out because they feel like it's a third time around. Well, he's been dominating the game.
Yeah.
And now you're going to take them out because that's what the computer says. Well, the computer doesn't know how you're feeling that day or what kind of stuff you have. I mean, they're just, they're going on what they think might happen or, what the percentages say, but that it doesn't always turn out that way. So I think we've relied too much on that, and I think a lot of it, when you see guys going to slumps and different things like that, it's because of all this stuff. I mean, some of it is great, but a lot of it is just overkill. I mean, we don't even let our players think anymore out there. We've got all those guys are pulling out cue cards out of their pockets and on the phone, and I'm like, you just have to pay attention in the meetings. And when your pitcher comes in, Randy or Chilling or somebody, whoever it might be, come in and say, this is the way I want you to play this guy because I'm going to throw him this way, then you have to pay attention and play it that way. And I just think all that has changed so much that it's just become a totally different game. And we've almost give the players a built-in excuse. If something doesn't go that way, all they got to say is, well, that's what the card told me, or that's what they told me to expect up there when I was at the plate. I look up at the board and I see all the launch angles and this and that, and guys are so concerned about exit velo. And they hit the ball 110 off the bat. Well, if it's not a hit, it doesn't mean anything to me. I mean, the biggest hit of my life was a bloop single over a shortstop, and it was kind of a jam shot. So if I can go 3 for 4 and hit 3 balls 72 miles an hour, but they're 3 hits and I'm on base and I'm scoring runs and I'm driving in guys, I don't think there's going to be a manager or somebody's going to say, I don't like that guy because he's hitting 340 or 320 driving in 100, right?
Yeah.
Talking to Luis, go ahead.
Yeah.
There's so many different things in the game that has changed so much, and you know, I understand a lot of his things, but I get frustrated sometimes when I see stuff like that going on.
Luis Gonzalez, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. You were saying you got to pay attention and take notes and talk to your teammates about it. Didn't Schilling used to keep a diary after like every inning?
Absolutely. I remember one time, and you guys know Brett Butler.
Yep.
He played with the Giants for a long time. We were playing against Bugsy, and Schilling came to me and said, play him right behind shortstop. And I said, you know, he's got a little bit of pop to left field. He said, if he hits it over your head, I'll be the first guy to tell the reporters that I told you to play there. So it was all about accountability, you know? So I said, you got it. I'm playing right behind him. And sure enough, man, he pitched the ball the way he said, and he never hit a ball to me the whole night. But he didn't want him to get that cheap little hit over shortstop or third base, just slapping the ball the other way. So he told me to play there. And he said, if he hits it over your head, I'll take accountability for it.
Who is the big, Randy Johnson or Curt Schilling? Bigger red ass?
Oh, there's no doubt it's Randy winning. Yeah. I mean, both those guys, it was awesome, you know, anytime they took the mound, you know, regardless of, you know, if they were red asses or not, you'd like them on your team. I mean,
sure.
There's players out there that you hate playing against, and then when they're on your team, you love them because they just have that character about them that pisses the other teams off. But when you have them on your team, they find a way to get it done.
Do you remember, we were talking at the start of the show, Tom made me aware, I like to think of myself as a good baseball fan. I didn't know the story about your $10,000 chewed piece of bubble gum. Do you remember how you found out about that thing being auctioned off for $10,000?
Yeah, actually it was, we were playing terrible. It was early in the season. I was in Colorado, and our PR guy came to me and said, hey, man, we got to squash this story about this bubble gum thing that is taking over, and our team's playing awful. We just got to, you know, we got to take the attention off of this thing. So basically, I think it's basically what really changed eBay a lot, because people were starting to put crazy stuff on there, and after that, it kind of calmed down. It was actually a scam. A guy tried to run a scam and said it was going to go to a school.
Yeah, that's right.
And then a local radio station here in Tucson at the time, which is John Jay and Rich Show, which is a nationally syndicated show now. They came to me and said, hey, you know, we don't want that school to lose out on the money. Let's do a you spit in a bottle, and we'll have a press conference, and you spit in a bottle, put it in a FedEx truck, bring it back to Phoenix, somebody will buy it. And lo and behold, somebody bought it, and the money went to the actual school. That was my main thing. I didn't want the school that was the guy was saying he was going to promise money to not get it. So,
well, good on you.
Then it was a pain in the ass for 2 months, because everybody was. I would go to like a food court in the mall or something, and people would, you know, everybody's a smart aleck, and they go, hey, when you're done with that wrapper or that sandwich thing, can I have it? Or
well, you hit 57, man. That's what's going to happen. You know, people start paying attention. Yeah.
I don't remember this, and I'm not sure if you're still on the team, Luis. We're talking to Luis Gonzalez, Diamondback great, nice enough to join us. Were you on the team when the Diamondbacks and the Giants got in a scuffle and Randy Johnson put on the Giant hat?
Oh, yeah.
It's a great photo.
He became a Giant. It was like he knew something was going to happen later on in his career, that he was going to become a Giant, I guess. He was pre-fitting his hat early before he ended up going over there. Yeah, that was a pretty fun thing. He just grabbed the hat, thought it was his, and didn't realize that it was a Giants hat.
And I got to ask this, because I may have asked you last time we had you on, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Who decided what uniforms you guys wore when you were playing? And was there a point where you looked and said, wait, how many of these do we have, and how many do we need? Do we need 75 different combinations? I mean, you guys had more uniforms than the rest of the league combined.
Boy, you're exactly right. When Buck Showalter was the manager, we had a chart when we walked in to see what we were wearing. So we'd have to look at like a kid's chart. And then later on, as time went on, the pitchers would decide which uniform they wanted to pitch in, which I didn't have a problem with that, because I wanted that guy to be comfortable with whatever he wanted to throw in.
What were your favorites?
The sleeveless were nice for a while. I like the gray ones too. The gray tops were always nice playing on the road. So Yeah, they were all my favorites, really. When you win, they're all good.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping somebody would wear the vest. I called them the vest without sleeves and just show the guns. That would have been a great look.
I think there was a couple guys that did that early, and I don't know if MLB was too fond of that. They decided to, hey, let's make the sleeveless, but guys got to wear undershirts.
Maybe a little too
be
red.
really proud of yourself and really jacked up to go out there wearing no shirt, right?
Remember Yasiel Puig did it? A couple guys on the Reds did it a few years ago. They were like, we're just not wearing sleeves under our cutoff jerseys.
Maybe a little too rednecky. They're like saying, let's go. Let's sleeve it up a little bit. Oh, my goodness. Hey, we always appreciate you joining the show. It's always great catching up with you. It's fun talking baseball with you. And best of luck to you, and maybe we'll get a chance to talk to you again, Luis.
You got it, guys. Anytime. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Luis Gonzalez,
Cool dude.
Diamondbacks are great. Yeah, very cool. And I always forget. I know that Randy Johnson was an Astro for like half of a season. I want to say Luis Gonzalez might have been there with Randy Johnson then as well. But, of course, gets the hit off of Mariano Rivera in Game 7 of the 0-1 World Series. What a paradox. You get to sit on one pitch, but that one pitch is coming from Mariano Rivera, right? You know, he's only throwing you one.
That's it.
And you know what it is, and it's right. It was a jam shot right in on his hands, and he just nubbed one over Derek Jeter into center field.
Argument can be made
hit.
that's the greatest pitch in baseball history.
Probably is.
Because it's the only pitch he threw, and he just dominated.
Don't get in my face. I don't care who you are. Don't get in my face.
There you go. There you go. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We are going to catch up still with George Contos at 4:50. Giants pregame comes your way at 5:40
Don't talk back to me, all right?
A 6:40 first pitch tonight. It'll be Kyle Harrison against the left-handed pitcher Blake Walston. We do have a Giants lineup. We'll get that to you in just a bit. But let's talk a bit more about this. Brandon Ayuk did not show up to 49ers mandatory minicamp today, which cracked me up when we heard Kyle Shanahan be like, yeah, it's not a big deal. You know, we didn't anticipate he'd be here. Then it's not mandatory. Then it ain't a big. They're like, yeah, no, we're not concerned about it. We didn't expect him to be here anyway. Christian McCaffrey did show up. He got a new contract, but how much do holdouts like this hurt an NFL team? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Roner Clark, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Roner Clark's Sports Leader.
Christian McCaffrey is at 49er minicamp today with a brand new contract, 2 years added on for an average annual value of $19 million. What do you think of McCaffrey's new deal? You can let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Yo, what's cracking? This your homeboy Ice Cube, and you're listening to the Talbert and Copes Show. You know how I go.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. Looking for a great road trip car? Who isn't? Well, Honda's got you covered. Civic and Accord sedans. Fun to drive, stylish, dependable, mile after mile. Then you have the rugged, roomy, versatile SUVs, CRV, Passport, and my personal favorite, the Pilot. CRV and Accord hybrids, great range, and MPG. No plugs, no charging, no worries. Like, I love road tripping in the Honda. Heading up to Tahoe in the hill with the buddies, the golf clubs, the gear, the beer, everything. And my friends are fairly large, as you might imagine. More than enough room for everyone and their gear and their clubs. Everyone can listen to what they want to. So if you want a road trip, a fun road trip where you can fit all your stuff in, have plenty of room, all your gadgets are good to go, and you get plenty of bang for your buck at the gas station, Honda is what you are looking for. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for great deals on every road trip ready Honda. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit your NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Well, the 49ers open mandatory mini camp tomorrow. And so it's mandatory. So now he and Brandon Ayuk, two guys who are under contract for the coming season, they have to report or they take on some pretty significant fines. So I would expect that both Ayuk and McCaffrey will be with the team tomorrow. I don't expect them to practice, but I would expect to see them tomorrow.
That's the voice of Matt Mayoko. He was with us yesterday, joins us every Monday, talking 49er football. And that was in relation to the question about Christian McCaffrey. I was joking about his holdout. Why wasn't he at minicamp? And the mandatory minicamp, of course, started today. Diana Rossini reported earlier today that Christian McCaffrey actually was not at minicamp or the OTAs because there was internal knowledge about his wanting a new contract. She reported Christian McCaffrey was not attending voluntary OTAs, and his desire for a new deal was known internally. The 49ers make sure they keep their guy happy. He's signing a 2-year extension, averaging $19 million a year. Andy's getting married this summer, so good for Christian McCaffrey. But like we said earlier, he got half of this right. Brandon Ayuk was not in attendance for mandatory minicamps today, despite Matt saying he thought he would be. And the expectation is he will hold out until he receives a new contract. The 49ers dealt with this the last 2 seasons. Deebo Samuel held out for the 2022 training camp until he got his new deal, and then had a pretty bad season showing up out of shape. Not a good thing. Nick Bosa held out last season, showing up at the end of training, or at the end of the preseason after getting his new deal. He went from 18.5 sacks to 10.5 sacks despite playing the entirety of the season.
Can't agree more.
There are extremes of holdouts like Le'Veon Bell, who held out an entire season and has just ruined his career. Right, he was never the same guy. Came back with the Jets and the Chiefs and was just never the same. On the flip side, one of the more successful seasons happened after a holdout in '93. Emmitt Smith held out all of training camp and the first 2 games of the season. Then he got paid, led the league in rushing, and he won the MVP. They won the Super Bowl. He was named the MVP of the Super Bowl. Ayuk may be doing what's best for him, but how crucial could this holdout be in the final few seasons of this team having this level of talent and window? Is any of that a concern based on what we've seen in the last 2 guys?
Not for me. I mean, it's a veteran team. They've been together. They get it. I don't think it will be a big deal at all. I don't. Now, it depends on what he's doing and how much he's going to... Like, if he starts missing camp, then, you hope he's keeping himself in shape and running routes. He has somebody that can throw to him, all that kind of stuff. But, yeah, there's a significant risk that you may not be ready to go when you jump in. I mean, hell... Look at Blake Snell. I mean, that's an extreme example, but I mean, you miss camp, you miss spring training, you miss those things.
Bosa's a good example. I think Nick Bosa's a really good one from last year.
There are times that it just doesn't click that year, so I'm sure they'd like to get this thing done, before camp starts, and that's probably mid-July, so they got about 6 weeks for that. But I don't. As far as how it affects them, I don't know that it does, because this is the team that is just very veteran, very professional, go about their business in a certain way. And everybody on the team, well, I shouldn't say everybody on the team, a lot of the stars on the team have been through this before. Kittle, Warner, Bosa, Debo. I mean, there's a ton of guys on this team that have had to go through this. So they get it. They understand it. And it's just business. So, if you get fined, a lot of times the fines will, I don't know if they can take away the fines. Like when you sign the contract, I guess they could pay you to pay for the fine, but maybe you have to pay them. I don't know how that works. Usually they just get taken care of. I'm not sure how they do it. But as far as am I thinking, oh boy, this is going to be, nah, I'm not thinking that at all. I'm just thinking, they'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, he had the best season of his career last year, did Ayuk. The longer you hold out, the more concern there is that you're just not going to fit in the same way, and they've got a plan for you not being there. I'm with you. If he starts to miss preseason, things like that, then I start to have a little bit more concern. But this right now is somewhat par for the course for me. Debo also played such a different role in that him coming in. Remember, his was a lot about, too, it was the year after they had lost all their running backs. He scored 8 rushing touchdowns. Like, he became, the lead ball carrier for them at the back part of the season as well. So there was concern about, on his end, am I going to be used like a running back? And how much of that am I going to get paid for? Do you pay him like a running back, like a receiver? The body stuff for me, I mean,
that certainly had a say in how his season went. I don't think there's any doubt, because he came back the next year. Last year, it was like, ooh, look at Debo.
Yeah.
Debo looks good, looks fast, looks quick, looks ready to go, and he had a good year. So, I mean, yeah, it's, if you're willing to say, look, we're going to get this done, I'm going to get this done, I'm still going to work my ass off, I'm going to be in great shape when I get there, and I'm not going to be, I don't know, I'm just going to sit around and maybe not work as hard because the contract isn't done, like woe is me type stuff. I don't know what kind of guy Ayuk is. Nobody really knows unless you spend time with him, but he kind of strikes me as a guy that's going to work, and he's going to be ready to go when he gets his contract and show up and be good to go. So as of now, yeah, I don't think much of it. I don't. I think everything will be fine.
Now, Mike Silver did say, and I told you this earlier when he kind of did his boil down, just the 4 things that could happen with the receivers. He says there's still a chance that Ayuk or Debo could be traded between now and the November trade deadline if the offer is good enough and or if things have devolved with Ayuk. It does make me wonder, if there's other scenarios there. If things devolve to the point where you're like, man, he's not going to accept anything less than $30 million a year, we can't negotiate on this, and you get close to the point of the season, I have a tough time thinking that they would trade him. I have a really tough time thinking they trade him. And I don't believe in that context you trade Deebo Samuel either. How can you, without one guy happy and knowing he's signed, even if you trade Deebo there, say we freed up enough money here to try to bring Brandon back on the contract that he wants, I just don't know that you put yourself in that position. I don't think you allow him to paint you into a corner like that.
I mean, look, anything can happen.
Sure.
I mean, right? I guess what we try to do is what's most likely to happen, what's least likely.
What's most practical, what would hurt them
to
the
happen.
most.
Yeah. So, and again, I've said it over and over and over again. I think he'll be back because they have a championship window and he makes them better. So I think that's ultimately what's going to happen. But I don't know what he's asking for. If he's saying, hey, I want to be right there with A.J. Brown between him and Jefferson, it's like, no, sorry, can't do that. I mean, let's get real here. He belongs right again. I think he belongs right there with Amon-Ra St. Brown. If he asked for that same contract that Amon-Ra St. Brown got, I would say, all right, we're good. We're good. I mean, that's about what in my mind, that's about what he deserves. Like, he's right there with him, and that one seems to like jump out at me. Like that one is the one that jumped out at me. Waddle, maybe that's one. That's 1 year less than Amon-Ra St. Brown got, but the guaranteed money is pretty similar, even though it's 3 years. So maybe the years, maybe they want to go longer, maybe he doesn't want to go long. Who knows? Because it's always the money is the big thing. But then there's all these little things you got to worry about, and this and that, and doing this, and when the contract becomes guaranteed, it's what the buy. So who knows? But I just have a feeling that. And another thing you have to look at too, I think, if you're Ayuk, is you want to get as much money as possible. I said it earlier. There's a short window that you get to play pro football, and then you have the rest of your life. People don't realize that. Oh, you're an athlete. Yeah, but we have athletes for like maybe 10 years if you're lucky, like super lucky. Some get more than that. Most get much fewer than that. And then you have the rest of your life to live. You're trying to figure out what to do for the rest of your life. I think if the money is similar, even if somebody were to offer him a little bit more than the Niners, I think he has to look hard at what kind of production he can have in this offense. If he signs here, they'll probably move Deebo. He's going to be the number one option for Purdy. Him and Purdy already have a great connection. You get to be in a Kyle Shanahan offense. Good. This team's probably going to be pretty good for the foreseeable future. Solid. So you're gonna set yourself up for another contract. Like if you go here and you perform well and this team keeps winning, then you're talking about another contract. And while it may not be as big as the first one, it could be pretty similar. And then you're talking about big time money at that point, big bank. So I think that's worth looking at if you're him. Like, where do I want to be? Where am I going to be happy? Where am I going to have the most success? And where can I set myself up for not just this contract, but the next contract, and also have a chance to win? And he's gotten over the hump with Shanahan. Shanahan loves him. He's like the featured receiver on this team. Purdy loves him. So it just seems to make a whole lot of sense. Unless they're so far apart that he's just like, nah, you guys are disrespecting me. Because that always comes up with players. I'm just being disrespected. You guys aren't respecting me for what I've done here. It's not so much about the money. It's about the respect factor. And the Niners would be saying, well, no, we respect you. But, I mean, come on. You got to meet us around here somewhere. We can't go overboard with this. That's the only thing that'll keep them apart. But I still firmly believe that he'll be lining up in a Niner uniform sooner rather than later.
They've got more practice tomorrow for the mandatory minicamp of Brandon Ayuk. He's subject, by the way, to fines of up to $101,716. A little different than the $1,000 fine Angel Reese got for not speaking after the WNBA game.
What was the fine?
$101,700. $101,716 if he does not report to any of the camp, which will include a second practice on Wednesday. By the way, this offseason, 8 wideouts have signed deals worth at least $23 million annually. That's happened this offseason. Brandon Ayuk is reportedly seeking a deal that would average around $30 million a year. This is all per Eric Branch of the Chronicle. We will jump off of some football here and back into a little bit of baseball, but not baseball specifically, Tom. Another player has been banned for life from Major League Baseball for gambling on games in which he was a member of a team. Not quite as bad as Jonte Porter, but 5 players have been suspended, 1 banned for life from Major League Baseball for their gambling on Major League Baseball games while members of big league organizations. I used to think if you bet on baseball while you were in baseball, it was a ban for life. It's not that simple. This all happens on the day that Ippei Mizuhara formally pleads guilty to bank fraud charges with Shohei Ohtani. We got him. Shohei's clean. Ippei's the one who was responsible for all of it. We'll talk more about this. Gambling still rearing its head at the professional sports landscape. We'll talk about it next. Then George Contos at 4:50, a Sound Soiree 5:15, and Giants pregame at 5:40 on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, a little bit different, but they might be the same in one way, and it's not a way that you're going to enjoy. You're going to have a dead spot. A lot of people have those dead spots in their house. Wi-Fi dead spots. Could be anywhere. And that just is not going to work. Everybody deserves the same high quality, fast, reliable Wi-Fi that everyone else gets in the house. That's where wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity comes in. The gamer doesn't have to worry about it. The streamer doesn't have to worry about it. Hopefully the person that's working from home gets the best Wi-Fi room, but everyone gets blazing fast Wi-Fi that's reliable. You deserve that. So go ahead and get yourself wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout the entirety of your home. Now through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast, reliable Wi-Fi throughout the whole home? You will love Xfinity.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Giants pregame coming up at 5:40 today. Kyle Harrison against Blake Walston. We'll get you more on that when we talk to George Contos at 4:50. But news today out of Major League Baseball. On the same day that Ippei Mizuhara, Shohei Ohtani's former and longtime friend and interpreter, pleaded guilty to bank and tax fraud charges. By the way, he's facing a maximum of 33 years in prison, is what Ippei is facing. MLB came down on multiple players for gambling. Here's the list of players, and only one of them is a name that you may absolutely recognize, and that's right-handed pitcher Michael Kelly of the Oakland A's. John Shea with a great piece today in the Chronicle. I'll get you some details on this, on what happened with some of these suspensions and bans. But the one that's the big one here is Padres infielder, outfielder Tucupita Marcano is now permanently ineligible. He's been banned from baseball for life. Marcano placed 387 bets, valuing more than $150,000. 231 of these were Major League Baseball games while he was a member of the Pittsburgh Pirates last season. 25 of the bets were placed on Pittsburgh Pirates games. MLB says he did not play in any of the games because he was on the injured list with a knee injury. This is still insider trading stuff because he was a member of a Major League organization, gambled on a game in Major League Baseball, and on games in which he was a member of the team, whether he was playing or not. He has been banned for life from Big League Baseball. The other names, as I mentioned, Michael Kelly, 1 year ban. He's an A's reliever. He was actually popped for gambling on games when he was a minor leaguer, and a lot of these other guys were minor leaguers. Jay Groom, who's a pitcher of the Padres, Phillies infielder, Jose Rodriguez gets 1 year, and then Andrew Salfrank gets 1 year. He's a D-backs lefty. This all on the heels of the Jonte Porter situation. Jonte Porter, was he a Toronto Raptor? Is that where he was?
Who's that?
Jonte Porter, who just got banned by the NBA.
Correct.
He was a Toronto Raptor. He was gambling on prop bets on himself. Now, this story gets a little bit more crazy, too.
And wait a minute. You need to get to the punchline.
Go ahead. Yeah.
And then bet the under and took himself out of the game saying he wasn't feeling
He
good.
wasn't just betting on himself like Pete Rose was like, I never bet against my team. Like, I just bet on us to win. No, my man was like, nah, I bet you I don't score 4.
Oh, my stomach hurts. I got to get out of here.
Oh, no. So how about this?
Unbelievable.
More details here. A Brooklyn man was charged Tuesday in connection with an alleged illegal sports betting scheme involving Jonte Porter of the Toronto Raptors, who was banned from the NBA after allegedly amassing large gambling debts to co-conspirators in the alleged scheme. And this is where it all comes in, Tom.
Yep.
That the hooks that get into these guys, this is why people who are going, it's gambling. You got Pete Rose has to go into the Hall of Fame now. This is why players shouldn't be allowed to gamble really at all on any sport, I sort of think, if they're involved in said sport. Now, the NFL, it's a little different. They allow guys to gamble on other stuff and participate in that as long as they're not on a team facility or in a team facility or on an NFL game is their rule. So after allegedly amassing a large gambling debt to co-conspirators in the alleged scheme, Jonte Porter, called, quote, player one in the court complaint, was encouraged to clear those debts by withdrawing from certain games prematurely to make sure bets on his performance were successful. So now it's been investigated and proven, and now there's charges filed saying that Jonte Porter, this was somewhat blackmail based on losses that he had. This is at least one of the alleged co-conspirators. According to federal prosecutors, Long Five Bruce Pham is what they call him. Bruce Pham, he knew that Porter planned to withdraw from a game and placed bets on Porter's performance for the Raptors matchup against the Clippers. Shortly before the game, prosecutors said Porter told Pham he would exit early, claiming he was injured. As a result, the conspirator won $40,000. He was arrested at JFK Airport in New York Monday as he tried to board a flight to Australia, one-way ticket.
Dude, he's going down under forever.
That's beautiful, dude. I mean,
on
that's
$40K.
Rich. You know we have extradition laws there, right? Like, what are you doing?
On $40K, like, that's going to, you know what? I've heard $40K gets you a long way.
I've heard, you know.
So, like, really?
Well, I think that's
like
the one bet.
$5 million.
Well, that's the one bet complaint was the $40K. I think this is what he knew he was going to go down. Is the point? He was trying to flee. My guess is that this is a far bigger scheme.
Well,
anyway,
I'm sure it is. I'm just saying about that one guy.
They netted over $1 million.
$40K.
They're saying he netted over $1 million in profits over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm with him now. Okay. You might want to pick a different country, though.
They say Pham and his co-conspirators discussed in a Telegram group chat that Porter would exit again early on March 20th, claiming he fell ill. In the criminal complaint, he and his co-conspirators then met in an Atlantic City casino and placed several bets on Porter, who removed himself from the game after just 3 minutes, 0 points, 3 boards. April 4th, in a group chat, Porter and the conspirators also stated that they, quote, might just get hit with a RICO.
Not the RICO?
They knew
like
what
Batman?
Yeah, dude, like a RICO. Exactly, dude. Like the Dark Knight when he brings in all the gangsters.
Exactly.
Just all the mobsters at one time.
RICO. Oh, got it.
How do you plead? They're all like, not guilty, Your Honor. There's like 400 dudes with Carmine Falcone there.
Exactly.
They're all pissed, dude. It's like Eric Roberts, right? Referring to the racketeering charge. Asked if he had deleted the stuff and other cell phones he said that he had. He was banned on the 17th. Anyway, this is all, I mean, this is going to continue to happen. And part of the Ipe thing that we talked about were a lot of the text messages in the back and forth between he and the bookie, right? The bookie who's saying, I'm looking at Shohei right now, walking his dog. Like, this is the stuff that gets quirky and scary and weird, that once their hooks are, it's why I can't really buy into anybody doing it genuinely or honestly or, oh no, I was just betting on my team to win, things like that. When like Jonte Porter, we thought he's a joke. He's an absolute joke for the rest of his career or life or whatever happens with him. We now look at this and say, this guy was gambling on himself to make money and pull himself out of a game. And as it turns out, the investigation proves it was because he was in other debts that bookmakers were trying to help him, quote, help him get out of. But where does that line stop, Tom?
Yep, well,
at what point?
That's how he's going to square it up. He's going to square it up, and they were going to win money and win more money than he owed him.
I'm sure they would have called it even, and that would have been good, too, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, once you have him, you could keep saying, look, we're going to turn you in if you don't keep doing it. So it could go on and on and on. But the funny thing was, in that instance, it's Jonte Porter. He probably could have gotten the under in all those categories without leaving.
He could have played his heart. He could have played his ass off and still got the under.
Exactly. I mean, all you have to do is like maneuver yourself around the court to where it's harder to get a rebound, or you don't want to get a shot, so you're not going to make yourself available or open. But the fact that these dummies thought that millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars bet on Jonte Porter would go unnoticed. Jonte Porter, of all people, like, who doesn't probably get bet on at all when it comes to props. Oh, going to be our biggest liability of the night? Like, even the dumbest bookmaker would say, wait a minute, that seems off. What are we doing with like $1.5 million liability on Jonte Porter?
And are you telling me that the 3 times it happened, he exited the game early?
Yeah.
That's an immediate red flag. Yeah.
I mean, you're like saying, please catch me. Please catch me, because they are going to catch you in that situation. That was.
I think we had to reconnect Tom's connection. That's all right. We are going to break in just a few minutes here to get to George Contos, and at 5:40 we will get to some Giants pregame. Just a couple more things here. In a statement, Major League Baseball on Michael Kelly, who, again, the biggest name that I was aware of in terms of this list of guys who had been banned. In a statement, Major League Baseball said that Kelly was suspended for making, and this is where it's a little bit funky, where you go, this guy's not on the same level as Jonte Porter or anybody else. Michael Kelly was suspended for making 10 bets while he was a minor leaguer on 9 Major League Baseball games from October 5th to October 17th. This was back in 2021. At the time, he was a minor leaguer in the Astros AAA affiliate in Sugar Land, Texas. MLB said Kelly bet on outcomes, over-under runs, and a pitcher's strikeout total. 3 of the 9 games involved the Astros, so he's looking at a 1-year ban. Here's where you're like, damn, this guy's getting a 1-year ban for this. Tom, in their statement, they say he bet a total in 9 Major League games of $99.22. For an average bet of $9.92 per bet, he won 5 of the 9 games he bet, and he won a net total of $28.30. This is an instance of, bro, was it really worth it?
Was he going to Australia?
No, I don't think so. Not with that kind of not with that funding. But dude, that's what I look at. I'm like, what are you doing? You really need to juice that bad? What are you doing, bro? Come on.
It's so dumb.
Come on, you're missing a year's salary now. What's up?
Going back to the Padre guy. The Tusu, is it Tusupita?
His name's Maricano's his name.
Sound like my chili pepper, Chopatupo.
Oh.
I got a graphic my buddy sent me. And it basically said the same thing that you did. 387 bets, baseball bets, totaling $150,000, 25 on the Pirates games where he was on the MLB roster, injured at the time.
Yeah.
231 of those baseball bets were MLB-related bets. If this is right, this is like classic. It said he won 4.3% of Major League Baseball-related bets. So out of 231 bets, my man won like 10? Like, bro, this is not for you.
Was he getting his tips from eBay?
I want to know who turned him in, because it surely wasn't the bookmaker that turned him in. Because if I'm that bookmaker, I'm like, bro, let's keep this guy on the books. Look, do not turn this guy in ever. He's a cash cow. Like, that's gotta be. It's got to be 43%, doesn't it? There's no way. There's no way. Even the worst gambler of all time can hit 10 out of 231 bets, but that's what the graphic said. Won 4.3% of MLB-related bets. Like, unless they were all parlays, that's the only thing I can figure, because I've never seen a win percentage. Like, I'm not great, but geez, 4.3%? Like, Lulu could do better than that.
So it says the league was tipped off by a legal sports betting operator who had information on activity from players' accounts. MLB said none of the players appeared in any game in which the bets, in which he bet, and that none had inside information relevant to the bets. If I'm placing a bet on the game and I'm on the team, isn't that relevant inside information?
Yes.
Don't I know who walked in? Don't I know who was out drinking with the other guys last night and who showed up early and who was? It's totally different when you're a member of the team.
Absolutely no. And look, that's why.
If you ask me to bet on what might happen in any given show, my odds are way better because I know you guys, because I know what's going to happen here.
But so every league does this for people that are kind of curious. Every league says you can bet you just can't bet on our sport. NBA can't bet on NBA. I don't know if they could bet on the WNBA. I think it's like all NBA properties. So if it's like NBA related, hands off. You want to bet baseball, you want to bet football, tennis, golf, whatever, go ahead. If it's legal in that sport. Baseball, same thing, just not baseball. Football, same thing, just not football. I'm assuming hockey, same thing, just not hockey. But they're going to find out at some point. Because what happens is, if you think you're smart, you're going to use a buddy's account. Hey, get an account, I'll stake you and split it with you, and I'll tell you what to bet. And if the bets, if you get too, like, the only way to go about doing this is not get that greedy. Like, if you think you're going to make a killing doing this, they're going to find out. They will find you. Because, trust me, I've read enough about this. What they want to do is cater to the square bettors. That's what DraftKings and all those want to do, Caesars and all that. Like, if you win too much, you're too sharp, they're going to get rid of you. Or they're like lower. I've had screenshots from people that I've seen where it's like somebody won too much, so he tried to put like a $5,000 wager down on something. They said, "Sorry, you can bet $1.40." It's like $1.40. Like, who bets $1.40? Like, especially when I bet $5K. So I mean, it's just have fun, bet something else, and don't bet your own sport. And I would suggest, if you can, don't do a credit account. Credit accounts, you're like, ooh, this is cool. I don't even have to pay this right away. I can bet it. I don't even have it in my account. Use a post-up account, which means you can bet what you put into the account. I know it's a little more tiresome, and it's probably not as fun, but it makes it a lot better because you're like, all right, that money's already gone. If I could win with it, that's cool. But as soon as you start going credit is credit's tough sometimes. The post-up's the way to go, but I would tell this to all players. They're going to catch you at some point. They're going to be, maybe some of you get away with it, but most of you are going to get caught. And you're going to have to ask yourself, is it worth it? Because the penalties are severe. That is every league's worst nightmare. That was the NBA's worst nightmare, and it happened with Donaghy. To make your sport seem like the WWE. It's rigged. It's not fair. We know who's going to win. We have players in on it, umpires in on it, referees in on it, stuff like that. That is the worst nightmare of any league. So they're going to do whatever they can to stamp that out quickly. That's why you see a player get suspended for life. Like, done, we're done with you. See ya. You do that, you're out. So it won't be the last time we hear about it. There's no doubt. Somebody out there is thinking they're smart, and they got it all figured out, and they'll get it done. But these books have algorithms that figure all this stuff out. And who's betting, how they're betting, what the patterns of their bets are. You're just not going to get away with it because they have money to lose. And when you stand to lose money, you're going to figure it out. And so you think you're smart? You ain't that smart. Trust me, you're going to get caught.
I'm at 54%, and I'm not rolling in it. You know what I mean? So 4% can't be all that good.
You're not moving to Australia.
Actually, I'm at 52% all time. I'll take that. I'll take 52% wins.
You know what? 52% allows you to play, have fun, maybe lose a little bit, win a little bit. That's all any of us want.
Now,
Just
NBA, I'm
Just have fun
55, and NFL, I'm 54. So, you know what I mean? Pretty good. You got to stay away from some baseball, much like our guy Maricano. When we come on back, our guy George Contos is going to join us. We got Giants pregame at 5:40. Giants trying to get off the schneid, snap the skid. 5-game losing streak. Can Kyle Harrison be the stopper yet again tonight? Contos joins us next on the Sports Leader. Brandon Ayuk did not report to 49ers minicamp today. Could a potential training camp holdout be problematic for the 49ers? Let us know on our socials at KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place can allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group know that, so they're here to help you avoid common mistakes when it comes to retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially those who have already saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300. Learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Give them a call. Greg O'Donnell is great. He's easy to talk to. They want to help. Call 866-496-2300, or you can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. One more time, 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready for the Giants and the D-backs game 2 of a 3-game series. Gets going pregame at 5:40 and first pitch at 6:40. Here to talk about it, world champion George Contos joins us courtesy of the Yuma Guest Line. You see him on NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game Giants coverage. What's up, George? How are you, man?
Fellas, how we doing? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing okay. The Giants' offense, not so hot. Not so much lately.
You know, there's a lot of things that I think we could nitpick and choose to be upset about with how the Giants are going right now.
Sure. You know what I am intrigued by, though, and I do like this, and it's something that when you have a stable team and you have a good lineup, we get to see, like, the same lineup most days when Boch was managing because we knew who the everyday guys were. We're starting to get more of that with these players, but they've had to sort of plug and play and figure out some stuff throughout the injuries. I love when a manager's willing to shake up the lineup a little bit to get things going. Elliot Ramos at the top today. He's leading off.
I like Elliot Ramos a lot, and he's a guy who finally seems like the light bulb went off in his brain. He's like, hey, you know what? I belong here. He's had his trials and tribulations, and he's gone through all the things that he's gone through in the past. I mean, the guy's played in 3 Futures games. He was a super hyped-up top prospect, and he's finally playing with the type of confidence that I think everyone expected him to have, maybe a little bit sooner, but it's nice that he's doing it now, especially in the point in the season where this team really needs somebody to step up and do it, and he's done a great job.
What are you seeing? And I know it's a real small sample size, but is there anything you're seeing with Casey Schmidt so far that's different this year? I mean, the numbers aren't great. He's hit some home runs, OPS around 700, but is there anything different in his approach at the plate? We know he has a glove and a great arm, but are you seeing anything different at all?
Well, he's first and foremost, he's capitalizing on the pitches he's supposed to hit. I mean, a couple nights ago, he had back-to-back home runs on that middle-end fastball, and those pitches that major league hitters are supposed to do damage to, he's doing that lately. And he's another guy where he's young, he came up, he just literally tore the cover off the ball and was the talk of the town for 3 weeks last year. And then he fizzled off a little bit, but that's what you get with a young player. You get the up and down in between their ears a little bit where they have success and then they inevitably go through some struggles. And how you respond to the struggle is what you want to see. Some players it takes a little bit longer, and some guys just kind of hit it in stride. But it seems like he's done a really good job of kind of putting all the noise behind him and taking the game pitch by pitch and at bat by at bat. And when you look at the left side of that infield now with Matt Chapman and Casey Schmidt, that is a very intriguing left side. And not many balls are going to get through them. And once they both kind of hit their stride offensively, which Matt Chapman has done, and hopefully Casey Schmidt is on course to be doing, that could be a really interesting left side of the infield when things settle down.
Talking to George Contos on the UMA guest line. We've had a couple of texters in the last week or so ask about the Giants' leadership, and not question it per se, but ask, like, who's the guy in the clubhouse? Who's the locker room guy? And there were so many of them when you were on the team. Buster obviously was the leader of the team, but you had Brandon Crawford there. Belt was there for so many years. Now we know Logan Webb is one of the vocal leaders of the clubhouse. Is it important, you think, for a team to have an offensive guy who can step up, somebody who's on the field every day to be that vocal leader?
I think it's important to just have people who are leaders of your ball club, because when you're not on the field, there are people that need to step up and make sure that everyone kind of falls in line and is charging in the right direction. And the last few weeks, at least, you know, we've seen some BPs with Laura Britt, who's been talking to some of the young guys, and we've interviewed and talked to a lot of people. And the name that comes up offensively every single time we talk to somebody is Matt Chapman. And Matt Chapman's a guy who's been around the game for a really long time. He's played for a few different teams. He's a guy who is a platinum glover. He's an all-star. He's a guy who's done it at a very high level for a very long time. But he's also the same name offensively that comes up every time we talk to people on who's a leader in that clubhouse. So I definitely think that they have that leader. They have that position player leader in Matt Chapman. I've gotten a chance to talk with him and say a few words here and there time and time again. And he's a guy who is open to having conversations. He's a really good dude. He's a veteran guy. And I think they have that leadership in him for sure.
Well, I don't want to put this on one guy, because it's not just one guy, George, when it comes to the offense, obviously. But I keep looking at Soler and thinking if Soler could get going and be the guy they signed, the guy in Miami last year, like, that's the guy they need, the big bopper in the middle of the order. He's athletic. You know, if he gets on base, he can run a little bit. Like, how much of it kind of hinges on him? Because I think they miss Lee so much at the top of the order, because I think he was just going to get better and better as the season went on, and that really helps having that leadoff guy. But Soler not really producing in the middle of the order, I think, has hurt them a lot. And I think if he can get back to that, then we'll kind of see the offense flourish.
Yeah, I very much agree with you. I think sometimes it just takes some hitters a little bit longer. I mean, a new environment, and I know that might be a little bit of an excuse, but you know, he's a World Series MVP. We know what he's capable of doing, and we've seen and we've heard what everyone says about Jorge Soler. He's helped the Latin players tremendously with his veteran leadership in the clubhouse already, and it's just, I think, getting him consistent and doing exactly what he's got to be doing in that lineup to be the guy that they expected to have when they signed him.
A few more minutes here with George Contos. Tom and I were saying one of the most frustrating parts, I think, about the I don't want to say lack of success, but one of the strengths of the team, or something we thought would be a strength of the team, was the starting pitching. And it seemed like they had tons of it. Like, oh, man, they're not going to have enough room for all these guys. And a lot of times that sorts itself out. But Blake Snell 0-3 with a 9.5. He's out for the foreseeable future. Keaton Wynn could be rejoining the team in Texas. But right now, this is a big game for Kyle Harrison to be the stopper yet again. He's done this a few times this year. 5-game losing streak. They need, I think, a pretty deep outing from him, an effective outing from him, and an efficient outing, probably the most important, because of all the bullpen games they've had to go to as of late.
I agree. I agree with all that. I think that Kyle Harrison, this is one of those games that could be a little bit of a tester. The team's on a 5-game skid. They're not playing very good baseball right now. They're playing against a team who has a ton of confidence. They just walked them off last night in the bottom of the 9th inning. And you have Kyle Harrison, who had, some fireworks last time out against the Phillies with the whole Bryce Harper thing. So it'll be interesting to see how he responds to it, and he backs it up. But he's the guy who clearly mentally is tough enough to handle everything that's thrown at him at a very young age. So, it'd be great to see how he responds with a deep outing, efficient outing, locating his secondary off-speed stuff outing tonight against Arizona for sure.
Hey, George, do you think if they wanted to, like they went with the bullpen game last night, and certainly pitching wasn't the reason they lost that game. They couldn't play enough runs. But if they wanted to go with a starter instead of like a bullpen-type game or a bulk innings guy, do you think Jelly could end up being that guy? Could he be a starter, you think?
I think he could be. I mean, he started in the past. I think you have Spencer Howard, who's done a really good job in his first 2 outings. And other than just the home run that he gave up yesterday, which was a back-to-back breaking ball pitch that kind of sat over the middle of the plate, everything else has been very, very good for him. And I think that he has earned at least a shot in the rotation if they go that route next time through the order.
Talking to George Contos here on the UMA Guest Line. Giants pregame coming your way, 5:40, a 6:40 pregame. In terms of Luis Matos, he started really, really hot. I'm always intrigued by guys who are not hitting great at the minor league level, come up out of necessity, catch fire, and you're looking for them to sustain that. What have you seen from him? How are they approaching him or attacking him differently in the last couple of games? Or is he just having some bad luck?
I think with Luis Matos, he had that player of the week where he went off and was obviously just doing everything that we wanted to do and we expected to see him do as a very hyped-up prospect. And then I think he's just been a little bit anxious at the plate. He's got to be patient, and he's got to take what pitchers give him, because when you get a National League Player of the Year, you're putting everybody else on notice, and everyone's going to be like, oh, man, who's that guy if they hadn't heard from him before? He's just getting some more challenging pitches. Guys aren't just going to come in the zone, and they're going to be a little bit more careful with you with the mistake pitches when you've just garnered the National League Player of the Week. And it's just him taking what the pitchers are going to give him and just being in the situation. You know what? Guys are going to throw him breaking balls down and away. They're going to throw him fastballs away, staying on your back foot and driving something to right field. All those things, just the emotion of it all and the trying to make things happen that he hasn't done since he had that NL Player of the Week. And he's been a little bit antsy trying to create things. And the good part about it is you've had the other young guys step up, so it hasn't been as noticeable, his lack of production since that, with Elliot Ramos doing great, Casey Schmidt doing very, very well. Obviously Patrick Bailey still doing his thing, but with Elliot Ramos, it's just taking what they're going to give you and making the most of the pitches that the pitcher's going to throw.
I know some of these guys have had a taste of the big leagues already, but it does seem like, and it feels like, and Farhan was saying this to us, he said, I know this is the antithesis kind of what he's been all about, but he says you can kind of feel that these guys have figured it out, right? Like you sort of know based on the approach and their at-bats and how they're going through each game that they've sort of figured something out. When you were playing, who was the least rookie that had ever come up? Who's a guy that didn't seem to be fazed by much of it?
Derek Law, for sure. You said that, and his face popped right into my head. Derek Law came up and he kind of took it by storm, and he was pitching with confidence, and he was having a ton of success, and he was kind of doing his thing. So everything that you just said, Derek Law's face popped right up into my brain.
Okay, I got to ask you what you've seen from Camilo Duvall. And this isn't just what happened in the last game of the Yankees series. He hasn't been as automatic this year. His whip is way up, his walks are way up, and he's just, even when he saves a game, you're kind of holding your breath throughout the entire save. What have you seen from him? Is there something different this year the velocity's still there. I can't make heads or tails of it. I'm just wondering what you've seen.
No, I don't think there's anything different. I just think it's his ability to locate his pitches, and it's fastball and breaking ball combined. It's the fact that he, like the other day, for example, when he blew it against the Yankees, he threw 21 pitches, 3 breaking balls. None of the breaking balls were anywhere near the zone. And when hitters like the Yankees or great hitters, any hitter in the 9th inning, really, when you're coming up there, are able to eliminate a pitch that you throw, then you are automatically behind in the count. And guys can get their foot down and they can hit 100 miles an hour or whatever he's going to be throwing fastball-wise. So I think the key to Camilo being a little bit more consistent is just his ability to locate, A, that breaking ball for strikes, and that fastball to all 4 quadrants of the strike zone.
Got it.
We were talking to Luis Gonzalez, former Arizona Diamondback, earlier about the approach in the game today and how many differences there are, and how, because there's so much depth in the postseason race, that there are teams that have separated themselves in terms of talent at the start of the year, like Philly, and they've been fantastic. Giants took 2 or 3, of course. The Dodgers, at least on paper, are far and away a much better team. Are these games, in your mind, against the NL West teams that are behind the Dodgers and other teams in the wild card, are they already more important this early in the season?
I think so. I mean, they're not only is it only 6.5 or 7 games behind the Dodgers, but every time that you play an interdivision foe, I mean, you play them twice less throughout the course of the season. You went from 19 games to 13. So every time you play somebody in your division, those games are automatically more important. And the Diamondbacks are right behind the Giants now. And when you can win those games and continue to create more distance against your competition for what is, at least at this point, the wild card spot, they're unbelievably important.
How do you view that? We talked to Luis Gonzalez earlier on, and he said he liked it that teams face each other 19 times a season. I got so tired of it. I'm like, do they play anybody else but the West? Like, I like seeing other teams come in here and play. I'm wondering, as a player, you get more familiar with the teams, of course, but how do you look at it? Did you like 19? Did you think 19 was too much, just right? I don't know. What'd you think?
You know, as a spectator now and a guy who covers baseball, I like the schedule change just because you get to see every team every year, and I think that's a lot of fun for everybody watching the games. I always loved going to the interdivision places because we're in a division where we go to cool places. You know, we got to go to LA 3 times. We got to go to Scottsdale 3 times, Denver 3 times, and San Diego 3 times. I mean, who wouldn't like to go there as many times as we did? But as far as like the viewership part of it goes, I think it's really interesting what they've done because you get to see every team every year, and I think that's great for the game.
George, we always appreciate having you on. It's always fun talking to you. Hopefully we'll do it again soon. Be well. We'll talk to you soon, man.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks,
Great
George.
stuff there. World champion, 2-time world champion
great.
George Contos joined us just a few minutes ago there on the UMA guest link. You can check out all of that on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Pregame gets going in about a half hour at 5:40, and then 6:40 pregame. Kyle Harrison looks to be the stopper again. Giants at 29-32. The D-backs at 28-32. Giants trying to fend off Arizona and maintain 3rd place in the NL West. These games are important. When we come on back, we've got a sound soiree. Christian McCaffrey on his new contract. Kyle Shanahan checked in on Brendan Ayuk not reporting to minicamp, his mandatory minicamp today. Tommy Pham is not one to be messed with, and we've got some great sound from Tom from back in the day. A little Razor and Mr. T sound, plus a little soup du jour coming your way. Giants pregame 5:40. Sound soiree next on the Sports Leader.
Morgan Hill, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Morgan Hill Sports Leader.
Giants have lost 5 in a row after last night's 4-2 walk-off loss in Arizona to the Diamondbacks. How are we feeling about this team now, Giants fans? You can let us know what you think on our socials at KNBR.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team. Are you feeling overwhelmed by tax problems? Just weighing you down. It happens to the best of us. It just does. You don't have money that year. Maybe you got to pay for some unexpected family expenses. Look, life does get in the way, and life does take precedent. Sorry, Uncle Sammy. You're going to have to wait on this one. Uncle Sammy's saying, I'll wait, but I'm getting mine at some point. Uncle Sam's not going away on this one. They will wait as long as necessary to get their money. And if you're behind and you don't know what to do, and the interest just keeps on rolling, why don't you give Alex Kugelman a call? Set up a consultation. This is what he and his team do. You shouldn't have to try to do this by yourself. It's bad enough you might have to deal with phone calls and letters and heaven forbid even a knock on the door from the IRS. Who wants that? Who needs that stress? Hand everything over to Alex Kugelman. Let him deal with it. He's personable. He's knowledgeable. Just set up a consultation. They'll be transparent, how they're going to get you to where you want to be, what it's going to cost, and then you decide how to proceed. Again, don't deal with it. Let him deal with it. Give him that bag of stress and say, get it done. That's sftaxteam.com. That's all you have to do is go to sftaxteam.com, set up that consultation. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Cope's with you Tuesday, June 4th, 2024. Giants pregame coming up in about 24 minutes actually, at 5:40 pregame. 5:40 first pitch, 6:40. Giants are going to take one from Arizona in Arizona after a 4-2 loss last night. Time for a sound soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed. Christian McCaffrey showed up today at mandatory minicamp, got a new contract. Average on the extension is $19 million a year, so he's signed now for the next 3 seasons, a 2-year contract extension here, and renegotiated some of that deal. Here's Christian McCaffrey at minicamp today talking to the media about his new contract.
Yeah, it's business is business. It's part of this game. Both sides were mutually very respectful the whole time, and just proud and happy that we got something done. I think it's really important. I think running backs have been undervalued for a long time now, and hopefully this is a step in the right direction.
Did this deal surprise you at all today, Tom? I was a little bit taken aback by it, considering we asked Mayoko about it yesterday, and then turns out, per Diana Rossini, he was like, "Yeah, I ain't showing up without a new deal."
Well, I just kind of figured since he wasn't there, something was up. So it didn't really surprise me, but yeah, I was like happy. I was like, cool. I mean, he's the best running back in the league, and I said it before. I've said it earlier today that him and Shanahan together was like that's a match made in football heaven. Like those two together. So yeah. Good for him, good for the Niners to have him around for a few more years. And good for us, the fans. We get a chance to watch this dude play. I mean, I guess you could watch him if you really wanted to, but the fact that he plays here in the Bay and we get to watch him 17 times a year, he's pretty special. And it's fun. It's fun as hell to watch him.
Yeah, it is fun as hell to watch him. 21 touchdowns last year, over 1,400 rushing yards. And I would say resets the market, but I don't think he really does. I saw ESPN said that he sets the market. Not so much because he's in a market of his own. He's kind of his own dude.
He does things other guys don't do.
Yeah, it's kind of the Deebo Samuel thing and figuring out how to pay him. What's the hybrid there? What are the incentives? Yep. Because he's just going to do more in different things than anybody else can do. Kyle Shanahan, Brandon Ayuk did not report. No deal for Ayuk. He did not report today. Kyle Shanahan on Brandon Ayuk not reporting. Does this change anything with him?
No, to me, it doesn't change at all. I mean, you find out when guys are in those situations where they come or not, and some guys come because they want to avoid a fine, and some don't. But regardless, it doesn't change anything. When those guys have come, it's not like we know what the process is, we know what the business part is, and that's just how they decide how they want to handle this week.
Yeah, I don't think it tells us anything different. It's just so funny that it's mandatory, and they're like, yeah, well, it just means he gets fined if he's not here.
Yeah, well, that's what it means. Not mandatory, you don't get fined. Mandatory, you do get fined. And I think the fines are pretty stiff, too. Like
again, he's facing $101,707 if he doesn't show up for tomorrow either, if he misses it in its entirety. Again, by comparison, Angel Reese was fined $1,000 for not talking to the media.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Last week, a little bit different in the league. They're not fines in the offseason. They're not fines in the offseason for guys not showing up to practice like 4 months before he's got to play a football game, right? 3.5 months before he has to play a game. Did you see this one over the weekend? Did you see the White Sox and the Brewers get into it?
I didn't.
Tommy Pham. Of course. Now, Tommy Pham's had his share of on and off field pre and post game incidents. He was once stabbed in the offseason outside of a strip club, to which our guy Rod Brooks pointed out. He said, hey, I remember when Tommy Pham was stabbed outside of a strip club in the offseason. He was wearing sweatpants. Kind of guy who's going to wear sweatpants to a strip club doesn't give a damn about anything ever. Jock Peterson didn't know who he was messing with, which I thought was a great line by Rod. Great tweet by Rod Brooks. He then, of course, B-slapped Jock Peterson like in the outfield before a game over some fantasy football smack talk. Which is, hey, man, I used to not be about Pham. Now I'm kind of like, you know what? Kind of endorsing this Pham guy. Yeah. Tommy Pham, not one to be messed with. Here he is on his exchange with the Milwaukee Brewers.
Third base coach sends you got to go. I'm nailed out at home by a mile. I'm going to the dugout, and I hear the tough guy with all the hoorah, so I'll never start anything, but I'll be prepared to finish it. There's a reason why I do all kinds of fighting in the off season. because I'm prepared to somebody up. So you can take it as what it is.
I don't think there's any other way to take that.
I'm prepared to bleep somebody
That's
up.
why I fight so much in the offseason.
Yeah, that's why I do to get ready for baseball fights.
Just in case somebody has something to say to me, I'm ready to F somebody up.
Oh, man.
Remember,
he calls himself a big baller, too, when he goes to Vegas.
Yeah, well.
Big baller in Vegas. Like, whatever. You say what you want to say. I'm cool with that.
Ew.
Yeah, I'm totally cool with that. You do what you want to do.
I'm not messing with Tommy Pham, dude.
No, give him a wide berth.
I'm getting out of his way. Tommy Pham, dude. Pretty good.
I'm prepared to somebody up.
I'm prepared to. Dude, that's a guy.
He's prepared.
Dude, anybody who's thinking about that, like Tom, you're gonna get off work here, and maybe you're thinking about what you're making for dinner. You may be prepared to start some dinner. Maybe you're prepared to go for a walk later, take the dogs out. Like you've got stuff in your life that you're ready to do.
Yep.
Me effing somebody up is nowhere near the top 300 things that I'm prepared to do. Maybe. You know what I mean?
He's gonna finish it though.
I know. Well, don't start.
He's not gonna start it. He's gonna finish it. Yeah, I don't want to mess with him.
Yeah, I don't think so.
He seems like a serious individual.
Isn't he like blind in one eye too? Doesn't he have some crazy thing like he shouldn't be playing?
Really?
Yeah, he's got some weird like like a degenerative vision thing. I don't know.
Because I'm prepared to somebody up.
Yeah, well, that's why he does so much fighting in the offseason.
I'm prepared to bleep somebody up.
It's a great line. It's just a great one-liner. It's maybe one of the best one-line mic drops you could have with somebody. I'm prepared to have somebody up. That's why I do what I do. All right, a little bit more sound here. So we were talking earlier in the show. I can't remember what brought this. Oh, we were talking about this is the way the show goes. At the top of the show, we were given the guest list: Drew Remenda, Luis Gonzalez, George Contos. Luis Gonzalez, you pointed out. You said, well, World Series champion, but also once had a piece of his chewed gum, sell for $10,000 on eBay. And he told us a story behind it. There was like a scam, and they ended up getting the money back or getting money together and doing something like that with the gum or some spit and donating $10,000 to a school. But then we joked, what would be the best item somebody could buy from like a KNBR host auction? Like we're saying like a Bill Lasky coffee mug, a former Gary Radich seat cushion or something that he sat on for many, many years. And then somebody texted in on the text line and said, what about Tom? That carton of milk you drank out of when you and Razor, Ralph Barbieri, did the hot wings. So set this up for us because we got the full 2-minute bit here.
Okay, so one of the workers, I can't remember his name, used to live in San Jose, and he worked near Smoke Eaters. And we used to talk about Man vs. Food a lot. Adam Richmond did Man vs. Food, where he would eat hot stuff. He would eat massive stuff. He would just eat. And it was a food show that was once a week, and we used to watch it all the time. We'd talk about it on the show, and in one of the episodes, he went to Smoke Eaters and did their challenge, whatever. You got to sign like a waiver. Anytime you got to sign a waiver to eat food, nearly.
Doesn't matter.
It did nearly kill him. So
wave me almost killed me.
I think it was 12 wings. Could have been 6. I'm pretty sure it was 12. So he had like a certain amount of time to eat these wings. And then he had like what they call the burn period, cooling off. I don't know what it was called, but it's like 3 minutes, I think it was, before you could actually drink milk. And you can't wipe your hands off. So all that sauce is caked on, and you're just sitting there wearing it. And I was like, God, that looks really horrendous. It can't be that hot, can it? I don't know. And then
it's called the Hellfire Challenge. We found it.
Yes.
The Hellfire Challenge, it's 12 wings in 6 minutes.
Okay, there it is. So we started talking about would you do it? And I'm like, well, I don't know. I'd try one. I like hot food, but I'd probably try one.
He says it was the most painful challenge he had to do.
Yeah, it was. So I forget. I don't know if his name was Danny. I can't remember who.
Adam Richmond is his name.
No, I know Adam, but the guy that worked at KNBR that lived in San Jose brought the wings in. So I go, okay.
Shout out Cody Pasby, former San Jose resident.
Is B. Smith goes, I'll do it. So it's me, him, Ralph, and I think, who was it, Dan Tim that was in there with us, who almost died, I think, trying the wing. Like I think he started sweating before he actually put it in his mouth. Like he was anticipating how hot it was going to be. But so we did it. We had our milk in front of us, and we each had a chicken wing in front of us. And Ralph was sitting there cackling because Ralph, vegetarian, he was going to eat it anyway, but he was enjoying. And then he kept telling us, "When are you going to?" It's like, shut up! You're not even doing this. Let us do it on our own time. So I ate it. Then finally, B. Smith, I think, decided he was going to do it, and it was. Well, I don't need to tell you. You can listen to it right here.
That's pretty much it. June 29th, 2010. Here's
14 years ago.
Brian, eat it. Come on.
Okay.
No, I'm not eating it. Oh, man. Oh, look at Brian. You can see why he's on the other side of the glass.
milk would be good.
Do we have paramedics? Does the milk help?
Not yet. Not yet.
Brian, come on. What the hell are you doing? Brian, you just refused. Why do you even say you were going to do this if you're going to wimp out like this? Come on.
It's so damn hot.
Milk was a good choice.
Your reputation will follow you forever if you don't eat any of this. Come on, Brian.
My tongue's quivering.
You've drunk all your milk and you haven't eaten anything.
Let's go. Let's go.
Look at him. He's holding it. He's afraid of his wing. He's afraid of his wing. The wing is intimidating.
Oh, my tongue feels like it's just...
Brian's holding it up and...
Let's go. Leisure, take a bite, for God's sakes. My
Come on,
tongue feels
take a
like it's
bite.
been in between the devil's butt cheeks. Good Lord.
Your manhood is in question here. Come on.
Let's go. Come on, one big bite. Come on, get it done. There you go. There you go. One big
Finally
bite.
a bite at least. 2 bites for Brian. All right.
Oh, my goodness gracious. That is hot.
Brian's done.
That is so hot. I mean, oh, God.
Yeah, but how can you how are you going to describe how hot?
You can't really describe. I wonder if my head's sweating a little bit. That is, I mean, no, it won't go away.
You got
You're like-
sweat coming out of your nostrils. You're dripping out of your right nostril. Wipe it up, will you please? It's disgusting.
I feel like one of those zombies in 28 days later.
Is that it? That's all we got? So Brian wouldn't even eat it. Brian was just holding on to it.
Yeah, he was like staring at it. I think he started drinking his milk before he ever ate it. Like, what are you doing?
You guys should have made him
for like after. What do you like, milk?
Tim's got insight. Tim was in the room. Tim.
Yeah, so he was going to eat the wing with Tom, but then Tom started and Brian didn't do it at the same time. So he was behind him and he saw Tom suffering.
Yeah, see,
and he got cold feet.
You got to pierce, pierce both nipples at the same time. You know what I mean? You can't go one then the other. You got to get them both done all at once. Because once you know what one feels like, now see,
it was so hot. Like, I knew it was going to be hot. I have no idea how Richard made it through 12 of those things.
Well, they said if anything, they play down how hot the afterburn is. The Hellfire sauce, what they call it. It's got over 6 ounces of habanero dried pepper. It's so thick that it sticks to any surface. And yeah, they say here you gotta lick your fingers, no napkins, anything like that.
Yep,
So,
it was coated on there.
He said it's the worst physical pain he ever encountered.
Yeah, you know wing sauce you expect to kind of be dripping and like thin.
Yeah,
this was like a thick spackle. Like it was just caked onto the wing. It's the hottest thing I've ever eaten, and it's not even close. Like I like hot food, and I'll go through a little bit of torture to eat it. Like
Giants baseball. Torture.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I've told you I like that chicken
challenge.
masala burrito or chicken tikka masala burrito that I get, and sometimes that gets a little hot. I'll be sweating, the head will sweat and all that, but it's not. This hurt. Like this really hurt.
What about the back end? What about later?
Back end was awful. It was awful. It was like a blowtorch up your blowhole.
What about your stomach? Did your stomach turn over? Was it hurting you like what?
Yes,
like
3 hours. It was hot.
Like you
it was like my stomach was hot for 3 hours, and I was dreading. It's some of the. You know how when you get in trouble as a kid, and your mom says the old wait till your father gets home. That's even worse than the punishment, having to wait for your dad to get home. You're just waiting there knowing that mom's going to rat you out, and then you got to deal with dad.
Mom's going to put her spin on it. Yeah, some trumped up charges.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can't do anything. You don't have an attorney, so you're just like, you're
dude,
screwed
it's your
at
word
that
against
point.
hers. Who's he going to believe?
So that's I bring that up because the stomach is horrible because it's hot, but you're waiting for the evacuation, and it's just that's going to be. That's going to be brutal, and it was brutal. Like my head was sweating just as much during that process than eating it. Like it was just the whole thing was awful.
Tom was dipping his toilet paper in milk. Yeah.
Oh, the whole thing was it was awful. It was like, God, I wanted a bidet so bad. I wanted a bidet. I wanted to fill it with milk and go from there.
It would have sizzled when it hit you. Steamed up, dude.
I got nothing. So
Derek says we can on. So this was June 29th. This was 14 years ago.
Coming out of your nostrils.
June 28th, I believe it's a Friday. We'll be at the ballpark, I think, at 58 Social for Giants and the Dodgers when they come back to town for the last time this year. Bizarre. The Cubs are in town before that. Derek wants to relive some of this. Derek, you want to do what challenge? You want to eat what?
Pepper X.
Derek wants to eat Pepper X, which is like over 2.5 million Scovilles or something like that. Yeah, Tom's just shaking his head no.
Bro, I'm like almost 60 now. What do you want to kill me?
Well, Derek just wants it. Derek wants to, for some reason, he thinks this is going to.
If Derek wants to do
he's
it, I'm
trying
all
to
there
impress
for
us,
it.
I think. I don't know. I don't know what he thinks we're gonna.
Coops?
Well, you're the one pumping this. You're the one like, we'll do this. Let's eat this.
I'm there to watch.
Tim, would you do it? Would you eat Pepper X?
You know, I watched it one time. I don't need to see it again.
What do we have a Pepper X sauce? Is that it? Is it a wing sauce?
Yeah, it's like the hot one sauce. I can get it. It can be an easy thing we could do one day.
Derek's like, no big deal. I'll do it.
Yeah, you should do it.
Fine, you do it. We'll watch you
I
do
want
it.
to see it.
How about that? You really want to put your money where your mouth is?
I
Do
want
it.
to see it.
Do it on the patio on the 28th, huh?
No, not for
yeah,
so
don't
you
do
want
it on
so you want
the patio.
to do it on the
Come
patio.
on.
You don't want an
I don't want you
audience
guys
now.
doing it on the patio. I don't want you doing it on the
I want him on
patio.
camera, though. I want him in the studio
I
on
can Brian
camera.
some dry fried wings that don't have any sauce on it. We can do it here.
We'll eat normal wings, and Derek can crap his pants or whatever the hell he's going to do after he eats that stuff.
I would do it if it went away, like if it was just gone, but it's like a process. It's like it takes 5 hours, and you got to deal with it for 5 hours. Now, I'm not going to say my stomach was like excruciatingly painful, but it was hot. Like there was heat down there for like 3 hours, and then the going in, coming out was just brutal. I'm glad I did it just so I could see what it was like. Somebody on the chat goes, "What did you think was going to happen?" Well, I knew it was going to be hot. I didn't know it was going to be that hot. Everybody knows it's going to be hot, but you don't really expect it until you eat it. The intense pain you feel in your mouth, it's like all it is heat. There's no flavor. And it was funny, too, because one of my best friends had one of the wings, and he's like, oh, man. He goes, it's actually not bad, though. I go, what do you mean not bad? He goes, well, the taste. I go, what do you mean taste?
There's
There
no
is no
taste.
taste.
Your mouth's on fire.
I go, don't lie to me. Like, it's just, all there is heat. That's it. And oh, man. And it just wouldn't stop. It just keeps coming and keeps coming and keeps coming. And then you take another bite. Like the last bite was probably the easiest because my mouth was already on fire and it was numb at that point. Like I don't know if it was going to get any
Can
hotter.
you eat fast? Like, can you just do it quickly? Just munch it? No, Derek says no.
Yeah, you try and you want to scarf it out as quickly as possible, but just the heat stops you. It's like you can't chew it and swallow it. It's almost like your mouth is trying to reject it. Like, get this out of here. Why would you do this? And you got to force it down, and then you take another bite. I probably got it done in 4 or 5 bites. It was a healthy wing too. It wasn't a cheapie. There was some meat on that.
There's meat on that bone. You take it home. You got a stew going.
You can make a stew.
We got to get out of here. 707 does say we got to try the sauce called Ass Blaster.
No, I don't.
And then
Look at the name. Why would I try something called Ass Blaster?
You got to try it. 541 says eat hot S, Derek, which I like.
Dude, it'll blast your ass. This thing's incredible.
Open wide.
Silver Coast is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. I'm sure they love this. Watch your money grow with a high yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org.
Open wide.
Open wide. Giants pregame next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, a little bit different, but they might be the same in one way, and it's not a way that you're going to enjoy. You're going to have a dead spot. A lot of people have those dead spots in their house. Wi-Fi dead spots. Could be anywhere. And that just is not going to work. Everybody deserves the same high quality, fast, reliable Wi-Fi that everyone else gets in the house. That's where wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity comes in. The gamer doesn't have to worry about it. The streamer doesn't have to worry about it. Hopefully the person that's working from home gets the best Wi-Fi room, but everyone gets blazing fast Wi-Fi that's reliable. You deserve that. So go ahead and get yourself wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout the entirety of your home. Now through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast, reliable Wi-Fi throughout the whole home? You will love Xfinity. I'm trying to think real quick if I used all my soup yesterday.
Well, how about this? I got an update for you. So
go ahead.
It's the 50th anniversary of 10-cent beer night.
Yes.
The Portland Pickles on the 50th anniversary are doing 10-cent beer night tonight.
Oh.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? Beer and pickles.
My God.
Let's go. Let's go.
I mean, we'll report back tomorrow.
Yeah, let's see how that one goes. I don't think it'll be as bad as the 70s, but that's just you're just asking for trouble you don't need. Asking for trouble you don't need. This is for interesting. Male birth control could finally be a reality with gel that's rubbed on the shoulders. Bro, you can get a massage and put up the blockade. Boom.
Sounds like a line guy's been using for years.
You're good to go there.
Yeah. What do you mean that's brand new? I've been using that for years. That's yeah, Frank Thomas was selling that, wasn't it? Come on.
No. Not Jergens, okay? We're talking about a male.
That'll work. I swear it'll be fine.
Who was that, Brent Musburger?
That was Musburger getting into it, yeah. Musburger liked that one.
Oh, my goodness. The development of a safe, highly effective, and reliable reverse contraceptive method for men. Huh, that's interesting. I wonder if guys would do that, or I wonder... Yeah, I would think that would work, wouldn't it? Like, I would think, if I'm younger, go with that. I mean, then you look, if you're the one that says, look, I want to make sure we're not starting a family here. I'm just going to put this on my shoulders. If it's effective, that way now I'm in control of this.
Who signs up to test? Like, which woman is signing up to test?
Don't have to worry about it.
To make sure.
Yeah, don't have to worry about it.
We're going to human trials. Who's agreeing to that test?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, exactly.
I swear it's like 98%. I swear.
There's no doubt I'm trying to get a massage out of it, though.
No chance, dude.
There's no doubt.
Chance.
Hey, you want me to
fun.
do it? That's what it's going to take. A little massage. Just put it up there on the shoulders, and we will be, we're going to be good to go. Interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, let's get rid of that one. And I used these yesterday. Like, I used the Carpolites. We figured out we knew what a Carpolite was.
It's a big poop.
Wanted Florida man with drugs. This one, we do so many of these where someone has drugs, something happens, like this guy got lost in the woods, and what does he do?
Call the police?
Yeah. I mean, how many of those can you possibly have?
Tim just keeps doing that to remind himself not to do it.
There's just so many
the stories in there.
There's like so many dummies out there.
I don't have any thoughts about
All right, let's
that.
get out of here. Let's thank Drew Mendel, Luis Gonzalez, George Contos. Thank you very much, Derek, Tim. Well done, boys. Coming up, we'll get you ready for the D-backs and the Giants right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Brian, eat it. Come on.
Oh, my God. Oh! Shut it down.